Lei Lin spent more than half of the 1,000 magic crystals he prepared to purchase these ingredients. He was still satisfied, though, and felt that the expense was worth it. Putting away the ingredients, he anticipated that he had to find a safe place and begin brewing the potions. His mood was rather good. He even felt inclined to stroll around a bit. The goods here were obviously of a higher grade than the market above. Lei Lin even saw a low-grade magic artifact dagger for sale. However, the price was at least 400 magic crystals, which immediately made Lei Lin stop feeling lucky. Suddenly, Lei Lin heard noisy clamoring voices traveled over, leaving Lei Lin a little startled. He tracked these voices and made a new discovery. Slave market. What Lei Lin saw in front of him was a large fenced area. Many stark naked slaves were standing behind fences. Their faces showed either numb indifference or extreme humiliation as they let the acolytes and magi take their pick. Just right. I'll need a few slaves myself. Lei Lin wanted to stay in Extreme Night Town for around 3 years. He could not manage many things by himself. Originally, he planned to recruit a few guards and servants when he got there, but a few high-grade slaves were now conveniently available. After all, they were all raised or controlled by magi. This lent their owner better security and assured functionality. Sir. What do you think? Do you need a female slave for your bed? Look, these are all good quality ones, some are even of the nobility. A slave trader looked as Lei Lin walked forward. The slaver hurriedly patted the ample breasts of a group of female slaves behind him, which carried a rippling wave effect. Behind him were a dozen utterly naked noblewomen. Their skin was extremely smooth, and their figures were quite vivacious. Even if they were slaves, their aura of nobility could not be stifled. How did they end up here? I mean, as nobles, wouldn't it be troublesome? Lei Lin was a little curious. Please don't worry, these are all nobles who fought and lost in battles. Their fiefdoms have long since been usurped and their families destroyed. They are legally under the death sentence. There will absolutely be no trouble at all. The trader smugly explained. Lei Lin looked behind a noblewoman who was being dragged away. There was obviously a noble young lady standing there. He could not help but think of the young noble lady he met previously in the woods. If her revenge failed, who knows if she'll be sold at this place too. How are they? Buy a couple, and it's up to you how you play them. After you're sick of them, you can use them for your experiments. Even if they die, it's not a problem. The trader did his utmost to entice him. Lei Lin shook his head. I wish to purchase a few guards, preferably of a knight's level. Also, I will need a few assistants for my experiments. If it's like this. The trader stroked his chin. What you're looking for are premium slaves, and their price will be extraordinary. Of course, those who are able to enter here are customers with strength. Please follow me. Lei Lin walked behind the trader and saw many slaves. Some of them were well-built youths while some were still children. They were all staring outside from behind the fence looking fearful. From time to time a few magi pointed at them or even walked forward to inspect them. Lei Lin even saw a group of magi surrounding a few beastmen and marine species slaves, bidding over them. The trader pulled Lei Lin to a large tent, and called a fatty over. This is my friend, Dylan. Right, he has some premium goods. Lei Lin did not know what Dylan whispered to the trader, but after a while, the trader laughed heartily as he walked away. Only then Dylan smiled towards Lei Lin and said, Most respected guest, I have already understood your requirements. We just received a new batch of premium slaves, please follow me. Chapter 53, Subordinates. Subordinates. Lei Lin followed Dylan into a large white-colored tent. A smell of incense inside permeated the air. It masked the musky unwashed odor of the slaves and various bodily excrement. Despite this, the atmosphere was much better than outside. The slaves in here wore some thin clothes that could somewhat cover their private areas. Dylan brought Lei Lin to a few extremely muscled guys. They were all raised and taught by a knight. How do they look? I dare say these definitely meet your requirement. Lei Lin nodded his head and walked towards a large bald guy, AI Chip. Stat scan. Beep. Target strength, 3.1, agility, 2.8, vitality, 2.9, spiritual force, 1.5. Status, doused in neurotoxin. The other night-level slave stats were more or the less similar. Leylin observed that their pupils were widened and somewhat dispirited. The mind of these knights seemed to have been affected by something. Dylan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Knights' resistances are always higher than normal. To meet the various needs of our customers, we are unable to use standard marking to control their consciousness. They have all undergone constant brainwashing and corporeal subjugation. Furthermore, they were controlled by drugs, turning them into high-level servants. Although they might not be as bright as regular knights, they are still able to understand some simple commands. Branding of the consciousness was what official magi used to control their servants. However, it was somewhat ineffective if acolytes were to use it. Dylan obviously noticed Leylin's strength before offering this batch of goods to him. "It's not bad, what's the price?" Leylin asked. 100 magic crystals each. Dylan replied. Leylin nodded his head and picked out 2 with the best stats. After paying the magic crystals, he received a scorpion-like organism from Dylan. The sting of this desert scorpion contains a unique poison. These poisonous secretions from this scorpion were used on your 2 slaves. If they do not take the antidote produced by the scorpion in 10 days' time, they will die horribly. Of course, this should be used as a last resort to control them. After all, during their training, they have already been brainwashed to obey their master's commands. Now, the lives of these 2 knights are yours. Dylan respectfully handed the box containing the scorpion's sting. Leylin nodded his head and kept the box. Also, I require a serving maid, one who can take on the role of assistant during experiments. As Leylin walked out of the market, 2 knights wearing armor and a delicate yet pretty maid followed behind him. The maid's eyes were limpid and she wore a black cotton dress. According to Dylan, this maid received extensive training since she was young. She was more than capable to take on the role of an assistant for simple experiments. She met Leylin's requirements rather well. Moreover, she had taken the mandara flower's essence, which could counteract the radiation from a Magus. This kept her looking youthful. The cost was her lifespan, which was shortened to only 30 years. Eleanor Market did pretty well in designing this level. We can actually choose our exits freely. However, this is a service only premium customers may enjoy. When Leylin and his servants appeared, they were no longer at the small village. They were at the outer walls of a city. This was a premium service provided by the Eleanor Market, but there was also a fee for it. If this helped him avoid more trouble, it was worth it for Leylin, who was not very strong right now. "Master." The knights and the maid knelt and saluted him. "N." Leylin nodded his head indifferently. "Do you have names?" The 2 knights looked at each other, and their eyes dimmed eventually. "No, please grant us one, master." The maid too shook her head and indeed seemed rather pitiful. "You will be called Green." He pointed to the larger knight. "You will be called Fraser." This was another knight. "As for you." Leylin looked at the beautiful maid. "Anna will do." "Thank you for granting us names, master. We will loyally engrave it in our hearts." The 3 subordinates knelt on the ground and kissed Leylin's shoe. "All right." Leylin waved his hands and got them to stand. He then looked at his surroundings. It seemed to be a small forest, and there was even the silhouette of a large city ahead. It was, at least, 10 times bigger than the city he was in earlier. The entrance had carriages and carts going in and out. It seemed to be flourishing. "Green. Go buy a horse carriage in the city, I'll wait for you here." Leylin tossed a black purse to the larger knight. "Also, buy some goods for our journey, as well as some clothes." Leylin instructed him. Even since he destroyed his chest of spell books and sold all his potions, his remaining possessions amounted to over 3,000 magic crystals all in all. His luggage too was reduced by more than half. He could fit all of them in a knapsack. As for the camping items he used previously, he already destroyed them before going to the market to save himself the trouble of going back. Yes, sir. Green took the money purse and bowed slightly as he was about to leave. Also, don't call me sir from now on, young master will do. Lei Lin touched his youthful face and was somewhat stumped. We obey. The three of them knelt on the ground. Seeing the figure of Green leaving, Lei Lin suddenly turned and asked Fraser, do you have any inkling of the time before you became a slave? Fraser had brown hair and blue eyes, and his body was littered with scars. Moreover, his age could not be determined, but he seemed to have had an abundance of experiences and suffering. I can't remember any more. Every time I try, I feel a splitting pain in my head. Fraser touched his forehead as if trying to recall something. His visage crumpled with pain. So it's like this. Lei Lin surmised that it could be the influence of some drug or spell that was only effective on normal humans. Right now he could probably break it if he spent some time on it, but he absolutely had no intention of doing so. After all, his objective was to acquire subordinates, not to seek trouble. Those who were captured as slaves were the losers of battles and wars. If they were to recover their memories and seek Lei Lin's help, what should he do then? Even if they don't, who knows if they will continue remaining loyal to him. How about you? Lei Lin looked at the shy Anna. Anna's skin was extremely white and gave off a milky glow. It made Lei Lin impulsively want to touch her. Her face too was extremely exquisite like a doll's. Anna has been raised by a merchant since childhood, and was eventually sold to Sir Dylan. For a maid like her, it was naturally more convenient to groom her at a very young age. Moreover, she had to learn various knowledge and grooming of etiquette. Only then would she deserve the fondness of those higher-ups. Of course, she had to take some lessons in pleasing men. Anna looked at Lei Lin who was still shrouded in a cloak, unable to discern his countenance. However, based on the voice alone, deduced that it should belong to a younger person. She could not help but blush. What lessons have you taken before? How much do you know about the Magi? I have learnt but only some preparations of simple ingredients. Anna is not an acolyte. For experiments that require the use of energy particles, I am powerless in that area, my apologies, young master. Anna's fingers clenched her dress and seemed discomfited. That's not bad at all. Lei Lin was actually satisfied. He had many secrets. Letting an outsider join his experiments was inappropriate. Helping him with basic preparations was already good enough. If he wanted a Magus assistant, he or she must be at least acolyte level. This level of a slave is extremely expensive and was always riddled with problems too. Although he did not see any in the slave market, Lei Lin knew that some other place in the market, there would be another slave market that specialized in selling acolytes as slaves. After all, for many dark magi, it was only acolytes who could resist radiation, were to best subjects for their experiments. As to sources of such acolyte slaves, they made use of war criminals or prisoners. If Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was completely defeated, and the headquarters seized, then the fate of all the acolytes in the academy, apart from the ones backed by strong factions, will most likely end up as slaves. As for people like Lei Lin who escaped earlier, he could only draw a clear line between himself and the academy in future. And take the 4 seas as his home, becoming a pitiable wanderer. Right now, I can only pray that the academy wins. Even if they lose, I hope they don't lose badly. Lei Lin looked towards the west, his expression a little grim. Seeing young master become pensive, Anna and Fraser bowed their heads too, not daring to utter a word. With the noise of rolling wheels gradually getting closer, Lei Lin could see a knight driving a horse carriage. The appearance seemed to be green. The horse carriage was pitch black in color and did not have much in the way of patterns on it. The merchants who sold the carriage did not know if green belonged to the nobility, so they did not dare inscribe on the carriage. However, it looked extremely sturdy. A couple of large black horses were pulling it, dashing rapidly towards Lei Lin. Young master. Green got down the carriage, and handed the money purse back to Lei Lin with both hands. The carriage cost. No need for further discussion. Lei Lin took it over, and then threw the money purse to Anna. In the future you will deal with the finances, if there is not enough then ask me. Yes, young master. Anna carefully kept the money purse. In it were only a few gold coins used by normal humans. Lei Lin only required a little effort to get as much as he wanted. What he was concerned about were the magic crystals, the currency used in the Magus world. It was a pity that even in the south coastal regions, magic crystals were in extremely high demand as currency. After visiting so many markets, Lei Lin could see shops exchange coins for magic crystals, but never the other way round. These were his subordinates in the future. After thinking for a while, Lei Lin undid his hood and revealed a dashing face. His appearance, however, was still in its slightly altered state. "You will be my trusted aides in the future, so take a look at my true appearance." The reason why Lei Lin disguised himself was to buy and sell resources. Right now, since all his potions were sold, he did not need a disguise. These people also had to meet Lei Lin daily, so they will definitely see his true appearance, so the sooner the better. After Lei Lin removed the spell, the muscles of his face twitched, and returned back to his original youthful visage. Seeing Anna and the rest nod their heads, Lei Lin commanded, "Let's set off towards Eastwood's province." Chapter 54, Roarin' City. Roarin' City. On the wide road, a horse carriage rapidly sped by. In the driver's seat sat two large guys wearing metallic armor and long swords. One look and people got the message that they were not to be messed with. Farmers in the vicinity scurried out of their way. Inside the carriage, the smell of wood and lacquer mixed together and was somewhat unpleasant. Lei Lin's nose wrinkled as he caught a whiff of perfume. Seeing that Anna was blushing beside him, Lei Lin smiled and beckoned, "Come here." When she drew near, Lei Lin made her recline halfway, then lay his head on her chest. His hands conveniently roved around Anna's thighs. The thin cotton fabric could not hide her beauty. Lei Lin felt as if both his hands were touching a piece of warm and soft jade. Savoring the softness he was leaning on, and hearing Anna's panting, made Lei Lin feel extremely content. He sighed, closed both his eyes and stayed still. He had been feeling on edge lately, as he had to exercise prudence after every trade. This occupied a lot of Lei Lin's thoughts. Now that he did not have to do so anymore, Lei Lin could finally take a break, and obtain ample time to rest. He even had 2 knights to take care of the trouble. Naturally, the 2 knights would be sleeping outside, leaving the interior of the carriage to their master and the maid. Lei Lin was no gentleman. Moreover, Anna was also quite a beauty and excelled in that area. Idling away in the carriage, he naturally had already bedded her. There was even a faint trace of dark red blood on the cabin's floor. As a maid bought by Lei Lin, how could Anna resist her master? All along the journey, she served him wholeheartedly and tried various positions with him, which also satisfied a few of his fetishes. "Thankfully I am a magician. I can use magical herbs and undergo meditation to continuously recover and increase my vitality. With the previous Lei Lin's sad physique, I would most likely have aged prematurely." Lei Lin ordered mentally, "AI chip, show me my stats." Lei Lin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte. Strength, 2.7, Agility, 2.8, Vitality, 3.0, Spiritual Force, 4.6, Magical Power, 4.0. Status, Healthy. 4 to 5 months have passed, and I persisted in meditation every day. To think that there was only an increase of 0.2, Lei Lin's expression was a little unsightly. "I have to hurry to my destination and settle down to try brewing the ancient potions. Who knows when I will meet the requirements for advancing." All acolytes encounter a bottleneck when advancing to level 3. Even a 5th grade acolyte like Jaden still requires years of training in order to break through. After analyzing the conditions needed to advance, mastering the spells and brewing reactive elixirs became trivial. Only getting past the 7 spiritual force bottleneck remained baffling for countless genius acolytes. Even official magi did not have good solutions to address this aspect of spiritual force cultivation. Only constant painstaking meditation had any effectiveness, or maybe the use potions and the sort could be an alternative. The cost of these, unfortunately, could not be borne by the typical acolyte. Right now Lei Lin too was stuck on the same spiritual force bottleneck. AI chip. How is the analysis of the 2 potions? And what is the progress in deciphering Loyan's teachings? Beep. Azure Potion Analysis Progress, 100%, Tears of Mary Analysis Progress, 78%, Loyan's Teachings Analysis Progress, 63.7%, the AI chip's voice intoned. The Azure Potion has been fully analyzed long ago. Unfortunately, the main ingredients are now completely extinct. Finding substitutes requires countless experiments. As for the Tears of Mary, it has been at 78% for 3 months now with no signs of progress at all. Could some crucial procedures be missing? Leyland's brows furrowed. The AI chip's processing ability was extremely powerful. The progress in analyzing the ancient potion Tears of Mary analysis stagnated at 78%, which made Leyland rather surprised. These formulas that Professor Croft gave me should be correct. If the AI chip could not analyze them after all this time, it might have met with some difficult question that was beyond the parameters of the databank. Tears of Mary. Tears. Leyland guessed. Could it be that this ancient potion formula has something to do with a soul? After all, hearing the name of this potion, one will easily associate it with some ill-fated event. As for Loyan's teachings, the progress was rather good. Although the creator used extremely complicated coding to ensure secrecy, the AI chip was least daunted by the complicated computations. Leyland roughly knew the general contents of this scroll through reading the previous portions that have been analyzed. Unfortunately, though this item is not bad, I can only make use of it when I become a level 3 acolyte. Leyland shook his head and got rid of these distracting thoughts. Suddenly, the horse carriage stopped. Leyland's brows furrowed as he asked, "Did something happen?" "Young master, please be at ease, it is merely a group of bandits who have blocked the path. Fraser has already gone over to take care of it." Grimm's voice traveled through the wooden wall. Asterisk ping pang. Bang. Asterisk. As expected, moments later it seemed that negotiations failed. The sound of various weapons clashing could be heard. After a few profanities and continuous wailing, Fraser's voice was heard saying, "It's settled." The horse carriage once again resumed the journey. This kind of an outcome made Leyland feel very satisfied. The reason why he bought 2 knights and a maid was so that all the trifling matters would be handled by them, allowing him more time to focus on researching spells and doing more experiments. These matters along the way were trivial. Leyland had the faint outline of a plan that would require the participation of many people to accomplish. And these 3 people were at the core of it. Young master. Anna, who was behind him, let off a low pant. Only then did Leyland realize that his hand slipped. While he was deep in thought, his hand had unknowingly touched Anna's private part. Leyland smiled and withdrew his hand. Seeing that Anna's face was still flushed, he said, "Right now young master is occupied with something. I'll have time tonight to play with you." These intimate words made Anna somewhat shy as she lowered her head. Pretending not to see the temptation right in front of him, he said, "AI chip. Transmit the fully analyzed Azure Potion formula." Leyland always drew a clear line between entertainment and research. At the most crucial moment, he would definitely not be infatuated and lose the will to improve. Seeing Leyland had already closed both his eyes, Anna's eyes dulled. She then rearranged her clothes back to its former neatness and tried her best to adjust her body so that Leyland could rest more comfortably. Night fell after what felt like a moment. Leyland regained consciousness after meditation. "Young master. There is a city not far from here." Grimm's voice traveled over. "Where are we now?" "According to the markings on the map, we should have already entered Eastwood's province. This is Roran City, which is situated at the provincial borders." The crashing sounds of things being rummaged sounded, as Fraser spoke. "Roran City, huh?" Leyland muttered to himself and adjusted the map stored in the AI chip. On the faint blue map, a red-colored line was linked with many cities. Roran City was towards the west of Extreme Night City, only several days' journey. "After half a year of traveling, we are finally arriving, huh?" Leyland felt a little rueful. The reason why he chose this place earlier was its distance from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. He wouldn't be affected by the conflicts taking place over there. Another consideration was that only by being far away from the academy, would he be able to conduct a few prohibited experiments. After all, he had the AI chip in his body, and also the process for many of the experiments were very unusual. If he had experimented at the academy, using the remnants or rubbish, the possibility of being discovered was inevitable. However, Leylin felt less restrained ever since he had left, like a caged canary that was set free and soared into the sky. Leylin opened the carriage door, and a gust of cold wind blew in. The feeling of freedom. Leylin looked at the city, which seemed a little desolate, and the nearby farmers. He could not help but smile. First, find us a place to lodge and we'll set off tomorrow morning. Leylin gave the orders. In the wild, it was natural to either stay in the horse carriage or inside a tent. However, since they had reached human habitation, Leylin naturally did not want to deprive himself of this chance. The black-colored horse carriage entered the city under the respectful gaze of the guard. To the people in Eastwood's province, having a horse carriage, guards, and a maid, elevated Leylin to the level of idle nobility. In fact, Leylin was indeed a descendant of nobility. It was just that it was not this continent's nobility. Leylin never considered using the dukedom title from Chernobyl Islands here. However, the status of a noble could indeed greatly reduce problems. After finding a place at a local inn for lodging, Leylin called an attendant over. "Do you know where I can hire people here?" Leylin played with a gold coin in his hands. Seeing Anna behind Leylin, and staring intently at the gold coin in Leylin's hands, the attendant could not help but to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. "Most respected sire. If you require attendance, the employment marketplace beside the city lord's manor would be your best choice. There, you can hire strong warriors, proficient housekeepers, and even various maids and stable hands." "Very good. Bring me there tomorrow and this gold coin will be yours." Leylin smiled. This time, he could stay in Extreme Night City for a long period. Leylin naturally wanted peace and quiet. He required people who could carry out his bidding. Since he did not want to be controlled by others, he would not be able to avoid wielding his own influence. With Anna and the 2 knights as his core retainers, and hiring a few more from Roran City, his retinue would be more or less complete. Although he could hire more people in Extreme Night City, they will definitely be infiltrated. As for Roran City, although it could not be avoided, it was good to reduce the numbers and influences to a minimum. Dinner was white bread with vegetable soup. Although the shop owner had already taken out the best items to serve Leylin, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the academy's cafeteria. As Leylin was eating, many customers in the shop hid in the corner. They wore gray or brown coarse robes. Their gazes carried respect and fear. Looking at the empty space around him, Leylin smiled bitterly. Chapter 55, Roran Hawks. Roran Hawks. The next morning, Leylin was guided to the employment marketplace in Roran City by the attendant. The employment marketplace was beside the city lord's castle, so the public security there was not bad. At the very least Leylin did not see any brawls taking place. Along the way, there were many people who looked at Leylin and his group. They were especially interested in Anna, who was behind Leylin, as she was an exceptional beauty, and was even more so after some dressing up. Fortunately, they did not dare try anything funny, for they were rather fearful of Green, who was covered in steel armor. "Sir. This is the employment marketplace in Roran City. All the people you require can be found here, besides you can also issue any mission-related hiring," the attendant explained to Leylin's group of 3. As for Fraser, Leylin made him stay at the inn to look after the horse carriage and luggage. Although the important possessions such as potion ingredients and magic crystals were on Leylin, if they were to lose a few items like gold coins and the sort, it would prove rather troublesome. Leylin surveyed the employment marketplace before him. In his view was a large field, with groups of stable hands, mercenaries and the sort squatting on the ground, waiting for some employer to hire them. Leylin knew that there had to be a slave market too, however it could not be displayed blatantly out in the open. After all, even a Magus market had to organize one covertly. However, this was well within Leylin's plans. He only wanted an entourage to hire here, so his requirements were lower. "Young sir, may I help you with anything?" As Lei Lin entered the marketplace, a group of traders and merchants swarmed around him. They were obviously dazzled by Lei Lin's lavish attire and shouted themselves hoarse as they tried to promote their products. I need a group of mercenaries to escort me to Extreme Night City, and also to guard my estate there. The contract duration would be at least 2 years. Looking at the fervent traders, Lei Lin stated his requirements. After reaching this part of the continent, Lei Lin realized that the novels, in his previous world talking about mercenary groups and bandit gangs and the like, were all nonsense. Apart from a few large cities that Lei Lin was yet to visit, in Roran City and other smaller city marketplaces, there were no such groups to speak of. All such employment, assassinations or similar missions, were arranged at the local bars or trade offices. Some locations were even extremely bizarre. After all, the costs have to be factored in, and, if the remuneration does not even cover the cost of operations, there wouldn't be any fool who would be willing to toss their gold coins into the water. Then could I inquire if you have any requirements regarding the number of escorts and their strength? A skinny man with a shiny bald head squeezed through the traders and asked loudly. Number of people, huh? Around 10 to 15. Their strength only needs to be equivalent to the average guard standard. The only request I have is loyalty and honor. As the mission might extend over 2 years, I will have to issue a contract, and the salary is to be given monthly. Lei Lin said blandly. In that case, I have a group of mercenaries here that fits your requirements. The bald trader smiled. The Roarin' Hawks mercenary group has just finished their vacation. Moreover, they are citizens of Roran City, so their reputation can definitely be assured of. The bald trader explained. Lei Lin noticed that when the baldy mentioned the Roarin' Hawks mercenary group, the crowd all turned silent. There were even respected and envious looks. It seemed like the Roarin' Hawks had a large reputation around here. All right then. Bring me to have a look at them, the commission will definitely be given to you later. Lei Lin said. Please follow me. The bald trader led the way, bringing Lei Lin out of the marketplace. After the attendant in the inn received his gold coin, he bade his farewell. Anna and Greem followed closely behind Lei Lin. The current group of 4 walked on for about half an hour before reaching the southern part of the city. Having reached here, the surrounding buildings were constructed differently. If the central part of the city was modeled after the city lord's castle, with the buildings being extremely imposing and respectful, then the southern part of the buildings were multicolored with various styles. Very much like residential estates. This seems to be the area where the free citizens of the city gather. Lei Lin muttered as he looked at the crushed rock laid into a pavement, and the small flower terrace and stone-made lamp. You have a good eyesight, sir. Those who live here are predominantly the traders and free citizens of Roran City. The Roarin' Hawks mercenary group also reside here. Are you not going to bring us to the training grounds of this mercenary group? Green asked at the side. Respected sir. Roarin' Hawks mercenary group is only a small unit, and their number does not exceed 30. Their reputation is only spread within Roran City. It is only a casual alliance formed by their leader. The cost of renting some space for them to train would have made their mission earnings obsolete. Thus, who would be willing to do that? The baldy said with a wry smile. Normally, the members are each busy with their own matters. They gather only when they receive a mission. Saying which, the baldy looked at Lei Lin, and smiled apologetically. Although the Roarin' Hawks mercenaries are few in number, most of them are retired veterans. Moreover, their leader was once a middle-ranked troop leader in the army, and his strength is not bad. Obviously, the baldy was worried about Lei Lin being prejudiced against the mercenary group, but these matters could not be concealed either, so he could only say before they found out. A middle-ranked troop leader, huh? I am looking forward to meeting him. Lei Lin smiled. He actually did not really mind who he hired in Roran City, as their roles will primarily be to run errands for him in future. We've arrived. The baldy brought Lei Lin and the rest in front of a 2-storied villa. Within a circle surrounded by a rosewood fence, there was a small pond and garden. There was a type of small white flower, their petals being extremely small, but with a dense aroma. A middle-aged lady was currently watering the flowers. Hello. Madame Lariette. Is Phaeron around? I have brought some business for him. The Baldy greeted the lady watering the plants. Of course, he's around, my dear friend. Before the lady got to respond, a bold and unrestrained voice sounded from within the house. A large guy wearing a white-colored shirt walked over and hugged the Baldy. My dearest Phaeron. Let me introduce to you, this is Sir Lei-Lin who came from the central part of our city. He wishes to employ your Roarin' Hawks mercenary group to escort him to Extreme Night City. The Baldy explained to Phaeron. Hello. Respected sir, if you choose to go to Extreme Night City, then the Roarin' Hawks mercenary group would be your best bet. We have traversed the route over 100 times, and recognize every rock, nook, and cranny on the path. Phaeron bowed slightly towards Lei-Lin and laughed as he spoke loudly. Lei-Lin noticed that this group leader's eyes had been sizing up the three of them. Especially lingering on Greem for a while, as if discovering something. However, he overlooked Lei-Lin. A crude outer appearance but his inner qualities are astute. He is also a preparatory knight. Lei-Lin observed, and at this moment, the AI chip scanned Phaeron's stats. Name, Phaeron. Strength, 1.8, Agility, 1.5, Vitality, 1.7, Spiritual Force, 1.4. These stats amongst preparatory knights was only considered average, however from Phaeron's callus and multiple scars on both of his hands, it can be seen that he has bountiful experience as a mercenary. We can discuss this later, won't you invite us in to take a seat? Lei-Lin smiled and gestured towards the villa. Oh, of course, I will. Please enter. Phaeron patted his head and moved his body while bowing. His right hand stretched, making an invitation for them to enter. After exiting the garden, it was soon the living room of the villa. The floor was painted red, and on one of the four surrounding walls there hung a rusty and stained cross blade. Beside it was a skull belonging to an elk, with bent antlers that were intertwined and had a jet-black luster. Phaeron cordially invited Lei-Lin and the group to have a rest on the sofa in the living room. He also asked Madame Lariat to give Lei-Lin and the rest a beverage similar to black tea and then began to discuss the details. I heard from Nigel that this respected young master wants to go to Extreme Night City. If it is not inconvenient, could you tell me the reason why? Please forgive me, only after assessing the risk can the group make preparations for it. Phaeron's tone was rather sincere. Lei-Lin sipped on this beverage similar to black tea, it was rather sweet and salty and thus he did not like its taste, before he placed the cup down. Regarding the mission, this time, I only wanted to start some business there and require manpower for security. Do not worry about any other trouble. Lei-Lin looked at Phaeron, while the latter was rather embarrassed and looked down. Obviously, Phaeron assumed Lei-Lin was the bastard son of a noble who had lost in a power struggle and was sent away. The reason why I hire you was because the people in Roarin' City will not be easily bought when compared to those in Extreme Night City. Moreover, I have received news that there were some interesting events recently happening within Extreme Night City. Lei-Lin smiled and said. Interesting events? Group leader Phaeron guessed, is it about the incident where the vegetation near the surroundings of Extreme Night City suddenly withered? Correct. A forest, the size of a small village, suddenly withered. It really makes one worried. Because of this incident, I believe it is necessary to increase the strength of the guards. Concerning the earnings, I can give each a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. However, each one must sign an employment contract for agreeing to follow my commands for at least 2 years or more. Lei-Lin interlocked the 10 fingers of his hands, as he gave his opinion. Phaeron's face was indecisive, clearly he was making a choice. After being silent for some time, he struggled to say, the other matters will be all right, what about the mission duration? Although the period of 2 years is rather long, you don't really have to always stay at Extreme Night City. I promise you during any idle period, I will grant them leave to visit their loved ones. Also, if they want to bring their wife and family over to Extreme Night City, I can also arrange an appropriate position for them. Lei-Lin's voice reverberated in the living room. Sir, I have seen your sincerity. I would like to talk it over with a few of my brothers. After all, I do not run the mercenary group alone. I can give you an answer tomorrow, so please be rest assured, sir," said Phaeron as he stood up and bowed slightly. "Good. We will wait for good news from you." While Phaeron saluted, Leyland calmly got up and together with his servants and the bald trader, left the villa. Chapter 56, A Visit. A visit. A golden object arced, flashing in the light, and landed in the arms of the bald trader. "Take this, it's the commission that you deserve," Leyland said. "Many thanks for your conferment, most respected young master." The baldy hurriedly bowed. "Next, I need a housekeeper and 2 people who can keep accounts well. If you're able to find them for me, this gold coin is yours." Leyland flicked a gold coin on his hand. Let me think. Seeing that it was another gold coin waving its hand at him, the baldy suddenly became lively. He began muttering incoherently while grabbing his bald head and racking his brains. "That's right. Old Welker. Old Welker was a housekeeper for a baron before. Recently, he has been saying that he wants to come out again to make a living." The bald trader said. "Very good. Bring me to him." Leyland nodded his head approvingly. 2 days later, in the morning. While the mist still had not completely dissipated, there was still some frostiness lingering in the cold morning air. Creek. Roaran city gates opened slowly, and a horse carriage emerged from between them. A dozen odd mercenaries, wearing broken armor and carrying metal spears and bows, escorted a large horse carriage as it slowly left the city. In front of the horse carriage, Phaeron was leading a brown-colored handsome steed. Behind him was a 20-year-old mercenary carrying a red-colored flag. On it was embroidered the image of a hawk, the insignia of the Roaran Hawks mercenary group. Greem rode close to the horse carriage, having given up the driver's seat. The person who sat there instead was a white-haired geezer. Although he faced the wind and his hair was blown about wildly, his clothes were impeccable and without any creases. He was the housekeeper that Leyland got Old Welker. Earlier, the baron he served had gone bankrupt, hence, he became jobless. He was in the same boat as the bald trader who visited him and joined Leyland's party. Going from Roaran City to Extreme Night City only required 7 days. Roaran Hawks mercenary group was worthy of Phaeron's praise. They were extremely familiar with the route and could even find lodging along the way, saving them from the hassle of setting up camp. 7 days later, the group safely arrived at Extreme Night City. Leyland lifted open the hanging screen on the horse carriage and saw that the clouds ahead were rather dark. The layers of cloud were crowded together, completely blocking any sun rays. It seemed that it would rain soon. There was also a shadow cast on the surrounding bushes and grasses, which made it look very gloomy. "Phaeron." Leyland walked out of the horse carriage's door. "Didn't you say that Extreme Night City has a large area of vegetation that withered? Which area was that?" "Young master." Phaeron grasped the reins firmly and reduced the pace of the horses to match the pace of the horse carriage. "Extreme Night City is enormous. These mysterious happenings only belong to a small portion in the eastern part. Normally, we try our best to detour around that area. After all, humans have also done their best to avoid danger. Where is that forest?" Leyland leaned against the side of the door as if he was enjoying the scenery. "The eastern part of Dark Night Woods is closer to the core of the city." Phaeron looked at Leyland and he lowered his voice and said, "Dark Night Woods had an abundance of certain herbs. Ever since the Withering event, however, the supply of herbs in Extreme Night City has decreased by 30%. Is that so?" Leyland smiled. Extreme Night City was considered a large city in Eastwoods province and one of the pillars of its economy was the herb industry. Now, it seemed that most likely the city's lord and his officers were worried about the situation. "Dark Night Woods? I'll remember it." Although the woods in the kingdom were rather dangerous, this was only true for normal humans. Leyland even traversed his academy's abyssal bone forest, so naturally he was not worried about the present dangers. "Did any of the herb gatherers disappear in the Withering Zone?" Leyland asked suddenly. "Herb gatherers? You mean various hired hands, bandits, and adventurers?" Phaeron shrugged his shoulders. "The woods are full of dangers, and a few people dying is very normal, so who knows?" As the two conversed, the horse carriage slowly approached Extreme Night City. The city walls were not very high, yet they were extremely thick. It seemed to be made by piling granite rocks, and was extremely sturdy. The guard at the city gates recognized Feiern and allowed the horse carriage to enter after payment of the toll fee. "Let's find lodging first," Lei Lin ordered briefly. Night approached, and Lei Lin sent Anna, who was serving him, away and stayed alone in the inn's room. Opening the window, a cold gust of air blew in. The outside was extremely dark, and there were few lighted lamps. Lei Lin closed the door and took out a blue-colored crystal ball from the sack he carried at all times. This crystal ball was extremely small and let off a strange glow. In the center of the glass were many golden specks of light that continuously rove about like little fireflies. "Activate." Lei Lin muttered an incantation. The specks in the crystal ball started to shift about until finally forming a strange symbol. This symbol was rather curvy and swirled continuously. It finally looked like an eye that was bloodshot. Lei Lin's expression was extremely solemn. First, he turned the symbol towards his face, allowing his somewhat skinny face to be reflected onto the crystal ball. "Shadow calendar, year 1032, month of the severe cold, day of the ravens weeping." Lei Lin enunciated slowly in an extremely distinct voice. "Today, I have arrived at Extreme Night City and am currently residing at Hoof's Inn." Lei Lin turned the crystal ball so the surroundings were reflected into the symbol inside. He then walked over to the windowsill and soaked up the imagery outside. Currently, news has it that the Withering area belongs to the East area, Dark Night Woods. As of this recording, there have been no reports of any member's death. Tomorrow I will prepare to set off and inquire, maybe gather new information. The above-mentioned records are by Level 2 Acolyte, Lei Lin Farlier. After he finished speaking, Lei Lin wiped the crystal ball with his pale white fingers. Asterisk hee. Hee. Asterisk. From within the crystal ball came a strange sound, like a kid's laughter. Following which, the eye symbol flickered and disappeared, turning back into countless golden specks of light. The crystal ball was given by the Academy to Lei Lin to be used as proof of having undertaken the mission. The crystal ball was able to record a few scenes and voices. All that Lei Lin had to do was to record every important event during the mission. He could then hand it over as proof upon returning to the Academy. Of course, the crystal ball's controlling right was with Lei Lin. As long as he did not want to activate it, the crystal ball would not be able to record anything without his magical support. This was why Abyssal Bone Forest Academy dared to allow their acolytes to go out on long-term missions without fear of being duped. From Feiern's description, the Withering Danger Zone is not that huge. I'm afraid that it could either be some tree demons or organisms that feed on humans. A level 2 acolyte would be more than enough to deal with them. Lei Lin weighed things carefully. I don't have to be that frantic, I still have over 2 years. I should first send some mercenaries over to have a look. The most important thing at hand now is to settle down here. Moreover, I have to visit a friend. Lei Lin's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Although the location of Extreme Night City was rather remote, it was close to a few magi resource points. There was even a magic crystal mine nearby that was being excavated. Of course, the resources were already exhausted, but they still attracted a good number of wandering magi and small families. It even gave rise to a small-scale Magus market and was indicated on the map Bicky gave. Moreover, within the short span of time, while they were entering the city, the AI chip had already picked out several energy waves emitted by other acolytes. It seems that there were quite a few acolytes living in this city. This was extremely normal, as wandering magicians or those who were reclusive preferred remote towns to settle in, and to better conceal their identities. Of course, due to having longer lifespans, appearance and radiation emissions, they cannot stay in the same area for long, often changing locations after a few years. While Lei Lin was thinking thus, he yelled, "Anna! Young master, what are your instructions?" Not long after, Anna entered wearing a beautiful red dress. As she curtsied, her snow-white calves were revealed. "Prepare a gift, I want to pay someone a visit tomorrow. As to the specifics, Welker will tell you." Lei Lin yawned and stated blandly. After dismissing the somewhat disappointed Anna, Leyland casually set up an energy particle array as an early warning device before he blew out the candles and entered dreamland. The next morning, Leyland left with Anna, who brought along a beautiful hat. "Is this the gift that old Welker picked?" Leyland took the cap and gave it a once-over, realizing that it was made of beast hide. It was very smooth to the touch, and there was also a feather stuck on it. Housekeeper Welker said that in Extreme Night City, sticking the night hawk's feather on a leather cap represents peaceful intent and friendliness. It is the gift of choice when paying a visit for the first time. Anna put on a rather frightened expression. Young master. Are you going to visit another, sire?" Anna's voice became somewhat shaky. "Yes. He is also an acolyte." Leyland lowered his voice so that it was only audible to Anna and himself. After he spoke, he saw the young girl's shoulder trembled. Leyland smiled. Anna was sold to a Magus before she was resold as a slave. It seemed to have been a traumatic experience for her. "If you're afraid, you can always go back first." Leyland moved forward and embraced Anna's slender waist. "No. Anna wants to go together with young master." Anna forced herself to smile. Leyland shook his head. "Follow me if you want to." Extreme Night City's construction was somewhat gothic with sharp spikes on the rooftops. The pavements were also layered with smooth rocks, giving the impression that Extreme Night City was one of the wealthier cities around. As Leyland and Anna neared the eastern side of the city, the people's outfits here became much more urbane than that of other places, and the decorations on the buildings became more gorgeous too. It seems like the east of Extreme Night City is where the nobles and scholars congregate. Leyland looked at the clusters of flowers on both sides of the road. There was even an outdoor fountain. He could not help but smile as he said to Anna. Afterward, the two of them came to a white-colored two-story villa. On the door plate was hung, Cecilia Main Street, 59. Chapter 57, Murphy. Murphy. Leyland rang the doorbell that hung on the door. A crisp ring of a bell could be heard, followed by the noise of scurrying footsteps. "Hello. May I ask who you are? Do you have an appointment?" A meticulous-looking butler appeared in front of Leyland. "Leyland Farlier, I am here to visit the owner of this villa." Leyland smiled. The butler obviously looked distressed as he said, "Sir, as you know, my master, Murphy, is a renowned scholar. His schedule every day is extremely packed, perhaps." At this moment, a girl, who seemed like the maid, hurriedly ran over and whispered into the butler's ears. The butler's complexion immediately changed as he bowed deeply. "Master invites you into the living room." Leyland smiled as he retrieved the energy waves he radiated. Upon entering inside the villa, there was a corridor littered with various art pieces like paintings, and exhibited on the faint yellow-colored walls were all kinds of oil paintings, and other specimens of art, which were rather pleasing to the eyes. As the living room came into view, it became quite obvious that it was a spacious house. The decor in the room was extremely aesthetic. Although there were no dazzling golden or silver items or gems, these pieces had an aura of history and gave off a feeling of understated elegance. Beside the fireplace in the living room, an old scholar with white brows and beard lounged on a dark red recliner. The old man's eyes seemed muddy with only occasional traces of intelligence within. The old man's originally squinted eyes opened upon seeing Leyland. He stood up and spread his arms in an embracing gesture. "Welcome, my young friend." Leyland went forward to hug the old man. "It is an honor to be able to meet you. I hope you like this present I brought for you." Anna stepped forward and handed over to the butler an extremely exquisite cap. "I like the tail feathers of the night hawk. They represent peace." The old man waved his hands. "Leo, you may take your leave. I want to have a good chat with this friend of mine." "Take your leave too," Leyland told Anna, who was beside him. After extending their salutations, the few maids and the butler left, closing the door behind them. Very soon, there was only Leyland and the old man left in the living room. "All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. Murphy, Level 3 Acolyte. I have been a resident of Extreme Night City for 3 years now." The old man's eyes showed signs of his reminiscing past events. "So then, guest from afar, how about you? Leylin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte and Wandering Magus. I have recently come to Extreme Night City and wish to reside here for several years. Leylin smiled and executed the bow between magi. I detect signs of youth in your body. Being able to advance into Level 2 Acolyte at this age, you have a rather great aptitude. Murphy sighed in admiration. I was just lucky, Leylin demurred. Although the old man's body had degenerated, the energy waves of a Level 3 Acolyte told anyone that it was not good to provoke him. AI chip, initiate scan. Murphy. Strength, 1.5, Agility, 1.4, Vitality, 2.9, Spiritual Force, 2.9, Magical Power, 8, Status, Healthy. Evaluation, Level 3 Acolyte, relatively dangerous. The AI chip faithfully relayed the figures onto Leylin's field of vision. Being a wandering Level 3 Acolyte, Murphy's array of magic spells definitely surpassed Leylin's. Moreover, he would have some extremely difficult to deal with trump cards hidden to protect his life. However, Leylin came with good intentions. From the AI chip's area scan, the number of acolytes residing in Extreme Night City was not high. As for this Murphy, he radiated one of the strongest energy waves. After exchanging several polite greetings, Leylin delved immediately into the main purpose of his visit. So it's like this. I wish to reside permanently in Extreme Night City, and even open an ingredients shop. You know, the procedures are extremely tedious, and I also need a resident to act as my guarantor. So you came here to look for me? Murphy smiled and drank the cup of red tea that was on the table. To be honest, as an ambitious and truth-seeking magus, gold coins and the like should no longer sway us. Although I don't know why you arrived at this conclusion, on a whim perhaps. Or for some other reason. To me, this indeed is a small matter. Coincidentally, I have some friendly relations with the Lord of Extreme Night City. One of his sons is also under my tutelage. Moreover, any city lord will not refuse the request of a mysterious entity. The residential procedures here in Extreme Night City, as well as the shop permit, can all be settled very easily. Murphy guaranteed. Then I must really thank you. Leylin nodded his head. If there are any areas I could help you with, do not hesitate to ask. Although this was said to satisfy the requirements of etiquette, both Leylin and the old man knew that it was mentioned as a mere courtesy. The handling of residential procedures may be difficult to regular humans. However, for a famous scholar like Murphy, it was only a matter of a few words. Even if Leylin wanted to handle these procedures by himself, he would have to spend more time than the old man. For both Murphy and Leylin, this matter was simply a means to establish a basic friendship of convenience between them. Extreme Night City is a peaceful and quiet place. If you wish to have peaceful days, then this place will definitely meet your needs. Later on, I will also introduce you to a few friends of mine. However, there are some set conventional customs that have to be complied with. Don't worry, they are all customary practices. For example, one should not massacre the residents or something like that. I definitely agree. Leylin's coming to Extreme Night City was to avoid the chaos of war and intrigue. Naturally, he would not do anything that would draw attention to himself. Leylin and Murphy then talked about many magi-related questions, from how to stabilize a spell model for advanced levels to some of Murphy's personal adventures. Although Murphy was only a level 3 acolyte, his experience was abundant due to having remained at this level for a long time already. This made Leylin feel that the trip was not in vain. On the other hand, Leylin's vast knowledge and eidetic memory shocked Murphy. Both of them regretted not having met earlier. They even had their lunch together all the way until dusk before Murphy let Leylin leave. When they bade farewell, they even arranged for their next meeting. According to what Murphy said, the magicians in Extreme Night City are all of the acolyte level. As for the few nearby cities, official magi were also extremely rare, making this place very suitable for an acolyte to live in. The inquiries he made today caused Leylin to feel at ease, letting him walk at a slower and a more relaxed pace. Only regarding this case where plants and wood withered is Murphy completely ignorant. After all, he is already quite old and does not wish to take risks. The two street lamps were lit with a dim yellow flame, allowing Lei Lin to see the road ahead. Anna followed quietly behind Lei Lin. Being an outstanding maid, she obviously knew what she had to do, which was not to interrupt Lei Lin while he was deep in thought. After Lei Lin ran through a simulation of his plans one more time, they had both arrived at the inn. Young master. Sir. Old Welker, Greem, and Fraser came forward to receive them. Lei Lin nodded his head. After dinner all of you come to my room. There are many things I want to inform all of you regarding my future plans. Dinner was vegetable salad and mutton soup, followed by huge pieces of dried cookies. After Lei Lin finished and allowed Anna to clean up, the core people among his subordinates went to Lei Lin's room. Lei Lin sat on a chair wrapped in beast hide and quietly listened to their reports. Welker, how was the search for a residence? Young master, Old Welker has already contacted a knight who is preparing to move to Sage Province. He is willing to sell a small manor in Extreme Night City to you. Old Welker reported. Despite being an old man, he was brimming with energy after finding them a new home. Very good, what is the area like? Is the place enough to house all of us? How much is it? Lei Lin asked. Please be at ease, young master. Old Welker, I have gone to the manor and taken a look today. The area was very big and has no problem accommodating 100 people. Moreover, there is even an oil palm forest, a fish pond, and a mill. Knight Victor originally built it according to a baron's standards. He never thought that it would change ownership this quickly. As for the price, Knight Victor has set it at 5,000 gold coins. It's not that expensive, gold coins aren't an issue. Lei Lin twined his fingers. To a Magus, such earthly items as gold coins are insignificant. What they were concerned with were only magic crystals, high-grade ingredients, and the acquisition of remnant ancient knowledge. Lei Lin had high-grade magic crystals of his own. Any one piece would be able to fetch a price far surpassing this amount of gold coins. However, Lei Lin was not prepared to do that. After all, magic crystals were rarer. If he really could not get the gold coins, then he would go borrow some from Murphy in exchange for a few potions, which was not a bad idea at all. Very well. Let's take a look tomorrow. If the price and the area are both suitable, we can sign the contract immediately. Lei Lin nodded his head, saying, also, go walk the streets and scout something for me. Recently, the herbs available in Extreme Night City have decreased. There will definitely be many small-sized shops that can no longer manage and are about to close down. Go and look into them first. Forgive me for asking, but young master, are you thinking of opening a herb shop? The permit for doing such business has rather strict requirements, Feiern said. Regarding that, none of you have to worry. I have already made arrangements. The permit will be here in a few days. Hearing this, Feiern and Old Welker were dazed. To be able to guarantee such a thing quite easily, Lei Lin's identity as a noble had already been confirmed. In Poolfield Kingdom, the nobility represents progress and hope. With this in mind, their gazes towards Lei Lin became more fervent. Feiern silently clenched his fists. Being one of the few who could look ahead, he naturally knew that he could not work as a mercenary for much longer. Most of the mercenaries carried a lot of injuries and scars with to their graves, knowing little enjoyment in their typically short lives. However, getting hired by this Sir Lei Lin as his private army could be the fastest way out of the trade. Chapter 58, A Banquet. A banquet. The brilliant rays of the sun lit up the path with a golden light. Walking on it was like walking on a golden, paved road. Today Lei Lin had especially changed into formal ceremonial attire. He had Greem personally drive the horse carriage to Murphy's villa. Similarly, Murphy also wore formal attire and carried a black cane as he waited. After seeing Lei Lin, his wrinkled face revealed a joyous expression. Welcome, my friend. My apologies for being a little late. Lei Lin opened the window and said. The agreed time isn't up yet, I just deliberately got out earlier. Murphy got into the horse carriage with the help of his servant. With the crack of the whip, Greem drove the horse carriage towards the center of the city. City Lord's banquet is to be held today. He invited you too. After all, as the owner, he has developed a curiosity for any guest with strength. Murphy left his sentence hanging. That's understandable. Ley-Lin answered. As someone who has control over a city, seeking Ley-Lin out only after so many days since he had entered the city was somewhat surprising. Are you somewhat bored? Murphy noticed Ley-Lin's indifference. To be honest, I am not adept at these kinds of social interaction. Given a choice, I'd rather stay inside my experiment lab. Ley-Lin smiled wryly. Huh, Murphy let off a benign laugh. I felt exactly the same way when I was younger. However, you must learn to enjoy life, young man. Compared to tasteless experiments, delicacies and fervent, unrestrained women can sometimes lead you towards excitement. Ley-Lin nodded his head. This was actually the difference between retired magicians and newly advanced ones. Murphy has no way of advancing in the path of a Magus anymore, so he could only divert his enthusiasm towards other areas. As for Ley-Lin, he still had a lot of options, so he naturally would make use of the time to cultivate, not waste it on such mundane matters. Brighten up, kid. There are several comrades I will introduce you to. Murphy smiled lightly. Could they be? Ley-Lin's eyes flashed. Indeed. They are acolytes like us, and they are all younger than me. You would have some common interests to talk about. I'm starting to look forward to this banquet now. Ley-Lin's lips curled up and smiled. The city lord's castle was in the heart of Extreme Night City. Standing guard around it were 2 rows of fully equipped black armored arms men. Those are the Black Iron Guards of Extreme Night City's lord, Viscount Jackson. They once defeated a 500-man army troop with roughly 100 men. After alighting the horse carriage, Murphy introduced Ley-Lin. Ley-Lin looked around. There were several other horse carriages in the vicinity. From time to time, gentlemen in lavish attire and ladies in low-cut ball gowns got down. Murphy appeared to have quite a reputation amongst this circle of nobles based on the exuberant greetings Murphy happily responded to. They even chatted for a while before moving on. Upon seeing Murphy, the guard at the door ran in immediately. Not long after, an extremely loud voice boomed from within. Murphy, my friend. You have finally arrived. Accompanying the voice, a burly middle-aged man walked out of the castle. The nobles and troops around respectfully greeted him. This apparently was Viscount Jackson of Extreme Night City. Ley-Lin's height in the South Coast area was considered average, but this Viscount Jackson was actually taller than him by 2 heads. He had the classic Western features and an extremely wide forehead. He even had extremely long sideburns. Jackson gave Murphy a firm hug. Little Jackson has always been asking about you. I too miss that cute fellow. He is one of the smartest amongst all my students. Murphy said. This is a good friend of mine from far away, Sire Ley-Lin Farlier. Murphy introduced Ley-Lin to Viscount Jackson. Extreme Night City welcomes you. Jackson sized up Ley-Lin, and opened his broad shoulders, giving Ley-Lin a hug. Ley-Lin's smile was somewhat stiff, which he quickly concealed. Right at that moment, he was completely distracted by the stats shown by the AI chip. Jackson. Strength, 7.9, Agility, 4.5, Vitality, 6.3, Spiritual Force, 3.5. State, healthy. This human is deemed as dangerous. It is strongly suggested that the host maintain a distance of 50 meters from this person. These stats can only belong to a Grand Knight. Ley-Lin's pupils shrank. The vitality of Grand Knights is extremely high. And, after constant activation and stimulation of their internal life energy, they have surpassed the bottleneck that held back most humans. Moreover, they have also developed a slight resistance to rank 0 spells. Ley-Lin recalled a description he had read before. Very well. You should be a knight too, right? Lord Jackson was slightly astonished by Ley-Lin's strength, and he looked upon Ley-Lin now in a friendlier light. I only recently advanced, and am nowhere close to you. Ley-Lin said humbly and ordered the AI chip. AI chip. Show me a simulation if I were to fight against this city Lord Jackson. Beep. Establishing parameters, inputting data, simulating battle scenario, predicting outcome. A large light screen flashed continuously, and the results: battle simulation complete. 50 meters and beyond, host win rate is 89.8%. Between 20 to 50 meters, host win rate is 58.7%. Below 20 meters, host win rate is 33.9%. As expected, the physical power of Grand Knights is extremely astounding. They are capable of closing the distance before a magician can cast a spell. If magicians do not try to stay out of range, they would be on the short end of the stick. Leyland's expression did not change as he walked together with Murphy into the castle's hall. It was obvious that the large hall had been decorated for the occasion. The marbled floor was so smooth that it reflected the figures of people walking around on it. A huge golden chandelier hung from the center of the large hall. It was densely packed with lighted candles that shone through the surrounding colored crystals, letting out a colorful light. At the side of this huge hall was an orchestra of musicians wearing swallowtail coats and performing a slow, enjoyable tune. The area filled with long tables covered in white cloth. On these tables were gold and silver platters with various fruits and barbecued meat. On the side, there were even flasks and silver flagons, which emitted the strong aroma of wine. Right in the center was a huge open space where many of the nobility were waltzing to the music. It seems like a ball with a buffet on the side. Leyland nodded his head. Go enjoy yourself. I'll have to say hello to a few old friends. Murphy said to Leyland. Please do. Leyland gestured with his head in assent. He then picked up a cup of grape wine and sat on a nearby sofa. Not long after, he spotted Murphy together with a number of coquettish women in revealing outfits. They even entered a small side room, which made him rather speechless. He's so old and he still wants to pretend to be rather strong, can he even make it? Do you mind if I sit beside you? Just as Leyland was thinking such indecent thoughts, an elegant voice sounded beside him. Leyland raised his head and saw a young lady wearing a purple gown. She had a head of golden hair that fell to her shoulders like a waterfall, even her skin was a milky white. Looking around, Leyland discovered that there was no one else near him. Leyland was quite good-looking and kept himself well-groomed, which naturally attracted a few young ladies. Of course, I don't mind. Leyland smiled lightly and chatted happily with the young lady. To him, the combination of his memories from a previous life and the memories of this body's previous owner made making a little girl happy an easy task. Not long after, the young lady was completely enraptured by Leyland's made-up stories. Haha, haha, running naked on the street. He actually did that? The young lady completely lost her earlier elegance, she laughed almost uproariously without much of her former delicate demeanor. This drew a lot of curious stares from the people close by. Sorry to interrupt you, Leyland. However, our friends are here. Murphy, followed closely by several noble women with whom he had just tangled violently, walked over. Surprisingly, his attire was still extremely neat and tidy, which left Leyland rather shocked. All right, I have to go. Leyland made a helpless gesture and rose from the sofa. This, sir. After talking for so long, I haven't asked for your name yet. The young lady slapped her forehead. Leyland Farlier, just call me Leyland. I'm Alicia, my house is located at Cecilia Main Street, 34. You're welcome to come over to play anytime. Ha, I never thought that you might be so sought after by ladies, huh? After the both of them left, Murphy made fun of Leyland. It's only a young lady who likes to listen to stories. Have they arrived? Leyland asked. They're all here, followed me. Murphy said, and brought Leyland to a small room beside the dance hall. There were several acolytes already waiting in the room. Leyland could sense that their energy waves made them either level 1 or level 2 acolytes. Murphy obviously had the highest standing in this circle. When he entered, the acolytes all stood up to receive him. All right. Murphy swept his gaze around, let me introduce all of you to a new comrade. Leyland, he came from the west. After Leyland's self-introduction was over, he could not help but ask Murphy, would a gathering like this cause an issue? No worries, Jackson has reared some beast men and their noses are more sensitive than a dog's. He already knew of our identities long ago. It's just that all of us do not mention it explicitly. An acolyte with acne spoke, picking up a silver flagon and drinking from it from time to time. Oh. Mayflower, my Mayflower. At this moment, a guy's heavy panting sounded. Oh. Baby. So hot, so good. A woman's murmuring groans followed soon after. It seems like there was a couple in ardent passion in the room next door. Black lines formed on Murphy's face. He promptly swung his hand and a faint energy membrane enveloped the room, isolating the noise of the outside world. This is an accident, an accident. His old face actually reflected his embarrassment. Lei Lin wanted to faint, and there was a voice that repeatedly echoed in his mind. All right. I really shouldn't harbor any hope toward this group of acolytes. They are all just a bunch of trash that has completely lost their motivation and prudence. Chapter 59, Recording. Of course, on the surface, Lei Lin continued to pretend that he was naive as he began to converse in a friendly and amicable manner with this group of acolytes. After the ball ended, the various horse carriages from different families set off. In a secret chamber within the city lord's castle, the Viscount Jackson that Lei Lin saw today was talking to his subordinate. Is it confirmed? I have detected the smell of a mysterious entity on his body. It has also been confirmed that he is extremely young. The person who replied was draped in black robes, tufts of yellow fur could be glimpsed growing on his face. He is different from those befuddled acolytes. I do not think he will be retiring at such a young age. No matter if he is hiding from enemies or is concealing some other motive, his appearance is not good news for us. A worried expression flickered through Jackson's steely face. Please pardon my forthrightness. Although we are able to deal with a mysterious entity right now, if we draw the ire of the rest of them, then whatever gains we achieve would not make up for the losses we may incur. The half-beast man said slowly. Indeed. Jackson became quiet for some time before giving out an order: do not incur the wrath of the other party, but never let him out of your sight. Ever since the ball, Lei Lin's agenda progressed extremely quickly. First, he borrowed 4,500 gold coins from Murphy to buy the villa. Afterward, through the search done by old Welker, Lei Lin chose a medicine shop that was about to close down but had a good geographic position. He took over it and obtained the shop permit. With the unexpected enthusiastic help from the city lord's castle, many procedures were actually settled in a matter of days. Of course, Lei Lin discovered a few spies loitering around the medicine shop and the villa. However, these secretive parties exercised restraint against Lei Lin, and only made basic surveillance measures, not insinuating their influence onto Lei Lin's people. So, Lei Lin was not too bothered by their presence either. Through Murphy, he hired a few pharmacists. Once the minimum standards for managing the medicine shop were met, he then completely handed over the reins to his core personnel and buried himself in his magic experiments. After some renovation, the knight's villa looked even newer than when it was brand new. Previously, the knight stayed in a 3-story high, white brick loft. Now, Lei Lin chose the few really big rooms for his private use. The largest of these was used as his bedroom, while the rooms on both sides served as a study room and an experiment lab. After putting in place a few detection spells he had learned at Abyssal Bone Forest Academy as an early warning grid, he passed down strict orders to his subordinates that without his order, no one was access to these rooms. As for Grimm and Fraser, they were posted near the master bedroom, as guards. Fayern and other mercenaries were all given guard duty that rotated between the villa and the medicine shop. Lei Lin also gave out notices that serious and hard-working people may purchase small tracts of land on his property, and 3 years later, permanent residence being a possibility for qualified persons or families. This was a very strong motivation for normal mercenaries and farmers. Occasionally, Lei Lin looked through the windows and saw the hard-working serious mercenaries and farmers at work. Because he always stayed at the villa, apart from the occasional visit to Murphy's place, he rarely even went to the medicine shop. The rumors that were slowly spreading outside gained Lei Lin the reputation of a benevolent yet lazy villa owner. Young master. The people from the medicine shop are here. Anna's voice traveled through the door. Let them drop off the items in the living room and get Grimm to move them to the experiment lab. Lei-Lin used his fingers to tap on the window pane, letting off a dull thudding noise. Your wish is my command. The voice very soon was replaced with noises of things being moved about. A dozen minutes later, Lei-Lin came to the experiment lab. Right now, the originally spacious experiment was littered with crates and a few wooden long tables. There were no windows in the room, and only a chandelier hung from the ceiling emitting a dim glow. Young master. According to your orders, the medicine shop has acquired for you every type of herb that can be found in the market. Anna lifted her dress and curtsied. She turned around and opened a red wooden crate revealing stacks of tied roots and stems, as well as many other herbs of indeterminate quantity and type. On the side of each stack or bundle was stuck a yellow paper note indicating the names of these herbs. Also, these are all the formulas that normal pharmacists own. They are only to normal humans. Anna handed over yet another stack of dark yellow parchment notes. Lei-Lin's eyes skimmed over these and placed the list on one of the long tables. All of you may leave. Anna, stay behind. Lei-Lin waved towards Greem and his assistants. Greem bowed and strode through the large heavy door, closing it behind him. With a huge clang, the experiment lab's lighting turned even dimmer. Lei-Lin's brows furrowed. He took out a white-colored rock from his sack. He then pressed his fingers lightly on the rock and a layer of bright white light radiated from it. This was a sunlight rock. It is an item that magicians normally use during their travels. Slight radiation energy is contained in it that can let out a bright light for a prolonged period of time. However, this radiation was extremely small and could only be used for illumination. This is much brighter than before. Lei-Lin was very satisfied as he looked at his well-lit surroundings. He then said to Anna, store the herbs well, and arrange them in an orderly fashion on the experiment table. Yes. Anna hurried with her task. Lei-Lin casually picked up a purple-colored fruit. This fruit was the size of a thumb. It had lost all the water contained on its surface, thus its wrinkly exterior. Its weight was extremely light too. According to the medicine books delivered yesterday, this is the water fruit, a type of fruit that grows in swamps. Lei-Lin placed a finger on the surface of the fruit, AI chip. Extract data and save it in your databanks. Right now he no longer had to ingest the herbs. He could determine their medicinal properties with a mere touch. Beep. Data extraction in progress. In Lei-Lin's field of vision, the AI chip overlaid a light blue screen, with many numbers and figures that changed constantly. Name, water fruit. The area produced, swamps. Uses, mild poisonous properties with a numbing effect. Data stored. The AI chip's voice intoned before a second had gone by. Very good. Again. Lei-Lin picked up another dried stem. This was one of the reasons why Lei-Lin had opened a medicine shop. Through his years of being an apprentice under Croft, he recorded almost all the herbs used by potioneering masters, storing it into the AI chip's databanks. However, those were special ingredients used by the Magi. As for herbs used by normal people, the AI chip had no record of them. He now had to fill these missing bits of information. Moreover, Lei-Lin obtained 2 ancient potion formulas from his mentor and wanted to find substitutes for them. This could only be accomplished through innumerable experimentation and the consumption of huge amounts of precious and rare herbs. Even if Lei-Lin had the AI chip, he could not get around this step in the process. With such a vast undertaking, Lei-Lin could see no end to the task at hand even if he expended all his magic crystals. However, if some ingredients could be substituted with herbs used by normal humans, he could economize by a huge margin. Although this might just be a daydream, the advantage was the potential savings a successful substitution promised. No matter how many experiments, it would still be considered a favorable exchange. Thus, by utilizing the terrifying processing capabilities of the AI chip, there is a glimmer of hope. Lei-Lin's gaze was resolute. Anyway, no matter how many ingredients I consume, they are just ingredients used by normal humans. I only need to spend some gold coins to be able to buy them again. This is much better than spending magic crystals. As for the investigation he commissioned, it had long since been tossed to the back of Leyland's mind. After all, there were still 2 odd years of time, and as long as he fully carried it out within these 2 years, his mission would be counted as accomplished. Even if the mission were to fail, because Croft was his teacher, the worst punishment would be a fine a few magic crystals. Hence, Leyland was not the least bit worried. Time slowly passed, and the experiment lab became quiet. There were only the occasional scraping noises Anna made when placing herbs on the table. 2 days later, only Leyland remained in the lab. His face had a happy glow to it. 3,217 types of herbs successfully stored in the databank. Would you like to create a separate folder? The AI chip's voice intoned. No. Combine them with the earlier record we made of some normal ingredients, establish a folder using the name, Compendium of Ordinary Ingredients. Leyland ordered. Folder created, transferring relevant simulation models into the databank. Alright, next will be an analysis of the various combinations of medicinal properties. This is a huge project. Even with the simulation I must still carry out experiments to verify the actual data and increase the probability of getting the results I desire. Leyland thought. Young master, it's time for dinner. Anna's muted voice sounded through the door. Okay, I'm coming out. When it was time to work, he worked, and when it was time to rest, he rested. This was his principle for living. He would seldom do things like neglect food and rest to conduct more experiments, unlike other magicians. To him, along the path of pursuing truth, appropriate rest was allowed. Leyland smiled and tidied up the experiment table before leaving the lab. When I am conducting important experiments, I will hang a sign on the door. At that time, do not interrupt me no matter how many days I stay inside. Do you understand? Leyland told Anna, who was serving him. I'll do as you bid, young master. And what's for dinner? Leyland walked towards one side of the room. Although many masters practiced eating some meals together with their subordinates, this did not fit the customs of the Magi. So Leyland ate alone most of the time. Several plates of food covered with hemispherical cloche tableware were arranged on a serving platter and placed on a small, round and white-colored table. It's veal with purple vegetable soup and apple strawberry pie. Anna said lightly, lifted the cover. A strong appetizing aroma permeated the air. Not bad. Leyland nodded his head as he let Anna place a napkin around his neck. He picked up the knife and dinner fork and began to eat. Also, remember to remind me tomorrow to set aside an hour of my time every day for night training. Leyland said to Anna, having suddenly recalled something. He had already ignited his internal life energy. As a knight, he only needed to train some more to get his various stats above 3. Although Leyland planned to walk the path of a Magus, he had nothing to lose by increasing his stats. Chapter 60, Hove Violet Leaves. Hove Violet Leaves. The cold winter breeze was blowing and a bone-piercing chill permeated the air. On a small field, Leyland was practicing his crossblade techniques while half-naked. The muscles on his chest had become more defined. Although not very prominent, they were very robust, exuding a sense of vitality. Forward. Uppercut. Pierce. Every move was a flawless, textbook-perfect execution. After Leyland finished his training, Anna, who was observing from the side, hurriedly ran forward and handed him a white towel. Leyland dried his sweat and called his stats onto his visual field. Leyland Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte, Knight. Strength, 3.1, Agility, 3.3, Vitality, 3.2, Spiritual Force, 4.7, Magical Power, 4.0. Status, Healthy. AI chip, what is the progress from today's training? Assessment in progress. Host's internal life energy has been raised to the maximum, further increase is not possible at the moment. The AI chip's voice intoned. This day has finally arrived. Leyland exclaimed, being able to maximize these stats was already good enough. Even if I were to spend more time, I will not necessarily gain anything more. From now on his night training could be put on hold. After all, I just need to practice my blade skills in the future, so they don't get rusty. With the AI chip, this is no challenge at all. After the early morning night training ended, Lei Lin took a brief respite and waited until he was fully recovered before burying his head in more experiments. Within the lab, Lei Lin placed a violet leaf into a beaker and added to it one spatula of a green-black, ink-like solution. He then lit a flame underneath the beaker. The bright yellow fire continuously licked the bottom of the beaker, and purple bubbles began to froth. AI chip. Record this down. Test 145, items of substitution, whole violet leaves, Ninuo root. Record complete. The AI chip's voice intoned as it recorded in detail the various medicinal properties and reactions obtained through the experiment. In this span of time, Lei Lin had already conducted more than 100 experiments and made use of the AI chip simulation feature over tens of thousands of times. This is the moment. I have a very strong premonition that it'll be successful this time. As he murmured to himself, Lei Lin glanced at the volatile, green, and purple-colored mixture. Using normal human herbs as ingredients to synthesize the medicinal properties of magic herbs just seemed to be a fantasy, besides there were countless hurdles to overcome. Although these experiments required ingredients that could be bought with gold coins, some magic ingredients were still needed to catalyze certain aspects of the experiment. These were all magic ingredients that Lei Lin had acquired from the Magus market. He had now almost used up all of them all. Without the AI chip simulating a large proportion of his experiments, Lei Lin's rate of consumption would far outstrip his current rate. Synthesizing a few important ingredients could already dry up Lei Lin's resources. Crash. The violet leaf in the beaker completely dissolved and the green-colored liquid became more translucent. This is it. Lei Lin's eyes widened. He picked up a glass rod and stirred in a counterclockwise direction at the same time extending a thread of spiritual force carefully into the contents of the beaker through the glass rod. As the seconds became minutes, Lei Lin's face grew more and more solemn. A few beads of sweat even began to form on his forehead. Ding ling ling. A crisp ringing sounded from the beaker. At the heart of the faint green liquid, many black worm-like dots appeared and began continuously extending themselves in all directions. Lei Lin's expression did not change and his hands were as quick as a phantom, as he took a red-colored pearl, lying on a petri dish nearby, and added it to the ongoing reaction. Pi pa. As the pearl was tossed inside, the black dots in the beaker quickly retreated and the faint green liquid became fainter and fainter, completely turning transparent. Beep. Azure potion main ingredient substitution succeeded. Assessed as capable of standing in for 45.8% of the main ingredient's medicinal properties. This prompt was extremely pleasing to Lei Lin's ears. After combining several conjectures into tens of thousands of the AI chip simulations, I have finally succeeded. A corner of Lei Lin's lips quirked up into a smile and he clenched his fist tightly. At the same time, Lei Lin deeply lamented about the fact even though he was a potioneering master, it was difficult to modify formulas. He had the original formula, and the AI chip to run simulations for him. This saved a lot of time and ingredients. Even so, he took this long to successfully modify the formula. Instead, if it was his senior Merlin, he might not even be able to afford the cost of the ingredients, and that also. True for the powerful family that supported him behind the scenes. Squandering precious ingredients for a gamble with a chance of less than 1 in 10,000 was simply illogical to the typical Magus. Moreover, during the process of experimentation, each failure would be an agonizing psychological burn that would singe the psyche of a potioneering master, day and night. If one could actually change the formula, then that would be out of pure luck, even for potioneering grandmasters who had abundant experiences and skill. However, once the formula was changed, it would lead to huge profits, especially for a potion that could raise spiritual force. AI chip. If I were to substitute the original ingredients, how much will the retained effect be? Comparison in progress. Databank information is insufficient. Establishing conjecture. Simulating, beep. The new formula will retain roughly 35.4% of the original's effectiveness. This is on the low side, but I have no choice. The substituted ingredients are mainly normal ones even commoners can obtain. Quantity can compensate whatever is lacking in quality. Ley-Lin analyzed the pros and cons of the new Azure potion. Based on this, the price could be in excess of 100,000 magic crystals. A pity, this formula was achieved with my current stats. For other people, the effect would be extremely hard to predict. Moreover, the procedures are extremely complicated and some steps are impossible to do without the AI chip. Other potioneering masters will definitely fail many times when brewing this potion. In fact, it was clear to Ley-Lin that even if he became an official Magus, once others became aware of this formula, he would not be able to hold on to it. After all, the ingredients for this new spiritual force formula could be bought in mass amounts. It would be game-changing for the lower levels of the various academies and factions. None of them would willingly let go of such an opportunity. After making up his mind, he burned the formula completely into his memory. The potions he would brew would only be for personal consumption. Ley-Lin then tidied up all traces of his experiments, before stepping through the door of the experiment lab. Young Master. Anna, who was dozing on a chair nearby, got up in a hurry. Housekeeper Welker has been looking for you for 2 hours. There appears to be some crisis at the medicine shop. Oh. Let him come to my study after dinner. Ley-Lin took off the soiled, sterile robe designed especially for his experiments and changed into more casual soft clothing. Apart from Welker, are there any other recent incidents? Ley-Lin lounged on a nearby sofa. On the table beside it were purple grape-like fruits and some red berries, which Ley-Lin usually liked to eat. Knight Fraser came over earlier and said that the reward mission you commissioned has some developments. Although Ley-Lin did not give a high priority to the Academy's mission, some superficial work still had to be done. He, thus, issued a mission notice to the mercenaries and adventurers of Extreme Night City to scout the situation within the depths of the Dark Night Woods, the reward being 1,000 gold pieces. It seems that the mission notice was beginning to bear fruit. After dinner, Ley-Lin received Old Welker and Fraser in his study. Fraser wore leather armor and was as robust as ever. As for Old Welker, he looked careworn and his body had hunched over. Old Welker bowed towards Ley-Lin. Respected young master, our earnings from the medicine shop this month is. No need for that. Ley-Lin leaned against the study table behind him and waved his hands interrupting Old Welker's speech, passed down instructions to buy all whole violet leaves, Nino roots, and 3 flowered snake fruits. Then young master, how many of them are we buying? All. All. Old Welker raised his head and looked at Ley-Lin in astonishment. That's right. The 3 ingredients that I've stated, you must buy all of them in the market, and store them at the villa. Ley-Lin remained indifferent as he said this. But, may I remind the young master, the medicine shop business is not doing well. Together with the herbs that young master purchased from time to time, our balance books right now are already in a precarious state. If not for the villa forking out gold coins all the time, the shop would have been bankrupt by now. This was something, though, that Old Welker did not dare to voice out, so he kept it to himself. I know that, but you must remember this. If the gold coins are not sufficient, you may take more from Anna. These purchases must not be discontinued. These are my standing orders. Ley-Lin steepled his fingers. Although he was approximately 15 years old, he could apparently impose his will. All right. I got it. A layer of cold sweat beaded Old Welker's forehead. He immediately bowed, then left. He was not the same as Anna and the 3 men who were aware of Ley-Lin's identity. It was only natural that he was a little apprehensive about the way Ley-Lin handled financial matters. However, for Ley-Lin, the only reason he set up a household was to serve his own purposes and to help him with miscellaneous tasks such as the collection of ingredients. So the loss of some gold coins was no big deal. Anything and everything was to pave the way for his progress to become a Magus. Everything else was a nuisance. Although I have walked the path of a Magus, it is just to obtain freedom and a worry-free life. It is a pity, though, that my current strength is far from enough. Ley-Lin sighed deeply. He appeared to have become a person of consequence within Extreme Night City, largely owing to his having a villa and servants. However, for Magi, such things were illusory soap bubbles that could completely vanish with a gentle tap. The collateral damage of a battle between any two official magi would definitely be a deadly situation for the current Lei Lin. What was the point of fleeting comfort when life or death was not entirely guaranteed? More importantly, if the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was totally defeated, then Sage Gotham's hut would perhaps classify all of the faculty and students of the academy as fugitives. I would have to abandon everything and flee. In this chaotic era, only one's own strength can ensure freedom. Chapter 61, Bray Canyon. Bray Canyon. After old Welker left, only Lei Lin and Fraser remained in the room. The knight knew of Lei Lin's status as a magician, so Lei Lin's attitude was a little more lax too. Half lying on the recliner, Lei Lin's eyes squinted. What is the update on the Withering Woods? Fraser lowered his head to signify his respect, as he said, Respected young master, according to your orders, I sent many scouts out to reconnoiter the Withering Woods. At the price of 1 dead and 2 seriously injured, I finally uncovered some clues. Recent events at the Withering Woods had led to a direct decrease in herb harvesting. As of this moment, several huge factions had also sent scouts with the same intent. But even after having sent many scouts, they were all ambushed. According to a few eyewitnesses, they had suffered from some ridiculous attacks from a black entity within the woods. So far, it was only known that that entity was an extremely swift monster. Apart from that description, nothing else was known. Go on. Lei Lin's voice was extremely calm. One bandit was finally able to see clearly what that monster looked like, during one of its ambushes. This is the sketch he drew. The knight handed over a sketch to Lei Lin. Lei Lin took a look. On the sketch paper was a kind of four-legged, snake-like creature. Its body was littered with scales, it had a forked tongue, and on its crown was a small horn. What else did the bandit say? Lei Lin asked. He said that this creature was about 2 meters in length. Its whole body was a yellowish-brown and it was extremely fast. Fraser added. It had such an appearance. Lei Lin said as hurriedly recalled an illustrated handbook of unusual creatures he had seen back at the academy. It's rather similar to the blue lizard, but the color is not right. It also appears to be similar to a snake type. However, the fact that a few scouts were able to escape shows that this creature is not very dangerous. A level 2 acolyte should be able to deal with it. Lei Lin calmed down. At the moment, though, he still did not have any intention of settling this personally. Apart from the potion experiments entering a crucial stage, the Withering Woods event had not been investigated fully. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lei Lin would not risk his life for unknown dangers. Pass these orders down. No matter who, as long as they can capture or slay this creature, I will reward them with 2,000 gold pieces. Also, any materials from the creature, be it scales, blood, skin or horn, I will give an additional 200 gold pieces for them. Lei Lin said blandly. Yes, my lord, allow me to issue these mission orders. Fraser bowed. Go. Lei Lin waved his hands. Fraser bowed again before striding off. 3 days later, east of Extreme Night City, in a small canyon. Lei Lin wore black robes and walked on the mountainous path along the canyon. Against a person like him with all of the stats above 3, these obstructions were not an issue at all. He trotted on as if taking a leisurely walk in his backyard. Behind him followed an armored Green, who also wore a mask with his helmet to conceal his appearance. We're here. Bray Canyon Market. Lei Lin said softly as he felt the energy waves fluctuating in the vicinity. This market was on the map that Bicky had given to Lei Lin. It was situated close to Extreme Night City and served as a resource exchange point. Previously when Lei Lin chose the mission, part of his intent was to visit this market. Halt! A girl's voice rang. Lei Lin turned towards the direction of the voice. He discovered a little girl, riding a mountain goat, moving towards them. The mountain goat's 4 hooves skipped and hopped along the cliff. It actually moved very quickly, reaching Lei Lin's side in a few moments. You are a magician. The little girl sized up Lei Lin and asked indifferently. Yes, I am a wandering magician. I wish to enter the market. This is my servant. Lei Lin pointed to Green behind him. This servant's strength has already reached that of a knight's. You're strong. The little girl gave a thumbs up. The fee is 1 magic crystal each for you and your servant. If you think that's expensive, then he can wait outside. No need for that. Lei Lin took out 2 magic crystals and handed it over to the girl. I wish to know where in this canyon I can obtain the latest information. Lei Lin asked casually. You're new here, aren't you? In here, I have the most updated news. The little girl smugly tilted her head up and her face had an expression that said, you may beg me for it. Lei Lin was rather speechless. From the AI chip scan, this little girl was a level 3 acolyte. Her strength was actually higher than Murphy's. She was definitely no longer a youth, appearances aside. It was hard to figure out why she maintained the countenance of a child. Could this respected guardian tell me what the price would be in order to obtain some news? Lei Lin bowed slightly. You are rather pleasing to my eyes, so 1 news item in return for 1 magic crystal. The little girl put on an expression that looked as if she thought highly of Lei Lin. All right then. Lei Lin smiled wryly and handed over a magic crystal. What is the progress of the war at Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? Recently, magicians who bought news from me have also inquired about this. The little girl scratched her head. According to the latest updates from yesterday, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy still persists due to their reliance on their magic spell formation. Acolyte fatalities have not been low, however. Upon saying this, the little girl murmured, calm down. Calm down. The war's conflagration will not extend to here. There aren't even that many reliable resource points in this place, so how can it attract the attention of the academies? Only acolytes might come here occasionally. I know that. Then do you know the reason for this war? Lei Lin handed yet another magic crystal. The little girl hurriedly took it. Who knows? It seemed to be for a scepter or some jewel. So it's like this. Lei Lin nodded his head, indicating he had nothing more to ask. Young man, I hope you find what you need in this canyon, without any problems. The little girl waved her hands and patted the goat she rode. It resumed its hopping, and very soon they disappeared from his sight and into the canyon. Let us also go in. Lei Lin said to Green behind him. Coming to the canyon this time, Lei Lin was on an extremely tight schedule. A number of his experiments have reached a crucial stage. The modified Azure Potion formula was also nearing completion. It was a pity that some of the magic ingredients he stockpiled before had been depleted. He, thus, had no choice but to venture from his home. Soon. I only need to complete the supplementary ingredients, and then begin to try brewing the Azure Potion. By then my spiritual force, which has been slowly increasing, will receive a huge boost. Lei Lin's eyes seemed to glow with fire. Following the narrow route along the precipice, Lei Lin carefully entered the depths of the ravine. In this resource exchange point, the stores were all set up within the holes that dotted the cliff, a little like the caves of primitive men. Lei Lin walked into a potions shop called Langford's Potions. The cave was extremely dark, only a few rocks radiating green light illuminated it. These rocks seemingly made every item inside the cave emanate a green glow, making the scene look extremely gloomy. He. What do you want? A dark and sorrowful laughter could be heard. From behind the counter, an old dwarf walked out. His face was full of wrinkles, was bald, and most of his teeth had fallen off too. I require 20 standard servings each of tendril leaves, water crystal fruits and dragon-eyed grapeseed. Lei Lin enunciated slowly. Oh. The old dwarf stood rooted to the floor, not moving. These are all potion ingredients and their prices will not be ordinary. Are you a potioneering master? That does not seem to concern you in any way. Lei Lin's brows furrowed. This old geezer's attitude made him rather displeased. Young man. Could it be that no one taught you to respect the elderly? The dwarf geezer smiled and the pupils of his eyes seemed to swirl continuously. Warning. Warning. The target's body is radiating magical energy waves. The AI chip's alert sounded. Green, who was behind Lei Lin, fell without making a sound. Damn it. Lei Lin cursed. A few acolytes and even official magi, because of getting injured while advancing or due to being contaminated by radiation from experimenting, caused them to become mentally unstable. They often exhibited craziness. Obviously, Lei Lin met one such today. According to the AI chip scan, the dwarf opposite him was a level 2 acolyte, but his spiritual force was much higher than Leyland's. The magical power in Leyland's body circulated, allowing him to escape from the old geezer's spell, an illusionary spell. Doesn't seem like it. It should be some passive spell if it's like this. Leyland's robes shook, and a fire-red potion was now in his hands. His whole body let off a very dangerous feeling. Ha ha ha, just like this. Just like this. Death is beautiful, and is descending upon us soon. The dwarf geezer laughed manically and danced in joy. This person has gone completely crazy. Lei Lin got ready to throw the explosive potion in his hands, and to find an escape route. He did not want to engage in a broil with a madman without cause nor reason. Besides, winning will not net him any gains. That's enough, Langford. Just when the dwarf geezer was preparing another spell, a voice traveled over. It was the guardian, the voice of the little girl who rode the mountain goat. Marissa. I've had enough of you. The dwarf geezer howled loudly, and he made an incantation. Black-colored smoke congealed in his hands, forming a massive black ball. The surrounding shelves that held various ingredients were on the verge of collapse under the energy waves emitted by the black ball. Damn it. Langford's time is here again. Which one of you can help me? The little girl's voice traveled over again, this time sounding rather exasperated. Foos. Ocker. Two extremely short incantations traveled over and gave Lei Lin a shock. They're all level 3 acolytes. I heard that not only can the spiritual force of level 3 acolytes support a few rank 0 spells, they have also grasped the technique of phrase casting, which shortens incantations to a few syllables, achieving near instantaneous casting. After the few syllables were cast, many green vines appeared within the cave. Some of the huge vines held Langford's hands and feet together. Langford roared continuously. He prepared to toss the black-colored smoke ball out. At that moment, a red-colored arrow ripped through the air and flew directly at the heart of the ball. Asterisk poof. Asterisk the surroundings let off a light ring as the black smoke and the red arrow continued to counteract each other before finally disappearing into nothingness. A positive energy arrow. Leyland's pupils contracted, the level 3 acolyte who struck from the outside, no matter their battle ability or spell comprehension, they have far surpassed me. Chapter 62, Modified Potion. Modified Potion. What are you guys doing? Put me down quickly. At this moment, Langford, who was trapped, transformed rapidly. The maniacal look on his face vanished, and his eyes showed sanity. The originally bald head had grown a large amount of green hair that quickly extended to his ankles. Look, his hair is already growing, it seems like he has regained his sanity. The little girl's voice rang out and the green vines were retracted. Langford. You actually did not master anticipating when your episodes of insanity would trigger. You even broke the rules of the canyon by startling our customer. You better obtain our guest's forgiveness. Otherwise, you will be chased out of this place. Two voices gradually left, and Lei Lin did not see the other two level 3 acolytes, even after the battle had ended. Moreover, even the interior of the cave remained unharmed. Upon noticing that something was amiss, the dwarf hurriedly bowed before Lei Lin. My apologies, sir. Due to some mental strain, there are times when I'm unable to control myself. I hope you will allow me to make amends for the inconvenience I caused. Langford was a little dispirited. Earlier I really thought I had the timing down. Alas, I never anticipated that it would flare up more often than before. Who knows if I really have to move out. Lei Lin too did not know how to react in this situation. He could only say, then please wake my servant up. Also, hurry and bring the ingredients I requested. Of course. The dwarf geezer dragged his long shaggy hair and stood in front of Greem. He lifted Greem's eyelid to have a look. Your servant has only fainted temporarily. He will recover after a short rest. He then took some brown-colored powder from his robes and made Greem swallow them. Not long after, the burly fellow woke up. Langford then brought out a small box and handed it to Lei Lin, to compensate for your trouble. Furthermore, I can give you a 50% discount. Lei Lin was a little speechless, but he still handed the magic crystals to the geezer and gave the box to Greem for him to carry before he bade farewell. As they said their goodbyes, Langford bowed deeply again. If you still wish to trade with me, please remember, only when my hair has grown past my ankle, will I be in a period of sanity. The rest of the time, avoid me for the time being. Lei Lin nodded his head and left the canyon with Greem. Originally, he was in a mood to browse around. However, after this incident, he had completely lost interest. Who knew if there were other crazy people in this canyon? The path of a Magus is treacherous. Each failure in advancement, be it through an experiment or as a side effect of spell radiation, can cause irreversible damage to those involved, even costing them their lives sometimes. Adding prolonged longevity and immense power, over time a Magus character would undergo some kind of change, some may even develop mental problems. Lei Lin thought of Langford and the 2 level 3 acolytes who had rendered their assistance. The feeling they gave Lei Lin was completely different from that of the acolytes of Extreme Night City. To put things in perspective, it was like a pack of wolves against lambs. It seems like real magicians very seldom prefer to stay around humans, and they predominantly stay in rural areas. Seeing the might of those 2 level 3 acolytes today made Lei Lin somewhat more zealous. Once I have successfully brewed the azure potion, I too can quickly advance to that level. In the lab, under the brilliant light, Lei Lin took and stared at a test tube from the table. It continuously bubbled with blue froth. With extremely firm hands, he shook it according to a mysterious rhythm. The blue bubbles in the test tube continued to froth upwards then vanish as it reached the brim. The reaction in the potion has become extremely stable, and is estimated to exceed the threshold in 3 minutes 24 seconds. The AI chip's observation alerted. After reporting this condition, a timer at a bottom corner of Lei Lin's visual field started the countdown. When the countdown reached 0, Lei Lin immediately used the ancient Byron language and muttered an incantation. This is the azure blue ocean, come. My little babies. His other hand immediately dropped some of the blue crystals he was holding, into the test tube. Asterisk wang wang. Asterisk the test tube started to tremble. A few streaks of a brilliant blue light flew out of its mouth and rotated around it turning into little blue-colored mermaids. These little mermaids had a girl's torso and were only the size of Lei Lin's thumb. On their chests hung 2 shell pieces while the bottom half of their body was that of a fish's tail. At this moment, they were holding hands together, circling the test tube, singing, and dancing. Their sweet distinct elegant voices sang and it reverberated within the room strumming on Lei Lin's heartstrings. The final step. Resist the alluring voices of the mermaids. Lei Lin's expression tightened. Rumors had it that the singing voices of mermaids not only have terrifying bewitching energy, but these voices were also used to prey on sailors in the deep seas. Many suspected these mermaids as main culprits behind the creation of ghost ships. Right now, Lei Lin felt a strong impulse to throw everything he owned to the side, and dive straight into the ocean. This is only an illusion. It only has the 10% of an actual mermaid's might. If these were real or were cast by mermaid magi, what would the effects be? Lei Lin clenched his teeth and gave off a layer of gray-black light from his body deflecting these voices. Mance. After waiting for roughly 30 seconds, Lei Lin suddenly blurted out a word. Asterisk chi-chi. Asterisk black-colored needles appeared piercing through the chests of those little mermaids. Agonized expressions could be seen on the pretty faces of the mermaids. Suddenly, they dissolved and turned into a few drops of blue liquid that returned into the test tube. Huge amounts of bubbles, crystals, and the drops of liquid rapidly merged and at that instant turned into a test tube half filled with a dark blue potion. Asterisk crash. Lei Lin shook the test tube lightly. From within the test tube came the crashing sound like that of great surging waves in an ocean. The modified azure potion has been brewed successfully. The AI chip indicated. AI chip, how potent is this potion compared to the original formulation? Lei Lin asked. Beep. Collecting the vapors. Analyzing and comparing data. Estimated to have 33% of the original potion's effect. Although the previous estimate was 35.4%, there would be some minute differences during the actual brewing. Furthermore, it was the first time he did this experiment, so achieving this effect made Lei Lin very content. A pity that the consumptions of whole violet leaves for this process is too high. Lei Lin looked at the remnants of the whole violet leaves lying on the side. Only the essence from the middle of a whole piece of whole violet leaf could be used for the potion. Apart from that, many complicated steps also had to be accomplished, resulting in the high consumption rate. He estimated that even after Welker bought all of the ingredients available, it would only allow Lei Lin to brew the potion another 30 to 40 times. Now, I wonder what the effects of this ancient potion are. Lei Lin's eyes flashed in anticipation. He directly walked to an empty space and sat cross-legged on the floor. He then poured the azure potion into his mouth. It's a little bitter, and has a rather fish-like odor. The muscles on Lei Lin's face twitched. The palate of these ancient magi was just so. According to the AI chip's calculations, the best complement to potions that increase spiritual force is meditation. Lei Lin thought of this before completely entering into a meditative mode. This time, the meditation's effect was very obviously different from before. With a vague concept of time, Lei Lin felt like he was in the middle of an azure blue ocean and boundless blue sea water squeezed his middle, almost suffocating him. When seen from the outside, the muscles on Lei Lin's handsome face twitched, and drops of sweat continuously dripped out. Almost 2 hours later, Lei Lin abruptly opened both of his eyes. Phew! The feeling from meditating like this is several times more uncomfortable than before. Lei Lin shook his head. The meditation of an acolyte, more often than not, led to exhaustion afterwards. However, right now Lei Lin felt his whole body aching, especially his brain, which felt like someone took a large metal hammer and kept smashing it. Even now he was somewhat dizzy. AI chip. Display my stats. Lei Lin ordered. Immediately, a blue screen appeared before Lei Lin and showed a stream of numbers. The host's spiritual force has been detected as undergoing a rapid rise. Host is under the influence of an unknown, spiritual force increasing by 0.01, spiritual force increasing by 0.01, the meditative state is deepening. Effect optimized. Spiritual force increasing by 0.03, spiritual force has reached the threshold, increasing by 0.05. Meditative state ended, host stats undergoing change. Strength, 3.1, agility, 3.3, vitality, 3.2, spiritual force, 4.9, magic power, 4.0. Status, healthy. Rows of data were displayed, and Lei Lin discovered at the end that his spiritual force had increased by 0.2. This figure. Lei Lin's eyes widened. If the original ingredients were used, doesn't that mean that I can increase the spiritual force by about 0.7 at a time? It is indeed worthy to be called an ancient potion. Even for official magi, this is a pretty good outcome. AI chip, assuming there are enough potions on hand, how much time will I need to reach 7 spiritual force points? Lei Lin asked. Inputting effect of azure potion, establishing simulation, factoring tolerance principle, calculation in progress. The AI chip began calculating. Dozens of seconds later, the AI chip's voice intoned. According to the host's resistance to medicinal properties, it is estimated that the host will achieve 7 spiritual force points after 2 months. The necessary conditions to advance to level 3 acolyte was to have mastery over at least 2 spell models, a spiritual force of 7 and to use a reactive elixir. Lei Lin had gotten the spell models and reactive elixirs long ago. What kept him back was this spiritual force bottleneck. A pity, though. The success rate for brewing the azure potion is extremely horrifying. Even if it's me, I will at most succeed 1 out of 10 times. Whole violet leaves. I need huge amounts of whole violet leaves. If it cannot be done, I must organize a trading party to acquire them from other cities. Lei Lin clenched his teeth. His eyes revealed obvious desire. Young master. As he walked out from the lab, Anna, who was waiting outside, greeted him immediately. "Pass these orders down. From now on, our establishment will cease all operations and devote all resources towards purchasing Hove violet leaves. Moreover, Fraser is to make a trip to nearby cities to acquire them." Leyland's expression was extremely grim. Yes. This was the first time Anna had seen this side of Leyland, so she hurriedly retreated. Chapter 63, Mutated Organism. Mutated Organism. The bitter cold of winter passed, and the weather began to get warmer. Standing on the villa, Leyland could already see the minuscule green dots from afar. On nearby fields, there were even farmers laboriously working. A year has passed unknowingly. I am already 15 years old now. Leyland's hands pressed on the windowsill, and his eyes seemed to be disconcerted. All of the Hove violet leaves available in Extreme Night City had been bought by him. With continuous brewing, he managed to get 5 azure potions, bringing his spiritual force to 5.8. Unfortunately, any potion, when used excessively, would produce a resistance towards it, and the effects would be reduced over time. Originally, he had estimated that his spiritual force would reach a value of 5.9 with the resources available. However, in reality, it fell short by 0.1 without any apparent cause. Right now, I can only place my hopes on Fraser and the rest who have gone to neighboring cities to purchase the ingredient. Leyland rested by the windowsill. He stretched his hands and plucked a bunch of red berries from the table, munching on them as snacks. Compared to other acolytes, however, my progress is akin to flying. After all, even the heir of a large family cannot use potions endlessly. What's more, these are precious potions that could increase spiritual force. Within a month, Leyland already chased up to the 5th grade acolytes who had pulled away from him over a year ago. It's fortunate that I'm outside the academy. Only then am I able to pursue my experiments without fearing of the consequences, and use potions such as these. Leyland was suddenly rejoicing over the benefits that the war brought him. However, even if the war ends now, I wouldn't dare go back. I must, at least, wait until the 3 years mission duration is up. Only then will my excuse be plausible. At that moment, Leyland estimated that he would already be a level 3 acolyte. Apart from the professors, he would be considered to have power, and would be regarded as a more important member. Moreover, with these years as cover, he would have enough time to think up a few explanations to cover his tracks. Master. An emissary from the city lord has arrived with an invitation. Anna knocked on the door, entering only after getting Leyland's permission. Because of some Magus doings, her face looked as youthful as ever, never changing. An invitation? Leyland was a little skeptical. He did not have many relations with Viscount Jackson all this while. After looking the missive over, a gathering? On the invitation, it was specifically stated that Murphy and his circle of people were invited, which are all acolytes. Leyland surmised, could it be? Some mysterious thing has happened that requires the help of magicians. Anna, prepare a horse carriage and a set of formal clothes for me. I have to leave for a while. Leyland said this without giving it another thought. Towards the Grand Knight, Viscount Jackson, who was also the Lord of Extreme Night City, it was difficult for an acolyte to interfere with his might. Therefore, Leyland did not want to be on bad terms with him. Moreover, due to the decreased supply of Hove violet leaves recently, Leyland did not have any other important things to do, so he could make time for this gathering. I'll have a look, and I haven't seen Murphy for some time now. In the heart of Extreme Night City, the castle-like building which was built using grey rocks was extremely magnificent. There were many soldiers patrolling the area, revealing its prestige. Ta-ta. A black horse carriage suddenly halted in front of the city lord's castle. The carriage door opened, and a brown-haired noble youth stepped down from it. He looked rather thin, but his bright eyes were filled with vigor. At that same instant, another horse carriage, made of reddish-brown wood, halted alongside it too. From it stepped out a white-bearded geezer who was carrying a book. He radiated a scholarly aura. After seeing Leyland, every wrinkle on the old geezer's face loosened as he smiled. He took the initiative and spread his arms out. It's been a long time, my friend. I'm very pleased to meet you, Scholar Murphy. Lei Lin smiled as he gently hugged the old man. His relationship with Murphy was pretty good. Although this old geezer had a few demerits, but it was undeniable that some of his experiences were a source of great enlightenment for Lei Lin. When Lei Lin had first arrived in Extreme Night City, Murphy had also given much help to Lei Lin. Both of them conversed casually. They flashed their invitation cards at the same time as they went past the guarded entrance. A person, rather like a butler, led Lei Lin and Murphy through the garden and brought them to a small-sized living room. Several acolyte residents were already there and Lei Lin went forward to greet them. There was a circular sofa in the middle of the living room, with a mahogany table at its center. It seemed to suggest equality between status and levels. "Welcome, my friends." The tough-looking Viscount Jackson entered. He looked the same, to Lei Lin, as he looked a year ago. Time did not seem to have caused any changes in him, apart from a few more strands of hair white behind his ears, that is. "City Lord." The acolytes all nodded their heads. "Come, no need for formalities. Sit." Viscount Jackson casually sat on the sofa and serving maids that wore low-cut blouses served some red tea as refreshments, with matching flavored cake and biscuit snacks. Why does the atmosphere seem to be like a conference and afternoon tea? Although he had his doubts, Lei Lin never revealed anything. Viscount Jackson and the acolytes sat in a circle, and, from time to time, they discussed the latest news. On the whole, the atmosphere felt extremely amiable. A pity, Viscount Jackson is known to be a cold-blooded person. I heard that to suppress a riot, he immediately ordered the execution of a whole village, even hanging all its residents' heads on wooden stakes. Lei Lin still put on a friendly mannerism, but deep down he exclaimed, as expected, to interact harmoniously, one must first have the prerequisite of equal power. Yes, speaking of Baron Fei, he has recently been distressed about the issues of the medicine shop. Viscount Jackson inadvertently spoke of this while chatting idly. We have also heard of the withering woods of Dark Night Woods for some time now. Only that we have not arrived at any solution yet. An acolyte sitting at the side spoke, playing at being a character interested in delving deeper into this topic. Murphy's brows furrowed. I believe that my Lord Viscount will definitely have a solution, right? However, Viscount Jackson smiled wryly, my friends. I have already used ravens to inform the royal family, but up to now I have not received any reply. I am completely at a loss about what to do in this situation. Royal family. Lei Lin's heart thumped. The royal family behind the Poolfield Kingdom was supported by Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The relationship between the two parties was extremely intricate. This mission appearing in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was finally no longer strange anymore. Speaking of which, he was even the representative sent by Abyssal Bone Forest Academy to remedy this problem, but he had been lackadaisical about it. He had finally forced Viscount Jackson to have no solution but to request help from this group of acolytes. Although deep within he smiled cynically, on the surface Lei Lin still put on the same front. He picked up the cup of hot tea and sipped, without any intention of owning up. Is it only a high-leveled creature that had mutated? Could it be that sire cannot even resolve this? A red-haired, middle-aged man asked. Lei Lin recognized this person. He had opened an apparel store in Extreme Night City and many clothes in his villa had been purchased from there. The city's residents knew that the owner of this clothing store was a friendly, middle-aged man, who even has a beautiful daughter. But they never knew that he was a magician. Truth be told, I have already struck against it once before. I have even killed a lizard-type creature, but it was of no help towards this Withering Woods case. Viscount Jackson flicked his hand. Right now, the Withering Woods area has expanded to a span of about 2 villages. If not resolved, sooner or later, it will encompass the whole of Dark Night Woods. When that happens, obtaining another herb from it would be only a dream. Viscount Jackson clenched his fists. The herb industry was the pillar of Extreme Night City's economy. Every year the city lord's castle gained a lot from the high taxes it imposed on these trades. Right now its tax income had been drastically reduced. It was no wonder that Viscount Jackson was unable to sit still. Could you let us have a look at the composition of some of that lizard's body parts? Murphy asked. Yes. Viscount Jackson clapped his hands, and a golden yellow-haired maid brought forward a silver tray. Displayed on it were some brown-yellow scales. The surrounding acolytes all picked up a piece. Lei Lin too placed one in his hands. AI chip. Scan. The brown-yellow scales were the size of a thumb, cold to the touch. Suspected to be the scale of a mutated creature, estimated to be a mutation of a lizard type in the Poolfield Kingdom. The surface emits mild radiation, the quality is a mess, extractable materials have been destroyed, useless as component material. The AI chip relayed the information after the scanning. No wonder the magicians in the canyon did not react. There was simply no use of this creature's body parts to magicians. Its the whole body is not even worth a magic crystal. Who would do such a strenuous yet unrewarding task? Lei Lin was somewhat enlightened. To Magi, benefits were paramount. They will not do anything that reaped no benefits. The Withering Woods case happened on the boundaries of Extreme Night City. If there were any benefits or some magician who liked the creature's material, it would have long been resolved by the acolytes at the resource point in the ravine. Their letting this current state of affairs continues only meant one thing: there were no benefits at all from solving the Withering Woods debacle, only trouble. If there were any benefits, they were too small to cover the potential losses a venture would incur. This was why it had not been resolved after all this while. What a pity. It is not a high-level creature that magicians need, just a mutated organism, which has no use to them. Murphy said after picking up a magnifying glass-like object and scrutinizing the scale for some time. He reached the same conclusion as Lei Lin. How is that? Any solutions? Viscount Jackson put on a hopeful expression and looked at his guests. Most mutated organisms were caused by long-term exposure from its surroundings. Without further detail and research, I cannot arrive at any conclusion from just this. Moreover, I don't think that this creature is the main culprit for the Withering Woods. Murphy shook his head. I am willing to give 30 magic crystals to every person, in addition to 5,000 gold coins to ask you guys to scout the area. How about that? This is my request, on account of us being old friends. Viscount Jackson looked the people in the circle and saw that the other acolytes too lacked interest. He could not help but clench his teeth as he stated this. Since it is troublesome for my Lord Viscount, I definitely will not refuse. Murphy said somewhat grudgingly. Chapter 64, Withering Woods. Withering Woods. Pressured by Viscount Jackson's aggressive request, very soon the other acolytes agreed too. After all, they had been in his territory for so long, and he was also a Grand Knight, so it would be awkward if they were to decline. However, there was an exception: the acolyte with acne, whom Lei Lin saw before, refused without hesitation. Finally, the Viscount's gaze focused on Lei Lin. How about you, Mr. Lei Lin? Viscount Jackson had some reservation towards Lei Lin. This was because the timing of Lei Lin's arrival was a coincidence which made him guess that this acolyte was the emissary who had accepted the royal family's mission. It was a pity that ever since Lei Lin had arrived, he had spent most of his time in the manor, and rarely left the place. Neither were there any magicians who came forward seeking revenge on him, so it seemed like this acolyte was truly reclusive. If it were not for the fact that Lei Lin gave orders so a mission to the Withering Woods would go forth, Viscount Jackson would have been utterly disappointed. After all, it has to be done, and going in as a party is better. Lei Lin thought deep down, yet on the surface he appeared extremely hesitant. Recently I have been researching potions, and am extremely busy. Some of my experiments have reached a crucial stage. Still, I beseech Mr. Lei Lin to take time out for this. Viscount Jackson said suddenly, I know that you have been buying whole violet leaves en masse recently. This ingredient is rather rare, and other cities as well do not have too much of this in their reserves. However, our castle has a storehouse. If Mr. Lei Lin agrees to go on this scouting trip, I am willing to add those in our reserves as a reward. Whole violet leaves. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. This was an unexpected surprise. He estimated this offer to be Viscount Jackson's threshold. Lei Lin appeared to struggle on the surface, before finally agreeing. Afterwards, the acolytes made plans for a concrete time to meet. before leaving hurriedly to make preparations. For this bunch of acolytes, who wholeheartedly wanted to retire and live like princes, Lei Lin did not put much stock in their actual battle prowess. However, when all is said and done, they are still acolytes. Their basic spells, once cast, should still be something. Lei Lin consoled himself. At this moment, Murphy, who just bade the others farewell, walked beside Lei Lin with a frown on his expression. "Young man, when we reach the Withering Woods you have to protect me." "Sire. You are level 3. A level 3 acolyte. While I am but a level 2 acolyte." Lei Lin's eyes widened. "Sigh, I'm already too old for this. I have forgotten much of my spell repertoire. You understand, forming the spell model is meticulous work, a small misstep, and the explosion will not even leave behind corpse." Murphy had a helpless expression. How long has it been since you last cast a spell?" Lei Lin suddenly had a bad premonition. "It seems almost 30 to 40 years. As you know, I have always regarded myself as a scholar." Murphy said very innocently. F***ck. Lei Lin felt rather regretful suddenly. 2 days later. In the morning, Extreme Night City's gates opened. Through those gates came a squadron of soldiers escorting a party in the middle. The group left the city's perimeter at a rapid pace. "I never thought that Viscount Jackson would also set off with us." Murphy seemed to be very happy. Having a grand night around, left him greatly assured. Riding beside him, Viscount Jackson wore black-colored, steel armor with a helmet that covered his entire face. "How are your preparations?" Lei Lin found a suitable time and whispered into Murphy's ears. "I have concentrated these past 2 days, and can barely use 2 spell models," Murphy replied softly. "That's good." Their conversation before was of a joking nature. Lei Lin would never believe that this crafty old geezer did not have any life-preserving trump cards up his sleeves. The Magus world is not a peaceful place. Without enough skills, Murphy would have long since died. So how could he have survived until now as a mere scholar? However, even the Black Iron Guards have been activated. There seem to be 2 small squadrons, about 20 men. "Of course, these are all elite troops of the city," Murphy said. Actually, both he and Lei Lin knew that in the Withering Woods, those 2 squadrons served only one purpose. Cannon fodder. Dark Night Woods wasn't that far from the city. After traveling for about half an hour, the group managed to reach the wood's outskirts. The danger level here is comparable to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, despite its smaller size. At least, if a normal human were to be more alert, they can enter and leave here as they please when gathering the herbs. Lei Lin was at the center of the party. Seeing the 2 squadrons paving the way at the front, his mind wandered. Along the way, Lei Lin felt the life force of the Dark Night Woods reducing. Although it was spring, the woods seemed to lack vitality. Moreover, everyone felt that their bodies were getting heavier and there was a shadow that veiled over their hearts. It felt extremely repressing. Lei Lin looked around. The roots of the tree showed signs of withering. Some of the fresh sprouts have even turned pale yellow. The withering area has not extended to this point, but this is just a hypothesis. Lei Lin gasped. "It is indeed different here now. My family used to be hunters. In past years, there used to be animals prancing about in this area. There were many wild vegetables and fresh herbs." Lei Lin overheard the words a few soldiers whispered among themselves. "AI chip. Any change in the air around here?" Scanning. Comparing with the database. Conclusion: oxygen density/levels decreased by 3.7%, nitrogen density increased. An unknown noble gas has appeared. It currently accounts for 1.2% but its density continues to rise. The AI chip's voice intoned. Could this inert noble gas be the perpetrator of this Withering Woods event? Lei Lin stroked his chin, allowing the AI chip to continue. "Be careful. We have entered the Withering Domain." Viscount Jackson roared at the forefront of the group. Lei Lin patted his leather armor. Beneath it was the gray robes of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acting as a second layer of defense. He had even purposely removed the Academy's insignia earlier. What the accompanying acolytes lacked were the ephemeral defensive constructs that the Magi layered around themselves as they went into battle. Victory often revolved solely on whether the spells cast managed to strike an opponent. Instantaneous spell casting, potioneering spells, magic artifacts were all great enhancers of an acolyte's battle strength. Lei Lin reached into his robes and took out a potion from a leather bag tied around the waist. In Bray Canyon, he had replenished his ingredients and had made many explosive potions as his ammunition for this expedition. As the group advanced, the environment began to change. More and more dried withered plants and trees filled the woods. They let off an aura of death and decay. Lei Lin reached out and grabbed a twig in passing. His eyes flashed, it has already lost all its water content, and even exerting a little more force in his palm, the twig immediately turned into white dust, trickled through the gaps in his fingers and floated down towards the ground. Even the internal structure has been completely destroyed. Lei Lin's heart felt rather heavy. A power like this already exceeded his expectations. Where are we supposed to go? Viscount Jackson asked Murphy, who was beside him. The heart of the woods. Only by reaching the center of this withering region, can my spell exert enough effect. Murphy had an extremely solemn expression. He withdrew a spectacle-like item and hung it on his nose. A wide withered tree lay on the ground. It had an extremely spongy feel when stepped on. Warning! Warning! Dangerous organism ahead. The AI chip's alarm went off suddenly and Lei Lin tried to think of an excuse to use so he could warn the others. Asterisk who? Asterisk suddenly brown-colored branches and twigs flew up. A black figure came charging towards them. This figure was extremely quick. It opened its jaw littered with snow-white fangs. A red-colored tongue flicked out. Asterisk su. Asterisk the tongue coiled around one of the guards on duty at the front and retracted its tongue. Asterisk pa. Asterisk the guard's spear fell. Be careful. At this moment, Viscount Jackson gave a warning. Arg! The miserable cries sounded. The guard, trapped in the tongue's coils, had already disappeared into a black hole. He was snapped into two halves. Fresh red blood and guts spilled onto the ground. Damn it! Viscount Jackson shouted angrily and brandished the wide sword that hung from his waist. He immediately went and engaged the black figure. Sluggish spell. The red-haired shop owner waved his hands. A yellow-green light was shot. It turned into a circular ring that closed on the black figure. The other acolytes began reacting and started their own incantations. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk with the hissing of the creature, the black figure's speed finally slowed down, revealing its appearance to everyone. Its body was clay yellow in color. It had 4 legs, a tongue that was like a snake's and a small horn on its forehead. Wasn't it reported that this creature died already? Why is there still one? Lei Lin was suspicious, but he still activated the AI chip. Beep. Unknown organism. Strength, 5.5, Agility, 4, 6-7, Vitality, 5, Spiritual Force, 3, Similarity to Blue Lizard 67.4% and to Man's Earth Snake 45.8%. It's a rather strong creature. Apart from its low spiritual force, it doesn't have any obvious flaws. Their numbers are also unknown, no wonder Jackson was not able to deal with them alone. However, as the sluggish spell took effect, this strange lizard's speed obviously took a hit. After a brief exchange of blows, the Viscount shouted, "Death Arc of Light." From within his blade, a resplendent circle of light expanded into the shape of a blade. It streaked past the lizard's neck. A night-class killing technique. It has the same properties as my cross-slash. However, Jackson uses it with ease. He has not even used any night secret technique. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the two passed each other. The huge lizard charged forward another few steps before suddenly crashing to the ground. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk clay yellow scales landed on the floor one by one. Around the lizard's neck area was a huge cut. Dark red blood spilled on the ground. All of you look. An acolyte shouted suddenly. With the death of the lizard, its body continued to cave inwards, with the scales continuously falling off and littering the ground. The blood quickly evaporated too. Within a few short minutes, there was only a white skeleton and some yellow scales left on the ground. Chapter 65, Deep Underground. Deep Underground. There's no need to look anymore. The same thing happened when I killed these creatures before. Viscount Jackson took out a white handkerchief and wiped his blade clean, before sheathing it into the scabbard. There's actually a self-disintegration phenomenon when it dies. Lei Lin was somewhat surprised. This did not correspond to the laws of nature. Looking at the skeleton that was still emitting white smoke, Lei Lin picked one of the bones up. The dried white bone was littered with cracks. It felt like any slight press would cause it to crumble. Lei Lin exerted a little more force, and with a hissing sound, the dried bone turned into fine powder. Something's off. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. He discovered some fine threads of veins within the white bone powder. Target still exuding vital energy. Identified to be a high-level pathogen. The host is recommended to keep a distance. At this moment, the AI chip scan appeared in Lei Lin's vision. Lei Lin hurriedly flung off the powdery substance and began radiating internal energy particles from within his hands to cleanse them. What's wrong? Murphy too discovered that something was amiss. Be careful of those bones, there's something inside it. Lei Lin's brows furrowed and he hurriedly distanced himself from it. Sigh. At that moment, more red blood veins appeared on the desiccated lizard skeleton. The bone began to exhibit innumerable puncture holes. It seemed like the veins resided within the bones previously. Countless more blood-red veins took shape, intertwining like the branches of a tree and started transforming into a small-sized creature. It was rather similar to the creature before, but now its body was blood-red. From time to time, red veins popped out. The creature did not have eyes or a mouth. Its 4 legs appeared extremely sturdy, however. Show. The creature's attack was extremely fast. Before Viscount Jackson and the other acolytes could react, it left its original position. Only a red, blurry line could be seen. Give chase. This creature definitely has something to do with the Withering Woods. A person covered fully in grey robes whispered something to Viscount Jackson, who immediately gave the order. That grey-robed person has always been following Viscount Jackson ever since we left Extreme Night City. He must be a trusted aide. He also has great detection abilities. Lei Lin's eyes narrowed as he used the AI chip to scan. This appearance and figure, there is also the energy waves of a level 2 acolyte. Interesting. Hurry. Keep up. Upon hearing Viscount Jackson's orders, the Black Iron Guards immediately followed suit, overtaking Viscount Jackson and keeping him in their midst. The grey-robed person followed closely behind. The remaining acolytes looked at each other. Murphy, a little helplessly, said, "Let's follow them." Lei Lin purposely suppressed his speed and kept to Murphy's speed. That thing earlier, do you have any guesses as to what it was? It seems to be some kind of parasite. According to its strength, the mother parent has, at least, the strength of a level 3 acolyte, or even that of an official Magus. Murphy smiled bitterly. Lei Lin and his small group were no threat to an official Magus. Any rank 1 spell could easily obliterate their entire party. That shouldn't be. Lei Lin shook his head. According to the AI chip's calculations, that parasite's strength was not bad. The mother parent's body should at most have the strength of a level 3 acolyte, theoretically speaking. Otherwise, Lei Lin would have been the first to run away. It is only, just an investigative mission, I even picked it myself. That it can actually involve an organism with the strength of a level 3 acolyte, how bad can my luck be? Lei Lin did not know what to think of himself anymore. He was happy that he did not come here on his own before. Otherwise, unlike the main characters in the novels of his previous world, he was incapable of those fictional bursts of power in times of adversity. And the only outcome would be death. Be careful, we are venturing deeper. I can already feel the dense negative energy aura in the air. An acolyte howled. Lei Lin had a higher perception towards negative energy. After all, his main affinities were shadow and dark element particles. Just like plant affinity and light affinity emphasized on positive energy research, Lei Lin's affinities made him spend more time exposed to negative energy compared to the others. It's almost like the surroundings of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. No wonder I feel like a fish back in the water. Lei Lin pulled up his sleeves and covered the smile that pulled at the corners of his lips. Asterisk clang. Asterisk sounded their armor as the group halted. It disappeared. I saw that red creature pausing at this spot for a moment, then it suddenly disappeared. Jackson brandished his long sword, "Be on guard." The Black Iron Guards immediately formed a circle protecting Jackson and the acolytes within to prevent any sneak attacks. This should be the heart of the Withering Woods. Murphy rubbed his nose. The scouting method I have prepared can now be used. Murphy took a black-colored potion from his robes and poured the contents on the ground after opening the plug. Asterisk plop plop. Asterisk. After the black-colored potion was poured on the forest floor, it actually turned into tiny ants scampering in all directions. After the potion was used up, Lei Lin estimated that there were close to 10,000 ants that appeared. A scout like this can be considered to have omnidirectional coverage. It will be extremely difficult for that creature to escape. Lei Lin thought. As expected, after roughly a dozen minutes, a black-colored ant appeared at Murphy's feet, crawled on his robes all the way to his ears, and appeared as if it whispered something. "It's been found. Follow me." Murphy followed the ant and led the group to a withered oak tree. "Move this oak tree away." Murphy pointed at the large tree. "According to my probing, there seems to be a secret tunnel underneath it." Squad 1. Go. Jackson waved his hands. Several Black Iron Guards went forward and stabbed their pikes at the oak tree. The withered oak tree did not seem capable of withstanding the assault. After being pierced multiple times by the pikes, many pieces and chips of bark filled the air as if it were snowing. The 10 guards hurriedly moved the completely withered oak tree away, revealing a dark, sinister tunnel. "Here it is." Murphy's eyes flashed, and he chanted an incantation. The widely spread black ants returned from all directions and entered the hole. Suddenly, Murphy's face turned pale, and his body fell backwards, almost fainting. What happened? Lei Lin appeared behind Murphy and supported his waist. "There seems to be an extremely dangerous creature inside. It destroyed all of my precious babies." Murphy's expression appeared very unsightly. "What should we do?" an acolyte asked, apparently wanting to leave. "Prepare a fire." Jackson waves his hands. "We'll have a look down there." "Yes." The guards quickly carried out their lord's orders. Lei Lin and the other acolytes looked at each other. Having no other choice, they could only follow. The hole was rather small. A grown man needed to crouch before they could enter. However, the tunnel became more spacious the deeper it went, until a number of guards could walk abreast. Even raising the fire torches high did not touch the cave's ceiling. This is going to be troublesome. From the height of this cave, that parent's body will definitely not be small. Lei Lin felt the leather sack hanging from his waist. If not for the multiple trump cards he prepared, he might have already sneaked away and left the group by now. After all, his life was more precious than the wrath of a city's lord. "Lord Viscount. There's a fork ahead." A squad leader reported to Jackson. "Let me have a look." Jackson stepped forward. Lei Lin followed behind. As expected, there seemed to be 2 perfectly similar tunnels ahead. Looking at the darkness of their unfathomable depths, one could not see the tunnel's end. It felt like walking into the huge mouth of a beast. The negative energy in here is becoming too dense. Some of our scouting methods cannot be used here. The city lord's aide, the gray-robed person, spoke. "Call 2 men to reconnoiter each path ahead." Jackson's brows furrowed as he gave the order. "It would be better to let me do it." Lei Lin walked forward suddenly. Since he knew that the parent was extremely powerful, he did not want his side to lose too much battle strength. Since Mr. Lei Lin has decided to step forward, then it's for the best. Viscount Jackson smiled. Lei Lin walked forward several steps and took out a transparent crystal from his robes. Gurizatung, giant attire. Lei Lin chanted. A black vertical pupil suddenly appeared within the depths of the crystal. The vertical pupil was the same size as a human's, but it did not have the white of a human eye. Looking at this pure black pupil made one feel as if it could tear their souls from their bodies. This is the negative energy eye. Only acolytes who specialize in negative energy are able to use it. The acolytes behind began to whisper and their gazes contained more hostility and fear than before. The rank 0 spells of magicians who specializes in negative energy are generally more destructive and their personalities were more bloodthirsty and savage than most other magi. This normally meant being a dark magi. The regular magician's hostile looks were understandable. Lei Lin did not have any inclinations of explaining himself to the people behind him whatsoever. His fingers exerted force and pinched the crystal to pieces. The black pupil split into two. One floated into each tunnel. Following the vertical pupils mentally, Lei Lin closed his eyes. Viscount Jackson became rather nervous as he stared at Lei Lin. The group grew quiet, only the constant soft snapping noise of torches burning could be heard. A few minutes later, Lei Lin opened his eyes. On the tunnel to the left are a few mutated lizards. At its end is a large granite rock. As for the one on the right, I only know that it leads unknown distance downwards. My spell got smashed after I tried probing further. Since it's that way, let's all go down together. Jackson pointed to the tunnel on the right. The right side of the cave got damper and more humid. Lei Lin touched the mud walls and found a few moss-like plants strewn all over it dripping wet. It's moist. Lei Lin's heart lurched, but his expression remained impassive. He took out a white handkerchief from his robes and wiped his hands clean. I'm afraid we're nearing the nest of those strange creatures. Chapter 66, Rune Shackles. Rune Shackles. Light. There's a light ahead. A guard walking in the vanguard shouted. Lei Lin took a look. Indeed, the far end of the tunnel was radiating light. Enter. Jackson gripped his large sword with both hands and was the first to rush in. The rest followed suit. Light. Eye-piercing light radiated downwards from above. Lei Lin's eyes were stinging, tears flowed down uncontrollably. He immediately used his hand to cover his eyes. Arg! Monster! Be careful! Various shouts resounded, and weapons were brandished. Alert! Imminent attack ahead. Optimal response, step back and crouch. The AI chip's voice intoned and projected a faint blue screen. On the screen, a talon the size of a palm was clawing towards Lei Lin. Lei Lin hurriedly retreated a step and crouched to dodge the attack. Amidst the wails all around, Jackson's faint howling could be heard. After the AI chip scan, Lei Lin could see that many lizard-like creatures were making use of their familiarity with the geography to attempt a massacre of Jackson and the squad of guards around him. The sneak attack was so quick that when Jackson and the rest finally reacted, the whole squad already suffered heavy casualties. As Lei Lin swept his gaze across the scene before him and his eyes finally adjusted to the bright light, he realized that the floor was already littered with corpses. Many of them had traces of having been chewed on by these strange creatures. At that moment, only the two night-level squad leaders and the gray-robed figure, who always followed behind Jackson, were all that remained of the group with Jackson. As for the acolytes, one had fallen to the ground and another had a large wound on his abdomen that was oozing blood. At the apex of the cave, white-colored jellyfish-like creatures were floating. The flash from earlier had radiated from their bodies. The surge of light radiated from these jellyfish could actually increase instantaneously and produce an effect similar to a flashbang grenade. The coordination demonstrated by these strange creatures that caused several deaths and injuries definitely hinted at some intelligence controlling them. From behind the scenes. After light burst from the jellyfish, they seemed to have become a little dispirited as they floated around in the air. Although there was still some light emanating from their bodies, it was not piercing to the eyes. It seemed like the flash from earlier was a one-time attack. This is a flash jellyfish, a kind of subterranean creature. Their earlier attack can only be used once. They need a day of rest before emitting such an intense burst of light again. Murphy appeared, clutching a book to his chest. What we need to deal with are not these parasitic organisms, but that fellow in the middle. Lei Lin pointed to the center of the cave, and smiled bitterly. Lei Lin and the rest entered a large underground cave earlier, where the ceiling was littered with stalactites and flash jellyfish, which allowed them a panoramic view of the interior. At this moment, in the cave, there were many mutated, yet familiar creatures. There were lizards, brown bears, and elks, all numbering over a dozen. At the centermost of them all, there was an enormous yellow snake that seemed to be the king, as it was guarded by the other creatures. It's Manchester, Great Withering Snake Manchester. Murphy's book fell from his hands to the floor, letting off a bang. AI chip, scan. Lei Lin instructed. Great Withering Snake, Manchester, half-adult body, strength, 11.9, agility, 6.5, vitality, 14, spiritual force, 8, abilities, 1, parasitic. A Manchester is able to develop an extremely strong parasite in its body, and spread it to other organisms, making them its underlings. 2. Wither. In any areas where a Manchester has passed by, the plants will die, and become a type of nutrient for the Manchester. An adult Manchester possesses the strength of an official Magus, and can transform an entire forest into withering ashes. Source of information. The AI chip delivered the information immediately in front of Lei Lin. Half-adult body. It doesn't seem to be at its adult stage. Lei Lin first heaved a breath of relief, before shouting out loud, "Murphy, don't be fooled by its appearance. This is but a non-adult Manchester. We still have a chance." Indeed. Murphy scrutinized the brown-yellow color of the huge snake and finally recovered from his fright. An adult Manchester is at least 100 meters long, and this snake is obviously not of that length yet. A number of parasites that it produces is also not right. This huge snake is the cause of the withering woods? Jackson asked at the side while staring at the huge snake as his Adam's apple moved. That's right. A Manchester uses the juice of plants as their food. They are rather crafty and lazy, and also hate to move about. Basically, it uses the parasites to gather food for itself. Murphy, who had bountiful experience and wisdom, was extremely aware of the habits of the huge Manchester snake. So then, if we kill it, the herb production in Dark Night Woods can recover again. Jackson used his long sword and pointed at the huge yellow snake that was protected by its parasitic mutated creatures. In theory, it should be the case as long as you kill it or drive it away. Although its death cannot revive the withering woods, it can still allow the prey and woods to slowly recover back to what it once was. Murphy smiled wryly. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the snake coiled in the center of the cave hissed, and let off a low, snake-like speech. It was a kind of sound made by the friction of rubbing two pieces rotten leather together, which was extremely unpleasant to the ears. The creatures surrounding Lei Lin and the rest seemed to have received orders, and howled as they charged forward. Lei Lin casually took a look. There are too many creatures, and the parent body is not yet dealt with. I must conserve my magic power. AI chip. Simulate the most optimal method of attack. Lei Lin pulled out his cross blade. Beep. Inputting situation data, initiating build with host stats. Calculating battle simulation for the most optimal method. The AI chip continuously displayed the attack style of creatures surrounding home. Lei Lin's feet moved as he dodged a brown bear's attack. The cross blade in his right hand drew a strange trajectory, and deflected the paw of the bear, and directly pierced through its skull. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the huge brown corpse of the bear fell to the ground, and even the Manchester snake had taken notice, looking at Lei Lin. Lei Lin's scalp tingled, as he hurriedly kept his distance. Nicely done. Jackson shouted in admiration. His body seemed to turn into a gust of wind, and continuously ravaged the mob of creatures, leaving a trail of blood behind him. It seems that Jackson has ignited the secret night technique. His technique should be enhancing his agility. The few acolytes also casted their rank 0 spells that they had prepared and assisted in killing these creatures. Lei Lin only took a look and did not bother about them anymore. Psi. The corpse of the brown bear that Lei Lin had killed rapidly decomposed. From the bones, many veins appeared, which turned into the creature that Lei Lin and the rest had been chasing earlier. The creature then climbed into the Manchester's mouth. The Manchester snake opened its mouth and revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its tongue coiled, as it swallowed the strange red-veined creature into its belly. Retrieving its parasite Lei Lin was rather shocked. After swallowing the parasite, the Manchester snake finally uncoiled and looked at Lei Lin and the group, who were unrestrainedly slaughtering the creatures. Its crimson eyes showed signs of rage. The huge Manchester snake's body moved at an alarming speed, charging towards Jackson. It's too quick. With an agility of 6.5, I can only see its afterimage. Lei Lin rapidly retreated, and at the same time, he used the cross blade to block his chest. A surge of immense force came rushing over, and the cross blade that Lei Lin held onto flew in the air, completely broken. Such a strong force, and it's only a casual swipe. Lei Lin's pupils constricted. The Manchester snake opened its jaws wide, and its razor-sharp teeth snapped at Jackson, bringing about a fish-like smell. If Jackson were to be caught, he would definitely die without a corpse left. Sir! The remaining 2 knights and the grey-robed person shouted. Ha! Good try. At the brink of death, Jackson finally released all of his internal energy, and the sword pierced at the crown of the snake with a speed that was hard to track by eye. The sword, however, only left a white spot on the scales of the snake. As for Jackson, he used the force to rebound, and twisted his waist, evading the snap of the snake's jaw. Protect our lord. The 2 knights rushed forward. The Manchester snake let out a ferocious roar, and directly gobbled the 2 knights into its belly. Secondary fireball. Acidic aqua shot. At this moment, the other acolytes also cast their spells, striking the body of the huge snake. Bang. A black arrow with a yellow flame exploded from the body of the huge snake, revealing 2 scorched holes/wounds/gashes. The huge snake let off a roar, which carried a tinge of agony. Its scales shook, and it sent its tail flying towards the few acolytes. The vitality of the snake is too high, any normal rank 0 spells would not be able to affect its movement at all. The huge snake swatted its tail, and a few acolytes who were unable to dodge in time were turned into meat pancakes, and blood oozed from beneath the snake's body. No! Decker! Lancer! Murphy cried hoarsely in anguish. There's no choice, we have to retreat first. The few remaining people huddled together, when the grey-robed figure behind Jackson spoke in a deep growl. No. This damned worm dared to kill Decker and the rest. I will definitely not let it go. Murphy's eyes were rather bloodshot. I have a spell that can temporarily restrict its movements, the rest will be up to you guys. Murphy stepped forward, placed the monocle that he always carried in his hand, and tossed it towards the huge snake. Bang. The glass shattered on the huge snake, and many dark red runes suddenly surfaced. The dark red runes multiplied, and turned into the shape of a long chain, binding the snake within it. What a powerful restraining spell. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. It will not be able to move for at least half a minute, so use whatever methods you guys have in that time. Chapter 67, Defense Potion. Defense Potion. The fine rune shackles were the size of a strand of hair compared to the huge Manchester snake. However, under the restraint of the shackles, the huge snake was helplessly locked to the ground, not even able to move. Hurry, charge! Jackson howled, and the huge sword radiated light. On the other side, the grey-robed person too lifted his cloak, and revealed a half-beast man appearance as he hurriedly chanted an incantation. Roar. The remaining creatures felt the danger that their parent was in, and rushed forward, with no thoughts for their own safety, towards Lei Lin and the rest. Go to hell. Lei Lin pulled out a few fire-red-colored explosive potions and decimated the remaining creatures into ashes. To the Manchester snake, the eyes are their Achilles heel, and is even more vulnerable than the heart. Lei Lin howled, at the same time chanting. Along with the chanting of the mysterious and ancient Byron language resounding in the cave, a horde of congealed and thick black oily bodies appeared beside Lei Lin, completely surrounding him. These black, oily figures circled around Lei Lin, giving off bubbles from time to time, and letting off a sound that was akin to decomposing material. While he continued to chant, the black oiled figures continuously changed shape, finally turning into a black lion head-like apparition. Go! Lei Lin pointed. The black lion head roared, and charged towards the crown of the huge snake which was being restrained. Poo. The lion head immediately bit on both of the Manchester snake's eyes. Sigh. The huge snake writhed continuously, letting off an agonized screech. The rune shackles on its body were also emitting off red smoke. Hurry! I cannot keep this up much longer. Murphy completely diverged from his scholarly image and howled without a care. The black lion head continuously chewed on the head of the huge snake, and finally dissolved, turning into a puddle of greasy black oil, that covering the head of the huge snake, and eventually covered both of its eyes. It is now. Lei Lin's eyes flashed and withdrew a test tube. The contents radiated a blood-red light, which excreted feelings of danger. This was an explosive potion, but was much larger in comparison. Had a larger blast radius, was larger in circumference as in compared to the previous potions. The muscles of Lei Lin's right arm bulged as he tossed the potion directly into the black oil. Bang! A tremendous flame rose, completely engulfing the huge Manchester snake, and burning it savagely. The huge snake continuously tossed its head, which looked like a huge burning torch from side to side. The rune shackles around it also let off creaking noises which meant that it could not endure for much longer. The decomposing oil water that comes from the subterranean area, together with the AI chip's modified explosive potion, gives off a combined attack of at least 9 degrees. Blue light and continuously flashed from within Lei Lin's eyes, as he recorded the figures from the explosion. Pant! Pant! The earlier attack has already broken through most of the huge Manchester snake's defense. Now is the time to kill it. Lei Lin panted violently, and his face was extremely pale. It was like he had completely depleted his spiritual force and magic power, and he staggered several steps behind. From an area of his sleeve which was concealed from others, another of the modified explosive potions, which was used earlier, appeared in his hands. Lei Lin would never place his hopes completely on others, especially at crucial times like this. At this moment, the half-beast man had finished chanting his spell. The strength of my forebear's totem, transform now into frigid ice, and grant me the might to slay the Manchester snake. The half-beast man finished his spell, and touched lightly on Jackson's sword. Sigh. On the blade of Jackson's huge sword, a layer of frost began to envelop it, and the frost grew more and more, before finally enlarging the blade to double of its original size, and turning it into a frost greatsword. What the half-beast man had cast was actually a kind of rarely seen spell which could enhance weapons. According to the scan of the AI chip, at this moment, the greatsword in Jackson's hands already has the strength of a basic-level magic artifact. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. It is a rather decent enchanting technique. Jackson had obviously teamed up with the half-beast man many times before. Earlier, he had been conserving his energy, and once the greatsword had completed the layer of frost, Jackson howled and raised it above him, charging and chopping towards the neck of the Manchester snake. The sword, which seemed like a giant crystallized ice sculpture, directly chopped at a blackened patch of the huge snake with Jackson's strength of a grand knight. Poochie. Red-hot blood flowed down continuously from a deep gash on the neck of the Manchester snake, which seemed to be almost half a meter deep. One could even see the whites of the bones. The huge snake roared, and headbutt with all its strength. Bang! Viscount Jackson was immediately knocked away, and even the breastplate he was wearing was dented inwards. The frost greatsword landed upright by his side, burying itself halfway into the ground. Asterisk ping ping ping. Asterisk the layer of ice continuously cracked, and finally even the sword, which was made of steel, shattered into countless fragments that landed on the floor. It seems like this spell isn't completely flawless either. Lei Lin was still in the mood to observe leisurely. However, at this moment, Murphy's complexion turned red. I can't control it any longer. Under the continuous struggles of the Manchester snake, the rune shackles around it finally collapsed with a rattling sound. As for the price of being able to free itself, the snake had already suffered a dozen wounds which penetrated through its scales. As for the heavily injured Manchester snake, its bloodshot eyes turned even more crimson. With lightning speed, it swiped and coiled its tail. Before Lei Lin could react, he realized that there was one less person beside him. The half-beast man which originally stood there was now wrapped up in the snake's tail. No! Save me! The tail continuously constricted, and the huge snake's figure almost covered the entirety of the half-beast man. At this moment, Jackson, who was not sure if he was still alive or dead, lay on the side, and could not answer his subordinate cries at all. Asterisk Gha. Asterisk with a creaking noise, the ear-piercing sounds of bones shattering resounded in the air. The half-beast man's distressed cries climbed higher in pitch, until finally, it turned into dead silence. Lei Lin watched the huge, moribund snake attentively, as he drew a few potions of various colors. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A huge black figure attacked, and hit a yellow test tube that had left Lei Lin's hands. In the surrounding area, a layer of yellow light appeared, and engulfed Lei Lin's entire body. The immense might crashed into Lei Lin and he was sent flying, crashing into a nearby granite rock. Mud flew above his head as he landed, and there was even a huge impression left on the rock behind his back. At the same time as Lei Lin was sent back flying, a layer of intense red flames extended from the snake's tail, and multiple colors of light also blossomed on the snake's body, finally resulting in the cries of the Manchester snake. The yellow light shattered into many pieces, before finally dissipating into the air. Lei Lin's body was completely unscathed, and seeing the many spots of dazzling yellow light, he grimaced. The weakness of acolytes is that they always have no defensive measures. The defensive spell models for rank 0 spells were extremely uncommon, as they were not very practical. When an acolyte is being attacked, rarely would they have time to chant those spells. As a result, in battles between acolytes, whoever was struck first by a spell would end up defeated or killed. This scenario would last until one reached the stage of an official Magus. Apart from this, there was another method, which was to borrow strength from special items. For example, defensive or strange items which could instantly activate a defense spell. However, such high-level defensive items were even difficult to obtain for official Magus, so they rarely appeared in the hands of an acolyte. Lei Lin and the other acolytes, together with the half-beast man, all had no defensive items. At most, they only wore leather armor, which had absolutely no resistance against spells. Moreover, a simple roll of the Manchester snake would have already been able to grind them into a meat paste. According to the records of the Academy, there are still a number of acolytes who die at the hands of knights and grand knights. However, there has never been any instance of an official Magus dying at the hands of ordinary humans. As for this yellow potion, it was Lei Lin's latest experimental result, Trevor's revolving shield potion. A potion like this has already separated itself from the category of elementary potions. It was a kind of beginner's potion, and even amongst the beginner potion category it was extremely difficult to brew. As for the effect, it would produce a one-time defensive layer of light, which would defend against any spell or physical attack of 10 degrees or less. With Lei Lin's amassed wealth from selling potions, together with the AI chip continuous simulation, he had finally managed to make only 2 bottles of it. The amount he spent for these had already exceeded over 1,000 magic crystals. These potions are not easily affordable by others, and all official magi attacks have an attack strength of over 10 degrees, so this Trevor's revolving shield potion is best used only at the level of battles between acolytes. However, every bottle costs at least 500 magic crystals. Even direct heirs to large families would not be able to afford it. However, for Lei Lin, who had the help from AI chip, which could elevate his success rate, combined with his potion's master identity, he could brew the Trevor's revolving shield potion, suppressing the cost to around 200 to 300 magic crystals. Although it still remained steep in price, as it was a trump card, it was acceptable. Lei Lin. Murphy's eyes widened. Are you alright? I've wasted an expensive defensive potion that I've acquired. Leyland's face darkened, and seemed to be extremely saddened by the loss. This damned beast, I'm going to kill it. On the other side of the battlefield, the huge Manchester snake lay half dead on the floor, seemingly spent, and having wounds strewn across its body. First, it was hit with Leyland's hybrid attack, before almost having its head chopped off by Grand Knight Jackson. Afterwards, it escaped from Murphy's rune shackles through brute force, before it was finally struck again by Leyland's potions. The snake head, which was always held high with pride, now lay helpless on the floor. Its tongue hissed, and blood continuously flowed out from its neck area. After having suffered from such a devastating injury, no matter how tenacious the life force of snake-type creatures are, they will absolutely still perish. Murphy gritted his teeth, and shot a green-colored pyramid shaft, which directly lodged itself into the eyes of the huge snake. Poo. The snake's eyes were finally pierced through, and a layer of creamy red and yellow liquid splashed out, which was sparkling yet translucent. Chapter 68, Returning to Extreme Night City. Returning to Extreme Night City. The eyes are where the life essence of the Manchester snake is, and it looks like this huge snake is about to die. Murphy looked at the huge snake, which was in its last moments, and said rather bleakly. Be optimistic, my old friend. Towards Murphy's bleakness, Leyland discovered that he actually could not utter any words of comfort. After all, the casualties, this time, were too much. From a group of roughly 30 people, the Black Iron Guards were completely wiped out, and Murphy was the only acolyte that survived. Moreover, the City Lord and the Grand Knight, Viscount Jackson, was severely injured at this moment, and his life was in peril. And the source of them all was this huge Manchester snake. City Lord? Right, Leyland. Hurry and look at Jackson. Murphy slapped his forehead. You only thought of him now. Leyland was rather speechless, and walked around a huge snake corpse, coming to the other side. Viscount Jackson was lying on his back on the ground and his chest was sunken in a cavity. On the corners of his lips were traces of blood, and he was in an unconscious state. Leyland hurriedly took a look. 3 broken ribs and the arm and leg bones are all also broken. As for the rest, they are fine. With the vitality of a Grand Knight, he should be conscious in a few hours. That's good. This is the only good news I've heard all day today. Murphy walked towards that huge, lifeless snake, and said, This seems to be a Manchester snake which has not yet grown to its adult stage. If it was an adult withering huge snake, it could be very likely that the water content in our bodies would have been sucked dry the very moment we entered the cave. The huge Manchester snake's head fell onto the floor, and a pair of eye-shaped pearls were pierced by the pyramid shaft, and dazzling fluid flowed out from within. Even so, the materials on this huge snake would also be worth thousands of magic crystals. Murphy caressed the yellow-brown scales of the huge snake as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, the other eye of the Manchester snake opened. Its gaze, filled with hatred, immediately landed on Murphy. It opened its jaws, and the razor-sharp teeth was about to snap Murphy into two. This huge snake was not completely dead. Earlier it had feigned its death, and right now, it finally revealed its razor-sharp teeth and was about to kill this repulsive human. Against such an attack, Murphy was completely not protected and he stood there stunned, not moving at all. Be careful. Right when the snow-white teeth was about to land on Murphy, a silver chain suddenly flew out and wrapped itself on Murphy's waist, pulling him out of danger's way. A black arrow directly pierced the other eye of the snake, and the Manchester snake continuously writhed and finally ceased moving. Huff. 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 Asterisk. Murphy panted violently. Leyland, thank you. I owe you my life. No problem. You gave your support to me back then too, didn't you? Leyland smiled as his gaze fixed on the huge snake, up until when the AI chip's voice sounded, "Target has completely lost all signs of life," did he heave a sigh of relief. Under the detection of the AI chip, although there were no more energy movements from the huge snake earlier, there was still a thermal response. Of course, many kinds of creatures must be dead for a while before all thermal signs completely vanish. However, because of that, Lei Lin was even more vigilant. Besides, intentionally or accidentally, he led Murphy forward and finally verified whether the large snake was truly dead. What a pity. If this Manchester snake were to die before, its other eye would have absolutely been valued over 1,000 magic crystals, but right now, the value of the whole corpse is greatly reduced. Lei Lin was somewhat helpless as he looked to Murphy, who was at his side. "About the attack earlier, you actually did not dodge it, which makes me rather surprised." An unexpected flush reddened Murphy's cheeks. "After using the rune shackles, my spiritual force and magic power are greatly weakened. In this period, I am just another old geezer on the street." With regards to Lei Lin, who saved him earlier, right now it could be said that Murphy trusted him greatly and actually even shared such a secret with him. "Alright. Let's hurry and harvest the materials of this Manchester snake, and then return to Extreme Night City." Lei Lin sized up the chaotic scene. Lei Lin and the three of them had absolutely no way to move those corpses on the ground, so they could only return back to Extreme Night City and ask people to retrieve these corpses. With the death of the huge Manchester snake, this area should no longer pose a threat in future. "Ha! This time Lei Lin, your contributions have been the most, so you should be allowed to harvest the best material." Murphy smiled. Concerning this matter, Lei Lin did not have any notions of killing Murphy and claiming all the loot for himself. Murphy did help him earlier, and on the other hand, right now Murphy and him were the only two acolytes left, so he would definitely monopolize a large portion of the resources, thus he did not have to take a risk and kill people. From the whole Manchester snake, the most valuable ingredient would be its eyes, after which the remaining materials would only add up to a total of 1,000 to 2,000 magic crystals, which was not enough to bewitch Lei Lin yet. If right now there was some rare materials worth 10,000 magic crystals, who knew if Lei Lin would harbor some bad intentions? Decent scales, combined with the snake skin, should be able to produce many sets of soft armor. Lei Lin went forward and unsheathed his crossblade, before dissecting the huge snake. Murphy too helped by his side. After a moment of being busy, Lei Lin and Murphy had harvested some of the more valuable portions of the huge snake. As for the remaining items, they could only be transported with help from the city lord's castle. ******* The axles of the carriage resounded continuously, and Viscount Jackson opened his eyes. "I am, still alive." What entered his vision was a sky filled with resplendent starlight, and he felt his body rising and falling in accordance with the movements of the horse carriage. Viscount Jackson discovered that his chest was already bandaged, and a refreshing feeling dispersed the pain, which showed that the healing process was extremely professional. Who was it that saved me? A doubt crossed Viscount Jackson's mind, and he tried hard to untangle his thoughts. "City Lord. You are finally awake." A face with a white beard and white eyebrows appeared in front of Viscount Jackson. "How is it? Do you still retain your memories?" Murphy shook his finger in front of Viscount Jackson. "Was it you who saved me? How are the others?" Viscount Jackson struggled to speak, and his voice sounded hoarse, like a ruined bellow. "It wasn't me, but Lei Lin who saved you." Murphy pointed at Lei Lin who was driving. "We three are the only survivors of the whole group. After exiting the woods, it took me a while to obtain this spacious horse carriage. They're all dead." Viscount Jackson flung his head to the side and an unexplainable sorrow welled from the bottom of his heart. "Lord Viscount. It seems like you are all right now." Lei Lin turned back and tossed a green bottled potion. "This is a healing potion, I hope it will be of use to you." Murphy caught it, and fed it into the mouth of Viscount Jackson. After taking the potion, Viscount Jackson only felt a hot wave surging through his four limbs, and he finally regained some energy from it. "Towards Lei Lin's generosity and grace of saving my life, I will definitely repay you when we return. If possible, please give me all of the Hove Violet leaves in the castle. That would be the greatest recompense." Lei Lin raised his request without a tinge of restraint. Of course. Jackson was stunned, before immediately agreeing. With the advance of the horse carriage, the silhouette of Extreme Night City gradually appeared. A few soldiers were still guarding the post, scrutinizing the people that came and went. Jackson looked at the distant scene, and his eyes quivered, and finally 2 streams of tears flowed. The city lord's castle's reconnoiter group had perished completely. Even news of Viscount Jackson, as a Grand Knight, having been seriously injured had spread and immediately caused an uproar in Extreme Night City. Even after 2 days, the news did not die down. Instead, it even spread throughout the area. As the city lord of Extreme Night City, Viscount Jackson always used his status as a Grand Knight to suppress many dark factions. However, when the news of him being injured spread, it caused several ripples and undercurrents inside the city. At this moment, the strength of the city castle was waning, even the few acolytes who were friendly towards Viscount Jackson had died. Jackson, who was nurturing his grief, had to face with all these, and was rather overwhelmed by all these. Lei Lin, who stayed in the villa outside the city, heard some of the news. However, since he had returned from the venture, he always holed himself in the experiment lab, and even refused many invitations from the city lord's castle and other factions. Under the bright light, Lei Lin stared, his eyes fixated on a petri dish. On the surface of the glass petri dish, a small red lump of flesh continuously swelled, and from it grew many tentacles. Lei Lin picked up another pipette, and placed a drop of the yellow potion on the lump of meat. Sigh. The meat dissolved, and turned into a puddle of crimson red with yellowish blood fluid. I have finally managed to purify it, the primordial blood essence of the huge snake. Lei Lin looked at the petri dish, as if seeing the most precious treasure in this world. AI chip. Scan composition. Beep. Mission establishing, scanning in progress, the list of genes has been generated, comparing to database. Beep. Similarity of the blood essence with a normal huge python, 99.8%. Determined as the blood essence of original huge pythons. After remodeling in the later stage, there were new types of genes. The AI chip continuously reported the conclusions, and even projected the list of genes in front of Lei Lin's eyes. From the multicolored image, the blood essence of the huge Manchester snake that Lei Lin saw earlier was actually the same with regular huge pythons. Indeed. This huge python is the result of an experiment by magicians. Lei Lin nodded his head. He still remembered clearly that after the AI chip had scanned the huge python, it had added the words half-adult to its name. However, if not for the accuracy of the AI chip down to the atomic level, Lei Lin would never unravel the secret behind it. Even other magicians would not be able to realize the difference. 2 more days, and that area should be calm again. Lei Lin informed his subordinates that he was going to undergo a very long duration of experimentation and that they are not to bother him with any matters, and then he secretly left the villa. Chapter 69, Vestige Traces. Vestige Traces. The night was dark, and there was tranquility. Dried-up old trees littered the surroundings, and on the branches, there were ravens ruffling their feathers. Bang. The grass patch below the tree tore open, revealing a dark passage beneath it. Lei Lin was draped in black robes, and his face was veiled. One would not be able to see his face. The nearby villa was still lit with lanterns, and the patrolling mercenaries did not know that their master had already left the villa. In Lei Lin's experiment lab, there was a direct passage which Lei Lin set up himself, with no one being the wiser. Since that huge Manchester snake is an experimental body, there should be some experiment labs nearby for magicians. Moreover, that huge Manchester snake had actually occupied Dark Night Woods for a few years, and not one magician had stepped forward to deal with it. There could only be one reason for that. Lei Lin's eyes flashed, that experiment lab is most likely abandoned. The magician in it, due to some circumstances, could no longer look after it, or is most likely dead. That is why the huge snake could escape from it. For magicians, seeking ancient vestiges had always been in their best interests. The remnants left by ancient magi, such as official magi experiment labs, would often contain many valuable data and ingredients, high-leveled research, spells and magic artifacts with immense might. These were all items that magicians always sought after. Rumor had it that more often than not, there were examples of acolytes who were lacking, having stumbled upon ancient remnants, and beginning to wield tremendous power after that. Of course, there were failed ventures and explorations where they finally died under the ancient mechanisms or curses from the corpses. However, for magicians, searching for vestiges was still a very beneficial thing to do. From an experiment lab which could create a half-adult huge Manchester snake, any one item in it could let Lei Lin immediately get rich quickly, and even obtain more precious ingredients and knowledge to pave the way for him to advance into an official Magus in future. Since I have already found some traces, I will definitely have a look at the experiment lab. Lei Lin's gaze was determined. He was not afraid of risks, especially when the benefits strongly outweigh the risks. For this venture, he had specially prepared many items, which were enough measures to counter against any sudden developments. As for his subordinates, not only were they easily susceptible to divulging news, but under the trap set up by official magi, even knights were only in existence slightly greater than ants. They were completely of no use, hence Lei Lin even kept his departure from them. Lei Lin journeyed for several nights in a row. Since there were no people around, he could use many of his methods. He splashed a green potion onto the ground, bringing about a ball of green-colored wind particles, which wrapped Lei Lin's body within them. His whole body seemed to turn into a breeze, and disappeared into the night. What Lei Lin used was a hastening potion which he had formulated throughout the years. As an outstanding potions master, no matter if it was using potions to journey or fight, he was entirely in his element. In the original passage, where Lei Lin and the others had battled the huge Manchester snake, people had already been sent from the city lord's castle to retrieve the mutilated corpses and largely dissected huge Manchester snake. What remained were many impressions on the ground, as well as traces of flames and frost, which spoke of the intense fight that had occurred previously. The scenario from earlier has already been recorded down by the crystal ball given by the Academy. To use that to signify the completion of mission is absolutely acceptable. From the battle previously, Lei Lin had used the crystal ball to record only most of the exploration mission, especially the corpse of the huge Manchester snake at the end. With some ingredients from the corpse, as well as the record from the crystal ball, it could be said that Lei Lin's mission in Extreme Night City was finally completed. However, he had no plans whatsoever to leave at all. Not mentioning whether the mess of a war that Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was entangled in at the moment already had a victor, Lei Lin did not want to go back during this period. He had just managed to formulate a modified formula for the Azure Potion. Now would be the best time to break through into a level 3 acolyte, so why would he risk going back to the Academy and expose himself in the process? As for Extreme Night City, Lei Lin did not even see an official Magus, which put him at ease to carry out his experiments and breakthrough. Lei Lin would wait for a buffer of 3 years after the dust settled for the war of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Although his advancement to a level 3 acolyte would still be fast that way, it would not be as eye-catching. At that time, he could figure out an excuse, and cover his tracks easily. As for the corpses of the acolytes on the floor, naturally, they had already been inspected by Lei Lin. Back then, he had kept all the valuable items for himself before bringing the heavily injured Jackson and Murphy to leave the place. However, that group of acolytes were all paupers, and not a single one of them had more than 10 magic crystals. Only on that half-beast man acolyte, there was still a frost-smelted gold rune which can be considered to be rather good. Lei Lin grumbled in his mind, as he came to the centermost area of the cave. Under the light radiated by the flash jellyfish, the whole cave was extremely bright. Lei Lin could see that on the ground at the center, traces of where the huge Manchester snake was coiled were still apparent. It actually managed to make such a deep impression. They are indeed of the same nature narrated by compendiums, an extremely lazy being. Lei Lin crouched and felt the earth that was sunken in. AI chip. Record composition. Recording completed, comparing to normal Earth data in the databank. The target has 0.0005% of compound remnants, and is tentatively determined to contain make alloy. The AI chip's voice intoned. Make alloy was a type of artificial metal, made by spells of magicians, that was extensively used to construct incubation pools in experiment labs. This is right. Leylin's eyes flashed with glee. AI chip, is it possible to follow the tracks of the snake and find its original breeding area? Scanning in progress. The target's data has been heavily covered by other creatures and is lacking in important information. Mission failed. The AI chip's voice intoned. Leylin scanned the surroundings. The ground was littered with claw marks from various creatures. Such was the devastation left by the parasitic abilities of the huge Manchester snake. What a pity. Leylin shook his head. However, according to the habits of the huge Manchester snake and the clues left by the other traces, that experiment lab should not be far off from here. Leylin commanded the AI chip, scan every item in the surroundings. Missions establishing, beginning imaging. Along with the AI chip intonation, the image of a blue-colored map was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. In the center was a huge cave, with many small tunnels in the near vicinity. Leylin even found a few parasitic bodies that had survived through sheer luck. However, it was unknown how much longer they could live for when the parent was dead. The map expanded until it finally reached the limit of its range. Leylin's brows furrowed. AI chip, restart scan. Lower the precision to the lowest, and search in an extended perimeter. Begin running through a checklist of radioactive density. With the command, the map in Leylin's eyes turned more out of focus. However, the perimeter extended, almost encompassing the nearby geography of the cave too. Maintain this area and precision. Leylin walked out of the cave and began running towards a direction. Following his movement, the edge of the map also continuously expanded. A few hours later, Leylin walked towards a large black granite boulder. The surrounding areas have already been inspected. Although the radioactive densities are higher, this should be where the shedding of the huge Manchester snake took place previously. As for the only place with no radiation, but not within the scope of the AI chip scanning perimeter, this is the only place. Leylin looked at the large black granite boulder in front of him. This boulder was of the height of several humans, almost the size of a small mountain. In the map that the AI chip scanned, this huge boulder had absolutely no traces of radiation. Even standing before it now, the AI chip still did not detect anything. This kind of scenario has happened several times back at the Academy. It is due to the spell formation set by official magi, which are interfering with the detection of the AI chip. Leylin stroked the surface of the large black granite boulder. It was ice-cold, damp, and had algae growing on it. However, what I must do to enter? Leylin exerted strength in his right arm and grabbed some of the rock powder. AI chip. Analyze composition. Beep. Mission establishing, in the process of gathering data. The AI chip's voice continuously intoned, and a screen appeared in front of Leylin that was densely packed with the various data of the granite rock. It seems like there are no differences between this and a normal granite rock. Leylin drew the data of normal granite rock and made a comparison. However, he finally had to acknowledge that the magician defended his secrets very well. Leylin had absolutely no way of finding the entrance to the experiment lab. However, since that huge Manchester snake was able to come out, it means that the defense in the spell formation has some sort of problem. I just require more time to inspect. Leylin stroked his chin and began setting up a tent beside the granite rock. He decided to stay here for a long time in order to continuously detect any loopholes or weakness in the spell formation, hoping to find a way to enter. After all, there won't be anyone coming to the vicinity of the Withering Woods anymore, especially when the city lord's castle has sent people to retrieve the corpses of the acolytes, troops, and the huge snake. After chewing on several biscuits that he brought along with him, Leylin began to analyze the spell formation on the large black granite boulder. Of course, he only dared do this as he was sure that the owner of the lab was already dead through his observations and conjectures. Who knew if that unknown magician had long since died a natural death? After having been here for so long, yet with no magicians coming out, the accuracy of this conjecture has yet been raised by 30%. Leylin stared at the large black granite boulder before him with a zealous expression contained within. If I manage to dispel the spell formation, the items in there are all mine. For Lei Lin, who was a level 2 acolyte, an experiment lab belonging to an official Magus was a huge treasure trove. Only that. The traps set by official Magus are extremely dangerous. I must absolutely not be blinded by greed and fall into a trap. Chapter 70, Gnawing Slate. Gnawing Slate. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lin had tarried beside the large black granite boulder for 5 days. In those 5 days, Lei Lin tried every method he knew on the large black granite boulder. He finally found a few loopholes he could exploit. Lei Lin already confirmed that the granite boulder had a spell formation set up within. But it was in a damaged state. According to the wear and tear, this formation had already been in effect for over 100 years. The cause of this extensive damage might very well have had something to do with the huge Manchester snake's escape earlier. Some portion of the magic spell formation has already been damaged by that snake. That's why there are detectable traces leaking out. Without those leaks, even with the AI chip's assistance, finding this place would not have been easy. Glee spread across Lei Lin's face. Due to his experiments these past few days, he managed to assemble a set of spells that gave him a 70 to 80% chance of opening the entrance to this experiment lab. The cyclical timing inherent to this spell formation meant that the damaged parts only appeared at certain times. Lei Lin needed to wait for this window of opportunity. The sun gradually set and the surrounding area became shrouded in darkness. Owing to the death of the huge Manchester snake, the withering woods would eventually recover its former vitality. Unfortunately, this would require at least 100 years. Right now, there was only that deathly suffocating silence permeating the withering woods, which would insidiously choke anyone who dared enter. Lei Lin did not care a whit. Oblivious to the heavy atmosphere, he sought out a level rock and started brewing potions on it. Moonlight fell. Very soon the woods was enveloped in a layer of silver sheen. The full moon today was exceptionally bright. Curiously, there was a tinge of saffron tinting the moon. Lei Lin snapped open the pocket watch he brought with him. It's almost midnight. He rose and sauntered to the side of the large black granite boulder. As moonlight from the full moon shone on the surface of the granite rock, its black stone skin suddenly came off and revealed a network of blood vessels coalescing into a silvery archway. They pulsated continuously as if absorbing the moonlight. This is it. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. He quickly emptied the contents of the potions he just brewed onto the surface of the granite rock. Psi. A large amount of white mist rose and corroded the surface of the rock, leaving the network of blood vessels in chaos. Karamanda. Lei Lin chanted the incantation softly. His voice sounded extremely depressed, like the muttering of a jilted woman. In time with the chanting noises, the silvery network of veins settled and continued to combine, then finally turned into a circular passage. Seeing this, Lei Lin was elated. His chanting voice became more frenzied as he repeatedly tossed the few ingredients in his hands into the passageway. Bang. Along with Lei Lin's final chant, the large black granite boulder completed its shape change. Close to Lei Lin, the silvery archway earlier disappeared. Instead, the entrance to a dark tunnel materialized. A fake passageway actually got conjured. Lei Lin shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. At that instant, the eyes of the black raven perched on his shoulders, glinted with human intelligence. By harnessing some of this spell's effect, I should be able to use this raven to break into the experiment lab in a short time frame. Everything it sees would then be relayed into my right eye like a holographic projection. As Lei Lin shut his right eye, the raven cocked its head lightly before giving a cry. Then, it directly flew into the dark tunnel. Many scenes flashed past Lei Lin's closed right eye. He felt like he was flying. The scenery below him were all relayed into his mind's eye. The passage was extremely short. In moments, the raven reached the other end. Lei Lin saw a small-sized villa appear in front of him. Its walls shimmered with spell light. Green-colored vines crawled and filled the wall. On it were some sort of red-colored flowers with what looked like bone petals. This is... Astonishment surfaced from the depths of the raven's eyes. Devil vines? Bone-eating flowers? I originally thought they were all extinct, but there are actually some in here. On the villa's entrance was a jagged circular hole the size of Leyland's palm. Leyland surmised that this could be the spot the Manchester snake broke through during its escape, way back when it was but a youngling. Near the hole, a white skeleton draped in black robes lay on a gray-colored stone platform. According to the way the skeleton is positioned, it was obviously an acolyte like me who accidentally stumbled upon this place. He tried to break into the villa and perished in this sorry state. Leyland steeled his heart. He telepathically maneuvered the raven to alight beside the bones and let the bird pluck on it with its black claws. A crash resounded, a heap of items fell from the robes. A book, several yellow parchment paper, a heap of bottles, and a yellow bronze ring tumbled onto the floor. A K symbol was inscribed on it. Seems to be some kind of identity verification. Leyland casually had the bird fiddle with the ring and peep at the book. After using the raven's feathers to clear the dust, a row of esoteric patterns and cursive handwriting emerged. These characters. They seem to be in ancient terrestrial elven language. I have seen these before in the library. Leyland was stunned. He immediately began to decrypt the words, terrestrials. Terrestrial elves. Alchemist of the terrestrial elves, Terozer. It is actually information pertaining to alchemy. Leyland was in ecstasy. It was mentioned in the library's records that the ancient terrestrial elves were renowned for their exquisite alchemy, as well as their enchanting capabilities. If I were to obtain these information, I may begin attempting some of the things recorded in the Loyan Academy. Teachings. With the AI chip's overpowered calculation abilities, the Loyan Academy teachings, which Leyland bought earlier, was already completely decrypted. Part of data was about a method for synthesizing a magic artifact. Of course, it was only a low-grade magic artifact. However, in Leyland's current state, this was a rather huge temptation. He, alas, spent most of his time on potioneering and magic studies, so he had next to no inkling whatsoever concerning alchemy and enchantment. Moreover, such high-level information was always kept under rigorous control. Regular acolytes did not have the clearance to access them. Even if Leyland had a way to synthesize a magic artifact, it would still be extremely difficult. Luckily, with the alchemy information material here and the simulation capability of his AI chip, Leyland completely believed that he would be able to synthesize this magic artifact once he became a level 3 acolyte. Bring this book out. Leyland was already thinking of retreating. To him, just knowing that within the granite walls was an abandoned experiment lab with degraded defenses made today's probe an extremely fruitful one. Obtaining advanced information on alchemy was an unexpected bonus. The raven grabbed the book with its claws with much effort. As it turned around, it lightly brushed the parchment paper. With a hissing sound, the ancient piece of paper disintegrated. Leyland was stunned. Has it already eroded to this state? Asterisk hee. Ha. Asterisk. Just as Leyland's raven was about to fly off with the book, the surrounding area reverberated with a child's ominous laughter. The defense formation activated. Damn it, I only have 2 more minutes. The black raven flapped its wings, preparing to rise and fly away. Asterisk ka-chow. Asterisk the gray-colored platform split open, revealing a huge jaw serrated with razor-sharp white teeth. In one ferocious snap, the raven was torn to pieces. Asterisk poo. Asterisk on the surface of the giant black stone, Leyland crouched down and grabbed at his right eye with his hands. A wave of searing pain hit him. It felt like someone was digging out his eyeball directly from its socket. Asterisk huff 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 asterisk panting heavily, Leyland slowly recovered a good while later. The muscles of his handsome face contorted and red veins could be seen filling the white of his right eye. A blood vessel burst and drops of blood fell to the ground. Magic spell backlash. Leyland sucked in a lungful of cold air and withdrew a red potion from his sack. He unplugged it and began drinking its contents. Several moments later, Leyland stood up, feeling much better. Careless. I never thought that apart from the devil vines and bone-eating flower, there was even a gnawing slate. Lei Lin looked at the original position of the tunnel entrance. The surface of the huge black granite boulder remained smooth. The entrance seen earlier seemed to be merely an illusion. Devil vines, bone-eating flower, gnawing slate, and other mechanisms. I cannot infiltrate in this place right now, what a pity. Lei Lin deduced this from the spells he had in his possession and the ingredients he owned. I'm afraid that only after I advance into level 3 Acolyte, will I be able to enter this experiment lab. Lei Lin concluded, anyway, I now know the true location and its access protocols. Moreover, I have visually confirmed the presence of precious informative material regarding alchemy inside. So this venture was not a complete waste of effort. Right now, the experiment lab was too dangerous for Lei Lin. He was not someone who got easily dazzled by greed. He decided to leave exploring this place to a later date and return to the villa to cultivate. Lei Lin calmed down as he focused on resting and recuperating from the damage done to him by the spell earlier. He then went towards the tent area where stowed his things. He then erased all traces and tracks left by his recent activities. This defense spell formation has lasted over 100 years. There were almost no loopholes a random passerby could exploit. I only need to erase my tracks. Adding more defensive measures or illusory spells would be superfluous. Having finished arranging everything, Lei Lin took a last glance at the black rock. Then, without the slightest bit of hesitation, he left. I have warned them before about the laboratory in the manor, so Anna and the others would not dare enter it. If I can return undetected to my laboratory, I can keep what happened here a secret. Concerning Extreme Night City, Jackson only suffered some superficial injuries. He should be mostly have recovered by now after following my treatment. He is most likely pretending to be seriously injured to lure any turncoat and renegade from their snake holes. Whatever the case may be, matters regarding the city lord's castle are not my concern. I need not understand them. When I get the promised Hove Violet leaves, I will immediately begin brewing the potions needed to break through into level 3. To Lei Lin, increasing his own power was all-consuming. Otherworldly influences and the sort were considered a waste of energy. Since he did not care about such things, he was also disinclined to paying attention to these matters. But if anyone dared to entertain the idea of harming him, he would kill them. As far as magicians were concerned, eradicating a few worldly powers or factions required almost no effort. Chapter 71, Preparing to Break Through. Preparing to break through. The heat wave caressed the earth. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed, and it was autumn. In the small villa, Lei Lin swirled a tastefully refreshing iced grape juice in a wine glass. He was attired in a leisurely frivolous apparel favored by nobles and looked quite lackadaisical. AI chip. Bring up my current stats. Beep. Lei Lin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte, Knight. Strength, 3.1, Agility, 3.3, Vitality, 3.2, Spiritual Force, 7.1, Magic Power, 7, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy. I have finally reached the 7 Spiritual Force bottleneck. Lei Lin sighed as he looked at the data. After getting back from his solo exploration several months ago, Lei Lin got busy brewing potions to break through the Spiritual Force bottleneck. Viscount Jackson had expeditiously sent over a warehouse full of Hove Violet leaves. At the same time, Fraser and the others continued to purchase ingredients found elsewhere as per Lei Lin's standing orders. Sadly, the modified Azure Potion's brewing success rate was on the low side while consumption of Hove Violet leaves was outrageously high. On top of that, Lei Lin could only take in the potion during the most optimal times recommended by the AI chip for maximum medicinal effect. It was only now that he reached a spiritual force of 7. Young Master. Fraser's back. On the other side of the door Anna wore a black gauze ensemble that showed off her alluring curves beneath the fine muslin, especially her snow-white thighs which was seductively enclosed in black fishnet stockings. Right now she acted as Lei Lin's chief aide, at the same time she had control over the finances, which could be considered as having high authority. However, in the presence of Lei Lin she was as gentle and as obedient as a little pussycat. Let's go. I'll go meet him. Lei Lin got up and left the room, his leather shoes gave off a thudding noise on the floorboard with each step. Young master. Upon seeing Lei Lin's arrival, two maids hurriedly curtsied. N. Lei Lin suddenly walked in front of a maid. She had snow-white thighs and perky breasts, but right now her head was lowered and she dared not move. You're new here. Lei Lin caressed her smooth chin. Her face still had some residual baby fat on it, making her look extremely adorable. Yes. Yes, I am Trixie, the daughter of Luke who works in your farm ranch, milord. The maid replied softly, did not dare reject Lei Lin's teasing. Work hard. Lei Lin waved his hands as he left. That maid earlier should now be very agitated, huh? Lei Lin slowly rubbed his fingers against each other as he revealed a mischievous smirk. Ever since he had been transported to this world, because he occupied the body of a youth, he realized that his attitude was reverting more and more towards one befitting the host's age. During emergencies or crises, it was not obvious. But now that he was in safe haven, he could not help but have some notions of tomfoolery. He expunged the expression on his face as he strolled to the warehouse. He was once again the great and stern magician lord. Young master. Fraser stated as he half knelt on the ground. Your subordinate, I have collected another 20 pounds of whole violet leaves from austere Winter City. They have all been stored inside the warehouse. Very good. Lei Lin walked to the warehouse, and took a look at the amount and quality of the whole violet leaves. Amongst the whole pile, the only ones that could be used for potion brewing were those whose central stems were thinner than the stalk of an oat. The amount of spiritual force an azure potion provided remained considerable enough to justify Lei Lin's continued use, despite the increasingly high resistance towards the potion he was developing. The bizarre purple leaves filled half of the warehouse. There was a strange scent permeating the air, a rather stinging sulfuric pungence. Lei Lin casually picked up a purple leaf. AI chip, detect properties. Beep. Gathering data. After a brief pause, the various properties of the whole violet leaves were projected onto Lei Lin's visual field. The chemistry, the medicinal properties, even the smidgen of various residue from other items on the surface of the leaf, all projected by the AI chip. Based on this inspection, this batch of whole violet leaves will still do. Lei Lin nodded his head. Young master. Fraser's lips moved, yet he did not speak. Say what you want to say. Lei Lin's brows furrowed. All the whole violet leaves in Extreme Night City have now been purchased by us. What remains are those of poor quality. In fact, Green and I have already seen a number of counterfeit batches from traders who wish to hoodwink us. Indeed, whole violet leaves are a special product only found in Eastwood Province. They take at least a year to grow. Lei Lin stroked his chin, and estimated the amount of whole violet leaves in the warehouse. Put our purchasing drive on hold until next year's whole violet leaves hit the markets. We can then resume buying them again. From this recent batch of whole violet leaves, Lei Lin discovered that the quality was getting poorer and poorer. Some could not even be used for potion brewing. Indeed, it seems like he purchased quite a huge chunk of the total whole violet leaf production in this area. The ingredients in the warehouse should be enough to meet my requirements for manufacturing enough potions to get to level 3 acolyte. As for official Magus, it is not something that I can consider right now. Lei Lin entered into deep thought. Right now his spiritual force has already reached 7. He has long since brewed the reactive elixirs. Advancing to level 3 acolyte no longer posed any problem for him at all. However, Lei Lin still knew nothing about how to advance to official Magus from level 3 acolyte. Even though Lei Lin was authorized to access the Academy's library, he had not found any hint of the process. It seemed like the Academy had forbidden all information pertaining to this topic. Whether the Academy or the market, I have always paid special attention to information related to official Magus. Until now, I could not even unearth a single clue. This was also why Lei Lin was hesitant about leaving Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The higher-ups in the Magus world kept a tight lid on all information regarding how to advance to official Magus. More so for Lei Lin, who became an acolyte from afar. He had to fulfill certain requirements and run errands before he would be granted a peek at the advancement methods to study them. This is something out of my control. Maybe the Magus experiment lab has something that I can profit from. Lei Lin thought again of the Magus experiment lab concealed near the Withering Woods. After his previous stint there, he could already confirm that the person who left the experiment lab was an official Magus. Moreover, it had been forsaken for a long time already. This was a piece of good news. He only needed to be rid of all the spell formations laid on the experiment lab. Then, everything in it would be his, including the unlucky magician's items lying just outside the door. Level 3. I only need to advance to level 3 Acolyte, and imbue another set of rank 0 spells so I can depart. Lei Lin made up his mind. In a small secret lab with an extremely simple layout, there weren't many household items, only a wooden bed in the middle. Lei Lin sat cross-legged atop the bed. Before his impassive face was a tangerine yellow potion. He was prepared and determined to break through to level 3 Acolyte. He did not breathe a word of this to anyone. Like before, he informed Anna that he was just going to carry out an experiment. No matter what happened, he didn't want any interruptions. It was not that he couldn't trust his subordinates, but they had neither the strength nor the ability to render aid if anything untoward happened. They wouldn't be of much use, so he might as well hide the fact that he was attempting to break through. After all, he disappeared from the villa from time to time. His manor staff had gotten inured to it by now. Once he had accomplished what he set out to do, when he next appeared before his people, everything would have been fait accompli. Although there might not be any prying eyes or ears, especially any spies sent by his adversaries, he was conscientious of the possibility. Level 3 Acolyte, the final step before official Magus. For first grade and second grade Acolytes, level 3 has always been hailed the peak of cultivation. A level 1 Acolyte could merely use energy particles, but could not cast any spells yet. Their fighting strength was roughly equivalent to a knight's. As for level 2 Acolytes, they were able to cast some rank 0 spells. Though these were simple ones, it bolstered their battle abilities to such an extent that they surpassed the knights. Level 3 Acolytes, on the other hand, had exponentially greater spiritual force than regular humans. They had a more profound understanding of spell theory and its uses in combat. They were masters of techniques like instantaneous casting, which enabled extremely rapid casting of prepared spells. Even Grand Knights were not their opponents. Moreover, level 3 Acolyte had always been considered the preparatory stage to becoming an official Magus. The faster one advances as a level 3 Acolyte, the higher chances of eventually becoming an official Magus. Among Magus academies and factions, the number of official Magi was extremely small. Level 3 Acolytes were universally considered the backbone of any academy's or faction's battle strength. Any young level 3 Acolyte was counted as a valuable asset of the academy. These institutions were inclined towards dedicating resources to nurture them, hoping that these seeds would advance beyond level 3 Acolyte in the future. Breaking through level 3 Acolyte requires mastery of 2 spell models, a spiritual force of 7, and the aid of reactive elixirs. Lei Lin picked up the tangerine yellow potion before him. I have long since gotten both the elixir and the requisite spell mastery. Now, with the help of the azure potion, I have also met the spiritual force requirements, all within a few months. This speed has long since surpassed Jaden's aptitude. A 5th grade Acolyte. Even if they were genius Acolytes of the 5th grade, before the huge gulf between level 2 Acolyte and level 3 Acolyte, 3 years would be the minimum they would spend getting there. However, after obtaining the potion, Lei Lin's speed had long since surpassed that of Jaden and the rest. In no time at all, he had reached the standard required to advance to be a level 3 Acolyte. As long as my spiritual force gets enhanced, even if the breakthrough fails, I can always make another attempt. My body would suffer some major damage though, so being successful in one go is for the best. For the final time, Lei Lin mentally reviewed all information regarding advancement to a level 3 Acolyte. After confirming that he had not left anything out, he popped the cork, keeping the tangerine yellow potion securely plugged. This reactive elixir is not meant to be drunk. Lei Lin undressed and smeared the reactive elixir over his face, limbs and chest. The potion felt rather cool wherever he smeared it. However, after a few moments, a wave of heat gradually coursed through his skin. In an instant, his skin started to shudder and turn beet red. The reactive elixir is taking effect, medicinal properties under surveillance. The AI chip's voice intoned. As the potion continued to take effect, Leyland felt as if the potion coating his skin had come alive and was worming its way through his pores and into his body. Chapter 72, Advancing to Level 3 Acolyte. Advancing to Level 3 Acolyte. An itch. An unbearable itch. Leyland felt that his bones had split open and many ants came crawling out from within. An extremely itching sensation was coursing through his body at this moment. Damn it! And I actually have to enter a deep meditative state under this condition and remodel the mind runes. Leyland's face turned red. He clenched his teeth and resisted the urge to scratch his body as he closed his eyes. Due to the adverse yet intense effect on his body, Leyland spent several more times longer to enter a meditative state. Inside the meditation, Leyland seemed to have come to a place. The surroundings were a grayish blur. Up in the air, there were many lights which seemed like stars, illuminating this place. Leyland lifted his head. In the air were 24 mysterious runes, glowing with a fluorescent light, which gathered to form a circle. These were the mind runes that he had painstakingly constructed during the past few years. Although these mind runes were all constructed through various special means, each and every one of the construction required a huge amount of effort and time. Previously, Leyland had spent more than a year before he could finally construct them in his mind. The mind runes of a level 2 acolyte cannot be considered to have fully consolidated. A level 3 acolyte has to integrate the mind runes together based on the foundation set in level 2 acolyte. Moreover, there needs to be a reinforcement of the sea of consciousness. Leyland was extremely curious towards that state too. Right now, he was in a completely conscious state. The sea of consciousness did not appear in any parts of his body. At least, the AI chip had already used a microscopic scan at the atomic level on his body but yet could not find anything. The cultivation of Magi's spiritual force may very well have crossed over into the aspect of souls. Leyland let out a sigh from the bottom of his heart. And at this moment, the sea of consciousness had a phenomenon. A layer of tangerine yellow light continuously permeated over the blurry, grayish mist. Not long after, the whole of the sea of consciousness turned into a bright tangerine yellow. This is the effect of the reactive elixir. It was only with a potion that can be smeared on the body, and I also know of the ingredients it is made up of, but that it can actually affect my sea of consciousness, that is really mysterious. Before Leyland could gasp again, the tangerine yellow light immediately rushed up into the sky, as if it wanted to dye the 24 mind runes into a tangerine yellow color too. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The mind runes let off a glow and rejected the contamination of a foreign object. A huge force of impact traveled over. Leyland's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Suppress it. Leyland hurriedly borrowed the strength of his spiritual force, to suppress the resistance of the mind runes. Asterisk pop. Asterisk. Towards the mind runes that he constructed, Leyland's mastery over them was not little. A few seconds later, the 24 mind runes all stopped resisting, and they were dyed a tangerine yellow. Under the contamination of the light, the many mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of the mind runes. These patterns continuously kept extending till they had completely covered the surface of all the mind runes. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the 24 mind runes finally stuck together, forming into an even greater rune. In Leyland's sea of consciousness, many patterns also appeared. And after the presence of these patterns, the sea of consciousness turned even more resplendent and transparent, as if it were being reinforced. After the reinforcement, as if listening to some command, the tangerine yellow light hurriedly retreated, immediately vanishing in the sea of consciousness. The large mysterious rune let off a glow, and Leyland's consciousness was pushed out from it. Where is this place? Leyland grew confused, suddenly releasing that he was in a mysterious place. The area was pitch black, with no light whatsoever. He wanted to reach out, but there was no concept of hands, as if he never had any hands before. In this manner, He floated in the air with no concept of time, yet he couldn't move. To Lei Lin, in this space, every minute was like a dozen years. This feeling could completely drive a sane person over the cliff. Lei Lin was somewhat frustrated. Haven't I advanced into a level 3 acolyte yet? Why would I come to this space? How long has the time passed? Suddenly, Lei Lin's heart jumped. AI chip. Beep. A bright blue screen was projected in front of Lei Lin, and although it could not illuminate the darkness, still it made him feel much better. Scans have picked up that the host's spiritual force is in an abnormal state. Under this circumstance, the host will fail the breakthrough to a level 3 acolyte in 5 minutes 23 seconds. 13 hours 45 minutes later, due to the failure of all organs, death will ensue. Whether to use magic power to get rid of the status? Yes/no. Yes. Right now Lei Lin completely did not feel any magic power left in his body, but the AI chip could still circulate it, which made him elated. Obtained host's confirmation and now transferring magic power. In the process of getting rid of the abnormal status. Along with the AI chip's voice intonation, there was suddenly a strange movement in the pitch-black space. Lei Lin's eyes flashed open. He realized that he was still in the secret lab and that not much time had passed since he began. During the advancing to a level 3 acolyte, there are actually such strange scenarios. Lei Lin's expression was solemn. His degree of progress was too quick. Most of his knowledge had been obtained from the library and also from the simulations and conjectures of the AI chip. He had no info about some scenarios of advancing into level 3 acolyte. Normally speaking, when many level 2 acolytes are in the midst of advancing, they all have their professors to explain in detail to them, but I'm unfortunate. Even Professor Croft wouldn't have expected that I would face a breakthrough this quickly. Lei Lin held on to many secrets and would never tell the truth. In Croft's eyes, he was just a newly advanced level 2 acolyte, so why would he tell him about some notes to pay attention regarding the advancement to a level 3 acolyte? Furthermore, the books in the library were available commonly. Many things in it had vague explanations. Even if Lei Lin had the AI chip and was able to erase the false information, together with his experiments, he wouldn't be able to obtain the perfect results. This caused Lei Lin to encounter a phenomenon that occurred during his advancement, and he was at a complete loss. Luckily I had the AI chip this time, if not I will be finished. The road to becoming a Magus is indeed very precarious. There was some lingering fear in Lei Lin's heart. But this, too, confirmed his deductions. The AI chip had been with him when he was transported, and for some unknown reason, it had merged into his soul. Hence, when his soul met with an abnormality and was isolated and without help, he could still activate the AI chip to get rid of the inner influences from the outside. So, advancing to a level 3 acolyte is not about the combination of the mind runes nor reinforcing the sea of consciousness, but about the space of darkness that comes after. Lei Lin suddenly understood much more. All these were usually precious information secrets that were not announced by professors or the academy. Many factionless acolytes usually died during this aspect. Beep. The host's spiritual force has some change and is more lively. The host has advanced into a level 3 acolyte. Spiritual force increasing. The AI chip's voice intoned. Following which, Lei Lin felt dizzy, and his spiritual force increased at a rapid speed. The spiritual force which seemed to ride on a rocket had continuously increased. When the final number jumped, it turned into 10.1, and finally stabilizing itself. My head hurts. With the sudden increase of the spiritual force, right now Lei Lin's body could still not adapt to the change. He had a runny nose, and when he touched the area, he realized that he was bleeding from his nostrils. The increase in spiritual force is too fast, and the body could not take it. Lei Lin smiled wryly, but very soon his expression changed and cracking noises came from within his body. At the same time, intense pain traveled from all parts of his body continuously. Lei Lin's facial muscles contorted and he fell flat on the bed, like a shriveled-up shrimp. Damn it! Damn it! The reactive elixir's effect is up and the backlash from the potion has started. Lei Lin howled, AI chip. Begin to coordinate with the magic power and get rid of the remnants from the elixir. A layer of a grayish-black halo of light appeared and floated on his body, enveloping his whole body. Along with the flickering of the halo, much of the yellowish-black pus was expunged from Leyland's pores, releasing a very acute stench. A dozen minutes later, Leyland struggled to get up. He took out a red-colored potion from the bag lying beside him and drank it fully before his expression changed for the better. At this moment his body was drenched in sweat and pus, bringing about an acidic stench, as if he had just been scooped out from the sewers. Leyland tried to pick himself up. His face was pale-stricken and he was weak in the knees. His eyes were sunk in as if having been bedridden with an illness for many months. After pushing open the door of the secret lab, Leyland jingled the bell placed beside the door. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk. A crisp yet penetrating sound rang, and it traveled far after a while. Young master. You. A few minutes later, Anna brought two maids as she rushed over. It seemed like Leyland's lips were covered by his hands. It's fine. Send me to the bathroom. I wish to take a shower. Do you want me to call the herbalist or doctor over? No need. Half an hour later, Leyland lay in a pool that was constructed from marble. The warm water flowed over his body, bringing away the dirt and grime from him. Anna was buck-naked as she nestled up against Leyland. She used a white towel to scrub his body. Me, milord. Your dear blood soup and steak. On the other side, Trixie too was stark naked, and her delightful curves were all exposed in front of Leyland's eyes. She blushed, as she carried a propped-up tray over. The ray was made of wood and floated on the pool. Leyland picked up his utensils and ate voraciously. Some time later, Leyland wore a loose bathrobe and reclined on a nearby chair. His back leaned against Anna's chest and enjoyed the sensational perky abundance. And at his side, Trixie and another beautiful were giving a massage to Leyland. They had only donned some clothes, which were smaller than a palm. The private areas weren't covered, only faintly discernible at times. This made it even more embarrassing yet alluring. Trixie and the other maid were only daughters of farmers and they had toiled in the farms since they were young. They had a layer of calluses on their hands even. However, they were extremely young and their slender figures were beautiful. Their bodies radiated the vibrancy of youthfulness. Compared to Anna, it was a kind of wild flavor. However, right now Leyland completely did not have any interest to engage in an intense bout with them. Instead, he felt somewhat traumatic about the advancement today. Re-examination. AI chip. Bring forth my current stats. Leyland commanded inwardly. Beep. Leyland Farlier, Level 3 Acolyte. Strength, 3.1, Agility, 3.3, Vitality, 3.5, Spiritual Force, 10.1, Magic Power, 10, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy. The AI chip projected the data in front of Leyland's eyes. Apart from him, nobody else could see it. Leyland closed his eyes, yet his mind was rapidly processing and thinking. My vitality has increased by 0.3, which should be related to the use of the reactive elixir. Also, not only did my spiritual force increase to 10.1, I can feel that my spiritual force is brimming with more energy as compared to before. My perception towards energy particles in the air has increased too, so casting rank 0 spells should now be easier. The realm of a level 3 acolyte is indeed not something a level 2 acolyte can compare to. However, the process of advancing is too perilous. Leyland put on an expression of lingering fear. No matter if it was his consciousness being trapped in the black space, or the backlash from the reactive elixir, they were all developments which he had not expected. To Leyland, all the data and information he had garnered was still too little. Although the AI chip's calculation abilities were extremely tremendous, if the basic information was not there, being able to simulate the correct advancement technique was already considered to be not bad. As for the setback met during the advancement, due to the various differences in vitality between people adding on to the shortage of information, even the AI chip was unable to predict them. After all, in the library that Abyssal Bone Forest Academy opened for its students, much information had been restricted. Some high-leveled information was not even released to be read by the acolytes. Also, even if the AI chip's calculation abilities are comparable to 10 supercomputers, the Magus world has, at least, tens of thousands of years of history. With all of the hundreds of thousands of acolytes' experiments, the results and models will surpass the AI chip's calculation abilities. The advancement, this time, was indeed rather lucky, and luck played an important factor in it. Leyland's face turned solemn. I cannot go on like this next time. This is only for advancing to a level 3 acolyte. In the future, when I advance into an official Magus, I won't be so lucky if something like this happens again. The difficulty of the advancement from a level 3 acolyte to an official Magus far exceeded that of advancing from a regular human to a level 3 acolyte. And if at that time there were some mistakes or oversights due to negligence, even if Lei Lin had a few lives, it wouldn't be enough to save him. After returning, I must inquire greatly about all the details pertaining to advancement into an official Magus, and not try to break through blindly again. Lei Lin gave himself this mission for the future. What's next is to wait until my body has adapted to the sudden increase in spiritual force, and muster the few rank 0 spells that only level 3 acolytes can learn, then go back to re-examine that lab. Lei Lin opened his eyes and sent Anna and the other 2 maids away. After setting up a circle of warning with a spell formation, he dragged his weary body onto the bed on the other side and entered into slumber. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed like that. Night and the splendor of moonlight shone upon the ground. It was another full moon night. Nearby the withering woods, beside that same large black granite boulder, Lei Lin muttered an incantation and repeated the same procedure as before. Seeing the same dark hole of the cave, Lei Lin smiled and walked in. After the observation of his previous exploration, he had already roughly understood the rules that were governing the spell formation. Moreover, he recorded all the danger inside there and had a way to counter them. Furthermore, he had already advanced to a level 3 acolyte and had more confidence to break the defensive mechanisms laid by the unknown Magus. The black tunnel passage was very short, and the surface was extremely shiny, reflecting Leyland's black-robed figure. It was even projected at multiple angles on the wall behind Leyland. The villa that Leyland had seen previously was at the back of the tunnel. The devil vines and bone-eating flowers still littered the floor. There were even gray slates on the floor, and within it resided the gnawing slate. On the door of the villa, there was a circular hole. At the side of it was a corpse and a black diary which brought luster lay beside the corpse. Seeing this book that had records of alchemy, Leyland's heart began to palpitate faster. In Leyland's eyes, the exterior of the villa was set up with a dangerous halo of light coming from magic spells, and it was unknown how many traps were concealed under the brilliant light. Asterisk hee. Ha. Asterisk. Just as Leyland's right foot stepped on the stone slate, a childish laughter sounded. The slates on the floor twisted open and revealed a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapping viciously at Lei Lin. The first defense. Gnawing slate. Lei Lin smiled and tossed a gob of black stuff into the huge mouth. Asterisk ka-chow. Asterisk the huge mouth gobbled up the black mass. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the gray mouth chewed, and immediately spit the black residue out. A red tongue continuously flickered outwards, and spat a yellowish-green spittle. This scene looked very much like a regular human eating something disgusting and spitting it out. With stinky stench flour, feces carapace mantis, and the rotten-stemmed grass as the components of this vomiting powder. It is indeed the bane of the gnawing slate. Lei Lin looked at the gray slate vomiting again, which immediately grew 2 small legs as it ran away, and the sight made Lei Lin laugh. To the unknown Magus, this should be a temporary lapse since the spell leaned towards concealment. As for its resistance, there should only be 3 layers. Moreover, using the gnawing slate, devil vines and bone-eating flowers combination, this is the trademark defensive measures of the Michael School of Thought. Lei Lin walked towards the front door, and immediately grabbed the black diary with his hands. It was extremely heavy, and carrying it felt like carrying a brick. It was probably made with special materials. Lei Lin kept the diary in his robes and walked towards the large door. A layer of blackish-green vine immediately wrapped around the door, and on it, many red petals bloomed. The petals assembled, and actually formed the face of a female. Intruder. This is somewhere that you shouldn't have come. The petals formed the opening and closing of the lips as the female talked. The Magus in there is already dead, I will inherit his fortune. As for you, I will keep your existence alive, and give you all the nourishment you require for evolving. How is it? Lei Lin took a red-colored fruit from his sack. To you, the whole experiment lab cannot even be compared with this ingredient in my hand. With it, you may even leave in the future, and regain your freedom, returning back to the woods where you came from. Lei Lin spoke softly, with a tinge of beguilement. Freedom. Hesitation and contemplation streaked across the woman's face. I cannot betray the promise from before. Outsider, please leave. The woman struggled, but she still rejected Lei Lin's proposition. A green vine continuously writhed, as if it would strike any time. Sigh. Lei Lin returned the fruit to his sack and sighed, I thought that I wouldn't have to strike. Stubborn intruder, only death will be your ending. The bone-eating flower howled, this time changing into the face of a male, and many black vines immediately came lashing forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the black shadow charged forward, and Lei Lin ducked with his body. The thick vines slapped the floor, and the stone pieces flew in the air, revealing a huge pit. Don't be so impulsive, what if you damage the experiment lab? A layer of green light flew into the vine in the air, turning into a ball of light, and enveloped the flower and vine completely. The vine's attack speed decreased. Lei Lin's brows furrowed and he took out a black powder from his sack, before sprinkling it all over the ground. Moreover, as he scattered the powder, Lei Lin hurriedly chanted an incantation. Intruder. Die. The human face formed by flower petals roared, and continuously changed, sometimes it was the voice of a male, and sometimes it had the face of a female. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. The blackish-green vines were continuously brandished and hit many holes in the surrounding walls of the cave. Lei Lin relied on the stats of a knight to dodge, and his incantation never stopped. Finally, after Lei Lin ran around the villa, the surrounding was already scattered with the black powder. At this moment, the chanting stopped. Lei Lin pointed a finger at the human face, go to hell. Cloud of afterlife. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The black powder continuously dissolved, turning into a gaseous body, and formed into an ominous black cloud that engulfed the entirety of the villa. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk from within traveled noises, which made Lei Lin recall the decomposition process of a man-eating plant. The black clouds grew denser, finally shielding what was happening within. However, there were the occasional sounds of the bone-eating flower which continuously waned and finally disappeared, only leaving behind decomposing sounds, which would make people cringe. 5 minutes later, the black smoke dissipated, revealing the villa from before again. By this moment, the surface of the villa had been severely corroded, and it looked as if it was going to collapse any moment. The devil vines and bone-eating flower had long since disappeared, leaving behind only a few remains. What a despotic spell. Cloud of Afterlife, a rank 0 spell which only level 3 acolyte can muster. Each use costs 5 spiritual force and 5 magic power, but it is worth it. Lei Lin nodded his head approvingly. With one use of Cloud of Afterlife, not only did the devil vines and bone-eating flower disappear, the villa had suffered from extreme corrosion, leaving behind only part of the defense, which could be said to no longer pose a threat to Lei Lin. Moreover, the Cloud of Afterlife was a shadow, dark element spell which was the least destructive. It was something Lei Lin specially chosen in order to destroy the spell formation on the villa, at the same time leaving behind the construction of the villa. Only that. The villa seems to have been corroded, and cannot stay erect for much longer. Lei Lin walked forward and knocked on the wooden door. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the wooden door immediately crumbled into many pieces and fell to the ground. Chapter 74, Great Magus Serhom. Great Magus Serhom. I must hurry. Lei Lin strode into the villa. AI chip. Scan the main structure of the villa. Mission establishing, beginning scan. Previously, the AI chip could not scan the blueprints of the villa due to the layer of spell formation and defensive measures on the surface of the villa, but that was not the case now. Very soon, a layer of light in the shape of a blue map appeared in front of Leyland's eyes. There are 2 stories in the villa. On the higher floor, it's the bedroom and bathroom. The first floor would be the guest room. As for the experiment lab, it is located underground. The entrance is built into the back of a wardrobe. Under the scan of the AI chip, the interior of the villa was displayed in front of him fully. To the bedroom first. Leyland rapidly ran up the second floor. Gripping the yellow bronze handle, Leyland opened the large door to the bedroom. A layer of dust immediately infiltrated his nose. The surface of Leyland's body automatically created a layer of black-colored light membrane, shielding him from the dust. Leyland then scanned the area. Everything is all neatly placed. The bedroom was very small, with only a bed, a table and a chair, and a closet. Leyland opened the closet. The clothes have all disappeared. It seems that the owner here has prepared to abandon this place. Although he had thought of this before, Leyland was still somewhat disappointed. He immediately rummaged through the bedroom but found nothing of value. Even the drawers of the table were empty, and there was only some blank parchment paper in the corners of the room. These should be remnants of the diary or record book. A pity that there's nothing written on them. Leyland felt that it was somewhat a shame. His eyes suddenly flashed. Diary. I got it. The yellow parchment paper was very old and seemed as if would break into many pieces. However, to Leyland, these few pieces of parchment paper were supreme treasures. AI chip. Scan the traces on the parchment paper. Leyland ordered, and a layer of blue light was immediately projected in front of his eyes. As for the parchment paper, lines of red handwriting were intermittently surfacing. This is something that the Magus wrote on a piece of parchment paper, but traces of his handwriting were left on these pieces of parchment. Leyland was somewhat elated. Magi would only use spells to appraise items, but there were spells that defended against such attempts. However, they had absolutely no defenses against Leyland's previous world's graphology, and he eventually found some clues. The information on the parchment paper was extremely disorderly. Many characters were overlapping with one another, and even the AI chip was unable to differentiate between them. After putting together the scattered pieces, what little information Leyland gotten should have been this diary. September 1st, clear. Extreme Night City is a very tranquil city. I hope I can carry out my experiments here peacefully. December 5th, dark. Oh. Damn it. The experiment has failed yet again, as expected. The difficulty of synthesizing bloodlines has far exceeded my expectations. What remained was extremely vague, and even the dates could not be deciphered. After reading Wayne's letter, I conducted a few more experiments. I have to admit, he was right. I was heading in the wrong direction all along. This is indeed some sorrowful news. The experimental body has failed completely. As for what's left of the eggs, even if they could hatch, my plan has completely failed. Oh, my heavens. There is nothing of value here anymore. Maybe I should go to the Dylan Gardens to have a look. Wayne said that his experiments have already achieved a few stages of success. This is a great piece of news for us. The contents of the diary stopped here. It was a continuous record of a Magus failure and ended in the abandonment of the lab. Besides a person called Wayne from the Dylan Gardens, Leyland gained nothing whatsoever. However, there were too many Waynes, and as for Dylan Gardens, Leyland never heard of it before. Not right, wait a minute. Leyland's eyes suddenly flashed, and in the corner of the parchment paper, he discovered a name. The faint red writing was extremely vague, hence, Leyland almost missed it earlier. Norco Caradus Far. Norco Caradus Far. Leyland's eyes widened. Great Magus Serhome. Could it be that the owner of this lab was the Great Magus Serhome? Norco Caradus Far was a legend of the South Coast. In the legends, not only was he an erudite scholar, he had obtained extremely outstanding results along the path of a Magus. He had even led the whole of the South Coast Magi to repel the countless advances of the subterranean people and marine. Creatures. This kind of great Magus was the role model for all magi in the south coast. Earlier in the market, the dishonest merchant who tried to sell Leyland the Loyan Academy teachings had tried to pass off the original decrepit page as the writings of the great Magus Serhom, but it was seen through by Leyland. A respected figure like this, his legacy would definitely be of value. A pity that the two stories were left with nothing, and there definitely would not be any legacy or things of the sort. Regret streaked across Leyland's face, but he still memorized the contents on the parchment paper. I hope that there will be something to gain from the experiment lab. Leyland gave the bedroom one last disappointed glance before he puffed out a breath, and blew the parchment paper into bits. Coming to the wardrobe on the first floor, originally, the inbuilt wardrobe should have been stuck on the wall. However, due to a small crack, Leyland could now see the passage behind it. This should be something that was done by the Manchester snake. Leyland shifted away the emptied wardrobe, and the black passage appeared before him. Pa. Leyland snapped, and a layer of light illuminated the area, dispelling the darkness and revealing a flight of steps that led downwards. Leyland's eyes flashed fervently as he walked down. Clang. The leather shoes and ground made a dull noise from friction. Compared to the villa above, the underground space was more spacious, and was almost the size of 3 to 4 villas. Crisscrossed walls littered the area, separating the underground lab into a few large areas. Leyland continued down the passage, and from time to time, he could see the labeling of the areas. An ancient handwriting was used. However, it had some relevance to the Byron language. As Leyland walked, he looked. Data area, garden area, incubator area, potioneering area, herbology area. Each and every special area appeared in front of Leyland's eyes. After seeing the incubator area, Leyland's eyes flashed, and he walked in. A ball of light always floated around him, illuminating the site of the incubator area. What initially entered Leyland's sight were many circular glass domes, but the glasses had already cracked, revealing many rotten eggs of mysterious organisms. Under the alert from the AI chip that there were no signs of life around, Leyland put on a pair of gloves, and held a gray egg that resembled a granite stone in his hands. Scanning in progress, similarity level to the Manchester snake, 73.2%, huge wood python, 34.5%, huge tree lizard, 13.8%. The AI chip continuously projected the results of the scan. It seems like these are all the brothers and sisters of the half-adult Manchester snake. Leyland gasped as he saw the many dead eggs within the glass domes. If they were all still alive, Leyland would most likely not be able to escape. After some searching, Leyland discovered a strange incubating pool. On the surface of the glass ball, there was a circular hole that was cracked through, and the remnants of some egg shells. The Manchester snake from earlier should have been bred in this incubating pool. Leyland sized up the area and was unresigned as he continued searching, finally obtaining nothing. He could only pick up a dead egg that looked like a stone and toss it. Data area, garden area, potioneering area, herbology area. Leyland looked over everything once. The great Magus Serhom would have definitely spent a lot of time and effort on it. The setup in each area was extremely thorough. However, when he left, he brought along everything with him. Leyland, who originally wished to get lucky, had now also completely tossed that notion away. Apart from the few blank pieces of parchment paper in the bedroom, there was nothing that Leyland found. The final area. The dissecting room. Leyland wore a disappointed expression that he found difficult to mask, and walked into the room. Clang. The steel door boomed opened and a concentrated aura of dense negative energy permeated the air. Leyland could even hear the faint wails of countless souls. On the way of a Magus who seeks the truth, one can never avoid spilling blood. Leyland muttered the maxim of the great Magus Serhom. After sizing up the area, Leyland noticed that there were some traces of black blood on the white experiment table. He picked up some powder from it. AI chip. Scan. No surviving cells were detected. Due to various intense radiations, there are deficiencies and mutations in the fragments of the cells, unable to detect source. The AI chip's voice intoned. F***CK. Ley felt utter disappointment as he kicked the experiment table. Towards Magi who loved explorations, nothing was more disappointing than devoting countless effort and energy to enter the vestiges of ancient times and returning empty-handed. Although the alchemy diary could already be considered to be extremely beneficial to Ley, compared to the great Magus home, that kind of loot was somehow inadequate. This was the great Magus home. An official Magus that was at least rank 4. But in his lab, Ley gained nothing at all, which made him extremely vexed. Forget it. At least I still have the diary of that unlucky fellow. I did not suffer any loss. Moreover, this experiment could very well be a lab that the great Magus home used when he was a rank 1 or 2 Magus. If not, I would have definitely not been able to enter. Suddenly, Ley was rather glad. If he had trespassed into the lab of the great Magus home when he was at his peak. And if there had been some curse laid out, Ley certainly would have been unable to resist right now. Bang. As if kickstarting some kind of chain reaction by kicking the experiment table, a gust of wind blew past the ground, turned into a whirlwind, and coiled the dust up in the air. Leyland's face tightened, and his right hand extended into his waist pouch. The cyclone grew larger and larger, before finally forming into a translucent human figure. How many years? How many years has it been already? I have finally caught a whiff of a living human. The translucent figure seemed to gasp and revealed a vague elderly visage. Chapter 75, Holding Captive. Holding captive. A spirit body. Leyland's pupils contracted. The Magi were clueless as to the appearance of spirit bodies, but most of them assumed that a spirit body was the external embodiment of a soul. Also, many Magi were in the dark with regards to the formation of a spirit body. It seemed that the creation of a spirit body required many coincidental encounters. Sometimes, even a regular human could turn into an evil spirit after death, yet even official Magi never had such things happen to them. Moreover, spirit bodies were extremely rare. With regards to their research, even if the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had a large number of observations, they only slightly understood the behavior of spirit bodies. As the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy only sought knowledge, Ley managed to learn a little about spirit bodies through a few words mentioned by professors, so he wouldn't be like others who might be frightened. Who are you? Ley asked warily as he retreated back by several steps. Name? The translucent spirit body shook its head. I've forgotten that long ago. Countless years have passed and I have been wandering here always, up to this day. I felt that an interesting fellow had trespassed into my lab, so I came out to have a look at you. Leyland's eyes flashed. So you are the owner of this lab. Accept my apologies, for interrupting you so presumptuously. Saying so, he gave a polite bow used between Magi and his gesture had no flaws. The spirit body's faint lips curled upwards. I like little fellows with manners. He reached out his translucent hand, and a layer of light appeared in his hands. You can obtain a great present from this magnificent wizard. Really? Honestly, this is too good. Ley seemed to be ecstatic as he stepped several steps forward. Suddenly, a gob of green ball appeared and was shot out from Leyland's hands, which passed the spirit body, directly landing on the experiment table behind. Psi. A large hole corroded through the experiment table. A physical attack has no effect. Leyland's turned solemn. Little fellow, what are you doing? The spirit body smiled, but it seemed to be more sinister from before. This is the magnificent Magus Roman's inheritance, which can allow you to successfully advance into an official Magus. Are you kidding me? You are just a spirit with a grievance that impersonated your owner. Ley retreated several more steps and a purple potion appeared in his hands. I reckon that light in your hands is not anything good. Bang. The potion flew from his hands and let off an intense combustion. The purple smoke rose continuously, and under the engulfment of the purple mist, the layer of light in the spirit body's hands dispersed, revealing a sinister-looking visage that howled with unwillingness. It looked rather similar to the spirit body. A malicious, vengeful spirit who loves to invade the physical bodies of living humans. Lei Lin thought of some distant narration and exclaimed, "Vengeful spirit. You are a vengeful spirit. Who knows?" The spirit body had a bloodthirsty smirk. "The thing that really lured you out should be this book, right?" Lei Lin waved an alchemy diary book, which he retrieved from his robes. "Indeed. This is something that belongs to me." Seeing the black diary, the eyes of the spirit body seemed to be reminded of something. "You are the corpse at the front door. During the exploration of this lab, you were killed by the gnawing slate. Your spirit was trapped by the spell formation, before finally turning into a vengeful spirit." Lei Lin summarized the series of events, as he already knew who the real owner of this lab was. An intelligent kid. The spirit body toyed with its fingernails. "A pity that you will die here today." Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Lei Lin only felt a light flashing by and tried to dodge, but he found several traces of blood on his chest. The smell of fresh blood. Seeing the blood, the expression of the spirit body turned even more desirous and he placed his fingers in his mouth and licked them. What a quick movement. The naked eye cannot keep up with it. A blue light appeared from Lei Lin's eyes, and the AI chip calculated quickly. "You won't be able to escape. Surrender and become an offering of the magnificent Roman." The vengeful spirit howled and charged forward again. His fingernail sprung forward as if turning into a razor-sharp blade. Asterisk dang. Asterisk a layer of light membrane appeared from Lei Lin's body, shielding him from the force of the frantic attack. Trevor's revolving shield potion. "I've caught you." Lei Lin sneered. Lei Lin could not entirely keep up with a spirit body, which traveled as fast as the wind. Even if the AI chip could calculate its trajectory and movements, with Lei Lin's physical abilities, he could not follow it. Moreover, due to the illusory appearance of the spirit body, most physical attacks were of no use. Thankfully, Lei Lin's potion, the Trevor's revolving shield potion which he had concocted before, was the only defensive potion that acolytes had access to. There were even some suppression effects towards spirit bodies. The hand, which was enveloped in light, directly grabbed hold of the right hand of the spirit body. Impossible. How are you able to touch me?" The spirit's face contorted and it howled as it struggled. "Spirit bodies may be very mysterious to the acolytes of other academies, but it's a pity that you met me, who came from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Accept the fate of a failure." Lei Lin's face was serene and he took out a black-colored crystal ball. This was something that he had managed to obtain in the academy, a confining spirit sphere, which was specifically used to capture and store spirit bodies. Asterisk chi. Asterisk after the black-colored crystal ball came into contact with the spirit body, glowing light radiated and a suction force appeared on its surface, which sucked the continuously howling spirit body directly into it. Minutes later, nothing stood in front of Lei Lin anymore. The inside the black crystal ball had an extra translucent figure in it, thus, the black crystal had a resemblance to Amber One. Lei Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully this old geezer is only a level 3 acolyte, and fortunately, I had the Trevor's revolving shield potion and confining spirit sphere. If not, I would have been in trouble today. Concerning spirit bodies, the strength of their soul would determine their might. As for the meditation of magicians, it is the cultivation of spiritual force, a type of method to strengthen their soul. There was once an official Magus who, when he transformed into a spirit body, actually retained his spell-casting abilities, finally turning into a spirit body Magus. If today he met with a spirit body that was an official Magus, Lei Lin would have had no chance at all of escaping. Once a physical body is occupied, the soul will forever be connected to it. Looking at the black crystal ball in his hands, Lei Lin thought and then added several more seals on it, then placed it into a small black sack. He even tightened the mouth of the sack and hung it on his waist. After doing so, Lei Lin searched the entirety of the villa. After confirming that there were no more oversights, he left the place with extreme regrets. What a pity. Lei Lin looked at the huge black granite boulder behind him, and without further hesitation, he rode a handsome blade steed and rapidly left the area. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. When he left, the huge black granite boulder exploded loudly, destroying the whole area and turning into ashes. Half a month later, in the experiment lab, Lei Lin closed the black diary after reading its last page. I never thought that the synthesis of a magic artifact as depicted by Loyan Academy teachings, or the ancient formula of the Tears of Mary, would include the aspect of souls. Lei Lin had only heard of this information vaguely from Croft back in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, but he had never researched it on his own. I'm afraid that I can only adopt the crudest method, which is to research and observe from various trial and error experiments. Also, I have to use the AI chip to gather data. In this aspect, perhaps Viscount Jackson, in his capacity as a city lord, could help me. Thinking of which, Lei Lin took out a black crystal ball from the corner of his lab. The crystal ball was originally placed on an altar with mysterious runes scribbled over it, and there were 3 white, lit candles that surrounded it. Lei Lin knocked on the surface of the crystal ball. Asterisk dong. Asterisk. A wave suddenly erupted, and the mist in the crystal ball dispersed, revealing a vague fuzzy figure. This figure only had the upper half of its body, and its lower limbs were replaced by the continuously swirling white mist. As for its countenance, it was that of an old geezer. This old geezer's expression was extremely rapt, and fright permanently lingered on his face, as if it was a small worm that was solidified within amber. Looking at this vengeful spirit, Lei Lin suddenly laughed and chanted an incantation. Where is this? Release me quickly. Suddenly, the solidified contents in the crystal ball turned to life again. The old geezer howled. Although his face was still filled with vehemence and craziness, it could not conceal his fear and helplessness. How is it, Mr. Roman? How is the feeling of having your thoughts frozen? Lei Lin propped the ball in front of him. It's you. The vengeful spirit head-butted the surface of the crystal ball, but it was to no avail. Seeing Roman, who was like a helpless mosquito, wildly charge against the interior walls of the crystal ball, Lei Lin chuckled and flicked his finger at the surface of the crystal ball. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Roman, who was inside, seemed to have been struck by a steel hammer and collapsed onto the ground, completely dispirited. How is it? Now, hurry up and tell me everything you know about the experiment and your life. I may consider letting you off after that. Lei Lin's face was impassive. Dream on. Roman put on a resolute expression. Then I have no choice. Lei Lin shrugged his shoulders and placed a fiery red rock beside the crystal ball. Arg! Flames immediately appeared on Roman's body, as he wailed pitifully. In the aspect of adding suffering to a spirit body, I have some skills. Moreover, in this crystal ball, you cannot even commit suicide. This kind of torture will last for a very long time. A very long time. Lei Lin dragged his last words to the extreme, which would make someone who listened to it want to sleep. B. A bewitching charm. Dream on. Roman, who was squeezed into the crystal ball, gritted his teeth. That is some unexpected mental fortitude. Lei Lin's brows furrowed. It seems like I have to cast it once a day in the future, to make this vengeful spirit's life force reduce greatly. The life force was the foundation of vengeful spirits. When the life force of vengeful spirits is weakened, their intelligence will often lower, turning into a retard. Under the current circumstances, adding on to the bewitching charm, there is a great chance of success. Even if it did not drive Roman crazy, there shouldn't be any issues at all. Lei Lin, as a potions master, had confidence in preserving Roman's life force before it dissipated. By prolonging Roman's life force, and repeatedly torturing him, with perseverance, Lei Lin would obtain the information he needed. As for what Lei Lin had now, it was time. Time to toy with Roman slowly. 1. Amber, a gemstone that may have some fossil trapped in it. Chapter 76, Experiment and Precipitate. Experiment and Precipitate. In the blink of an eye, it was already late autumn. The arable farms were all brimming with golden yellow ear wheat. The windmills in the distance were continuously whirling, and the earth seemed to be joyous from the abundance. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk. Traveling on the road in the middle of the farms was a group of horse carriages and armored knights with the strength and robustness that far exceeded those of ordinary men. On the armor on their shoulder plates was an insignia of a crescent moon. This was the insignia belonging to the city lord of Extreme Night City, Viscount Jackson. Upon seeing the horse carriages, the farmers hurriedly avoided the road, taking off their caps and bowing. In the middle of the knights and troops, were several horse carriages that were veiled with black cloth. As these carriages advanced, sounds of clanging metal chains were produced from it which gave off an ominous feeling. Look at this direction. It seems to be headed to the villa. This should be the third group in this month. A farmer with a brown beard muttered to himself. Old Johann. What are you looking at? A farmer at the other side called out. Those horse carriages. I keep having the feeling that something is amiss. Previously when the wind blew, I saw the figures inside the horse carriage. Old John's brows furrowed. So what? It might be that the lord of our manor has started to purchase female slaves on a whim. You know what, our kind-hearted yet lazy manor lord is still in his teens. The farmer beside old John supported him and grumbled, it's better for us not to bother with the matters of these people. Let's go. Rose Pub recently has new rum. Both farmers' silhouette disappeared gradually in the distance. As for the other side, the procession of horse carriages stopped outside of Leyland's manor. Greem and Fraser have long since been waiting for them. According to the city lord's orders, the goods have arrived. The leader of the knights peeled his cloak open, revealing a hideous face littered with scars. Open the prisoner's carriage. With the leader's command, the subordinates hurriedly opened the carriages carrying the prisoners, revealing the chained prisoners within. These prisoners only wore coarse armor and these had holes and were covered in grime. They were all of different stature. Short, tall, thin, and fat. However, the common similarity is the killing aura masked in their expressionless eyes. Knights such as Greem and Fraser were extremely sensitive to killing intent. Only people who have truly committed homicide would have this aura. There are 5 men. They are all heinous criminals. Every legal case regarding them is enough to execute the capital punishments a dozen times. Of course, the city lord has long since approved of their death sentence. In the eyes of the law, they are already dead. The knight leader smirked, and his face which was littered with scars turned even more grotesque. For whatever reason, even for the sake of those innocent victims, never let them go easily. Their fate is all in the hands of young master. After receiving the criminals, Greem said, however, we can guarantee that not one of them will walk out of this manor. After getting a satisfactory response, the knight leader brought his troops and the empty prison carriages out of the villa. As for Greem, he forcefully brought the 5 criminals under the basement of the manor. The torch in the darkness, the tightly locked door, and the dry stifling underground passage gave all these criminals an eerie feeling. However, with the 2 knights, Greem and Fraser, they had no chance to resist. Greem led the way familiarly, bringing the 5 criminals each into different prison. Afterwards, he came to a newly tunneled experiment lab and waited by the side. Although there were thick walls, and the surroundings had torches which were scorching bright, Greem still felt his hairs stand on end, and cold sweat trickled down his body. As a slave knight, he knew part of Leyland's identity. He knew even more about the darkness and the terror behind those walls. That place is practically a hell. The first time Greem was summoned inside by Leyland, he had blurted his thoughts. Afterwards, this fearless knight had puked for an entire night. Half an hour passed. For Greem, time seemed to have crawled like half a year long. Especially when the indistinct screams that occasionally seeped through the sturdy walls with the impression of piercing his eardrum. May the heavens have pity. Although Greem was no good person, and his hands too were covered with blood, the moaning and wails behind the stone walls were something that a human was incapable of producing anymore. Creak. The sturdy steel door swung open and Leyland strode out from it. On his body were traces of blood stains. A pity that the experimental body was not strong enough and was unable to endure the effects of the spell. I hope the next few experimental bodies will be more durable. To research on souls, Leyland did not have any readily available ingredients. So he could only adopt the crudest method, which was to continuously gather data through experiments. Young master. Greem hurriedly bowed. Today the city lord's castle has sent another 5 people over and they are all inside their cells. Very well. Leyland nodded his head. Although he was a level 3 acolyte, before advancing into an official Magus, Leyland did not have enough assurance for challenging those self-proclaimed light magi, so some things still had to be concealed. Only Greem and Fraser were handling the reception of goods. Apart from them, Anna, too, knew a little about it. Other than them, even Fayern and old Welker, the housekeeper, knew nothing of Leyland's deeds. Although they had some faint surmises, but Leyland always disposed of those useless ingredients by cremating them with medicinal powder. Under no evidence, even if anyone had suspicions, they could not do anything towards him. This is the limitation of strength. The official magi in the academy can saunter through slave markets to purchase slaves as ingredients. They could even lure and cheat acolytes, but nobody could punish them. However, I am just a lowly acolyte and all by myself. I still have to mind my reputation. Leyland stroked his chin. AI Chip, how is the gathering of data on experimental bodies today? Leyland asked inwardly. The spiritual force of the experimental subject has already been discovered to have 23 abnormal cerebral fluctuations, and within the cerebrum were 45 hidden locations. The AI Chip's voice intoned. Using the prisoners as living subjects and carrying out experiments to obtain research and data on the spirit body, seemed like it's doable. Leyland nodded his head, it's just that the amount is still too little. Turning back, he looked at Greem, who seemed to have been uneasy right from the start. You did well, take your leave now. As you wish, master. Greem bowed and heaved a secret sigh of relief as he hurriedly ran away. As a regular human, naturally he was somewhat conflicted with these issues, not to mention the limitations set from the slave training. But Leyland's strength had far surpassed Greem's. Hence, he could only find it difficult to bear but did not dare to display any reluctance. As his owner, Leyland naturally had seen through this point. After all, he is just a regular human and such occurrences are to be expected. As long as he is still obeying orders, the others I need not care about. Leyland recalled Greem's expression for a moment, before completely forgetting him. His black robes swirled about him as he disappeared into the underground lab. Leyland, my friend, we meet again. His green hair trailing the ground, Langford looked at Leyland and sincerity was shown on his face. Ever since the previous incident between Leyland and Langford, they actually had traded a few more times. They had even established a friendship and became pretty good friends. How things turned out like this was because Leyland discovered that when Langford was not crazy, his character was rather good. Moreover, his supplies of goods were constant and the prices in the Bray Canyon were cheaper than other magicians. Between magicians, benefits are the only constant. As for other things, most of them could be forsaken. Langford. This time, I require the goods urgently. Have a look. Leyland nodded his head as he handed over a yellow parchment paper with scribbles on it. I seldom see this side of you. Let me take a look. Langford took the parchment paper and immediately ground his teeth. The feces of the Kosh bird, stellar alloy. These items are all connected to the aspect of souls and are not cheap items. Asterisk dong. Asterisk a small sack was immediately slammed onto Langford's table. After loosening the ropes around it, glittering magic crystals were revealed within it. Do not worry about magic crystals, these are the deposit. I will make up for the difference later with potions. Leyland spoke in a rich and overbearing manner. That's right. With your ability, magic crystals are only a small issue. Langford's eyes glowed, and immediately kept the magic crystal sack into his robes. The Kosh bird is on the verge of extinction. I heard that some people had chanced upon it before in the Black Death Mountain Plains. As for stellar alloy, I have a piece of it here. Langford immediately rummaged through the shelves behind him, after which he opened a small black box. In the center of the red satin interior was a silver-colored rock with blue spots. The ingredients that you need: stellar alloy, flowerless leaves. I have one of each here. As for the others, maybe you could look further within the canyon. Langford hurriedly piled the items together, and calculated the final value, 785 magic crystals. All right. Leyland stroked his chin somewhat grudgingly. I will go for a look at the market. Also, you have to keep a lookout for the items I requested and purchase them when you can. All right. Once Langford agreed, his countenance changed and the green hair continuously shrank, very soon reaching the waist area from the legs. Leah. Leave now. Langford's face contorted, and one of his eyes was already bloodshot. Leyland turned around, until he left the cave for a distance before a howling sound traveled to his ears. An intermittent illness like this is really scary. Leyland's footstep did not stop and directly headed towards the depths of the canyon. Hurry, look. Langford has acted up again. Should we inform the protectors? I'm afraid there won't be of much use. Not long later, Langford will be chased out from this place. At the same moment, from both sides of the cave, many acolytes who wore pointed hats looked at the direction of the howling sound. Expressions of anxiety, indifference, and schadenfreude were seen across various faces. After being busy for some time, Leyland emerged from the Bray Canyon. On his back was an additional black backpack stuffed full of various ingredients. Leyland turned around to look at the Bray Canyon, before riding his dark horse and left. Chapter 77, News from the Academy. News from the Academy. Inside a spacious and bright room was a full-length mirror. The mirror was taller than a person and was ornamented along its sides with black leaves which contrasted with the white birch wood. A large variety of different colored gems were also embedded along its edges, making it look extremely extravagant. At this moment, a youth wearing a swallowtail coat was standing in front of this mirror. Behind him were a few maids, who were busy straightening out their master's attire. After tidying up, the youth waved his hands, sending the maids away, leaving him alone in the room. This youth judged his reflected figure, a medium-height build with a slim stature. He was brown-haired and somewhat pale-skinned. His countenance could be described as delicate, but the shining luster in both his eyes indicated he had a very active mind. Unknowingly, I have already turned 17. Leyland looked at himself in the mirror and spoke with a hint of melancholy. Time was the most incisive weapon. It turned babies into old people and created barren deserts by drying up seas. Even if a person was a Magus, they could only slightly prolong their lives. But even if they could live for several thousand years, they could still not evade the slow corrosion of time. Over a year had passed ever since Leyland returned from his previous exploration. No. I must fight the eternal curse of time and seek immortality. Only then would I be deserving of the fate of having been transported to this world. Leyland's eyes turned a fiery black as if a deep magnificent flame was burning within them. Master. The city lord's horse carriage is here. Outside the door, Anna's voice could be heard. Let him wait for a while, I'll be coming over shortly. Leyland faced the mirror and finished sorting out his bearings, before picking up a short black cane and leaving the room. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk. The black horse carriage flew rapidly across the street and, after seeing the insignia of the city lord castle, the citizens avoided it and made way. They all sent respectful and envious gazes to the horse carriage. In the cabin, there was only Leyland. Currently, this youth was lying comfortably against a velvety goose feather cushion. His hand laid on its side, revealing a strange pendant on his palm. The pendant was strikingly similar to the silver cross. On its surface were a few red and blue diamonds, which glittered in the light, giving off a faint glow. As Leyland stared at this pendant, a satisfied expression crossed his face. According to the AI chip's calculations, with the stellar alloy as the centerpiece and the support of various precious alloys that I have obtained during my travels, this prototype of the magic artifact has already been perfectly synthesized. This pendant artifact was something that Leyland had synthesized according to the magic artifact section of the Loyan Academy teachings. 3 years ago Leyland had managed to buy the decrepit page of the Loyan Academy teachings, having the AI chip slowly decipher the contents within. The earlier portions of the teachings were only suitable for acolytes, with many travels and adventures recorded down. If not, Leylin could never have purchased the page at an extremely low price. Leylin's luck was not bad. After the AI chip finished deciphering, he obtained a method to synthesize a low-grade magic artifact. Fallen Star Pendant, this was the name of the magic artifact recipe he had obtained. According to the Loyan Academy teachings, this Fallen Star Pendant, while a low-grade magic artifact, was of the rare defensive nature. Compared to a few attack-type magic artifacts, its value was naturally much higher. Even an official Magus might be interested in it. After having to see the materials needed and the process, Leylin had immediately decided that he had to synthesize the Fallen Star Pendant. Although the spells of acolytes are rather destructive, their low defense capabilities have always been an issue. Only by turning into an official Magus, and being able to form an innate defensive spell, can there be a spell projecting a force field that constantly protected the body. Only then, could someone be considered to be an awe-inspiring Magus. As for acolytes, they could lose their lives at any time from sneak attacks. The few acolytes who had entered the Withering Woods with Leylin previously were the best examples of this case. Although they were able to cast destructive spells, due to the Great Manchester Snake, they had all perished due to the lack of defensive spells. Only Murphy was fortunate enough to stay alive, but that was due to Leylin saving him. Once he had synthesized the Fallen Star Pendant, coupled with a couple of defensive potions, Leylin's defense would be comparable to a fraction of the defense that a Magus had. Furthermore, the Fallen Star Pendant's defense force field would be activated immediately. For instance, as long as the opponent's attack power does not exceed the threshold of the Fallen Star Pendant and before its energy was completely depleted, Leylin's defense would be like that of a sturdy turtle shell. As long as the Fallen Star Pendant was active, nothing would happen to Leylin. Fortunately, there was a magician market near Extreme Night City, if not I wouldn't have been able to find so many precious ingredients so quickly. Leylin somehow felt glad for that. After smashing and grinding most of the magic crystals he had, as well as adding all of the ingredients from the Great Manchester Snake, he managed to create this prototype of a pendant. I have basically consumed all of my expendable resources. According to the Loyan Academy teachings, this is only an incomplete product. The core of the Fallen Star Pendant has already been completed. What's left is the final step. Glancing at the Fallen Star Pendant in his hands, he saw that the silver cross glittered and glowed with a wide range of different hues. On its surface were inscribed mysterious patterns, and altogether it seemed like a mystical art piece. As for the final ingredient, I have it with me already. I need to only wait for the opportune moment before I can initiate the spirit awakening for the Fallen Star Pendant. Leylin gripped the Fallen Star Pendant tightly and kept it on his shirt. As for the Tears of Mary, this ancient formula is really difficult to comprehend. Even after a lot of experiments and obtaining large amounts of data on spirit bodies, I still don't understand anything from looking at this formula. Leylin appeared downcast, and his thoughts spun rapidly. Could it be that my conjecture is wrong? What if this formula has nothing to do with spirit bodies? Halt! The coachman's voice traveled from the front. The horse carriage jerked, as it came to a stop. Sir Leylin. The city lord's castle is just ahead, reported the coachman, respectfully. Leylin shook his head and organized his inner thoughts as he walked out of the carriage's door. The city lord's castle was still the same, just as imposing and dignified as before. Rows of guards on both sides of the entrance were standing facing each other, and their gaze never wavered, appearing formidable. Viscount Jackson is rather intelligent. Ever since the Withering Woods incident, he had pretended to be heavily injured and allowed the news to travel out. After his enemies confirmed the news and began to gather in cahoots for an attack, he caught them all at once lightning quick. He cut off all of their heads and their blood overflowed into the moat. From then on, all of Extreme Night City has been extremely quiet. Leylin. My brother. Viscount Jackson had long since waited at the main door. Upon seeing Leylin, he immediately went forward to receive him. Viscount Jackson had witnessed Leylin's strength firsthand. Not to mention that Leylin was Viscount Jackson's lifesaver. If not for Leylin, Viscount Jackson would have long since become prey for the Great Manchester Snake. City Lord, said Leylin, as he nodded his head. Viscount Jackson grabbed Leylin's hands in a cordial manner. After bringing Lei Lin for a stroll around his castle's garden, he then brought Lei Lin to a private study room. Within the privacy of the castle, Viscount Jackson finally revealed a worrisome expression. "My brother Lei Lin. Last time you had requested for 50 men, but I am simply unable to provide you with that many. I have already sent all the criminals from all of my jails to your place. Also, I have even sent you cheats and thieves whose crimes do not warrant a death sentence. However, it is still too far from the number you requested." It was like this? Lei Lin nodded his head, and sat on the sofa, entering into deep thought. Extreme Night City could barely be considered as a medium-sized city. Their residents would not exceed 100,000 people. For Viscount Jackson, providing Lei Lin with a few prisoners meant for the death row was still within his means. However, as time passed, the number of death row criminals became less and less, yet Lei Lin's request only kept increasing. So now, he could no longer fulfill the requests of Lei Lin. "As you know," continued Viscount Jackson while Lei Lin was in deep thought, "I am only a city lord. My noble status is only that of a viscount. For individual death sentences, I may still be able to decide on them. However, once it exceeds a certain threshold, I have no choice in the matter. After all, there are still laws presiding over the dukedom." Viscount Jackson waved his hands, and his eyes flashed. "Unless there is a war happening at the moment, if 50 or 100 people disappeared at once, it would definitely incite the wrath of the masses." War. Lei Lin was startled, but very soon his startled appearance turned into a frosty smirk. This was indeed a good chance to collect samples. However, Viscount Jackson chose to mention it at this time, so it was very likely that he had already thought of a plan. Regarding this, as Lei Lin wanted to speak further on the matter, his chest pocket suddenly vibrated as a crow-like caw sounded. Immediately Lei Lin's expression changed. "Is there something wrong?" Viscount Jackson asked with a concerned look. It's nothing, I've received news from a friend." Lei Lin reached his hands into his chest, and the cawing stopped immediately. His countenance also resumed its previous tranquility. However, Lei Lin lost interest in speaking any further. He hurriedly exchanged a few more words with Viscount Jackson before bidding farewell. Although something was troubling Viscount Jackson, seeing Lei Lin, who became absent-minded towards the end, he still did not say what was on his mind. After Lei Lin came out of the castle, he hopped onto the horse carriage and rushed back to the manor. "I actually received news from the academy at a time like this." According to the news, the war of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had already reached the peak of its intensity, where the victor and loser could be determined at any given moment. As Lei Lin was an acolyte who was sent out on a mission, the academy had given him items with which they could contact him. There were also various items for contact purposes, with a single-use effect, sent with him. This way, they were able to get the most updated news of the school during critical times. Right now, the news given would most likely determine the winner and loser. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's strength is limited, and there are two other factions of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's strength opposing it, so the chances of winning are slim, mused Lei Lin, as he had a good grasp of the current predicament of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Unless some external faction has stepped forward to mediate, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy will definitely take a huge loss this time, and may even result in being disbanded. Lei Lin carried a solemn expression as he stepped into his secret lab. Chapter 78, Arrangements. Arrangements. The shadow of a mahogany circular table could be seen under the dim glow of the lantern. The four legs were elongated in the projection, and when projected on the walls, it looked like a beast with four limbs, making it seem ominous. Lei Lin stood in front of the table, and his shadow, too, was elongated. A bunch of black scrolls were placed on the mahogany wood table. On the surface of each of the scrolls was a picture of a crow. At this moment, the crow seemed to have come alive and cawed continuously, giving off a noise that would terrify people. No matter what, I have to look at the contents within. Lei Lin made up his mind, even if it was a trap, which contained some sort of tracing spell inside, I still have enough time to escape. Even if that was the case, Lei Lin still gripped the Trevor's revolving shield potion, that he had just brewed, tightly in his hands. After which, with a solemn voice, Leyland spoke in the Byron language, open in the name of Leyland Farlier. Asterisk caw caw caw. Asterisk the black crow cried, and its figure twisted. Many black lines converged, forming the image of a black skull. Leyland picked a red crystal from his robes and tossed it into the skull's mouth. Asterisk crunch. Crunch. Asterisk the black skull immediately flew out from the paper and devoured the red crystal. Asterisk puff. Asterisk after finishing its meal, the black skull exploded, and the scroll shuddered violently. It started to burn at the bottom, where a green-colored flame was seen. The greenish flame then formed many characters in mid-air. Leyland's eyes shifted. These green characters were a kind of secret code, which outsiders would not understand. But he has learned its corresponding encryption and decryption back at Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Under the green-colored characters was a bright red stamp, with a distinguished name written below it in the Byron language. There even was an image of a black snake which crawled out from a skull. Even the chairman's seal has appeared. It seems like this news is not a fake. Leyland's expression became volatile upon seeing the fluctuating characters. Some time later, after the flame finished burning, the green characters disappeared into the air, leaving behind a pile of gray ashes. Leyland sighed and furrowed his brows. They actually sent the highest order, asking all acolytes, who are working on missions outside, to rush back to the academy immediately. Furthermore, they have also set severe punishments. Those who do not make it back to the academy within 3 months, will immediately be labeled as a traitor, and be subjected to the academy's disciplinary team's execution. I'm afraid that I have to go back this time. Leyland muttered. As to whether it was a trap set by an enemy, Leyland was not at all worried. First of all, Leyland was only a lowly acolyte. The enemy would not go through such painstaking means for him. Also, the chairman of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a legendary figure. He was, at the least, a rank 2 Magus. Even if Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was defeated, his personal seal would never land in the hands of the enemy. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leyland sighed and thought of Croft, Bicky, Nissa and the rest, wondering how they have been. Previously when Leyland made a hasty decision to leave, it was indeed rather selfish of him. However, his strength was not even likened to that of an ant in front of the 2 academies, so he could not think of a better way. I'd never imagined that after 3 years, I will finally be returning. Leyland suddenly ordered, AI chip, bring forth my stats now. Beep. Leyland Farlier, level 3 acolyte, knight. Strength, 3.1, agility, 3.3, vitality, 3.7, spiritual force, 13.1, magic power, 13, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Status, healthy. More than a year had passed, and the modified Azure Potion, even for a level 3 acolyte, had a very beneficial effect. It managed to bring Leyland's spiritual force up by another 3 points. His body's resistance towards the medicine, however, had now reached its limits. Drinking more of the Azure Potion would no longer have any effect. Raising his spiritual force for the next few years would be impossible for Leyland unless he were to concoct a new type of spiritual force medicine. After level 3 acolyte, it will be the realm of an official Magus. Leyland muttered, advancing from level 3 acolyte to official Magus, there will be a huge bottleneck. The difficulty is much higher than that of advancing from a level 2 to level 3 acolyte. It seemed like all of the factions in the Magus world deliberately controlled the information regarding of official Magus. Even if Leyland were to fork out huge amounts of magic crystals, he would not be able to retrieve much. The previous, harrowing incident of advancing to a level 3 acolyte suddenly surfaced on Leyland's mind. The higher-ups in the Magus world have strictly kept the information regarding Magus advancement highly confidential. No matter how genius a wandering magician may be, as long as they don't join a faction, they will never be able to obtain knowledge of advancing. This is to keep the lowest tier from resisting and creating a rebellion and to maintain the ruling. Leyland, too, had experienced the evil consequences of advancing without prior knowledge. If not for the AI chip, he would have died without even leaving behind a corpse. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. I have to return once and obtain knowledge of advancing into an official Magus. This was the only place where Lei Lin knew he could obtain information more easily. As for markets and whatnot, they were completely not worth considering. The path of a Magus would be covered with thorns. One misstep would result in an irreversible consequence. Last time, Lei Lin took a risk and advanced to the level 3 acolyte, but because of the lack of guidance from the academy and his mentor, he could only rely on the AI chip to simulate. In the end, he met with two unexpected situations. If not for the AI chip's immense capabilities, coupled with a little luck, Lei Lin would never have been able to advance that easily, and that too without any side effects. Only that, I have to reconsider the arrangements for my subordinates. Lei Lin stroked his chin. Maybe, arranging for a backup plan here won't be a bad idea after all. Give out the orders. I wish to join the subordinates for tonight's dinner. After exiting the secret lab, Lei Lin instructed Anna. Yes, young master. Lei Lin was on the solitary side, and he usually left the daily chores and trifle things to Anna, Greem and the others, while he holed himself up in the experiment lab all day. He also rarely left the manor, so giving out an order suddenly did startle Anna. However, she was a quick-witted woman, so she did not ask much. After curtsying, she retreated while displaying her beautiful curves in front of Lei Lin. In the manor, naturally there were halls large enough which could accommodate the master to have a meal with his subordinates. The hall was constructed with large red rocks, the windowsill was rather small, and the sunlight could only dimly light up the place. However, at the center, a silver rack with hundreds of candles lit solved that problem completely. In the center of the large hall, a long red table was placed. The attendants and kitchen staff were shifting the huge chairs with backrest, which caused squeaky noises. They also laid a thick, white cloth on the table, and arranged silver forks and spoons, plates and other cutleries. When it was time to eat, the table was already filled with many delicacies. At the center was a barbecued mutton. Around the golden yellow barbecue meat, there were many purple and red fruits. It complemented the combination of dishes and was a tantalizing display. Lei Lin immediately sat at the most respected position and looked at the group in front of him. Immediately, to the left and right sides of Lei Lin, were Fraser and Greem respectively. As knights and subordinates who had followed Lei Lin from the earliest, their positions were naturally of the highest. After them were housekeeper Old Welker and Roarin' Hawk's mercenary group's leader, Fayern. As for Anna, she awaited behind Lei Lin silently, like a dutiful serving maid. However, all the people present did not dare think that her status was just that of a maid. Everyone knew that Anna was exceptionally favored by this young master. Not only could she see Lei Lin regularly, but she even held the key to the gold vault. It incited a few, feeble grumbles from Old Welker, but Lei Lin did not care. After Lei Lin had purchased the land here, Fayern had moved his whole family over, and turned into a truthfully loyal subordinate of Lei Lin. After which it was Roarin' Hawk's mercenary group. The contract with them matured not long ago. Half of the mercenaries continued to stay on under the generous conditions that Lei Lin had provided. Many others sat on the long table, but Lei Lin was only familiar with these few. The others merely looked familiar to Lei Lin, but Lei Lin knew of their faces and names, which he could remember by relying on the AI chip. Lei Lin never bothered about the trifles of regular livelihood. The pathway to being a Magus already expended a huge amount of his concentration. He absolutely could not allocate any of his concentration on other matters. Of course, Lei Lin's outward mannerisms were similar to that of many magicians. It also fit with how regular humans expected from magicians. In the hearts of all the people on the south coast, magicians were a group of people who wielded mysterious powers, but they were extremely solitary. They often resided in dark woods or concealed marshes. Only when they needed ingredients and other items, would they leave their dwelling. Young master. The masses around the long table stood up and bowed. Ding. Lei Lin used the silver spoon and tapped on the glass in front of him, giving off a crisp noise. Everyone. By calling you all out here today, is because I have something to announce to everyone. Lei Lin's eyes swept the crowd. As of now, his spiritual force had already reached 13.1, and the mysterious gaze of his eyes was awe-inspiring, it was as if his eyes had been chiseled from the highest grade jewels. Anyone who was looked at by him would experience a sharp pain in their eyes, and tears would involuntarily leak out. Even if it was Grimm or Fraser, they could only bow their heads low at this moment. "Please give your orders, young master. I will leave for a period of time, and there will be no set date on returning. When I am not around, the medicinal shop and daily matters of the manor would all be decided by Anna, Grimm and Fraser." Lei Lin looked at the masses below him and said slowly, "What?" A bout of commotion sparked, and immediately the group whispered fervently to each other, as they used strange gazes to look at the trio of Anna, Grimm and Fraser. Grimm and Fraser could tolerate being the focus of numerous eyes. However, as a woman, Anna was somewhat uneasy as she twisted and clutched at her dress. Silence. Lei Lin knocked on the silver glass again, and the crowd turned silent. "From today onwards, the words from those three would be the same as mine. Any decision of theirs must be completely obeyed and carried out by you." "We obey." Although Lei Lin did not usually bother himself with many matters, the imposing aura coming from him was extremely immense. There were also rumors flying around that he was part of the mysterious entity, which made his subordinates' reverence towards him even greater. Chapter 79, Tidying Up. Tidying Up. "Anna, Grimm, Fraser, you three come to my study room together after dinner." Seeing that his subordinates did not have any objections, Lei Lin nodded his head and said, "For now, everyone please enjoy yourself." The group nodded their heads, returned to their positions, and sat down. The sound of clanging cutlery continuously rang. Ever since Lei Lin had issued his orders, the hall was much more silent than before. Although the dinner was sumptuous, the masses seemed to have something weighing down on their hearts. After dinner, Lei Lin received the trio which knew of his magician identity. Grimm and Fraser wore leather armor, which looked extremely imposing. Anna still wore a low-cut blouse, and appeared even more seductive. "You guys know that I am a magician. Right now, I am about to embark on a journey, and due to some reasons, I can only keep you guys here." Lei Lin sat behind the desk, speaking solemnly to the three of them. The orders outside earlier were only for the others to see. "From now onwards, Grimm and Fraser, you must treat Anna the same way you treat me, do you understand?" "We understand." Grimm and Fraser nodded their heads. Compared to the rest, they knew how terrifying this master of theirs was and had no objections towards Lei Lin's orders. After sending Grimm and Fraser away, the room was only left with Anna and Lei Lin. Young master." Tears welled up in Anna's eyes. "The Mandara flower's essence on your body, I have already created an antidote for it. Also, take these." Towards his own women, Lei Lin was much gentler. Saying so, Lei Lin handed over some potions and a parchment paper over to Anna. "This is." Anna opened the parchment paper to have a look, and she became startled. "These are letters of authority. You will be managing all of my establishments in Extreme Night City. Furthermore, if I don't return within 10 years, all of these will be transferred over to your name." Lei Lin crossed his fingers. "Furthermore, Murphy and Viscount Jackson are witnesses to these procedures. If you meet with any trouble in the future, you can seek their aid." These worldly possessions, Lei Lin could have as many as he wanted. Naturally, he would not mind giving them to Anna as a backup plan for himself. Moreover, even if he played this chess piece wrongly, there wasn't much to be regretful about. After all, right now, Lei Lin was only an acolyte in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. According to the Academy's rules, acolytes are not allowed to bring their followers or maids into the Academy compounds. Since these are things which he had to eventually let go of, naturally, Lei Lin's heart did not ache for them. Also, this is the Desert Scorpion Sting, which is a tool specially used to control Grimm and Fraser. You must keep them well. Lei Lin handed over a red box to Anna. No. Anna bit her lips, before finally pouncing forward and hugging both of Lei Lin's legs. Young master, don't chase Anna away. Anna wants to be by young master's side no matter what she has to do, alright? The young lady held on to Lei Lin's legs and tears as bright as pearls slid off of her beautiful face. Her warm and mildly shuddering body wrapped itself around Leyland's legs. One could see that Anna had mustered extreme courage to speak these words. Leyland looked at Anna with a touch of gentleness in his eyes. He reached his right hand out and stroked the young lady's hair and back. "I'm very sorry, Anna. The place I have to go is extremely dangerous for you. But..." Anna lifted her face filled with tears as if wanting to say something else. "Don't mess around, listen." Suddenly, Leyland's face hardened. Seeing her master act this way, the deeply ingrained pain and suffering for disobeying a master's orders surfaced in her mind. After all, Anna had undergone slave training. Although these were the methods of the slave traders, it was etched right into Anna's soul itself. "Yes, young master." Anna stopped her crying and kept the scroll and box. She only looked at Leyland, the same way as a cat that had been abandoned by its owner. Seeing the girl act like this, Leyland withdrew a few potions from his robes and handed it to her. After all, he was not a stone-hearted person. "This is a recovery potion, which can quickly heal physical wounds. Keep this well. Also, this purple potion is an attack-type potion. If there comes a day when you encounter a danger that not even Green nor Fraser can handle, throw this out at it. Do you understand me?" Leyland pointed at the purple potion and instructed Anna. "Anna understands." Her eyes turned red. She knew that she could not disobey her master's orders, so she kept the potion well. Sigh. Looking at her leaving figure, Leyland sighed suddenly. Although he had made many preparations, he knew that after a dozen odd years, this faction that he had left would most likely disappear into thin air. However, he had no regrets. These were all regular humans without any aptitude for becoming a magician. They would be of limited use to him in the future. Most likely, the only use of this small faction to him would be to act as a cover for him to hide from people, and even then, it wasn't very secure at all. In the end, entrusting everything to Anna was not a bad choice. Apart from the Mandara flower's essence on Anna's body, all other restrictions on Anna's body had already been removed by Leyland. From now onward, Anna would be a free human. "I hope that after having these things, you will be able to live a happier life." Leyland's eyes were unreadable. If Anna was to land in the hands of another magician, she would at most be a tool for them to vent their pent-up energy. After their interest wanes, she may very well be used in an experiment. Now that Anna had followed Leyland, not only was she free from her status as a slave, Leyland had even saved her from the poison of Mandara flower's essence. He had even given her the manor and medicinal shop, so no matter what happens next, he would be free from all guilt. The troublesome matters have all been resolved. What's left is to finally dispose of the experiment lab and underground cells thoroughly. Leyland thought and got up to go to the underground. This was the forbidden area that he had demarcated. Anna and the two knights would not dare come down here so easily. Under the dim light from the torch, Leyland withdrew a crystal ball. An old person's figure could be seen within it. His expression was crazed, and even had terror in it. "We meet again, Mr. Roman." Leyland smiled and gave his salutations. However, in Roman's eyes, this smile was more harrowing than the devil's. Don't come over." Roman's expression twisted, and he fearfully backed up to the walls of the crystal ball behind him. However, Leyland's acute senses picked out the resolution behind the expression of the frightened vengeful spirit. "Let me tell you a piece of good news, and a piece of bad news." Leyland proficiently placed many tools beside the crystal ball, and let the vengeful spirit let out ear-piercing screams as he spoke. "The good news is that I am going to leave here for a while." Before the vengeful spirit had any response, Leyland smiled and said, "And the bad news is that no matter where I go, you will be going along with me." "Oh. No. No. I beg of you." "All right. So then, tell me everything you know." At the beginning, Roman naturally would not speak of anything. However, after over a year of torture, he had already begun to cough out some information. After the narration of the vengeful spirit, Leyland shook his head. "It seems like Mr. Roman still harbors wishful thoughts, so let us continue." Following Leyland's statement, many hair-raising screams filled the lab, as if the howls of a person right before their death. Although this vengeful spirit had showed signs of a mental breakdown half a month ago, it still managed to give misleading information to Leyland regarding the secrets he knew. This vengeful spirit gave much information at once, and it was extremely complicated. However, with the AI chip, Leyland was able to record all of its narration quickly, and sort it systematically. The next few times, he discovered a problem. Towards things which are pertaining to more general and common knowledge, Roman always handed them over easily. However, towards the crucial points and secrets, Roman glossed over them and hid much of the important information. However, Leyland did not mind at all. It would give huge amounts of information each day. Along with the filtering and sorting of the AI chip, he would still obtain plenty of information. Moreover, with the continuous and prolonged torture and interrogating, Leyland believed that one day, this vengeful spirit would tell him everything, and pray for a fast death. After the daily routine of questioning was completed, Leyland went towards the other rooms underground. In here, various blood-stained torture instruments were hung along the walls. On the floor, there were even a few corpses with wounds littered across their bodies, causing them to be almost indiscernible as a human body. Beep. The surrounding negative energy density is higher by 34.5%, which satisfies the most basic condition for a spirit body's existence. The target's physical body has undergone various suffering and tortures. Chance of spirit body appearing, 1.23%. The AI chip scanned a few corpses and reported the figures. Compared to the 1,000th chance of a spirit body forming naturally, this proportion can be considered extremely high already. Leyland stroked his chin. If I were to be given more time, I would definitely be able to induce the formation of an artificial spirit body. The most efficient way to do research on souls was through the use of spirit bodies. This established theory was publicly accepted by all dark magi. What Leyland had to do now was to continuously simulate the conditions of the outside world, and induce the forming of an artificial spirit body. If this piece of news were to leak out, Leyland's reputation would be completely interlinked with savagery and ruthlessness, which would be bad for his future developments. Reputation is also a kind of benefit. Although I'm not afraid of how people view me, even magi wish to have dealings with those who have good reputations, but not a fellow with a dredged reputation. Leyland sucked in a lungful of air and sprinkled power on the corpses. With hissing sounds, the corpses turned into yellow pus after corroding, and very soon, they disappeared. Although I have finally stopped my experiments, which is a little bit of a pity, it's not like I haven't obtained any results. Leyland comforted himself, at least, regarding the Loyan Academy teaching's final step, the spirit awakening, I have already obtained sufficient data. As for the other ancient potion formula, Tears of Mary, Leyland still hadn't found any clues regarding it. Chapter 80, Return. Return. Within Extreme Night City, there was recently a matter that was neither big nor small happening. This turned into an idle conversation topic discussed by commoners after lunch tea. Mr. Leyland, an heir of a noble who had stayed in the city for 3 years and Viscount Jackson and Scholar Murphy's good friend, was temporarily leaving Extreme Night City. Before he left, he actually handed over the manor and medicinal shop to his serving attendant, a maid, to handle the running. For nobles, although they did vent their pent-up energy on their serving maids frequently, they would never have handed over important establishments and such over to them because of this act. After all, to them, maids were like toys, which could be changed or abandoned at any time. As for establishments and lands, they would often become the inheritance of an heir, and was the root for the growth of a family's continual development. By doing this, Leyland had turned into a joke in front of the rest of the nobility. Not only did his reputation contain a lazy and kind person, it also extended to a muddle-headed trademark. However, to the surprise of many, the maid, with the help of 2 knights, very soon made the remainder of Leyland's faction submit to her. At the same time, Viscount Jackson's city lord and Murphy stepped in personally to express their support for the maid, which allowed her to act on Leyland's behalf. With his establishments. After taking over Leyland's establishments, Anna dedicated herself to managing them and did it neatly and tidily. Not only did Leyland's establishment in Extreme Night City not fail as predicted by the other nobles, it continually developed, which made many nobles fall from their chair. However, all of these things had nothing to do with Leyland. At this moment, he had long since left Extreme Night City. Asterisk pitter-patter. Asterisk. The sky turned dark, and bean-sized drops of rain fell on the ground, initiating countless splashes. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk a dark, handsome steed continually dashed along the road, and the scenery on both sides hurriedly retreated. Rainwater fell onto the body of a knight, but was blocked by a raincoat. By the time when it was midnight, the downpour stopped, and the knight sought shelter in a cave. A warm and bright flame illuminated the cave. A steel wok hung above the bonfire, and a white mushroom broth with a fragrant smell boiled. From time to time, a few pieces of meat jerky floated to the surface. The knight took off his coat, revealing a young face with brown hair and eyes that glittered like jewels. This person was Leyland. At this moment, he drank the mushroom soup, while time bringing out a map from the AI chip. After 2 months of continuous journeying, I am finally going to arrive at the academy. Leyland looked at the destination on the map. His expression was complicated. Previously, if not for him constantly changing his route and going to other markets to sell his potions, he wouldn't have been in such a rush, and the journey would have been a breeze. However, with such a hastened journey, he had suffered plenty. After having lived like a king for the past 3 years, Leyland had gotten used to the extravagant life of a noble, and almost could not adapt to his current situation. However, I have finally arrived. According to the map, I will arrive at the academy after 3 more days. I never thought that a third party would actually intervene, and make the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the other 2 factions come to a ceasefire agreement. Recalling the news that he heard from the markets in the past few days, Leyland was still somewhat in disbelief. According to the news, with the pincer attack from the Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy should have been in a precarious situation. Even the Academy headquarters' defensive spell formation was damaged by half and was almost broken. However, in the end, it was unknown what method the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy chairman used. He had actually managed to appeal for help from the Lighthouse of the Night. The Lighthouse of the Night was one of the finest organizations in the South Coast. Its leader was rumored to have the strength of a rank 3 Magus. Under the forceful mediation of the Lighthouse of the Night, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy finally managed to escape from its dangerous situation, eventually reaching a treaty between the 2 rivaling factions. Leyland was not someone who would immediately respond when he was requested to return to the academy. Along the way, he always inquired for news. Only when he was indeed certain that Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was freed from war, and that the recalling of the acolytes was not a trap, did he decide to return to the academy. With this distance, I can already initiate the communicative method that Mentor showed me before. It's best to first discern the truth. Leyland's face turned serious, and he withdrew a pink-colored potion from his robes. After removing the plug, he used the pink-colored potion to draw a mysterious rune on the ground. It was cursive and winding, like a worm. Asterisk psi. Asterisk pink smoke rose into the air continuously, before finally turning into the shape of a large pink ear. Who is this? This energy wave? Beside the ear, Croft's voice sounded, carrying many other static noises with it. It's me. Professor. Leyland spoke softly. This voice. These spiritual force waves. You are Leyland. You have actually become a level 3 acolyte. Astonishment could be heard in Croft's voice. For 3rd grade acolytes, if they wanted to advance from a level 2 acolyte to a level 3 acolyte, it often required at least 5 years of constructing the mind runes and reinforcing of the Sea of Consciousness. However, Leyland had spent only 3 years to advance to a level 3 acolyte, which shocked Croft. You are only 17 this year, yet you have entered the realm of a level 3 acolyte. Croft's voice, which was usually stable, carried a trace of excitement in it. An acolyte who is level 3 before the age of 20 often has an extremely huge chance of advancing to an official magus. However, the numbers of such acolytes are extremely rare. Even your senior, Merlin, only advanced to a level 3 acolyte when he was 21. If Croft knew that Lei Lin had advanced to a level 3 acolyte only 1 year after he had left the academy, he might immediately label him as a genius. However, striking it rich silently was always Lei Lin's norm of handling his affairs. Towards his mentor's astonishment, Lei Lin only bowed and said, "I was only lucky, and found a rare void flower." A void flower was a type of mysterious plant. Its petals were purple, and if a magician were to raise it, it would be an extremely strong stimulant towards a magician's spiritual force. The most crucial point was that the laws of reproduction for the void flower were strange. They could appear at any place on the continent. There were even cases in which magicians found traces of these plants at the bottom of the sea or in a pit of a volcano. Moreover, the void flower had a special attribute. Once its petals were plucked, the whole stalk will immediately combust, leaving no traces behind. Naturally, this was an excuse that Lei Lin thought of long ago. Through the AI chip's data gathering of various mysterious plants, he had already prepared this excuse as a reason for his advancement. It was not like there weren't any other level 2 acolytes who had used a void flower to advance to a level 3 acolyte before. Void flower? Croft's shock was relayed through the ear. Such a precious magician resource could also be found by you. That is a top-grade material of which one petal can cost several thousands of magic crystals. It can even aid a magician in advancing. However, it was extremely difficult to predict luck in this world. After sticking to his statement that the void flower was indeed used up, Croft had no other choice but to believe him. What followed next was that the mentor and student spoke of Lei Lin's recent journeying experiences. When Croft learned that Lei Lin had successfully completed the mission from the academy, he expressed his congratulations. Towards the end, Lei Lin asked in a solemn tone, "Professor, regarding the recalling of the acolytes to the academy." Why he did not ask the academy directly was, naturally, because he was afraid that it would be a trap. It may have very well been that the chairman of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had some other plans, and might be prepared to sacrifice a bunch of acolytes. Croft remained silent on the other side of the communication spell, before finally speaking again some time later. The recall of acolytes, this time, had indeed been approved by the chairman and board of directors. I can assure you that there is no lie in the recall, but... Lei Lin hesitated and held his breath, afraid to disturb his mentor. Originally, if you were still a level 2 acolyte, I would most likely have not approved of you returning to the academy. However, now that you are a level 3 acolyte, things are different. Let me ask you, do you wish to advance to an official Magus? Croft asked suddenly. A rank 1 Magus. It is often the starting point for a Magus who pursues the truth. I definitely want to advance. Lei Lin's voice was low. If that is the case, then come back. When you're here, I'll tell you everything. There isn't much time now. The pink ear shuddered and exploded immediately, turning into a huge cloud of smoke as it dissipated into the air. In the empty cave, Croft's voice finally resounded one last time, "Heed my words. This opportunity is extremely rare but is also accompanied by danger. If you wish to walk further down the path of a Magus, then hurry back." Lei Lin looked at the gradually disappearing smoke and muttered to himself. Through the long-distance communication with Croft today, although time was short, Lei Lin was able to understand the circumstances within the academy. From this, he knew that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had indeed extricated itself from danger, but the war seemed to still be ongoing. This was why the academy forcefully recalled its acolytes back. Moreover, opportunities often came hand in hand with risks. Looking at Croft's opinion, it seemed that plenty of opportunities would await him if he returned. It even related to the advancement that Lei Lin would have to undergo in the future. An official Magus. Lei Lin walked towards the entrance of the cave, and looked at the downcast sky and pitter-patter sounds of the downpour, letting out a sigh. These few days, apart from making haste, he did nothing else but to go to a few magician markets to have a look. However, no matter how many magic crystals he was willing to part with, the market never contained any information pertaining to the advancement of an official Magus. Moreover, no one even sold a method of obtaining such information. Looking at it, it seemed as though a large, invisible hand had directly hauled all of the information regarding official Magi away, not letting anyone else know of it. To be able to monopolize the information to such an extent, it must be supported by, at least, a majority of magicians within the large organizations and factions in the South Coast. Chapter 81, Granite Ape. Granite Ape. Leyland's gaze seemed distant as if sparks of wisdom radiated from it. For the Magi of the upper echelons, under the circumstances where they are unable to advance any further, their only concern is the protection and prosperity of their own family and factions. For that, they monopolize the knowledge of advancing to a Magus, isolating wandering magicians and halting their advancement. Moreover, even the Academy has strictly regulated the information given for an acolyte to advance into a level 3 acolyte. Lei Lin, who came from another world, naturally saw through these methods of sealing away information. However, compared to those high and mighty Magi, Lei Lin was currently but an ant. Even if he saw through it, there was no way that he could resist it. After all, Lei Lin was only a level 3 acolyte, and not even an official Magus. There is definitely information in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy regarding the experience of advancement to a rank 1 Magus, but I'm afraid it's not something that I can obtain easily. It's a pity, but this is already the most probable situation I can think of. Lei Lin looked at the distant raindrops, sinking into deep thoughts. After the harrowing experience of advancing to a level 3 acolyte, Lei Lin was rather traumatic over the incident. Before making preparations fully and obtaining enough information, he would definitely not dare to break through into an official Magus. For magicians, the step to become an official Magus, from an acolyte, was the most crucial step, and no mistakes could be allowed. Lei Lin was, however, unable to discover any information pertaining to this. Furthermore, to obtain this information, he could only plan to seize it from an official Magus. However, the strength of official Magi far exceeded that of a level 3 acolyte. Not to mention that the defensive force field surrounding the official Magi which the AI chip had detected. Lei Lin had no means, even now, to break through it. The difficulty of obtaining information on advancement from an official Magus had long surpassed Lei Lin's limits. Only if Lei Lin was mad would he proceed with it. As for what Lei Lin knew, obtaining information on the advancement was the most appropriate method. According to the news that Croft had hinted at earlier, although it might be rather dangerous at this time, it is also the best chance to obtain these resources and information. Lei Lin looked at the raging thunderstorm outside and suddenly steeled his heart. Although he was someone who treasured his life dearly, in this situation where his path seemed bleak, he could only muster up courage, and take a gamble. Right now, he was at the optimal age to advance to an official Magus. Once he missed this chance, even if he could obtain resources and information in future, it would be unlikely that his aged body would support him through the breakthrough to a rank 1 Magus. Moreover, it was not as though he did not have any confidence. At the very least, according to his own hypothesis and the AI chip simulations, there was, at least, a 90% chance that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy required him to fulfill some sort of dangerous mission, and hence, would not sacrifice him. This was enough for him to take a gamble. I'll take a gamble this once. If I am unable to scale the absolute peak and observe the radiance from the rays of dawn, then let me be sludge and sink thoroughly into the earth, and rot. His eyes sparkled as he gazed intensely at the thunderstorm raging in front of him. 3 days later, in the outer vicinity of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. More than half of the surrounding forests around the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had already been destroyed. The ground was filled with traces of holes and depressions. Not far away, a few patches of the ground were white in color, and on top of it were some rubble and ashes. From these, one could surmise what kind of bitter battle the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had gone through. It was actually reduced to a state like this. Lei Lin rode the large horse and dashed ahead, feeling absolutely gleeful that he had made an unwavering decision to leave the academy beforehand. It had been such a massive battle that it had actually even ruined half of the geography around the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. If Lei Lin were to remain here, he did not have any confidence in protecting his life. Following the path and traveling on for another dozen minutes, a huge graveyard appeared before Lei Lin's eyes. This was the underground entrance to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, a large granite graveyard. However, right now, half of the tombstones were shattered, and many graves were also dug open, revealing the dark passages within. The surrounding stone walls and mud reflected signs having been abused by many spells. Before Leyland's eyes, the alert of the AI chip continuously sounded, revealing the extremely high radiation from some traces of these spells. Every little tombstone here was actually a personal passageway for each professor in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and all are now in such ruins. Although he long knew that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would definitely suffer a catastrophic loss, this miserable scene still caused Leylin to inhale a mouthful of cold AI. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Leylin casually kicked a stone on the floor, and walked towards the centermost area of the graveyard, where a huge tombstone that looked like a castle was erected. This was the huge entrance to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and was the common path for all acolytes. The surface of the castle was littered with cracks, and part of the topmost area was chipped off. What remained was tottering, and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Seeing such a sight made Leylin somewhat worried. He felt that if he were to stick a finger out and poke it, this castle of a tombstone would crumble. Halt. Outsider. If you are unable to show any items of proof, I will make you pay the price of blood. The two stone statues by the large entrance were completely destroyed. The winged earthworm and two-headed dog from before were now gone. Right when Leylin wanted to enter, a metallic voice sounded. Accompanying that voice, a large shadow from the peak of the Ashen Castle climbed down at a rapid speed. This black figure was taller by an average human by 2 heads, and its hands were extremely long, extending to the ground. Although the castle tombstone was filled with cracks, no matter how this black figure climbed, the castle did not waver an inch. Obviously, the construction of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was not as weak as it seemed on the surface. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the black figure leapt, and a huge shadow was projected on the ground, completely engulfing Leylin. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the black figure pounded on the ground, bringing up a layer of dust. Leylin squinted and finally saw the appearance of the black figure. This was a large ape-like creature. Its whole body was layered with granite, and both of its hands propped itself up on the ground. Beep. A creature with high levels of energy has been detected. Now comparing to database. Determined as Granite Ape. The AI chip's voice intoned. Granite Ape was a creature in the Magus world with a battle strength comparable to an official Magus. I sense the energy waves emanating from the item of proof on your body, take it out. The Granite Ape looked at Leylin, and sniffed him with its large snout. As the ape approached, an extremely dense and putrid stench wafted over. Leylin had to muster up a lot of strength to endure the need to frown. Item of proof. Leylin thought for a while, before hurriedly withdrawing the red metal card from his sack that he obtained before when taking up the mission. So it was this. The Granite Ape took the metal card and swallowed it in one gulp, as if munching on some delicacy. It even closed its eyes to savor the taste of it. It's an acolyte of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy who took on an outside mission previously. After a dozen seconds, the Granite Ape opened its large eyes and said to Leylin, "Brat, enter. Please accept my offerings." Leylin thought, and bowed before the Granite Ape, before taking a bunch of banana-like fruits and placing it on the ground. Elephant stout bananas. Not bad, not bad. The large ape nodded its head, and took one from the bunch and peeled it, before tossing it into its mouth, as if it could not wait. "Can I ask what happened to the 2 guardians from before?" Leylin asked cautiously, after seeing the Granite Ape enjoying itself. "They're dead." The large ape answered concisely, and Leylin gasped silently. This was something that he had long guessed. The 2 statues were obviously the first line of defense for the academy. After being attacked, they would easily be the first to perish. After another bow, Leylin entered through the entrance of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The dimly lit flight of downward stairs was the same as from before, when Leylin had left the academy. However, for some unknown reason, which may have been the fact that he was now a level 3 acolyte with a greater spiritual force, Leylin discovered that there were a few marks on the walls and stones, with some traces of blood. There were even some faint wails of spirits who had perished, which traveled to Ley Lin's ears. Ley Lin, who had conducted a massive amount of experiments on spirit bodies, would never mistake these noises for something else. Along the way, he noticed that he had run into far fewer acolytes than he did normally. Ley Lin estimated that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy didn't even have half of its original strength. Even the trading post and mission area hotspots seemed to be devoid of people. At the mission desk counter, Ley Lin handed over the records in the crystal ball and a piece of the great snake Manchester's scales. "I'm here to complete a mission." "Alright, please hold on." The staff at the counter had changed too. This was a freckled girl, who seemed to only be a level 2 acolyte. While he was waiting, Ley Lin was bored to death, and looked at his surroundings. Although the number of people in the mission area had been greatly reduced, the number of missions did not reduce but increased instead. Moreover, many of them had increased rewards compared to before. According to Ley Lin's guess, while the difficulty of these missions had remained the same, the rewards had increased to twice of what they were originally. This was an abnormal scene, which made Ley Lin's eyes flash. Ley Lin." A muffled yet hoarse voice sounded behind Ley Lin. Ley Lin turned around and saw a swollen figure wrapped in a black veil. Moreover, the stench of pus drifted over. "You are Nissa." Ley Lin's eyes widened. Naturally he recalled this image clearly, but even if he didn't, the AI chip had recorded it. "You actually still remember me." Nissa's voice had a tinge of excitement. At the same time, an energy wave leaked from her body. According to the AI chip, she was actually a level 2 acolyte. Chapter 82, A Way to Breakthrough. A Way to Breakthrough. Ley Lin's expression softened. This was one of the rare occasions that this occurred. He still remembered this unfortunate girl and the grief and perseverance on this girl's face before. "It's really great to see you again. How are Guricha and Dodoria?" Ley Lin smiled. Hearing this, Nissa, who was wrapped in the black cloak, shuddered, and her voice was gloomy as she said, "They're all dead. Even Kalawir, Beirut, the ones who came with us from the Chernobyl Islands, more than half of them perished. My apologies." Ley Lin did not know what he ought to say. Although he did divulge a bit of information previously, it was extremely obscure. Whether or not Kalawir and the rest could figure it out, and if they could view it solemnly, were all matters of uncertainty. Moreover, even if they discovered that something was amiss, they were only first or second grade acolytes without much aptitude. Whether or not they could obtain discriminating treatment from the academy and leave was also difficult to say. As expected, Nissa continued, "After getting news from you, we came together several times. However, there were no good measures. Not long later, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy announced a lockdown of the whole academy, otherwise, death would be granted. Afterwards, the war began. Official magi were the core strength of the war between both sides. Kalawir, together with the others who weren't even level 3 acolytes, were not fit to be cannon fodder, so heavy casualties were to be expected." Ley Lin could not think of any consoling words. Nissa too did not continue, and silence ensued. "Mission recorded and confirmed as completed. This is your reward, please check and accept." At this moment, the freckled girl from behind the counter had finally raised her head, and scribbled on a piece of parchment paper with a feather quill, finally handing over a small leather sack to Ley Lin. Ley Lin weighed the sack, and rubbing noises between magic crystals came traveling from the leather sack. "I still have something on, so I'll take my leave first," Ley Lin said to Nissa, leaving her with a complicated expression on her face. "Mission is completed, time to meet with mentor." Ley Lin walked through the gardens and came to the experiment lab where Croft was. Dong dong dong. Ley Lin knocked on the door, following which, the door creaked open, revealing a pretty girl. The girl was slightly shorter than Ley Lin by half a head and had beautiful, green hair. Her body contours were extremely seductive. Due to the proximity, Ley Lin could even catch a whiff of her perfume. "Bicky. It's been a long time." Ley Lin spoke softly. "You are Ley Lin." The green-haired girl sized up Ley Lin suspiciously with a glance, before cheering as she leapt into his arms. Feeling the soft perky abundance against his chest, and the fragrance that wafted into his nose, Lei Lin could not help but exclaim at this little girl having matured. "All right. I am here to visit Croft." Lei Lin waited for a good while, and seeing that the girl did not want to leave his embrace, he could only cajole her while patting her on the shoulders. "Mentor is just inside, together with Merlin." Bicky rubbed her somewhat reddened eyes, and her delicate features revealed a smile. "You being all right is really a great thing." Lei Lin nodded his head and walked into the experiment lab. "Lei Lin." Merlin greeted him first. His features did not change much from the past 3 years, only that his temperament seemed more stable and mature. After seeing Lei Lin, he forced an extremely ugly smile. "Senior Merlin." Lei Lin bowed. His knew that a part of Merlin's face had suffered from irreparable damage from before, so he did not mind that he was unable to portray common expressions. After which, Lei Lin continued walking in. There was only an experiment table in here. On the operating table, a white-haired, middle-aged man placed the test tube in his hands down, and his pair of golden eyes met Lei Lin's eyes. "I can smell the barely faint smell of the void flower in your body. It seems like you really got the petals of a void flower." Croft stared at Lei Lin for some time, before smiling. "You're really a lucky fellow." "Huh." Lei Lin scratched the back of his head, revealing an embarrassed expression, but deep down he was elated. After deciding to use the void flower as an excuse, he had been concocting the substitute ingredients for the void flower. After huge amounts of experiments, he had obtained a type of potion which could emit the scent of the void flower with a similarity of 99.98%, to use as his trump card to fool others. Of course, this potion only had a similar fragrance to the void flower, but it did not contain any effect of the original void flower at all. Before coming to the academy, Lei Lin had especially sprayed some of it on his body, and now it seemed that even Croft was fooled. After which, Lei Lin only had to insist that the effect of the void flower was fully consumed by him, then nobody would be able to discover any gaps in his speech. No matter what, achieving level 3 acolyte before you are 20, you can already be considered as one of the core acolytes in the academy. Only that you have to go to the administrative area to register, then your various welfares and statuses will increase. Croft told Lei Lin about some benefits and authority given to a level 3 acolyte, which would be awarded to Lei Lin. Finally, Lei Lin could hardly wait any longer and blurted out, "Professor, this time, I'm here to ask about the matter of the official Magus that you spoke of previously." "I knew it." Croft nodded. "Ever since I saw you after your first meditation, I knew that you are resolute on the path of a Magus." The white-haired, middle-aged man pointed at the chairs in the lab. "Regarding this, it might take a while, so let us sit first." Saying which, Croft walked towards a recliner and sat down, with Lei Lin following behind him. The black chair was draped with the leather of some creature, and running your hands across it gave a comfortable feeling. Between the two chairs, there was a small round table. Bicky served 2 hot, steaming cups of green refreshments. Her actions was of the official standard as if she had practiced serving innumerable times, and hurriedly retreated. "Green root fruit juice. I never thought that Professor would still keep this habit." Lei Lin sniffed the fragrance, and his eyes reflected reminiscence. "Ha! I have always liked these kinds of drinks. Even when I'm idle or when doing experiments, I will still take a sip or two. Moreover, for an official Magus, 3 years is only a short time in their life." Croft made several sips of the drink and then asked, "Lei Lin, do you know how to advance to an official Magus? Please show me the way, mentor." Lei Lin's expression was extremely solemn. An official Magus has long since overcome the limitations of a human. They are able to harness the nature's energy and obtain a longer lifespan. Even the worst official Magus is far beyond that of a level 3 acolyte. They are extraordinary. Croft's voice sounded mellow, almost as if he were singing. This is because of the energy and devastating strength that an official Magus controls. A long time, maybe 1,000-odd years ago, on the Lux Castle of the South Coast, all Magisterium in the South Coast have come to a mutual agreement to control the information about official Magi, and have even endorsed it. Croft spoke of the past history of the Magus world. No matter what, it is similar to the non-proliferation treaty of nuclear weapons of my previous world. Thought Lei Lin. From then on, before a level 3 acolyte advance to an official Magus, they will sign a contract with the person or organization imparting the knowledge to them. To promise that there will be in no way the concrete steps of advancing into an official Magus will be divulged. Any violators will accept the judgment of the Trial's Eye, and his soul to be scorched for 1,000 years. Croft looked at Lei Lin. I too have signed the contract before, hence I was able to obtain the resources and information needed for advancement. Due to the restrictions of this contract, I am unable to share the information with you. However, I can still tell you of some general knowledge around it. Seeing the obviously disappointed face of Lei Lin, Croft continued. To advance to an official Magus, the first requirement is for the acolyte to reach a certain standard in the spiritual force. From what I see, you are very close to this criteria already. Actually, for many level 3 acolyte, this is not a problem at all. As for the real crux, it is to have a defensive spell model of a rank 1 spell. This model will become your innate defensive spell in the future. Also, you need a standard amount of grind water to complement with the breakthrough. Lei Lin listened attentively, and various emotions flashed across his eyes. So then, the criteria to advance would be these 3, a certain level of spiritual force, a defensive rank 1 spell and grind water. Right? Indeed. Croft nodded his head. Rank 1 Magus spell models and grind water are controlled by the huge factions. Even on the counters of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you will not be able to find them. Lei Lin smiled bitterly. He had already scouted most of the markets in the Poolfield Kingdom. There was absolutely no one place which contained grind water or a defensive rank 1 spell. From level 1 acolyte to level 2 acolyte, all that Lei Lin had learnt were rank 0 spells. Obviously, the Magi had made clear divisions on the rankings of spells. Moreover, they coined the spells that acolytes learnt as rank 0 spells, to differentiate between those spells of official Magi. As for grind water, Lei Lin seemed to have seen some information pertaining to it on a ruined draft regarding potioneering. That was a type of potion that was rather difficult for Lei Lin with his current abilities to brew. Moreover, many main ingredients were monopolized by the huge factions, and there were no traces of the formula. So then, Professor, you asked me to come back, which means that I am able to obtain the grind water and defensive rank 1 spell? Lei Lin suddenly asked. I can only say that it's possible. Croft took another sip of the green refreshment. Advancing to a level 3 acolyte before you turn 20 is already considered to be a potential Magus. Therefore, you are qualified to sign a contract with the Academy. Chapter 83, Bloodbath in the Secret Plane. Bloodbath in the Secret Plane. Contract? What contract? Lei Lin asked. First, you cannot reveal any information regarding the advancement to an official Magus. Furthermore, after you become an official Magus, the contract that you signed when you entered the Academy would not impose any restrictions on you anymore. Hence, you must swear upon your soul, under the witness of Trial's Eye, you will be of service to the Academy for 100 years. After signing the contract, you will be able to obtain a defensive rank 1 Magus spell for free, and a standard amount of grind water. Lei Lin saw an introduction to Trial's Eye before on an ancient manual. It seemed to be a massive organism with rules from a different world. It did not have a consciousness of its own, and magicians preferred to use it as a witness when undertaking important contracts. The effectiveness of its constraints was known to be amongst the strongest of all contracts. Moreover, there was no way to be rid of it. Once an agreement was formed, within the span of 100 years, even if the Academy were to have Lei Lin sacrifice his life during a battle, he had no choice but to obey. This agreement was similar to a slave contract, yet it had more constraints stipulated in it than in a regular slave contract. Lei Lin rejected it immediately within his heart. He was a person for valued absolute freedom, so it was rather distasteful for him to be under such constraints. Of course, on the surface, Lei Lin still pretended to be extremely moved, struggling for an answer. Finally, Lei Lin asked, with his throat a little parched, "So, Mentor, did you sign such a contract too?" "Indeed. And because of this, I've joined Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and became a member of the professors." Croft gave a definitive reply. Actually, the treatment that the Academy gives to Magus like us, who came from abroad, is not too bad. They wouldn't let us take on extremely difficult tasks as well. Professor, asking me to come back to the academy, I'm sure there is some other way. Lei Lin looked at Croft in anticipation. Signing a contract and obtaining resources was a very common practice, and had nothing to do with the current precarious situation the academy was in. Lei Lin naturally did not assume that Croft asked him to come back for this. After hearing Lei Lin's words, Croft seemed to be happy. Indeed, you are still as intelligent as before. Your eyes are also filled with wisdom. If not for your average aptitude, your achievements in future would definitely surpass Merlin's. The facade of inferiority towards Merlin was put on by Lei Lin. He smiled, not speaking, waiting to hear what Croft had to say. Actually, the war of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is not over. This sentence of Croft made Lei Lin's hair stand straight. What? Lei Lin was so flabbergasted that he stood up immediately. Was the war not mediated after the Lighthouse of the Night stepped in to stop Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle? This news is indeed accurate but is incomplete. The war between official magi have ended, but for acolytes it is still far from ending. Croft smiled wryly. Although Lighthouse of the Night is one of the strongest guilds around, they are not the only one. Behind Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle, there is also a powerful guild supporting them from behind. Hence, under the mediation of Lighthouse of the Night, although the war between both sides has ended, yet there was a special clause. What is it? Lei Lin could faintly discern that it had something to do with the acolytes, but he still asked. The opposing factions have requested us to recall all of our acolytes, and engage in a bloodbath with their acolytes in a secret plane. Secret plane. Bloodbath? Towards Lei Lin, who had abundant information and knowledge, only after searching in the AI chips data bank, he found the information he needed regarding those two terms. The secret plane was a dimension used by magicians to protect their own lab and store their resources. It is created by a spell and the dimension is got by connecting to a region from the outside world. Because of the powerful spell effects outside of these secret planes, magicians of the acolyte level could not break into it. As for some higher-leveled secret planes, even if official magi were to enter, they would also perish. With the passing of time, some magician guilds will join forces, using spells to form a temporary secret plane, and conduct some experiments or for war/battle. As for bloodbath, it contained the meaning of madness and massacre. In the Magus world, if two magicians have a huge conflict that could not longer be mediated, only with death they would rest their case. Under these circumstances, they will undergo a bloodbath with a host as a witness. Before the bloodbath, both parties would sign an agreement. After any one side dies, their families, professors and friends may not directly avenge them. This was a kind of battle, but with the effects of spells, the contracts, too, were difficult to breach. Many magicians with dignity would engage in this life and death conflict, yet they did not wish for the collateral damage to spread. So a bloodbath was the best choice. So, the academy summoned us acolytes back. Lei Lin suddenly realized that his throat was extremely parched as if he were a person dying from thirst. During the signing of the contract, the other parties have summoned Trials I as a witness, so our academy could only go according to the stipulated agreement. If not, all of us professors, including the chairman, will have our souls resting in eternal peace. This time, it's not only you guys, even the other genius 5th grade acolytes, including your senior Merlin, must participate in this bloodbath. Moreover, the acolytes from each of the 3 academies, will all be at the same place. Wait, which is to say, the acolytes from the other 2 academies will join forces and attack our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Lei Lin felt rather dizzy. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes have already suffered tremendous casualties from the war before. As for Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle, they were forces with a level similar to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. If any of these 2 were to engage in a bloodbath battle with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's acolytes, it would be 50 to 50, not to mention there's 2 of them now. Moreover, at the moment, there were only 50 to 60% acolytes remaining behind in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. This is too crazy. Why would the academy accept such conditions? There's no choice. Who asked for our academy to be in such a state? Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle wants to wipe our acolytes out at one go, and let the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's legacy be broken. Croft smiled bitterly. Furthermore, be it our acolytes or the enemies, they are not allowed to bring in any battle items of official Magus strength. This is programmed into the defensive spell of the secret plane. Any tools which exceed the strength of an acolyte will immediately be rejected upon entering the secret plane. Can I still leave now? Lei Lin harbored his tiny glimmer of hope. What do you think? Croft looked at Lei Lin deeply in the eyes, and the meaning implicated made Lei Lin quiver. All right then. Lei Lin resigned to his fate and sat down. The bad news is over. You should tell me some good news now. You little brat. Croft smiled and shook his head. Before the bloodbath, the Academy will conduct a competition, where the rewards are bountiful. Moreover, various remuneration have increased by twofold, and the spell models and potions on the sales counter are also at a large discount. They want to raise the strength of their own acolytes before the bloodbath, huh? Lei Lin thought silently. He was a very optimistic person and had already faintly thought of a scenario like this before, unlike the extremely shocked appearance he was putting on right now. Since there is no room for retreat, his brain immediately adapted to the situation. All these have nothing to do with the advancement of official Magus. Previous, mentor has told me that there is a method to advance. Could it be inside the bloodbath? Indeed. The Academy has issued a mission to all level 3 acolyte like you for a blood vengeance. You are to massacre as many acolytes as you can inside the bloodbath. A sign of madness appeared for the first time on Croft's bespectacled features. We have assigned points on the enemy acolytes. Every level 1 acolyte is worth 1 contribution points, level 2 acolytes are worth 3 points, and level 3 acolyte has 10 points. Towards the more noteworthy acolytes, we have corresponding values assigned to them. There was a huge temptation behind Croft's words. This time the Academy's mission reward is extremely bountiful. If you were to obtain enough contribution points, no matter if it is a rank 1 Magus defensive spell model or grind water, they all can be exchanged for with contribution points. This is the only method that does not require a contract, and still can advance with resources. If it's this way. Lei Lin closed his eyes, and quietly pondered of his mentor's speech. On the surface, Lei Lin looked calm. In fact, his brain had already begun to ponder over various scenarios, with the AI chip constantly bringing out different simulations, projecting them in front of Lei Lin. Minutes later, Lei Lin stood up again and bowed to his Professor Croft. If there is nothing else, please allow me to take my leave. Where are you going? Croft was rather stunned by his own apprentice's actions. Of course, to see the trading post and sales counter. Lei Lin bowed again, and after obtaining Croft's approval, he left immediately. Walking on an empty school route, Lei Lin thought over many things. First of all, trying to escape under the noses of various professors of the official Magus level and then being hunted was something impossible. Lei Lin only thought briefly, before beginning to toss that notion away. Previously, he was able to escape was because of Croft's pointer and his personal capabilities. The largest reason was still that the Academy allowed him to leave. If not, regardless of then and now, Lei Lin would never be able to walk out of the Academy's doors. Compared to official Magus, it seems like there is more hope in the bloodbath between acolytes, although the situation is still as unfavorable as before. Lei Lin walked to the trading post. The acolytes here numbered slightly more than other places, but many acolytes still had glum expressions on their faces. It seems that they had already gotten news of the upcoming bloodbath. First, Lei Lin went to Wuxa's store to have a look. A pity, however, the little wooden hut was already gone, and the fatty Wux was not known to have escaped or died. Lei Lin sighed in disappointment. At the trading post, he purchased some ingredients he needed, before walking to the spell models sales counter. Chapter 84, A Secret Divulged. A Secret Divulged. Is there anything I can help you with? The disgusting woman behind the counter previously had now disappeared, changing into a friendly-looking old geezer. Where's the woman from before? Lei Lin asked. Dakota. Already dead. A tinge of sadness seemed to appear on the old geezer's face. Give me the spell model catalog. Thinking of that fussy woman from before, Lei Lin felt extremely glad. Even the sinking feeling from the mandatory attendance of the bloodbath had slowly reduced. Here. The old geezer handed over a booklet made from parchment paper over to Leylin. Leylin opened to have a look. The first page was of fire element rank 0 spells. On the page number it shone with red light, indicating the element of the spells listed. Leylin continued flipping. Water element, plant element, even necromancy rank 0 spells had all shown in their respective colors. As for shadow, dark element rank 0 spells, Leylin had already collected almost all, so he did not look any further. While browsing through the booklet, Leylin realized that the prices of these spell models had reduced by more than half, so they were already selling them at a loss. It was a pity, however, that for regular acolytes, to master a rank 0 spell, they must take at least months. Towards this imminent bloodbath, it was futile to start mastering them now. This secondary energy fireball of the fire element, dampened earth of the water element, and the manipulation of corpses from the necromancy element, and this. One of them each. Since the spell model prices have plunged down, and Leylin had magic crystals, he could naturally afford to splurge on them. To him, it was like a sweep of the warehouse sale. After handing the old geezer a huge bag of magic crystals, and requested him to send people to carry the books over, Leylin then asked, "Are there any rank 1 spell models here?" "My apologies, our counter here only sells rank 0 spells for the acolytes." The old geezer shrugged his shoulders and put on a helpless appearance. It seems like Leylin wasn't the first acolyte to ask him about this. After obtaining an answer he expected, Leylin nodded his head and left. His earlier question was just to try his luck, so he wasn't very disappointed. Ka-cha. Creak. First, it was the sound of a bronze key entering the keyhole and the turning of the lock. "We're here, place the things down." Leylin opened his dorm's door and said towards several servants carrying boxes behind him. Boom. The few servants placed the spell model's books onto the ground, letting off a loud noise. After placing Leylin's purchase, these servants bowed to Leylin and walked out of the room. There is actually no change here. Leylin sized up his room. There was still a bright light radiating from within. Apart from more dust being collected, the rest was still the same as before. Amancy. Leylin snapped his fingers. Suddenly a green whirlwind appeared from within the room. The spiraling of the whirlwind continued, bringing the bedsheets and tablecloths floating into the air. A few gray dust particles were sucked into that whirlwind. Very soon the green whirlwind spun around the room once, and many dust particles were trapped in it, turning a murky green color. Finally it dropped into the bin. Now it seems much more comfortable and clean. Leylin looked at the dorm that was as good as new, and nodded his head in satisfaction, before placing the spell models and ingredients away nicely. After all was done, Leylin first went to the dining hall to have a sumptuous dinner, before returning to the room and picking up a spell model book. Secondary Energy Fireball. Leylin looked at the fire-red book. AI chip. Record. Beep. Scanning in progress. The AI chip's voice intoned. Hours later, the AI chip replied, "The spell model of Secondary Energy Fireball has been recorded, analyzing in progress, 9.23%. After his advancement into a level 3 acolyte, the AI chip which was part of his soul also obtained an increase in processing capabilities. To Leylin, other acolytes need continuous memorization and use of their spiritual force to construct the spell models in their mind. This would require a huge consumption of time, and once something goes awry, it would result in a waste of time. However, for Leylin, he only needed the AI chip to analyze the spell and send it over to his hippocampus, then he would remember this spell model forever. In future, he only needed to activate his spiritual force, before completely mastering the spell model. To put it simply, the AI chip had substituted the process of memory and also created a framework for him in his mind. It was like digging a pool. The AI chip would help Leylin in digging a pool, and Leylin only needed to put forth his spiritual force like water into the pool. This saved a huge amount of time, which made Leylin's learning abilities on spell models much faster than regular acolytes. AI chip. Establish mission. With all the rank 0 spells as the foundation, begin simulating the model for a rank 1 spell. From what Lei Lin could see, the might of a rank 1 spell was stronger than a rank 0 spell. Only with enough material, with the AI chip's calculation abilities, can he manage to simulate a certain rank 1 spell model. There could even be a new spell model that had never appeared before in the Magus world. Mission establishing. Information on rank 1 spells missing, beginning simulation. Rows of data were projected in front of Leyland's eyes. Estimated might of a rank 1 spell, 20 degrees and above. Information sources, Umbra's hand spell model, secondary energy fireball spell model. Simulation time, unable to estimate. The AI chip listed many sources of material and even replied with an answer that it was unable to estimate for the first time. However, Lei Lin smiled. As expected, although the time is not confirmed, but the AI chip can very well simulate a spell model of a rank 1 spell. What's next? Once I have a standard amount of grind water, and reach the requirement of the spiritual force to advance, then I can give it a go. For Lei Lin, he would try simulating a rank 1 spell model with the AI chip. But for the grind water, as it was a type of intermediate potion, the formula had always been held by the various large magician guilds. There was no way of them being divulged to outsiders. Many of the ingredients to brew it were also monopolized by these guilds, so there was no way he could brew it on his own. Hence, his main goal in the upcoming bloodbath, was, under the circumstances of self-preservation, that he would try his best to acquire as many contribution points as possible to exchange for the grind water. If he even had to purchase a spell model with the contribution points, he had no confidence to retaliate under the two academies joining forces and obtaining enough contribution points. Moreover, even if he did, he would be marked down by the enemy magi, which was not beneficial for his future growth. But now he only needed to get one of the two, so the difficulty was reduced by half. The attention he would be getting would be reduced too. Also, I have to complete the fallen star pendant for a chance to live on in the bloodbath. Leyland's hand turned over, revealing that silver cross. Under the bright light, the jewels on the cross glittered resplendently. Once I have this low-grade defensive magic artifact, my survival chances will definitely increase in the secret plane. Leyland muttered, and came to his experiment lab beside the room, withdrawing the confining spirit sphere that held Roman captive. The originally dimmed crystal ball gradually radiated with light after Leyland undid the seal. Light reflected from it like amber, with a translucent worm-sized like human figure in it. Roman. Actually, I wanted to spend more time on you to pry more information from your mouth. A pity, however, there isn't much time left. Regret surfaced on Leyland's face. As for the vengeful spirit, Roman, who was inside the crystal ball, he shuddered. The crazed and bloodthirsty look disappeared from his face, replaced by a pair of eyes that radiated intelligence. A level 3 acolyte's soul which transformed into a vengeful spirit, can definitely accomplish the final step, spirit awakening. Leyland placed the silver cross beside the confining spirit sphere and began to draw various runes with a feather quill and other tools on the large experiment table. The runes and characters continuously writhed and twisted, forming a strange magic rune. Along with Leyland's incantation and tossing of ingredients, the huge magic rune let off a dim gray glow. As for Roman, who was within the confining spirit sphere, he seemed to have seen something extremely dangerous, and even his voice started to quiver. No. You can't do this. The final step of synthesizing the fallen star pendant required a sealed spirit that was full of energy, which is the best catalyst for the activation process. Roman, who had the strength of a level 3 acolyte in his previous life, was the perfect ingredient for Leyland right now. After a vengeful spirit is sealed within the fallen star pendant, Roman's soul will be forever trapped within that silver cross, and suffer from never-ending torment. He could only wait for the day when the silver cross shatters, before his soul will be dissipated. You, who is in such a state, have you got any other bargaining chip for me? After finishing drawing the spell formation, and sizing up the spirit which was repeatedly begging him from within the confining spirit sphere, a curious smile spread across Leyland's face. I am an outstanding alchemist and have mastered many secrets and special skills in alchemy. If only you let me go, I will hand them all over to you. Seeing the resolute expression on Leyland's face, Roman started to reveal everything that he knew, for a sliver of a chance to stay alive. Not enough. Most of your things were already recorded inside that alchemy book, and these benefits will not be able to compensate for the loss of my fallen star pendant. Leyland's face turned icy cold. I also know of a secret about magicians who advance to an official magus. If only you swear to let me go, I will tell you. That is something that all the higher-ups in the magician guilds have done their best to conceal. Chapter 85, Obscurity. Obscurity. A secret concerning official magi. Leyland smiled. Don't tell me you know the spell model of a rank 1 spell, or the location of some grind water and whatnot. You actually know of these. Roman put on a shocked expression, but very soon it turned into a smirk. Yes. Your professor must have definitely told you that to become a rank 1 magus, you need a defensive spell model as well as grind water, right? Could it be that there is something more to it? Suddenly Leyland had an ominous feeling. Ha ha ha, Roman started laughing maniacally. You have been duped by your professor, or maybe, even your professor doesn't know of it. Do you know the rankings of official magi? After laughing hysterically, Roman suddenly became calm and asked Leyland. It seems a magus is differentiated by 9 ranks. Rank 1 is the lowest, and rank 9 as the highest. The indication is to release a spell of that rank without any backlash. This was some information that Leyland heard from a certain lecturer. However, he had treated it as only a myth. After all, in the whole of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, all the professors were only rank 1 magus, save for the chairman who was in the realm of a rank 2 magus. As for rank 3 magi, only the heads of powerful guilds such as Lighthouse of the Night had that cultivation. Leyland was simply unable to comprehend the extent of the power that a rank 9 magus could wield. It seems as if you have been trying your best to obtain information regarding official magi. Seeing that he had successfully piqued Leyland's interest, Roman rested lazily against the wall of the crystal ball, and said, the strength of official magus rests on their ability to inscribe a rank 1 spell successfully in their sea of consciousness, thus turning into their own innate defensive spell. They will then obtain an instantaneous spell casting, or the spell will be permanently in effect. Moreover, the consumption is extremely little. Leyland nodded his head. The innate spell of official magi could always be maintained around the surface of their bodies, forming a barrier. This was why the AI chip's readings were always hindered by these barriers of magi, thus, it was unable to obtain the data needed. After advancing to a rank 1 magus, a magus sea of consciousness will form an innate spell. If this magus was to advance again, turning into a rank 2 magus, he will have to construct a new innate spell. Furthermore, it has to be constructed on the foundation of the original innate spell. Which is to say, a rank 2 magus has 2 innate spells, and a rank 3 magus has 3 innate spells. If it was a rank 9 magus of the legends, they would have 9 innate spells, and the final one is a rank 9 spell. For a chance to survive, Roman divulged a few details known to few. Which is to say, if it was a rank 9 magus, they can instantaneously cast spells of rank 1 to 9. Leyland felt sluggish. He could not resist even a rank 1 spell, to say nothing of a rank 9 spell cast by a grand magus. Once a magus was able to cast high-level spells instantaneously, it would mean that their battle prowess would be capable of burning down mountains and evaporating the seas. And what is this scam that you're speaking of? Leyland asked suddenly. Hee. An innate spell is the root of the magus spiritual force. Once constructed, it will be irreversible for eternity. Moreover, the innate spells after the first and original one have to be modeled after it. What would happen if you were to choose your innate spell wrongly? 2 innate spells conflicting with each other in the sea of consciousness will result in a deficient spell as the best-case scenario. The most likely event is that your brain will explode like an alchemy bomb. Bang! And off your head goes. Roman made an explosive gesture and sniggered. This scenario is extremely plausible. Leyland's face darkened. So then, where is the crux of this scam? They have concealed the existence of advanced meditation techniques. Roman hugged his knees as he squatted. Advanced meditation techniques? Leyland's heart wavered. He had faintly come across information on this, but even if it was his mentor, Croft, had never seen such advanced source/material like them. Yes, advanced meditation techniques completely suit a magician's spiritual force meditation techniques. Not only is the rate faster than those regular meditation techniques in constructing mind runes, they will even naturally form an innate spell in the Magus sea of consciousness on every level. Naturally forming innate spells? You mean? Leyland's voice grew weak. Indeed, if the advanced meditation techniques were to increase its level, they will directly raise the rank of a Magus. There wouldn't be any need for grind water or spell model. Roman smirked. Also, according to the innate spell formed by the meditation technique, they directly complement each other. Not only is there no conflict with the innate spells, the meditation technique will even enhance the effect of the innate spell. Think about it. If you were to use grind water to break through, you will realize that your future levels will be extremely difficult to break through. Every time you advance, you would require something more potent and effective than the grind water to aid in the advancement. Not only that, you have to scour the lands for an innate spell which does not conflict with the one you already have. This is purely based on luck, and basically it cannot be done. And tens of hundreds of years will pass. The magi who had cultivated in advanced meditation techniques would have continuously risen in their levels, while you will be on the bottom rung of the hierarchy struggling to survive, finally dying in some corner where nobody cares about. More and more cold sweat began to gather on Leyland's forehead. With his abundant experience, and the calculation done by the AI chip, he knew that what Roman spoke of was 98% authentic. The Magus world is indeed ensnared with pitfalls, and not one step can be wrongly taken. So then, you wish to use a part of an advanced meditation technique to exchange for your petty life? Leyland deeply inhaled for a few breaths, before asking Roman. Indeed, once you swear before the witness of the trial's eye, I will hand over the location of one of these advanced meditation techniques. Roman howled, if you won't let me go, then never think of getting that piece of advanced meditation technique. Has that advanced meditation technique got to do with the great Magus Serhom? Leyland fell silent for a while before he suddenly asked. You know about it? That's right, you have been to that lab too, and it seems that you have discovered some information. Roman was a little shocked, before putting on a nonchalant air. But so what? A part of an advanced meditation technique is indeed enough to redeem my life. All right. Leyland fell into silence for a while, before finally agreeing. Following which, he chanted a mysterious incantation. This incantation was an extreme tongue twister, and there were many pauses. It required a huge amount of magic power before the chant was finished. Leyland was only able to use this incantation after advancing to a level 3 acolyte. Following the enunciation of the final syllable, an energy wave came from the void, and the surrounding light dimmed. In the air above of that experiment table, a mysterious vertical eye appeared. This vertical eye's iris was pitch black, with its pupils dyed a crimson red. Under its gaze, Leyland's body shuddered, as if not wearing any clothes. All of his secrets seemed to have been exposed to it. AI chip. Scan. Leyland ordered from the bottom of his heart, yet he did not receive any response. It seems like the current ability of the AI chip was still unable to detect such a strange entity like the trial's eye. Even if it was only a secondary body that did not even contain a billionth of the main body's might. With the trial's eye as a witness, Leyland Farlier, will immediately release Roman from the confining spirit sphere once Roman tells me the information regarding the advanced meditation technique. Leyland spoke slowly using the Byron language. The moment Leyland finished his oath, the trial's eye turned into a black light, and separately entered each of Leyland's and Roman's foreheads. All right. I have done as you requested, hurry and tell me the location of the advanced meditation technique. Impatience surfaced on Leyland's face. All right. Regarding the advanced meditation technique, actually, I don't know much of it. Only that every advanced meditation technique have different requirements for the cultivator's affinity and soul aptitude. As for me, I have read it from a piece of writing left by a Magus, the lead to the lab of the great Magus Serhom. I also know that he left the legacy of the advanced meditation technique in a certain lab. Under the constraints of the trial's eye, Roman began to spill everything he knew. There is a requirement for the cultivators, how about the requirements for the meditation technique? Leylin asked. I don't know. With my ability as a level 3 acolyte, obtaining the location of a piece of meditation technique is already extremely lucky, so how can I have more extravagant demands? Eventually, I hastily went to explore the lab, only to end up dying within it. Roman smiled sardonically. So then, tell me the location of that meditation technique. Leylin's face was impassive as he spoke in a low tone. On that piece of broken page, I obtained a few locations. The previous location is crossed out now, so that leaves only one. It is the Dylan Gardens which rests within the Zither Moon Mountain Plains. Zither Moon Mountain Plains, Dylan Gardens. Leylin suddenly thought of this place that he had come across in his previous exploration. So the Dylan Gardens was situated on the Zither Moon Mountain Plains, huh? All I know are these, hurry and let me out. Roman howled. All right. I will let you out now. Under the constraints of the trial's eye, I will dare not offend. Leylin smiled and snapped his fingers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The whole confining spirit sphere shattered into pieces, revealing the translucent spirit body within. At the same time, 2 rays of light flew out from Leylin's and Roman's body. This proved that the agreement with the trial's eye has already been fulfilled by Leylin. Ha! I'm free. I'm free. Roman shouted. Yes. I have abided by my promise, and released you from the confining spirit sphere. Now, we are even. Leylin suddenly waved his hands and activated the spell formation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. In an instant, the spell runes on the experiment table irradiated with light, engulfing Roman within. What happened? You. How can you escape from the binding agreement? Roman's face was in utter shock. Chapter 86, Fallen Star Pendant. Fallen Star Pendant. I have already abided by my agreement and released you from the confining spirit sphere. What happens next is not a part of the contract. Leylin's voice was extremely unconcerned. This was just simple wordplay. Magicians were all intelligent people, and could not be lied to easily. However, Roman was different. He had already died a long time ago, and his spirit body had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Naturally, his intelligence could not even be comparable to that of an average human. Moreover, after spending so much time inside the lab, Leylin had been diligently exercising various methods to reduce Roman's intelligence, making him more muddled, in order to interrogate him. As expected, even if Roman had unexpectedly regained his intelligence today under the brink of his death, he was still manipulated by Leylin and gave away the important information to the advanced meditation technique. Even for me, as of now, a level 3 acolyte spirit body is extremely hard to acquire, so how could I let you leave? Leylin did not bother paying attention to Roman's curses, and placed the silver cross in the center of the runes, as he began to complete the final step for the Fallen Star Pendant. The Fallen Star Pendant came from a derelict page in the Loian Academy teachings. After having been decrypted by the AI chip, together with the alchemy diary found on Roman's corpse, Leylin was able to deduce the correct procedure for synthesizing it. After advancing to a level 3 acolyte, Leylin had dedicated most of his time and effort on synthesizing this low-grade magic artifact. After costing Leylin a large amount of magic crystals and ingredients, the Fallen Star Pendant was almost completed, where the final step remained, Spirit Awakening. According to Leylin's deductions and the AI chip's calculations, the final step, the Spirit Awakening, had already involved the aspect of spirit and was something that he could not resolve then. However, Leylin sought a huge number of living bodies from Viscount Jackson of Extreme Night City as a main material in observing the soul. After many years of research, Leylin could already confirm that within Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he would be the foremost regarding the topic of soul research, and might even surpass many magi. After so many experiments, the Spirit Awakening step did not pose a problem for Leylin. However, he had no leads on the other ancient formula that he obtained from Croft, Tears of Mary, up till now. Leylin's guess was that this formula was meant for an official Magus, something which an acolyte could not get involved with yet. For the spirit awakening, a stronger spirit body is not necessarily better. According to the AI chip simulation and my own deductions, a level 3 acolyte would be the most suitable for it. Lei Lin looked at the vengeful spirit, Roman, who was writhing and cursing him on the light formation. For a long time, I have deliberately calibrated Roman's spirit strength to be compatible with the final step. As long as I am able to complete the spirit awakening, the magic artifact that I get will definitely be perfect. This was the trump card that Lei Lin had prepared for the upcoming bloodbath. A low-grade magic artifact did not exceed the boundaries of an official Magus. However, for acolytes, it was almost impossible for them to destroy the defense on this magic artifact. As long as Lei Lin had that pendant, his safety in the bloodbath would be greatly increased. Let me go. You promised me. Roman, who was trapped within the spell formation, continuously howled. At the end, the vengeful spirit Roman cursed in a low tone, "Despicable miscreant, I curse you. Enough of your nonsense." Lei Lin's brow furrowed and he poured a silver liquid directly onto the fallen star pendant. Psi. A cloud of white smoke rose from the silver necklace, and the white mist in the air transformed into a large jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth, which bit at Roman directly. Ka-cha. Roman was immediately eaten by the large malevolent mouth, which it opened and closed as if enjoying the aftertaste. Lei Lin stared at the large mouth, and after seeing that Roman was completely devoured, he began to chant an incantation. The chanting voice reverberated around the area, and Lei Lin's spell formation that he drew on the experiment lab began to shrink to the center, and finally, it all transferred onto the fallen star pendant. With the convergence of the runes, the patterns on the silver cross seemed more detailed and glowed with mysterious colors of light. Seal. Lei Lin fixed his gaze on the cross. When the runes were all accepted by the silver fallen star pendant, he pointed at the huge mouth in midair. Poo. A sound similar to a bubble popping sounded. The white mouth was directly dispersed, and threads of white gaseous bodies were emitted. In the center of them were many strands of black color, which continuously fell onto the silver cross. With my name, Lei Lin Farlier, fallen star pendant, shimmer. Lei Lin's expression was solemn, and he bit his fingers, dripping a droplet of blood onto the fallen star pendant. The red jewel in the silver cross sparkled and directly sucked Lei Lin's blood into it. Bang. A strong suction force appeared from the fallen star pendant, circling around the surface of the silver cross and forming a whirlwind. It directly sucked in all of the black and white gaseous compounds. The thick mist enveloped the silver cross within, and it floated in midair, becoming a luminescent ball of black and white. Very good. The awakening phase is activated, and everything has been going smoothly without a hitch so far. Lei Lin looked at the glowing ball in midair, his eyes holding a fervent gaze. What's next, is... On the second morning, Lei Lin stared at a silver cross held in his palm, his face revealing an elated expression. At this moment, the fallen star pendant was a silver-gray color, and the jewels also seemed dull and without luster. Based on outer appearances alone, it could not even be compared to the previous half-completed item. However, the AI chip's indication made Lei Lin feel ecstatic. Beep. Low-grade magic artifact. Fallen Star Pendant has been successfully synthesized. Fallen Star Pendant, low-grade magic artifact. Main components used for defense, stellar alloy, Manphala rock, Manchester bone marrow. Physical defense, 13 degrees, magical defense, 15 degrees. Instant activation when host is attacked. The various stats shown on the AI chip made Lei Lin extremely ecstatic. A defense magic artifact could not even be bought in the market. Normally speaking, the attack of a level 3 acolyte was around 10 degrees or so. Only official magi and above would be able to cast a magic spell of over 20 degrees. With the Fallen Star Pendant in hand, while it still had energy, Lei Lin could completely ignore the attacks of level 1 and level 2 acolytes. Together with the Trevor's revolving shield potion, Lei Lin would be able to endure a barrage of attacks even if it came from a level 3 acolyte. One could say that with the successful synthesis of the fallen star pendant, Leyland's survival was assured. This magic artifact is like a simplified version of an official Magus defensive force field. Suddenly Leyland exclaimed. Reverence and respect for magicians uncontrollably welled up in Leyland's heart even more. The continued tradition of the Magus world was only in recent times, for about 1,000 years. Before this, there were even the glorified and magnificent ancient times of the past. Back in the ancient past, the primordial and immemorial past, there was a countless accumulation of time, yet how many? From these periods were geniuses? How many had invented mysterious spells? Only by standing on a giant's shoulder, one could see the road ahead clearly, strive hard and advance. Even with the AI chip, Leyland only had a better foundation than other magicians. On the path of a Magus, he still required to rely on the experiences of his predecessors and improve both himself and his abilities. After sighing, Leyland hung the silver-gray cross on his neck. The ice-cold pendant came into direct contact with the skin, and Leyland pulled up his collar. This way, no one could tell that Leyland was wearing a pendant just by looking at the surface. With the fallen star pendant, my defense is guaranteed. What's next is to make use of the AI chip to come up with a combination of a few strong rank 0 spells to be used in the bloodbath. Although Leyland believed Roman's words, with the current rewards, he wouldn't let it go. His previous plan was to obtain the grind water through the bloodbath, and right now he did not plan to give up. After all, he still couldn't defeat any rank 1 magi. Under the compulsion of the academy and professors, he still needed to join the bloodbath in the secret plane. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk. Just when Leyland was deep in thought, a patterned knocking on the door sounded. Please enter. Leyland hurriedly removed the traces of his work in the lab and arranged his clothes before he spoke. Asterisk creak. Asterisk. The wooden door was pushed open, and at that moment, when Bicky, who wore a green dress, walked in, a scented fragrance wafted in and infiltrated Leyland's nose. Leyland. Mentor has asked me to get you to register for the upcoming school competition. Bicky toyed with a white flower in her hands. Before the bloodbath, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had already spared no hesitation in nurturing its acolytes. The prices of various ingredients and spell models had plunged, and they had also hosted many competitions before the bloodbath. Only with participation, there would be generous rewards, such as magic crystals, spell models, ingredients and the like. As for the top few ranks, they were even given scrolls of spells and attack-type potions as rewards. However, Leyland did not lack magic crystals, and he could also brew attack-type potions for himself. As for the reward for the champion, it was not a magic artifact, so he was not attracted in the slightest. However, he still had to, at least, show some superficial effort. Leyland nodded his head and walked out of the dorm with Bicky. After not seeing her for 3 years, the girl from before had turned into a beautiful young lady. Bicky was silent as she led the way. Leyland opened his mouth but did not know what to say. The two walked through the garden zone, and Bicky smiled and said, Leyland. You know what? Fail has already agreed to let me be his girlfriend. Saying which, Leyland acutely discovered a peculiar expression from within Bicky's eyes. Oh really? Congratulations. Leyland had known of Bicky's crush on Fail since the very first day he entered. After seeing his good friend fulfilling what she wished for, he was somewhat happy for Bicky. At the same time, he was somewhat worried. He had some understanding towards Fail's character and knew that Fail liked to be in the limelight. On top of that, Fail was rather vain. However, after seeing Bicky's smiling expression, Leyland still chose to maintain his silence. Chapter 87, Competition. Competition. The registration area is just ahead. After walking through the garden zone, Bicky took the initiative to familiarize Leyland with the registration area. The academy competitions are split into many categories. There are some potion brewing ones, some for harvesting plants, and other lesser-known subjects. However, the liveliest event is still the fighting competition. Any acolyte is able to join, and the reward is the most generous. Although the acolytes are able to participate in many events, Professor Croft said that you had better join the potion brewing event. Bicky looked at Lei Lin, not masking her worried expression. Don't worry, I am only prepared to join the potion brewing event. Lei Lin smiled as he consoled Bicky. Lei Lin did not want to compete head-on with those genius 5th-grade acolytes. Behind them were the support of many professors, and they would definitely carry magic artifacts with them. Moreover, the battle prize was not attractive to him at all. This prize was obviously prepared as a final chance to give to those average acolytes. Although Lei Lin came only as a mere formality, naturally he had to choose the simplest way to do it. The front of the education area was lined with several black desks. The banner behind them had words like potioneering and fighting. Many acolytes were crowding around the tables to register. Looking on, it seemed like they were acolytes who had recently rushed back to the academy. Lei Lin thought for a while before directly registering for the potioneering battle. Hold on to this. Your assigned number is 32, and the competition will start tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Please be punctual and come to the large hall in Experiment Zone 13 in order to participate. The administrative staff wearing gray robes handed a parchment paper over to Lei Lin, and also routinely gave him a numbered card. Next. With the impatient voice of the gray-robed person sounding, Lei Lin rubbed his nose, shook his head, and walked away. Let's go to the restaurant to celebrate. Lei Lin said to Bicky, who was beside him. It's better if I pay for it, as a celebration for us meeting again after such a long time. Bicky's face revealed a joyous expression. On the second day, Lei Lin arrived 5 minutes earlier at Hall 13. At this moment, many potioneering acolytes were already waiting here. Some recognized Lei Lin and smiled as they greeted him, while some faces were extremely unfamiliar. This was not strange, as most magicians hold themselves up, often staying in their experiment labs to conduct experiments, especially those who practice potioneering and alchemy. Merlin and Bicky also entered the crowd, smiling at Lei Lin. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk with a crisp bell sound, a black-robed figure emerged from the crowd. Official Magus. Lei Lin exclaimed silently. Although he was not the same as before, compared to an official Magus, he was still an ant. The AI chip was also helpless, as it was blocked by the defensive force field surrounding the official Magus. All of you, enter the main hall and go to your respective allocated areas as is indicated by your card number. I will only wait for 5 minutes, and those who aren't there by then will be immediately disqualified. The black-robed figure's voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasing to the ears. After finishing his speech, the black-robed Magus shook his robe, and his body split apart, turning into innumerable bats, which flew away. The acolytes that were present looked each other in the eye. Asterisk bang. Asterisk not knowing who made the first move, the whole hall clamored and squeezed through into the main hall. Although Lei Lin was not in a hurry, his body was involuntarily pushed into the hall with the crowd. With a great effort, he managed to get to his experiment table. The number 32 was scribbled on the corner of a pure white table. There were also a few herbs, ingredients and a piece of parchment paper on the table. With just a whiff, Lei Lin knew that these were the necessary ingredients for a healing potion. 5 minutes are up, any acolyte who has not found their place is deemed disqualified. The black-robed Magus voice sounded again. At the same time, there were cries from many acolytes. Lei Lin saw an unlucky fellow beside him, who was just one step away from his table, grabbed by a black bat and thrown outside of the hall. The topic, this time, is to brew a healing potion. The formula and ingredients are on the experiment table, and you will have 3 hours. After dealing with the group of disqualified acolytes, the black-robed Magus voice sounded yet again. Your every move is under my vigilance, so do not try to cheat your way through it. If not, I will educate you on a lesson of blood. As expected. Lei Lin picked up the parchment paper, and it was indeed the formula of a healing potion. Such an elementary potion like this, I have brewed it so many times that I could vomit. Lei Lin felt extremely frustrated, but he still skillfully picked up a beaker. To an outsider, Lei Lin's every movement now was textbook standard. His arms were strong, and they did not quiver. During the process of brewing, Every action was filled with a unique aesthetic movement. Asterisk drip. Asterisk. A drop of green liquid was placed into a test tube, and the whole test tube momentarily turned red. It's completed. Leylin looked at the AI chip's recording time, 1 hour 20 minutes. It seems like I have become a little bit rusty. Very good, it's completed. A black bat immediately flew onto Leyland's experiment table and scrutinized Leyland's potion. Sir. Leylin hurriedly bowed. I recognize you. Aren't you Leylin? The apprentice of that old geezer Croft. The heavens are really unfair, he already had such an outstanding apprentice, Merlin, yet now, it even sent you to him. The bat seemed to recognize Croft, and muttered by the side. Leylin maintained his silence throughout. Leylin had no thoughts of establishing a relationship with a Magus, and he did not have the ability to do so either. All right. Let me sniff the potion. It could be seen that after seeing Leylin keep his silence like a log, the bat cursed for a while before suddenly speaking. Leylin opened the plug on the test tube and placed it below the bat's head. Healing potion. The quality is excellent. Kiddo, you have passed. The bat somewhat regretfully flew away, and let off an unpleasant voice, Leylin. Consider changing professors and joining me. Towards this, Leylin could only smile wryly. The potioneering competition carried on for 2 days and 1 night. Fortunately, the acolytes could all manipulate the energy particles to strengthen their bodies, so they could endure throughout the entirety of the competition. Leylin had also been brewing potions in these 2 days. Along with the intensity of the competition, the topics given by the academy became more and more difficult. Bicky had already been eliminated in the 3rd round. At the very end, they moved on to beginner potions. Through these series of tests, Leylin distinguished himself above the rest, and stormed through the competition with his senior, Merlin. As for the contents of the finals, it was to brew a Hofter's Water of Radiance. This was a kind of healing potion that was able to treat injuries caused by negative energy spells. Even amongst the beginner potions, it was known to be extremely difficult to brew. Although Leylin had the confidence to brew it successfully with the AI chip, for concealment reasons, he spontaneously pretended to make a mistake, and lost to Merlin, taking 2nd place. Deep in the night, Leylin returned to his dorm, and tossed the 2nd prize reward, a fiery combustion potion, aside. This type of attack potion had a might of 8 to 9 degrees, which could be considered to be an extremely remarkable trump card for a level 3 acolyte. However, it was not worthy in Leylin's eyes. Since a year ago, he could already brew a potion like this on his own. It's finally over. What's left is to wholeheartedly prepare for the secret plane bloodbath. Concerning the bloodbath between the few academies, it couldn't just be glossed over hastily like the academy competitions. Even during the intra-school fighting competition, there was only a loss of a few acolytes' lives due to mishaps. However, during the bloodbath, it was 2 against 1, and their enemy's goal was to eradicate the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk. While deep in thought, Leylin heard a knocking noise outside the door. Who is it? It's so late already. Leylin was rather unhappy as he opened the door. It's me. Outside the door, there was a girl wrapped in a cloak, and her voice sounded coquettish. You are. Bick. Before Leylin could finish, his lips were already sealed. The door closed and the cloak slipped off, revealing an ample yet provocative and naked body. This is. What's happening? After Leylin recovered his senses, he was already lying on his own bed, with a girl continuously writhing on top of him. Feeling the pleasure underneath his body, Leylin resisted his urges and temptation to touch Bicky's waist, which made her stop in her movements. Why are you doing this? Because. I can't think of a better way to console you. Leylin. Don't be upset. The loss is only temporary. Bicky pouted lovably. Leylin was extremely at a loss for words. If he could look in the mirror, he would definitely be putting on a wry smile. He deliberately lost on purpose, yet he did not think that this silly girl Bicky would actually be fooled by him. Thinking that he would be devastated, she offered herself to console him. At the same time, Lei Lin lost all his hopes towards the wanton practices in this world. Alright then. How about Fail? Aren't you his girlfriend? Lei Lin asked. He wouldn't know. Besides, before marriage, I have my freedom. Bicky revealed a coquettish smile and gradually started to thrust her waist again. So then, what happens after marriage? Lei Lin was somewhat unhappy and quickened his motions. The delicate beauty panted for a while before speaking with great effort, Ma. After marriage, I have to guard my body for Fail. Lei Lin then performed another deep penetrating thrust, which made Bicky moan with a shrill voice. She then collapsed in Lei Lin's embrace, as if all the bones in her body were removed. You are really... Alright then. After I have borne a child for Fail and confirmed with a blood test, whenever you want it, you can look for me. Bicky's face blushed, and buried her head in Lei Lin's arms. What is this? I let Fail wear a green hat in advance. Lei Lin thought at the back of his mind, as his hands involuntarily grabbed on Bicky's peaks of abundance, and began to move wildly. In the morning, Lei Lin stroked the bare body of the girl, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. I never thought that I would become a friend with benefits. Chapter 88, The Bloodbath Begins. The bloodbath begins. Looking at Bicky lying in his arms, Lei Lin's expression was complicated. Regarding the fact that she threw herself at him the previous night, Lei Lin guessed that there were a few reasons behind it. First, it was that Bicky had a favorable impression of him. As she did not have the heart to watch him be defeated, she came here to console him. The second was that this world's practices were generally more open, and Bicky wasn't a virgin before she did it with him. She had obviously had intercourse before. Finally, due to the bloodbath that was drawing closer, she was restless mentally, so her subconscious mind made the decision to do some stimulating activities and thus vent her frustration. However, no matter what the reasons were, Bicky was a beauty, and Lei Lin was not on the losing end. Ah! Suddenly, the female body on Lei Lin shook, and sat upright. What time is it? It's actually 7 o'clock. Not good, I have to go to Mentor's experiment lab. Bicky hurriedly left the bed, and revealed that exquisite body once again to Lei Lin. She quickly did the buttons on her robes, before giving Lei Lin a light peck on his cheeks and then scurrying out of the room. Really? Lei Lin looked at Bicky's departing figure and smiled wryly. Very soon, the romance of last night was thrown to the back of Lei Lin's mind. The secret plane bloodbath drew closer. It was one which none of the acolytes in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy could avoid. Especially those 5th grade acolytes with genius aptitude, they were the target of the opposing academies. On the contrary, Lei Lin only had some talent in potioneering. Furthermore, he had his senior Merlin to garner all unwanted attention, so he would not be in the limelight. This was one of the reasons why Lei Lin never revealed his true abilities. What followed next was Lei Lin holding up in his experiment lab, familiarizing himself with the fallen star pendant, and using the AI chip to analyze the spell models. Also, he simulated those rank 0 spells with high degrees of attack to be used in conjunction with his attack potions, in preparation for the secret plane bloodbath. The clouds were a patch of gray, and from time to time it drizzled, which made people feel like shadow was looming over them on the horizon. Acolytes wearing gray robes were crammed into a field full of wild grasses. Each of them had a solemn expression, and their eyes brought possible vicious or vacant looks. A few black and white-robed official magi stood before them. Lei Lin stood somewhere at the corner of the acolytes and maintained a low profile, and now and then stole glances at the professors in front of him. At the forefront of the professors was a large bloke, wearing black robes, who stood still, and subconsciously, strands of energy waves radiated out from his body which made Lei Lin's spiritual force circulation feel rather sluggish. That person is definitely the chairman of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, a rank 2 Magus of the legends. Lei Lin bowed his head lower, not daring to raise his head again. As for the desire to use the AI chip to scan, Lei Lin buried it deep within his heart. The might of a rank 2 Magus was extremely mysterious, and Lei Lin had no confidence in concealing this AI chip from him. Moreover, right now the AI chip could not even break past the barriers of a rank 1 Magus, so he needn't embarrass himself further. But, are we activating the secret plane right here? Lei Lin looked at the surroundings. Under the dimly lit sky, the field was dead silent. The rodents and lizards, as if discovering a great battle was coming, had long since left the place. Amongst the acolytes, Lei Lin even saw Bicky, Merlin, Nissa, Jaden and the like. Jaden stood at the forefront of the acolytes, and his face was extremely gloomy. There were thick, dark circles around his eyes, and it seemed that his condition was not too great. Nissa stood at the end of the crowd, and her whole figure was draped in grey robes, which was extremely low profile. As for Bicky and Merlin, they were muttering to each other. After seeing Lei Lin, Bicky even gave him a smile. Bicky has a few attack potions that I gave her, and she isn't an important target, so most likely she'll be alright. Lei Lin comforted himself. They're here. They're here. Suddenly, a ruckus was caused amongst the acolytes, which broke Lei Lin's train of thoughts. Lei Lin inhaled a mouthful of air and raised his head to look at the distance. On the far horizon, a black spot suddenly appeared. With the black spot gradually approaching, its size, too, grew larger and larger. When the black spot arrived in front of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's representatives, Lei Lin managed to see the full appearance of this creature. It was a giant beetle, with 8 long and sturdy legs. Each of them was over a dozen meters long. On top of the tiny head of the beetle, was a pair of compound eyes which was looking down on the masses of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The target has a layer of defensive barrier, and is primarily categorized as a rank 1 Magus. Host is recommended to stay far away from the target. At this moment, the AI chip's voice intoned, which made Lei Lin realize how formidable this beetle was. Sigh. From the giant beetle, a few drops of yellowish-green saliva drooled from its mouth, which fell onto the ground corroding a large pit. The surrounding acolytes backed away in unison. Their faces were pale, seemingly shocked by it. What are you afraid of? It's just an abyss steelback beetle. Silence. Under the restrictions set by the professors in front, the acolytes then gradually recovered from their fright. Silly, your acolytes were actually frightened by my baby. It seems like their predicament isn't very good right now. Ha ha ha. A crisp male voice sounded, following which a white-robed, middle-aged Magus jumped off the back of the beetle. Although he had a middle-aged look, his brows were snow-white. HNG. Seemingly unhappy with the other party's taunt, the bald chairman Siley coldly harumphed. However, from the AI chip's detection, Lei Lin saw that a formless energy wave was radiated from Siley's body towards the beetle. Woo! Arg! A few frightened voices came from the back of the beetle, and it seemed to be made by youngsters. Siley. You actually. The white-browed Magus was in rage, and his brows suddenly turned red, as if blood was going to drip down from it. How is it? Chairman Siley stepped forward as if being overbearing. That white-browed, middle-aged man should be the chairman of Sage Gotham's hut. Although he is also a rank 2 Magus, Chairman Siley is a dark Magus, excelled in the art of combat, so his strength is definitely stronger than White Brows. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. Just when the acolytes thought that these two chairmen were about to battle, a whizzing sound traveled from the sky. An enormous horse carriage that stretched over a few dozen meters, with a pair of snow-white wings on each side, gradually descended under the control of a few condors. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The horse carriage landed steadily on the ground. The door opened, and a white-robed, golden-haired lady walked out from it. Guru, stop. Don't forget we have signed an agreement. Listening to the golden-haired lady, Siley and Guru scoffed and returned back to their respective groups. Behind the golden-haired lady, a group of acolytes came out from the horse carriage. Their bodies evidently radiated strong energy waves. Hee hee. Siley, I hope your acolytes will be able to survive. Don't let your academy turn into a real graveyard. White Brows Guru sneered. Behind him, the beetle gradually folded its legs, which formed a flight of steps, where many acolytes stepped down from it. The acolytes from both academies looked at Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's camp menacingly, as if the acolytes here were all praise. Most of them are level 3 acolyte, and there is a rare number of level 2 acolyte. As for level 1 acolyte, there isn't any. Leyland's heart tightened. Due to the weakening state of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the rules in the bloodbath were obviously not favorable to them. Not only were they 2 against 1, but the other side could let their level 1 acolyte be excluded from the bloodbath. Unlike Abyssal Bone Forest Academy where all their acolytes had to enter. These level 1 acolyte could only play the role of cannon fodder when they entered, and were absolutely of no further use. After this mandatory enlistment, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy will definitely be worse off. Leylin looked at the acolytes in his academy that were of 11 to 12 years of age, and sighed within his heart. However, Leylin could not offer any assistance to them at all. At the very most, under the circumstances that his life wasn't threatened, he would do his best to help them. Right now, he had something more important to tend to. AI chip, assist in the recording. Right now Leylin was a level 3 acolyte and the AI chip's ability increased too. Most of the level 3 acolyte could not escape the AI chip's detection now. Leylin picked out the acolytes who carried magic artifacts. No matter if it was his own side or the other, he recorded them down. These people were the ones that he had to be mindful of during the bloodbath. Listening to the provocative tone of the other party, Chairman Siley's face darkened. He waved his hands, enough of this nonsense, let us begin. Since you have such sincerity, how could we bear to refuse your request? White-Brow's guru and the golden-haired lady smirked and nodded their heads, let us begin. Listening to their chairman, the official magi from the respective academies stepped forward and began to retrieve many strange things from their sacks, robes or even within their bodies. After which, they began to set up a formation. When they were finished with it, a strange magic formation was arranged on the ground. They are runes that make the foundation sturdy, linking up of energy and creating flames. I recognize some of these. Leyland's eyes flashed, and recorded down all of these formations with the AI chip. As for the 3 chairmen, after their staff had finished preparing the formation, they each stepped forward and withdrew 3 crimson-colored scrolls. With my name, Siley, I summon the will of battle which is roving around the wilderness, and activate the glorious and deathly flight of stairs. The 3 chairmen chanted and simultaneously tore the scrolls in their hands apart. Asterisk bang. Asterisk crimson lightning continuously thundered down, on the area above where the 3 crimson scrolls were torn, a huge opening suddenly appeared from the void. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk countless thunder and lightning appeared from within, and noises of explosion and whistling came from the opening. Dozens of seconds later, the void calmed down. This is a secret plane which is now an abandoned resources point. Any organisms and resources of value in it were scoured clean by us. Right now, it will become your battlefield. Chapter 89, Entering the Secret Plane. Entering the Secret Plane. Chairman Siley turned around and said to Leylin and the group of acolytes, you are all the most outstanding students of my Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, who have experienced deaths with blood and fire. You are not just a flower that is nurtured in a greenhouse, but ferocious young lions. I want you to seek your praise, stalk them, and ambush them. Finally, rip them to shreds. After finishing the last sentence, Chairman Siley's eyes turned a crimson red, and a blood-red light was radiated, making his face seem somewhat contorted. Leyland's face was extremely solemn, and he did not know how to react to this anymore. Following which, the chairman promised many different rewards. They were all involving precious resources and advanced information that would be given as a bounty whenever the opposing acolytes were slain. This made the acolytes' face gleam with greed. As per rumors, our chairman is indeed an extremely aggressive person. Leyland thought, I wonder how long this group of people will last. On the other side, the chairman of Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle were also giving their speech. Although their acolytes were cheering loudly and nodding their heads vigorously, Leyland was in glee. The academies in the south coast had been influenced by the styles of their respective headmasters. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was advocating a more bloodthirsty and theory of the law of the jungle. Overall, it was leaning towards the side of dark magi. As for the two opposing factions, they were obviously leaning more towards light magi types. Although many acolytes were already level 3 acolyte, Lei Lin did not see the astuteness and craftiness in their eyes. Many of them even seemed innocent, which was extremely similar to the acolytes that were in Extreme Night City. If it's this way, there is still a chance. Lei Lin's eyes gleamed. His target was only to gather enough contribution points in exchange for grind water, so he had no reason to create more trouble for himself. As for the price of grind water, it was 50 contribution points. This is to say, Lei Lin had to kill 5 level 3 acolytes on the other side, or even more level 2 acolytes, before gathering enough points. The acolytes do not have the defensive force field that an official Magus has. If only I have time, I can analyze and choose my opponents, giving me enough contribution points. Lei Lin sized up the opposing acolytes and eyed some of the level 3 acolytes who obviously had low energy waves. They will be his prey. Alright. This secret plane will hold on for 3 days. In these 3 days, you will all be transported to different places in the secret plane. Protect your chest badges well. They are proof of your contributions and contains information on the return route. Siley waved his hands, and the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes formed a long line, entering the entrance of the secret plane in an orderly fashion. Under the mediation of Lighthouse of the Night, it obtained a few benefits. For example, they could enter the secret plane first, giving them a territorial advantage. However, Lei Lin understood that in front of his opponent's immense force, this little benefit for Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is simply a joke. The acolytes on both sides numbered almost the same, at 200 or so. However, the amount of level 3 acolyte on their side was at least 5 to 6 times more than what Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had. As for the acolytes of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, not to mention that most of them perished in the war, many of them could not make it back in time. Some even betrayed the academy and were killed while escaping. Such a result made Abyssal Bone Forest Academy inferior to the enemy in terms of elite forces. Under these circumstances, the chairman of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy still provoked the enemy in such a fashion. This made Lei Lin convinced of a rumor: the cause of this war was exactly the provocation by this chairman Siley. As Lei Lin pondered on, he followed the acolyte in front of him into the secret plane. *1. After entering the plane, Lei Lin's sight turned black. When he regained his senses, he was already standing on an unfamiliar plot of land. He felt dizzy, as if there were millions of bees flapping their wings. Lei Lin's face contorted, almost puking. A negative effect is discovered on the host. The symptoms are dizziness and vomiting. The primary diagnosis is that it is the aftereffect from traveling through spatial areas. The AI chip's voice intoned. Lei Lin slapped his forehead, and opened his water bottle, splashing the cold water on his face, which made him feel much better. Looking the surroundings, what entered his sight were some small trees and shrubberies. There were always a few unknown fruit trees grown. On them were a type of purple-red fruit, and was slightly hairy on the surface. AI chip, scan the surroundings. Lei Lin ordered. Immediately, a light blue 3D image was projected in front of Lei Lin's eyes. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Lei Lin nodded his head and chanted an incantation. Along with the chanting noise, Lei Lin's face took on a morphing process. His eyes became larger, his lips paler, his hair changed color, as if a totally different person. Even his height was shorter by a few inches. What was surprising was that after this rank 0 spell, the energy waves from Lei Lin's body gradually weakened. It regressed from a level 3 acolyte to that of a level 1 acolyte slowly. Shape-shifting spell, modified, able to change the height and appearance of a person, even the energy waves radiation. Consumption, 3 magic power, 3 spiritual force. Shape-shifting spell was a spell that Lei Lin specially chose back when he was leaving the academy. After he advanced into a level 3 acolyte, he managed to reach the requirements for the AI chip to make modifications to it. Back in Extreme Night City, he had already completed the modification for this shape-shifting spell. Of course, no matter how much the AI chip modified it, the shape-shifting spell was after all a rank 0 spell. It could only conceal his energy from acolytes, but not the detection from official magi. If not, Lei Lin could have used the spell to make himself be a level 2 acolyte when he returned. Moreover, the shape-shifting spell could only slightly lower the energy waves, allowing him to pass off as a low-level acolyte. It could not be used to conceal as a regular human or official magus. However, the bloodbath in the secret plane was only for acolytes. So the disguise would not be found out by other acolytes. It's done. Lei Lin looked at his reflection in a mirror. A blonde male acolyte, with the energy wave of a level 1 acolyte. Under this state, even if it was Bicky or Merlin, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, a person's habit cannot be changed so easily. I had better avoid meeting any familiar people. Lei Lin's eyes flashed, and he disappeared into the shrubbery. As for other places in the secret plane, many acolytes had already begun to face off and there were several explosive yet short-lived battles. Beside a small pool, a black-haired acolyte with a black cloak used lightning to obliterate an Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte into ashes. On the other side of the plane, Jaden's expression darkened, and suddenly countless vines shot out from his body, wrapping around an opposing acolyte from Whitewood's castle into a ball of vines. Along with the contraction of the vine, fresh blood seeped through from the gaps of the vine, falling drop by drop on the floor. Battles like these happened constantly throughout the plane. On the whole, the level 3 acolytes from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy has an advantage in 1 versus 1 combat. As for other level 1 and 2 acolytes, if they meet with these level 3 acolytes they would be killed immediately. A pockmarked brown-haired acolyte wore the uniform of Sage Gotham's hut. His eyes were not big, but it was filled with anxiety and wariness, as he continuously scanned the surroundings. Damn it! I was actually sent here. The distance from the gathering point with the academy is too far. The acolyte hurried his step as he berated incessantly. Pang. Suddenly, a few large holes appeared from the ground. Yellow-brown mud spikes emerged from it. In that instant, it pierced through that acolyte's grey robes and inner armor, rupturing a huge hole in the stomach area. With a look of anguish and disbelief, the acolyte's eyes were drained of life gradually with the blood and innards flowing out from his body. A dozen minutes later, the grasses in the surroundings shook. Lei Lin took off his green costume and walked towards the corpse of the acolyte. He crouched down and retrieved a red badge from the acolyte's chest. It's only a level 2 acolyte. Value is 3 contribution points. Lei Lin kept the red badge in his robes. The various academies had different badges. Abyssal Bone Forest Academies was black throughout in color, while the ones from Sage Gotham's hut were red. Naturally, the badge from Whitewood's castle was white. Moreover, there were different shapes for the different levels of acolytes. AI chip. Bring forth my stats. Beep. Lei Lin Farlier, level 3 acolyte, knight. Strength, 3.1, agility, 3.3, vitality, 3.7, spiritual force, 8, 13.2, magical power, 8, 13, magical power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Status, healthy. A shape-shifting spell and ground spear has already consumed 5 points of my magic power and spiritual force. I have to conserve my spiritual force and try to use potions to battle. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. This bloodbath between academies was not a competition or anything of that sort. According to the latest information received earlier, Lei Lin could already confirm that the opposing academies had chosen a few gathering points. It was for their acolytes to hurry to the area and then launch a joint attack on Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. As for the acolytes in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, their strength was greatly diminished. They could not agree on gathering points, if not they might be eradicated in one fell swoop. They could only scatter and fight their enemies. Lei Lin could already foresee that on the very first day, the level 3 acolyte in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would be able to kill just a few acolytes of the enemy, and obtain a clear advantage. Once the enemies have gathered together, however, they would begin to hunt the acolytes from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, similar to chasing after wild ducks. Once he thought of the scenario where the magic spell formation set by the acolytes, when completed, could cover a large area and hone in on the acolytes. Leyland's scalp tingled. I could only rely on now to obtain more contribution points. If not, as the time passes the difficulty will increase. Leyland's expression turned gloomy. Chapter 90, Laying Traps. Laying Traps. The bloodbath situation was forced on Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, which meant that the acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy were in a disadvantageous situation. And the acolytes belonging to the two enemy camps would certainly chase them as if they were hunting and killing their prey. Anyway, even if it was an astute hunter, if he left behind a single prey, then it is possible for the situation to be reversed, where the hunter becomes the hunted. Leyland licked his chapped lips, exposing a malevolent grin. Now, the three academies' acolytes were scattered within the secret plane and the two enemy groups' acolytes had also not gathered. This was certainly a fortunate timing for Leyland to gather sufficient contribution points. Once the enemy group gathered, then Leyland would not have any more chances. Let's do this. Today, I must defeat and kill as many of the enemy's acolytes as possible and scrape together enough of contribution points. After that, depending on AI Chip's guidance, I will stand aside and avoid the majority of the enemy. After deciding on his strategy, Leyland hurriedly looted the magic crystals and resources on the acolyte's body, leaving the scene. 2 hours later, after Leyland left, another acolyte came to the scene. It's Greg. After seeing the corpse on the floor, the acolyte's pupils shrank. He came from the same academy as Greg. Seeing his comrade lying on the ground, this acolyte's expression turned pale white, as if wanting to puke. He muttered, "Too dangerous. This mission is too dangerous. Greg and I are only level 2 acolytes, we have come to this secret plane purely to die. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have taken up this mission." Regrets filled the face of this acolyte. Looking at this wound, it should be a heavy physical attack with an earth element spell. The caster should be a level 3 acolyte. To deal with a level 2 acolyte, he actually used such a despicable method. What a lowlife. It was not scary if the enemy was strong, but what was scary is if the enemy was strong and shameless. After understanding this reasoning, the acolyte felt his scalp tingle. He felt as if a pair of bloodthirsty and greedy eyes was eyeing him from the shrubbery, locking down on its prey. No way, I have to leave now. He then bowed towards the corpse on the floor. "I'm sorry. Although we used to be good friends, I am unable to give you a proper burial. Or it may be that the destiny of magicians was to die along the path to the pursuit of truth." The acolyte made a prayer for his friend and prepared to leave. JJE. What a cold-blooded person, not even caring about his comrade's corpse. A female voice sounded from the air above. Who is that?" The acolyte jumped back several meters like a rabbit, and in his hands, there was a black scroll tightly gripped. "Ha! Look at him, like a pathetic bunny that has nowhere to escape in front of a predator." The girl's voice sounded again. The crown of a nearby treetop shuddered, and a gray-robed girl appeared in front of the acolyte. This female acolyte wore the uniform of Whitewood's castle, and the acolyte who was prepared to fight for his life heaved a sigh of relief. "HNG. Trash." Another male voice appeared from the surrounding, and a young man walked out from the shadows. He wore the insignia from Sage Gotham's hut, and his right hand was silver in color throughout. It radiated a mellow yet suave color and reflected the shadows of the nearby shrubbery. This appearance. The acolyte's hand trembled, and the scroll dropped on the ground. "Silverclaw Soren. You are Silverclaw Soren." Silverclaw Soren was considered one of the most vicious existents in the circle of Sage Gotham's hut's acolytes. Rumors have it that for a piece of ingredient needed for an experiment, he had massacred a whole village of regular humans. Although this was only a rumor, but this acolyte did witness the way Soren treated his enemies. That was a devilish existence. Although Sage Gotham's hut was a light magi faction, but there were bound to be some talented acolyte with outstanding abilities in battle. Evidently, this Soren was one of them. Soren did not bother about his junior who was frightened off his wits, and immediately walked to the corpse to inspect it. A very shrewd and ruthless method. Looking at the distance, the enemy should have activated the spell 20 meters away. This distance is the limit of ground spear. The enemy possesses an extremely high talent in his ability to use and calculate his rank 0 spells from it. Soren licked his silver right hand, giving off a sinister grin. He is mine. I will hunt and kill him personally, and let the world know the consequences of incurring the wrath of Sage Gotham's hut. As for you. Soren looked at the trembling junior distastefully. Scram. Yes. Yes, sir. The acolyte nodded his head and hurriedly scampered away like a frightened little deer. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over several hundred meters, and even used a hastening spell on his body. Seeing the figure of the leaving acolyte, the girl smirked, what a useless trash. If not for the agreement between our academies, I would have killed him long ago. Compared to him, I have a high interest in this acolyte from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Soren licked his lips, and the crimson-red tongue seemed to be like that of a snake's, twisting and writhing. I am already anxious to know how the fresh blood of that acolyte tastes like. AI chip. Maximize the detection area. Leyland gives his command as he followed and ran along a white cobblestone path. In the secret plane, the AI chip's ability was also affected. Although the detection area has become smaller, it was still extremely handy for warning and scouting the way ahead. A light blue 3D image appeared in front of Leyland's eyes. In the map, the white cobblestone path seemed to be paved in the shape of a rune, winding its way through a circular garden in the middle of it. Moreover, the AI chip caught traces of mild radiation on the ground here. This means that the magicians who had used this place before had operated it well, and even the soil had gotten affected. However, there was obviously nothing of value. It was evident that before this secret plane was activated, all the resources had already been ferreted out. It seems like it is rather difficult to get lucky by stumbling over some magician's inheritance. Leyland shrugged his shoulders and continued walking. Beep. Human creatures ahead, determined as acolytes. Numbers, 3. The AI chip's voice intoned. Leyland's eyes flashed, and he secretly tailed them. This trio was formed by 2 male and 1 female acolyte. The male acolyte in the center had obviously reached the cultivation of a level 3 acolyte. At this moment, this small group was heading towards the garden. Do we really have to take such a risk? The male acolyte who was behind began to grumble. We had better still gather with the other acolytes. As long as we activate that spell formation, then there is nothing to be fearful of. Shut up. The male acolyte in the middle did not turn his head. If you go together with the main body, how much contribution points can you get? I have made inquiries about this place before. This was a deserted secret plane of magicians before. Secret plane. If we are able to dig up any remnants, then our lives in future would be without a worry. Also, we might even be able to advance into official magi. After saying the last line, the acolyte in the middle shows signs of longing and jealousy. If you are unwilling to, then you can very well return. Look at Marie, she hasn't said a word. All right. All right. The acolyte behind stopped talking, seemingly agreeing with the logic of the acolyte in the middle. After all, he and Marie were level 2 acolytes. Their standing was below that of the level 3 acolyte in the middle. That's right, we also need to. The acolyte in the middle suddenly pointed ahead without finishing his sentence. Look quickly. What's that? On a patch of empty ground in front of them, a gray-robed Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte was looking back at them with frightened eyes. In his eyes, there was even a purple flower with spikes. From the center of the flower, there were several strands of feelers which extended to the ground. Seeing the group of 3 come over, this Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte was obviously frightened as he ran away quickly. An Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte. A level 1 acolyte at that. He's carrying a wolf whisker flower. The acolyte's mouth in the middle gaped open and it seemed like several eggs could be stuffed in it. Kill it. The wolf whisker flowers is a valuable ingredient worth close to 1,000 magic crystals. The level 3 acolyte roared and gave chase directly. Asterisk shio shio. The level 2 acolyte behind him was even quicker. A gust of green whirlwind appeared around his body, increasing his speed by multiple folds as he rushed towards the direction of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte. Arg! Damn it! Did I not say not to use it until the most critical moment? The level 3 acolyte slapped his forehead, and then he hugged Marie with an arm. Hold tight, I'm increasing my speed. Put down the wolf whisker flower. The level 2 acolyte spared no effort in chasing and shouting until his throat turned hoarse from the excitement. This is only a level 1 acolyte. I will definitely be able to kill him. The wolf whisker flower. At this moment, a seed of insatiable greed and longing sprouted in the young acolyte's heart. What do you want to do? Just when the young acolyte's thoughts went astray, the leader brought Marie and caught up to him. No. Nothing. Seeing the cold gaze in the leader's eyes, the young acolyte seemed to have his face splashed by cold water. All the desires disappeared in a flash. Don't let him hide inside the shrubberies. The level 3 acolyte commanded. All right. The young acolyte steadied his heart and chased the acolyte in front of them. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The distance between both parties got smaller, until the point where the young acolyte could see his enemy's frightened face. Wolf whisker flower. The wolf whisker flower is ours now. Even if we divide it by 3, there are at least several hundreds of magic crystals each. The young acolyte held a fervent gaze, and looking at the escaping acolyte in front of him, in the same way as he would to innumerable magic crystals. Just as the trio caught up with the escaping acolyte, an explosion occurred. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Chapter 91, Discovering Jaden. Discovering Jaden. A violent explosion sounded, and the bright yellow tongue of the flame spread in all directions, burning the nearby ground to scorch dark. At the middle of the explosion, at this moment, there was a pit which was 1 meter deep and several meters wide. Dust and mud flew up, and the surrounding earth had black smears of blood, broken limbs and internal organs were strewn across which had lost most of its original appearance. After costing Lei Lin some effort, he finally managed to rummage through them and picked up a few badges. A level 3 acolyte and 2 level 2 acolyte. A pretty good reward. Using an explosive potion as a triggering trap is indeed useful. Lei Lin was rather satisfied with his battle results. This was one of his few plans, using the shape-shifting spell to pass off as a level 1 acolyte, baiting and luring enemy acolytes into a trap. With the detection of the AI chip, several times Lei Lin's hunt was flawless, and did not suffer from any interference. Almost there. Lei Lin kept the badges well. He had to collect enough badges before the enemy united as a whole, and then hide until the battle was over. For this goal, after Lei Lin used the shape-shifting spell and ground spear once to kill an acolyte, he began to avoid using his own spiritual force and magic power. Instead, he relied on potions and scrolls to battle, preserving his condition to the fullest in times of need. After cleaning up the area slightly, Lei Lin hurriedly left the place. Not long later, a male and female acolyte appeared in the vicinity. Looking at the obvious traces of an explosion, and the bits and remains of the Whitewoods Castle uniform, this time, the female acolyte's face darkened. I want to kill him. Then hang his head on my horse carriage for 100 days. The female acolyte clenched her teeth. You will have this chance very soon. We are getting closer and closer to this conniving acolyte. Silver-clawed Soren half knelt on the ground, and picked up a stalk of grass with sludge on it, before placing it into his mouth. However, I admire his courage. He actually dares to obstruct our acolytes. Enough of the nonsense. Have you found him? The female acolyte asked. Over there. Soren chewed on the blade of grass and closed his eyes for a moment. He then pointed to a direction and the both of them immediately headed in that direction. In a dense forest, on a withered tree with 3 branches sat a gray-robed figure. His stature was rather short, as he looked up at the sky. Dusk is coming. Lei Lin muttered. In the secret plane, there was neither the sun nor the moon, and not even any stars. However, the peculiar thing was that the bright sky would be strewn with white rays of light. At night, these rays of light would disappear, which distinguished between morning and night. It seems like there was a layer of a barrier which blocked the sun and moon at the same time. After a whole day, I have only received these much. Lei counted the contribution points he had gotten. In his hands rested 6 badges. Amongst these, 5 of them were from level 2 acolytes, and 1 from a level 3 acolyte, which was the contribution of the trio's leader from before. It was extremely easy to distinguish between a level 2 acolyte and level 3 acolyte due to the shape. According to the Academy rules, an enemy level 2 acolyte is worth 3 contribution points while a level 3 acolyte is worth 10 contribution points. Those famous acolytes are separately categorized. Right now, I have at most 25 contribution points, just half of what I need to exchange for the grind. Water. Leyland's face was rather solemn. Although Leyland had gotten 25 contribution points in a day, it was because that the enemy acolytes were scattered across the secret plane and have not yet gathered. After a day and night, the acolytes in the other 2 factions would have definitely gathered. After forming a large army they would surround the acolytes of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Under those circumstances, Leyland could barely protect his life, let alone obtain more badges from them. Under the ordeal from the war previously, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's casualty was extremely disastrous. They simply did not have time to nurture a new batch of elite forces to go against the opposing 2 factions. Moreover, if one walks the dark path often they will meet a ghost someday. 1 Leyland did not believe that his simple trap could always work. If it really isn't plausible, I might have to give up. Leyland's expression was determined. He was not someone to throw away his life for a little benefit. Even if his will was to become the king in the Magus world, which was with the prerequisite of preserving his life. If not, even if he had everything but lost his life, what was the purpose of it? AI chip. Maintain detection area. Report immediately if there are any problems. After issuing the AI chip the role of a sentry, he dug a hole in the ground behind the tree for disguise purposes, before sleeping inside the hollow of the tree. The acolytes of the 3 academies had to stay inside the secret plane for 3 days and 2 nights. Although the physical weariness can be overcome by various potions and methods, the mental fortitude was not that simple to replenish. Thankfully, Leyland had the AI chip, and could let it act as a sentry. It would do a great job with its ability. Darkness blanketed the trees, time to time there were the cries of little worms. In the hollow of the tree, Leyland shut his eyes. First, he meditated, before falling into deep slumber. This was not a silent night. In the secret plane, various battles unfolded. Many colorful and enrapturing rank 0 spells were cast by the acolytes. Ambushes, reverse traps, beauty traps and the shrewd plotting were endless. Many young acolytes left their lives in this secret plane. Of course, all these had nothing to do with Leyland. The second day, when the sky was filled with radiant light, the hollow of a tree shook, and a huge hole appeared. Within it, Leyland walked out. The power of nature was immense. After a night, many traces of blood diminished, and the various plants and animal tracks covered a huge amount of the intense battle marks left on the ground. Leyland casually stretched and looked at the hollow of the large tree. Leyland remembered clearly that he only made this opening last night. However, it was gradually mending back into whole. Leyland even discovered a few green-colored sprouts nearby the opening. It seems like the flora and fauna in this magical plane has vitality much higher than the physical world. Leyland stroked his chin and stretched his hand to pick a budding sprout with morning dew on it. AI chip. Scan the composition and record. Beep. Comparing to the plant database. An abnormality is found. The AI chip's voice intoned. In front of Leyland was a green and light blue image overlapping. Moreover, in the center of the image, was a red area that seemed like an octopus which was spreading its tentacles. Record composition. Leyland ordered. Who knows if there'll be a use in future. Leyland comforted himself, and then began to pick a few more plants and herbs for recording purposes. Warning. Warning. There is an extremely strong radiation coming from 523M in the southeast. Primarily determined as acolytes using rank 0 spells. Just when Lei Lin was picking out a green leaf with red veins, the alert from the AI chip sounded. A chance. Lei Lin's eyes flashed. Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle were allies. Their acolytes wouldn't fight with the other, so if there was any battle, it definitely involved Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes. With the AI chip detection, I'm not afraid of being cornered if I am more cautious. Lei Lin patted his chest. Under the gray robe's inner layer, a solid pendant lay against his chest. Or maybe, it's time to test the might of the fallen star pendant. Lei Lin whipped his gray robes up and concealed himself as he headed towards where the battle was. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As he got closer, Lei Lin could feel the intensity of the radiation from the spells. This degree could only be produced by a level 3 acolyte. Moreover, it belonged to one of the stronger acolytes. Towards the enemy level 3 acolyte which had a chance of advancing into a Magus before 20, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy opened a sky-high reward for it. They bumped the value up from 20 to 100 contribution points. This is to say, if Lei Lin managed to pull this feat off, not only could he exchange it for grind water, he might even be able to exchange for a rank 1 defensive spell model. However, Lei Lin's legs halted, having a strong desire suddenly to leave. To him, 1 grind water was enough for him to use in his experiments. The rest were just unnecessary, and it was not worth it to fight against these level 3 acolytes. Moreover, there was another concern on his mind. Although the bounties of those popular level 3 acolyte were high, there were always professors behind them. Moreover, their respective professors would have definitely spent countless efforts on them. Even if Lei Lin used his toe to think, he could definitely ascertain that the Magi have laid spells on their apprentices. The moment he kills one of them, his appearance and other information would be known by the Magus. In front of an official Magus, the shape-shifting spell was obsolete. Even if Chairman Siley protected Lei Lin after the bloodbath, he did not want to be drawing all the unwanted attentions to him and even be marked by an official Magus. All in all, the risk was too great, yet the benefit was too little. Lei Lin would rather look for some level 2 acolyte or weary level 3 acolyte to kill than to invoke the wrath of those geniuses. He did not hesitate to turn around. Suddenly, a male voice sounded, "Ah! Jaden! You have finally landed in my hands." Jaden? Lei Lin's footsteps halted, and turned back. The location of the battle was in the middle of some trees. And the trees right now have already been destroyed, showing a large clearing. Lei Lin stealthily hid to watch the battle. In the center of the clearing, Jaden, who wore a hunter's attire, was half kneeling on the ground. There were even vines coiling around him, acting as armor. In front of him, a black-robed, male figure let out a maniacal laughter. One refers to people who, when they do bad things often, will definitely have a bad ending. Chapter 92, Striking. Striking. The black-haired acolyte had a silver chain coiled around his waist, and from time to time there were blue lightning sparks igniting between his hands, making a crackling noise. Ha! Jaden, I mentioned it before. One day you will land in my hands. The black-haired acolyte laughed wildly. With the wave of his hand, a blue streak of lightning faster than supersonic directly landed on Jaden's armor of vines. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. Jaden was sent flying, as if a train had knocked into him, and crashed onto the ground, forming a large hole. How is it? Where is the arrogance back then when you stole my piece of lightning core? The black-haired acolyte taunted, before casting another spell at Jaden. It opened a gap on Jaden's body. The green vines had a huge opening now, revealing Jaden's skin. A large patch of his skin was charred, and Lei Lin could faintly catch a whiff of barbecue smell. Don't think a broken magic artifact can save you. It seemed like the hatred the black-haired acolyte had for Jaden was not small, as his glee in seeking revenge was shown on his face. AI chip. Inspect Jaden. Lei Lin did not dare to scan the black-haired acolyte and chose the severely injured Jaden as his target. Beep. Jaden. Strength, 1.9, agility, 2.7, vitality, 2.1, 3.5, spiritual force, 3, 10.8. Status, mild injury. Paralysis. No matter how much the opponent taunted him, Jaden did not speak a single word. He only used an icy gaze to stare at his enemy. Not good. Jaden is also a level 3 acolyte now with a magic artifact, but he actually could not beat the opponent. Leyland's thoughts quickly surmised. Leyland was attracted by Jaden's name to this place out of curiosity but did not intend to risk his life for him. To tell the truth, if Jaden's enemy was not strong, Leyland would have struck as Jaden had disclosed information to him previously. But now the enemy's strength seemed to be extremely strong, and Leyland was somewhat hesitant. AI chip. Inspect the target's data and calculate the winning rate in a battle. Leyland ordered. Beep. Mission establishing, beginning fight simulation. The AI chip calculated rapidly and came to a conclusion. Host's winning rate is 77%. Possible scenario, death of the target, light damage to the host. This probability is rather low. Leyland's brows furrowed. Look. There are really people there. Just as Leyland was hesitant, the voice of a female traveled over. It was extremely familiar, and Leyland even heard the alluring pants of its owner not too long ago. On the other side of the battlefield, Bicky and another female acolyte came over. It's Bicky. Why would she come here? Leyland inhaled deeply. He suddenly felt that things were going to be extremely troublesome. There is someone fighting. Ah. Senior Jaden. The female acolyte with Bicky recognized Jaden, and she seemed to have some affection for him. Once she saw him injured, she hurried over. A girl? Your friend? The black-haired acolyte's brows furrowed and suddenly clapped. You brought me shame by stealing my possession. Today I will return it in multiple folds to you. For instance, claiming this woman right before your eyes. The black-haired acolyte sniggered lecherously, and his hands moved and fluttered like a butterfly. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. The blue lightning of snake continuously formed on his hands and transformed into a metal chain that it pierced the fireball casted hurriedly by the female acolyte, and knocked her to the ground. Molly. Bicky was frightened, and she hurried over too. This idiot. Leyland helplessly shook his hand as he got up. He still harbored some feelings for Bicky, and would take a risk for her under the circumstances that his life was not threatened. Of course, his largest assurance was the winning rate that the AI chip provided him. If the AI chip's calculation did not give him such a winning rate, he might have chosen to leave. After advancing into a rank 1 Magus he would then return and seek revenge for Bicky. Furthermore, Leyland was completely unwilling to help if he had to pay the price of being critically injured or even death to win. On the other hand, if it were only some mild injuries, Leyland felt that Bicky deserved his help. Actually, deep down I am an extremely rational, not to mention unfeeling and apathetic person. Leyland scoffed at himself and hurriedly moved, closing the distance of 12 meters and held on to Bicky. Don't go over. Who? Are you? Bicky gave a puzzled stare to the guy in front of her. Leyland's shape-shifting spell was still in effect and even his voice was altered through potions. Therefore, Bicky did not recognize Leyland at all. A person who has come to save you. Leyland's voice was hoarse, and directly locked gazes with the black-haired acolyte. An interesting insect. It was you who was hiding in the corner earlier, huh? The black-haired acolyte clenched his fist, as blue lightning coiled around it, emitting sparks every now and then. A few bolts of electricity were shot into the ground, and each exploded, creating many small holes. The shattered stones and mud flew up beside Leyland, and were blocked by his acolyte's robes and soon fell back to the ground. An electric element acolyte and it also seems like his affinity towards it is rather high. Leyland gradually withdrew the cross blade hung on his waist. This will be a tough battle that I never had before. To prevent Bicky from recognizing him, he could not use some common methods used by potion masters. He could only use those that he learnt when he left the academy. However, this is also the best chance to test my abilities. Back then in Extreme Night City, Murphy and the rest were all people who had retired, and their battle abilities were rubbish. As for the acolytes in the market, I could not strike, if not I would have become their sworn enemy. And this acolyte in front of his was obviously strong in his academy. Lei Lin licked his lips and suddenly felt a strong battle desire surging from his chest and spreading to his forelimbs. He could even hear the blood which was rapidly coursing, and made his eyes a little bloodshot. This was a man's hot-bloodedness and desire for battle. Ha! Look what I found. Merely a level 1 acolyte who dares to draw a sword against me. The black-haired acolyte sneered and his expression became colder and more resolute. Kiddo. I will give you one last chance. Hurry and kneel to the revered Lord Torash and admit your wrongdoing, and beg for my magnanimity. On account of my good mood, I may even pardon your sins. Shing. In an instant, a silver arc of light flashed. It crossed the distance of 12 meters and struck at the black-haired Torash. The silver arc of light materialized into a cross blade which brought on a heavy killing intent. The aura emitted from it even pressed down on the grasses. The black-haired Torash had a startled expression. Suddenly, several green runes formed by lightning appeared underneath his leather shoes and crept to his thighs. As if under some stimulation, Torash jumped back several meters and avoided the attack. Bang. The cross blade landed and slashed a cross-shaped hole on the ground. The gray shadow flashed, and Lei Lin appeared at the original position of the black-haired acolyte. He gripped the cross blade in his hands and put on a regretful expression. With some lingering fear, Torash touched his face and felt a gash, which was several centimeters deep, on it. Although Lei Lin's attack earlier did not strike the opponent directly, the force it brought already caused a gash on his face. So fast. If not for the hastening lightning rune my professor gave me, I might have been a corpse already. Very soon the fear subsided from Torash's face and it turned into a contorted expression of rage. You actually dare to harm the mighty Lord Torash, I'm going to kill you. However, his rage did not muddle his mind. Although Torash's expression showed that he couldn't wait to kill Lei Lin, he retrieved a scroll from his waist sack. I admit that your speed is extremely fast. You should, at least, have the physical ability of a knight, right? But so what? Although a knight's body is stronger than a regular human and is not afraid of steel swords and large axes, it is just meaningless under a magician's spell. Sigh. Torash pulled the scroll open, and an icy cold spell was activated, covering the whole of the battlefield. Countless white mist condensed in the air, turning into ice and spread across the land. The surrounding temperature decreased by dozens of degrees. Bicky pulled the friend on the ground to the back of Lei Lin. Her body shivered as she looked at Lei Lin's back, obviously grateful and puzzled at the same time. Although she had no memory of this person, Bicky had a strong feeling that she knew this strong person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. Who exactly are you? Bicky looked at Lei Lin's figure, her expression complicated. At this moment, Torash's scroll had finished its activation. With him at the heart of it, the domain of several hundred meters was covered by frost. There were even a layer of snow and ice on the trees and plants as if it was the coldest period of winter. Beep. Host is affected by frost. Speed is estimated to decrease by 43%, the unfeeling AI chip's voice intoned. No matter how fast a knight is, as long as his speed is rendered useless, then it would just be a sitting duck, waiting on a dining table to be feasted on. Looking at Lei Lin's figure whose hair and brows have already been frozen in ice, Torash smirked. I can slightly alter this spell. The frost on you is definitely more at a lower temperature than the two girls. How is it? A pity. Lei Lin felt rather regretful in his heart. Looking at the spell formation of this acolyte's shoes and the scroll, he knew that Torash had a high attainment in spell formation. If not, it would mean that his professor was an expert in this area, to be able to customize this spell for Torash. Lei Lin really wanted to sit down and discuss alchemy and runes with him, but alas, he was just being delusional. Chapter 93, Activation. Activation. Lei Lin clenched his fist tightly, the hand grasping the sword hilt was clearly somewhat stiff. His face appeared pale and petrified as if he had gotten frostbite. One must know that Lei Lin had a vitality of 3.7. If it was any regular human, they would have long since frozen to death. I don't have any intention to go against you. As long as you let go of those two girls, I will leave immediately. Lei Lin used the cross blade and pointed at Bicky's direction, in return for her grateful gaze. No. Get him to release Senior Jaden, if not I'm not leaving. The girl beside Bicky, who was saved, still maintained her resolve. Lei Lin rolled his eyes. If not for Bicky, did she really think that he would appear in the name of justice? Moreover, looking at the situation again, Jaden had apparently deeply offended the other party previously, so why would he let go of Jaden so easily? As expected, after listening to the female acolyte, Torash's gaze turned frostier, and immediately he waved his hand. A thick and long lightning streaked across the sky, directly landing onto Jaden. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the vines on Jaden's body fell and he fainted. Moreover, his whole body turned into a black color, as if like a pile of scorched rubble. My apologies, I don't wish to let anyone present go today. Torash waved his hands. According to the AI chip's detection, although Jaden's outer appearance seemed to be terrifying, there was still a life force pulsating in him. Therefore, Lei Lin did not bother any more about him. Instead, Lei Lin was more cautious about this acolyte in front of him. A lightning element is indeed one of the stronger powers. Although Jaden's magic artifact belongs to an attack type with minimal defense, he was still defeated so quickly. No, it could be that the other party had been toying with him the same way a cat would with a mouse. Now, it is my turn. Torash, who was on the other side, charged directly at him and brandished a short black staff in his hand. HNG. Trying to be mystifying. Lei Lin snorted and used the cross blade to slash at him. Asterisk pang. Asterisk the two weapons clashed. Under the frost effect, Lei Lin's speed unavoidably took a slower turn. The original mirage effect could now not be used by him, where Torash caught dozens of his sword slashes. Lei Lin's strength was obviously higher than his opponent, and his cross blade was of superior quality to his opponent's short metal staff. After the two weapons clanged, Lei Lin used the force in both his arms and pressed the sword down on his opponent. Hee. Your strength isn't too bad. Although the blade was just centimeters away from his face, there was no fear on Torash's face. Looking at Lei Lin, his gaze held some ridicule and the savage thrill of retaliation. Lei Lin felt something was amiss, and hurriedly let go of the cross blade as he jumped away. In that very moment when he released his hands, several bolts of lightning extended from Torash's arms and shot at the cross blade, even up to Lei Lin's hands. In the moment when the lightning current was about to hit him, Lei Lin forewent his sword and evaded the attack. Too late. Torash looked at Lei Lin's figure and chanted an incantation. The current from the staff directly bore through the mud and extended like the root of a tree. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Lei Lin. Asterisk Zitzi. Once the black lightning landed on the ground, it reappeared from the ground right in front of Lei Lin. As if a poisonous snake, the blue lightning charged at Lei Lin. Ah! Bicky, who was on the other side, involuntarily screamed and she clasped her mouth. Asterisk ping. Asterisk suddenly, a layer of silver membrane appeared on Lei Lin's body. This layer of membrane immediately draped over Lei Lin's whole body, covering every inch, even his orifices were not left out. On the silvery membrane, there were several pale reflections of flickering red jewels, giving off a mystical luster. The blue lightning took on the shape of a python with a crazed leer and opened its jaws. Lightning made razor-sharp teeth directly bit on the membrane. Asterisk Sci-fi. Asterisk. A similar sound to metal smashing porcelain was heard, and the ear-piercing noise traveled across the whole battlefield. Bicky involuntarily covered her ears, to let her nerves calm down. The lightning on Lei Lin's body exploded, and from time to time a few poisonous snake-like lightning currents converged and let off an explosive noise. Looking on, Lei Lin seemed to be a silver statue, who was receiving the blessings of lightning bolts. The lightning attack lasted for close to 30 seconds before it dissipated. There was a shocked expression on Leyland's face as he looked at the indication given by the AI chip. Host is subjected to lightning-based attacks. Degree of power, 9. Fallen star pendant has automatically activated, energy consumed, 23.99%. Host has successfully blocked the attack and sustains no injuries. Too careless. The opponent's lightning could actually pass through normal physical materials. Moreover, it could use the layer of frost on the ground as a conductor to initiate the attacks. Lei Lin looked at his hands. Knowing that his opponent excelled in the lightning element, Lei Lin had already put on leather gloves before the battle. However, the hands that gripped the cross blade earlier were still rather numb. There was also a precursive condition for the fallen star pendant to be activated. Lei Lin had customized it to activate only when his life was in peril. Otherwise, any raindrop from the sky would activate the fallen star pendant and finish the consumption of energy in the magic artifact. Previously, because Lei Lin had let go of his sword early on, the damage from the electric current to his body was extremely little. It was not enough to achieve the criteria to activate the fallen star pendant. Of course, due to the conductivity, the lightning was too fast, and Lei Lin still received an attack from it in his hands. At last, Lei Lin backed away and under his opponent's chase, he suffered a 9-degree lightning attack. If he did not defend further, his life would be in peril. Hence, the criterion for the activation of fallen star pendant was achieved, where a layer of membrane immediately appeared from his body. The fallen star pendant's defense could negate attacks up to 15 degrees. This is to say, if Torash attack could not exceed this degree, Leyland's body was like a turtle shell until the energy of the fallen star pendant was depleted. How is this possible? Gazing at Lei Lin who seemed injured, Torash's mouth was opened widely, enough to fit several duck eggs in it. This is an attack my professor has personalized for me. It complements with my affinity and my degree of attack is at least 9. How could you be fine? I understand now. You definitely must have a defensive magic artifact on your body. Black-haired Torash pondered and quickly understood the truth. Although it is only a low-grade defense magic artifact, there will definitely be many official magi who will be interested in it. Torash licked his lips and a fervent greed appeared on his face. For this bloodbath, both sides signed an agreement not to use any strength that was above an acolyte. Any person, scroll of magic artifact which exceeded this criterion would be teleported out in a flash and had no chance of getting in the secret plane. Although Leyland's magic artifact was precious, it still belonged to the low-grade series. In Leyland's eyes, these low-grade magic artifacts had might below that of official magi. Any rank 1 spell's degree of attack was 20 and above. If Lei Lin used the fallen star pendant to block against them, he would definitely be slain immediately, not leaving a trace behind. However, amongst the acolytes, the fallen star pendant was a divine item. Furthermore, even an official Magus would not mind having an extra layer of defense, no matter how small it was. However, the defense from fallen star pendant was activated from the pendant and did not affect the owner in one bit. The value of a low-grade defense magic artifact was at least 5 times that of Jaden's attack-type magic artifact. Which is to say, right now, besides the AI chip, the most valuable thing that Lei Lin had was this magic artifact. Kill him. Kill him. Then that magic artifact is mine. Torash's eyes turned bloodshot. Even if it is a magic artifact, there is a limitation. Once it's depleted of energy, before the next recharge, it would be a piece of trash. However, could I last until that long? Even if I'm unable to keep him here today, I can gather other students to chase after him. Wait a minute, maybe there is a better idea. After seeing the fallen star pendant, Torash did not harbor any hopes of holding Lei Lin here today. However, the flames of desire slowly invaded his logic. Suddenly, Torash saw Bicky who was behind Lei Lin and his eyes flashed as he made a proposition. You are very concerned with the green-haired girl behind, right? Torash questioned. Don't deny it, jumping out to save her is the best proof. So what? Lei Lin's brows furrowed. Give me your magic artifact, and I'll let her go. Not only that, even Jaden and the other girl, I'll let them go too. Torash licked his lips. Ha! After hearing that unexpected speech, Lei Lin shook his head. Yes. I can't keep you here today as you have the magic artifact. However, I can definitely retain the green-haired girl, and even kill her. Torash changed his words to a threat. Please do. Lei Lin stretched his hands and gestured. You. Why would you? This reply made Torash extremely shocked. I only have some involvement with her, which is why I wanted to rescue her. If the loss is too great, however, then it wouldn't be worth it. Furthermore, after I lose this defensive magic artifact, how can I still be able to haggle with you? Lei Lin looked at Torash with ridicule in his eyes. He deeply understood that towards people making threats, you must never show that you are extremely mindful of the thing in their hands. If not, you would be baited into more and more demands. Even if Torash really killed Bicky today, Lei Lin would only seek revenge for her another day. Therefore, if he wanted to use Bicky to threaten Lei Lin, there were only two words for it: dream on. Chapter 94, Self-Destruct. Self-Destruct. I don't believe you. You must have said it on purpose, didn't you? Torash's pair of cunning eyes flitted to the back of Lei Lin. Did you see that, after listening to your words, your little girlfriend is extremely heartbroken? How lame. Lei Lin did not even turn back. However, it's time to end this. Lei Lin looked up the sky, and the light rays were even brighter than dawn. Magicians were intelligent beings. By threatening Lei Lin, Torash only harbored a negligible hope. His main purpose was most likely to stall for time until other acolytes could support him. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes in the secret plane were at an extreme disadvantage. Now it was also the second day, and the enemy acolytes would have already gathered. Once Lei Lin was discovered, a scene of calling and shouting for him to be killed would happen. At that time, the innumerable spells which could cover the sky and earth would rain upon him. Even if Lei Lin had the fallen star pendant, its energy was limited. What end? A few ingredients appeared in Torash's hands, as he stepped several steps backwards. Of course, it is to end this silly game. Lei Lin's eyes flashed and chanted an incantation. Asterisk Psi. Asterisk a reddish-green gas spread across upon the icy ground. When the frost and a thin layer of mist came in contact with the red gas, the temperature of the battlefield rose immediately by a few degrees. As for the green mist, it continued to spread across the field. The visibility lowered immediately, and one could not see beyond a 3 meters radius. This is a spell I specially prepared for you, Flaming Cloud of Afterlife. Lei Lin spoke softly. Earlier when he exchanged senseless sentences with the opponent, he was actually wildly using the AI chip for calculations. Furthermore, he set up the field, planting various types of ingredients in it. Just a mere corroding gas. Torash disdained it. On his whole body, there raged a blue current. If one described the current on his body as just a thin layer before, now it could be said to have already expanded to be 1 centimeter thick. Go. Torash pointed, and the blue current directly charged into the reddish-green mist. Asterisk Psi. Asterisk. Where the electricity went, the reddish-green gas evaporated, revealing the area around it. However, Torash's smug face was not maintained for more than a moment before it changed. This energy wave. You are not some level 1 acolyte, but a level 3 acolyte. From the center of the reddish-green gas, energy fluctuations could be blatantly felt. His own electric snake was immediately corroded by the green mist. Furthermore, a trace of green color continuously extended along the trajectory of the lightning towards Torash. No. Torash gave a profound look to Lei Lin, who was in the midst of clouds and mist, and then simply broke into a run. Lei Lin swung his arms and a green magic ring entirely enveloped Torash, and he slowed down as if he was bound by chains. Asterisk Psi. Asterisk a red-green smoky cloud spread close to Torash and it wrapped itself around his body. The smoke grew denser and soon, Lei Lin could not even see Torash. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk under the flaming cloud of afterlife came the sounded of lightning and thunder sounds, along with Torash's cries of anguish. Lei Lin smiled coldly. This cloud of afterlife had been modified by Lei Lin, and was specially inserted with the most conducive energy particles for the lightning element. It could be said that it was the bane of all lightning element acolytes. After hearing the wails within the cloud of afterlife, and the noises of flesh corroding, a disturbed expression appeared on Bicky's face. "Arg! I'm going to kill you." A dozen seconds later, Torash charged out of the cloud of afterlife at Lei Lin, bringing a ball of cloud that clung to his body. Ah! After seeing Torash's appearance, Bicky and the other acolyte let out a terrified scream. At this moment, Torash was half naked, with his clothing almost dissolved. On his body were many abscesses which were leaking with thick yellow pus. One of his eyeballs had fallen out of its socket, held hanging there by a few bloody tissues still attached to it. Along with a few missing pieces of flesh on his face, right now Torash looked like an imitation of Leyland's corpse from the previous world. Although acolytes can use energy particles to strengthen their vitality, such a strong life force is still extremely rare. Leyland stretched his hands, and a black wrist guard automatically extended its reach, finally turning into a black bow where a sharp arrow with a reverse spike was notched on it. Wind speed and humidity in calculation, adjusting trajectory. Under the aid of the AI chip, right now Leyland's archery skills were that of a bow master. Asterisk chi shio shio, asterisk 4 arrows were shot from the bow and like black rays of light, streaked across the sky, directly penetrated through Torash's 4 limbs, nailing him to the ground. Ugh ugh. Torash struggled. The flesh on his body continuously fell to the ground, and it seemed that even his voice was now affected. Right now, he could not even voice a single word. We won. Looking at this scene, Bicky's eyes looked somewhat bewildered. It's us who won, but there are still some things to do. Leyland notched his bow again and pointed to the girl beside Bicky. What's your name? M.O., Molly. Sir. Witnessing Leyland using the cloud of afterlife to torture Torash in such an unthinkable manner, the female acolyte yielded very quickly. Very good. Molly. Go up there and take down the severed head of the enemy who tried to murder your friend. No. You can't do this. Molly is still a kid. I will be able to do it for her. Bicky stood up. Asterisk show. Asterisk at the same time, an arrow shot past the fine hair beside her ears, flying to a distance behind. Do not countermand my orders. If not, the next arrow will be through your brain. Leyland's eye flashed coldly, seemingly fiendish. I will go. That female acolyte called Molly spoke up and Bicky turned silent. I like girls who are obedient. Leyland nodded his head and used an arrow to point at Torash who was thrashing on the ground. So then. Hurry and do it. The female acolyte gritted her teeth. She took out a knife which was embedded in jewels from her robes and walked forward. Looking on at Torash who was pinned to the ground on his 4 limbs by 4 arrows, her expression was extremely complicated. It was this person who was deemed as a potential Magus, a genius acolyte who possessed a magic artifact. However, right now his 4 limbs were pinned to the ground as if a dog that was waiting to be slaughtered. This feeling extended like vines, spreading its reach in her heart. Is this the taste of power? How great! Looking at the female acolyte raising her dagger, Leyland moved quickly and grabbed Bicky, retreating dozens of meters behind. Let me go, you sick pervert. Bicky continuously thrashed. From her aspect, this acolyte that Leyland shape-shifted into was a stranger to her. Yet he had an unthinkable power and he was extremely emotionless. Earlier he said that he was rescuing her, yet in the blink of an eye he pointed an arrow at her and even fired it. In Bicky's heart, right now Leyland was now a somewhat powerful madman. Moreover, in the Magus world, due to problems occurring from experiment and meditations, it was likely possible that their mental state was affected. Leyland shrugged his shoulders. After maintaining a distance away, he let go of Bicky. At this moment, both their eyes were shining bright and staring at the female acolyte who was holding a dagger before Torash. Too rash. Too rash. The winning rate that the AI chip provided earlier was not considered high. Moreover, it said that I could only kill this acolyte after paying the price of sustaining light injuries. However, right now he is just a piece of flesh on a chopping board for me to butcher. Unless there are some unknown trump cards on his body. Leyland's intelligent eyes gazed. After holding the dagger, Molly looked in Leyland's direction again. Right now the arrow notched in his bow was still aimed towards her. She could only despair as she closed her eyes and pierced the dagger downwards. What a pity. At this moment, Torash suddenly opened his eyes, revealing death and unresolved regrets in his eyes. I never thought that I would really use this move one day, much less to deal with a mere level 2 acolyte. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In his voice, countless lightning appeared from Torash's body. These lightning were extremely violent, and spread through Torash's body in an instant, even converging inward. After the lightning had reached an extremely small depth, Torash's body suddenly exploded, with the noise of the huge boom reverberating throughout the area. The sound wave continuously swept past everything, uprooting plants and sending pebbles flying. Be careful. In the moment when the explosion occurred, Leyland immediately pulled Bicky to his side and smashed a potion on the ground, Trevor's revolving shield potion. At the same time, the fallen star pendant on his neck also emitted a dusky glow. Under the protection of the potion and the layer of light, the ground under Leyland and Bicky was not touched the slightest. It was even taller than the surrounding area of a certain length. Estimated target's degree of power, 16. Spell type, corpse combustion, 45.7%, electric field, 34.5%. Looking at the data from the AI chip, Leyland finally understood how did the AI chip come up with the winning rate. Although he had the fallen star pendant, it could only resist spells which were 15 degrees or lower. As for Torash's final self-destruct explosion, it was obviously at 16 degrees, which could break the defense of the fallen star pendant and cause harm to Leyland. However, the last hit was done by Molly, while Leyland distanced himself dozens of meters behind. Not only did he suffer little collateral damage from the explosion, there was even time to put up his defenses. However, a degree of 16 It is already close to that of a Magus value. He is indeed a top acolyte from a large faction. Towards his dead enemies, Leyland never spared his praises for them. You murderer. Executioner. You knew long ago that the opponent would self-destruct, didn't you? Bicky, who was in Leyland's embrace, pushed him away, her pair of pretty eyes filled with tears. The ground where Torash self-destructed turned into a large pit now, together with bits and pieces of clothing and charred flesh. In the explosion earlier, Torash and that female acolyte, Molly, naturally had died together. Even the remnants of their corpses were mixed together. Chapter 95, 1 vs 2. 1 vs 2. Hearing Bicky's accusation, Leyland only rubbed his nose, without saying anything. Meanwhile, he was rejoicing from the bottom of his heart. He was fortunate that he had altered his appearance beforehand, if not, it would have been hard to face Bicky. However, he could only do this much. Leyland came and stood next to the large pit formed by the explosion, and a round badge fell near his foot. The originally bright and beautiful badge was now covered with dust, and it also had some residual flesh upon it. Just from a look, it seems that this acolyte must be a genius in his academy. His badge, at the very least, would be worth 50 contribution points. Leyland was still contemplating the badge lying beside his feet, with some hesitation. Now, this badge was under his foot. If he stooped down, he could then get it into his hand. With it, Leyland's contribution points would be enough to exchange for one portion of Grine water when the bloodbath was over. He heard about the information regarding advancement into an official Magus from the vengeful spirit Roman and was rather hesitant in using such a method to break through. However, the Grine water was extremely valuable, and even if he did not use it, obtaining it and using the AI chip to research on its composition was also a good idea. However, the badges of a few extraordinary acolytes from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the opposing academies have been specially marked. As long as Leyland handed over the badge, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was the murderer of Torash. Leyland would never forget that there is a professor standing behind Torash. Maybe, giving this badge to Jaden or Merlin is a good idea. Lei Lin stepped on the badge below his feet and smiled. He had had a quick look earlier. Jaden had been knocked out at the border of the battlefield. Although he seemed to be in a miserable state, he managed to preserve his life, and there did not seem to be any life-threatening injuries. However, there are still 2 worms that I have to deal with. Lei Lin looked at the shrubbery at the side and suddenly flung 2 fiery red explosive potions at it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the 2 test tubes collided in midair, creating a large flame which seemed to blanket over the shrubbery. Asterisk shio shio. Asterisk in the moment when the flame engulfed the shrubbery, 2 black figures flew out from it, landing on an empty patch of ground. Silverclaw Soren and another blonde acolyte looked at the pit where Torash self-destructed, their expressions grim. Torash, that lightning wielder, actually died by this fellow's hands. Oh God, this fellow is a monster. Soren looked at the expressionless Lei Lin, his heart roaring wildly. Lightning wielder Torash, that was a monster whose reputation was not beneath that of his silver claw. Yet today he actually died by Lei Lin's hands, so what kind of strength did Lei Lin wield? If I knew he was that powerful, I wouldn't be this foolish to chase after him. At this moment, the feeling of regret slowly engulfed Soren's heart. What should be done? The blonde female acolyte looked at Soren and cursed him inwardly when she saw that he was already of a mind to retreat. What else? We have to see if the opponent will let us go. Soren waved his hands and bowed slightly to Lei Lin. Respected acolyte who hails from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, your strength has convinced me, and I, Soren, will never hold any ill intents towards you in future. Towards Soren's gesture of succumbing, the female blonde acolyte pursed her lips but never spoke a word. After seeing Lei Lin's might and brutality, even she was somewhat afraid. As for the revenge of his fellow acolytes, although the death rate of Whitewood's castle and Sage Gotham's hut was not as high as Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, but there were a few unlucky ones dying each month. If Soren and the blonde acolyte were to avenge every dead fellow acolyte, then they would definitely have to first massacre the acolytes within their academy. The reason for following Lei Lin before was because they thought of him as a prey, and was prepared to play a good game with him. But now, Lei Lin's ability had far exceeded their expectations, and his actions were extremely meticulous, yet brutal, which made them rather fearful of him. Is that so? Lei Lin did not agree nor deny, and kept the black bow in his hands. He also picked up the cross blade which he had thrown on the ground earlier. A pity. You should not have followed me. Lei Lin growled softly, at the same time chanting an incantation, and gave his cross blade a smear with his hand. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk the temperature suddenly dropped by a few degrees, and the frost continued to spread on the sword. In an instant, Lei Lin's cross blade turned into a transparent icy greatsword. He managed to obtain this set of frost alchemy runes from the corpse of the half-beast man previously, who was the close associate of Extreme Night City Lord. After storing it into the AI chip, he also did an analysis on it. At this moment, under the effect of the frost alchemy runes, the effect of the icy greatsword did not pale in comparison to a low-grade magic artifact. Light of the Fallen. After brandishing his greatsword in satisfaction, Lei Lin activated another magic artifact on his body. Asterisk peng. Asterisk a streak of an illusory glow was emitted from the fallen star pendant, which engulfed Lei Lin's whole body. The silver-gray light slowly transformed into illusory armor, which protected Lei Lin. At this moment, Lei Lin, in his silver armor of light, with a transparent greatsword, looked just like a knight from the fables. The AI chip's reminder continuously sounded in Lei Lin's head. Under the effect of the frost runes, estimated degree of attack with the cross blade is 3 to 5, also carrying the side effect of an ice attack. The entire defense in the fallen star pendant is activated, energy consumed is depleting, estimated to be fully depleted in 15 minutes. We have no choice but to fight. Soren and the other female acolyte looked at each other in the eye and saw the viciousness reflected in their expressions. From Lei Lin's performance, it was clear that he was not inclined to let them go, so no matter how they pleaded it would be meaningless. Moreover, they were also geniuses with their own pride. They may not fare better in a 1-on-1 fight against Torash, but in a 2-against-1 situation, even Torash would have had a headache from fighting them. "I'll stall him first, you prepare your formidable spell," Soren said to the female acolyte and immediately reached out with his right hand. At this moment, the silver skin on his right hand shimmered and transformed into scales. His fingernails extended and curved downwards, the sharpness bringing a cold glint. His whole silvery human palm turned into silvery beast claw. A bloodthirsty tint emerged in Soren's eyes as he stepped forward to shield the female blonde acolyte behind him. As for the female blonde acolyte, she continuously drew out ingredients from her robes as she chanted, from time to time using a dagger to cut her skin, dripping her fresh blood on the magic ingredients. A strong magical energy wave gradually formed around the female blonde acolyte. How interesting. A close combat with a far cast, this is indeed a good combination. Leylin laughed manically and charged forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with the effect of Leylin's night qualities, Soren only saw a grey blur and could only instinctively reach out with his razor claw. Asterisk pang. Asterisk the frost greatsword and the silver claw clashed. An icy, bone-chilling cold permeated to the silver claw, extending onto Soren's body. So fast. Soren retreated several steps and hid the silver claw behind his back. Borrowing the concealment of his sleeves, there was a layer of frost which slowly climbed up his arm, until the point of his elbow. Ha! Great! Again! Leylin roared wildly, once again brandishing the great sword and charged forward. Sensing the faint aura about him, Soren couldn't help but close his eyes, with a notion of wanting to submit to Leylin. Cross-blade slash. Leylin hollered, the frost greatsword drew a beautiful cross. What was different from the previous energy wave was that the cross-blade slash now had formed a layer of ice which was sent chopping toward Soren. Arg! Soren's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and raised the silver claw before his body. The scales on the silvery claw quickly extended and took on the form of a small shield to block the attack. Asterisk chi. Asterisk the greatsword made a huge dent in Soren's silver defense. Not only were there white ice forming, the chilliness also permeated the area. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Soren revoked his silver shield, but now, upon his silvery right hand, there were two deep wounds through which bones could be seen and a sheet of cold ice blocked this wound from bleeding. An icy cold sensation continuously spread within his body and Soren was aghast upon having discovered that already his right hand was feeling numb as if it had lost all sensation and that his body movement had also become more and more restricted. Die! Leylin unhesitatingly brought the sword to Soren's neck in order to behead him. No! Bellowed Soren, waving the stub of his left hand. His left hand had by now turned silver and the fingertips had a faint blackish tinge and he aimed a stab at Leylin's abdomen. Within the academy, all the apprentices knew that Soren's achievements in transfiguration far exceeded that of other similar disciples and that his right hand could transform and become a sharp, incomparable killing machine. However, all of the acolytes were deceived by Soren. His left hand was the real trump card. Not only could he use beast transfiguration for his silver claw attack, it even had a shadow and toxic element that Soren had paid a high price for. As long as the poison were to be smeared onto the opponent's skin, even an official Magus would be in trouble. On the brink of death, Soren adopted a fighting method that would result in both parties being severely injured, for the sliver of a chance at survival. Asterisk pang. Asterisk. Leylin's expression was grim as he allowed the razor-sharp claw to scratch his body. At the same time, the frost greatsword swung down mercilessly as it severed Soren's head from his neck. Chapter 96, Slaying the Two Acolytes. Slaying the Two Acolytes. Asterisk pang. Asterisk. Soren's head, an unresigned expression upon the face, flew several meters far in the air, and finally fell to the ground. His both eyes were opened wide, he was no longer able to close them. His headless corpse was still kneeling in front of Leylin and blood poured out from it continuously. The corpse's left hand was still extended, it was his misfortune that it was blocked by grey radiant armor, a few inches away from Leylin's body. With the defense of the fallen star pendant, I don't have to fear most of the acolytes' attacks. Along with the frost rune's enhancement of a great sword, Combined with my knight's abilities, it is one of the top strengths amongst acolytes. Lei Lin was very satisfied with this battle's outcome. Soren was only an acolyte who was slightly less inferior than Torash. When Lei Lin, however, used his techniques, he could not withstand even a few rounds before being completely defeated, even with his head being chopped off. It's your turn now. Lei Lin kicked Soren's corpse away and charged towards the female blonde acolyte. It's completed. At the same time, the female blonde acolyte exhaled, as if shouldering a huge burden. A bright red flower unfolded its petals and revealed a green rock the size of a fist. It had a dazzling gleam, with the female blonde acolyte's fresh blood that was sprayed on it. There was also a broken half of a dagger, which was thrown on the floor. These three items faintly resembled a triangular formation, with many grayish power runes surrounding them. As Lei Lin's charged forward fiercely, the female blonde acolyte smirked and pointed at Lei Lin, by the name of Memphis Rofar Maginant, of the gigantic binding sprite from the abyss, the person that I point to will lose all ability of motion. Asterisk wang wang. Asterisk. Light began to shine from the triangular formation, and Lei Lin suddenly felt a huge binding strength engulfing him, which made him rooted to the spot. A spell like this? A human customized spell? Lei Lin continuously writhed and the sounds of shackles sounded from the void. There is no cause for you to resist further. These are the chains of the gigantic binding abyss sprite. No matter how many of them you break, the remaining amount would not only regrow, but the binding power will also be doubled. As the female acolyte spoke, Lei Lin felt the chain getting tighter and tighter around his body. Asterisk chi. Asterisk the silver glow from the fallen star pendant continuously clashed against strength from the void, time to time producing white mist. You despicable maggot, the shameless murderer, you dared to kill the acolytes from two of our great academies, so I will grant you death to redeem your sins. The thrill of revenge and smugness filled the face of the female acolyte. The muscles on her face contorted, turning the once beautiful face into an extremely loathsome one. You dared to kill Soren, I will make you pay the price of blood. The female acolyte pointed at Lei Lin, strength deprivation. As she spoke, Lei Lin felt the strength in his body dispersing. In an instant, it was as if he changed from a knight into a regular human infant. This feeling, have I been cursed? Lei Lin continuously struggled, such a measly curse, how can it make me bow my head? It all has ended. The female acolyte chanted in an incantation, flames of the abyss, cremate this sinner into ashes. As soon as the Byron language incantation had been uttered, a black fire suddenly blazed from below Lei Lin's body. The flame continuously spread, engulfing Lei Lin's whole body in an instant. Asterisk pang. Asterisk the frost greatsword on Lei Lin's hands fell onto the floor. The icy shards shattered and broke into many pieces. Finally, even the refined metal blade of the cross blade melted under the black-red flames, turning into a puddle of liquid metal. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk. The gray armor on Lei Lin's body started to give in, and the AI chip wildly flashed its alert in front of Lei Lin's eyes, warning. Warning. The energy from the fallen star pendant is rapidly decreasing. Currently left with 45%. Estimated to be fully depleted in 34 seconds. Ignore it and release all the energy within the fallen star pendant in one go. Lei Lin ordered. Wang wang. In that moment, the silver-gray light increased its radiance by a dozen times. Behind his back, there was an indistinct huge cross phantom. On the upper area of the phantom cross, a few jewels continuously gave off multicolored light as a wave of energy extended to Lei Lin's limbs. Break, for me. Lei Lin struggled with all his might, and suddenly, crackling and rattling sounds could be heard from his body, and the countless black rune-inscribed chains became visible and broke from all the struggling done by Lei Lin. They then fell to the ground and vanished. It's your turn now, you disgusting whore. Lei Lin's figure flew like a gust of wind and appeared directly in front of the female acolyte. Impossible, how did you manage to counter it? Shrieked the female blonde acolyte, and she pointed her finger at Lei Lin. Then several basin-sized fireballs directly struck Lei Lin's body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flames exploded, burning with the previous black fire, as it extinguished very soon. Behind the silver-gray transparent armor, Lei Lin was unscathed. No. No. The female acolyte fell onto the ground and crawled backwards. Lei Lin kicked the green rock and dagger on the ground, breaking the spell formation. 2 streams of red fluid trickled down from the female acolyte's nose, even her tears were falling. No. Don't kill me. My mentor is. The female acolyte sniveled continuously as she crawled and spoke. I don't care who you are. Lei Lin's expression appeared indifferent as he embraced this blonde woman. The fallen star pendant kept defending his body from the abyss black fire that was still burning on his body, but this female acolyte obviously did not have a similar layer of defense. Upon being barbecued by the flames, she gave an ear-piercing shriek. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk the flesh of the girl dropped, chunk by chunk, onto the floor, turning into a pile of charred mess. Finally, the originally beautiful female acolyte turned into a blood-red skeleton. Moreover, the set of bones slowly melted, turning into a white liquid which dripped onto the floor. Lei Lin grimaced and with his hand, he swept away the remainder of the white bone liquid that were on him. After which, as if he were changing his clothes, he took off the gray armor. As for the black-red abyss flame on the gray armor, it was also removed. In the legends and tales told by the bards, the abyss fire is something which can burn the void. An existence that all children of the earth cannot resist. This is most likely just a projection of the true abyss fire, it does not have even 1/zillionth of the original's might. If not, I would have long turned into ashes. Lei Lin thought for a while, before returning to the original place. He then recorded all of the ingredients and the spell formation that the female acolyte used before roaming the battlefield to collect his spoils of war. Asterisk Peng. Asterisk the unconscious Jaden was tossed before Bicky. Although the battle earlier was extremely intense, the time that had passed was extremely short, so much so that Bicky was still in shock. Hurry and leave this place. The energy waves from earlier would attract many acolytes over. If you don't wish to die, hurry and leave now. Lei Lin cleared his throat and looked at Bicky, who nodded her head before he left the place. Looking at the back of Lei Lin, Bicky's expression was extremely complicated. This person was here to save her. Moreover, the strength that he possessed was far above that which Bicky could imagine. Lightning Wielder, Silver Claw, they were all impressive and notable acolytes from the opposing academies. However, in front of that person earlier, they were as weak as a sponge when they pleaded and was slaughtered mercilessly. But, exactly who is he? Bicky blinked her eyes. Merlin, Lei Lin, Fail and the others, all of the acolytes' images flashed past from her memory, yet she felt helpless as there was no such person in all of the acolytes that she recalled that resembled her savior. However, her instincts told her that she definitely knew this person and that they had an extremely intimate relationship. Magi are reputed for their rationality. Such a thing like instinct will lower our judgment. Everything has to be proved beyond refutation. The sayings of an elder surfaced in her mind. Bicky's expression was seemingly vacant as she gritted her teeth and poured a potion on Jaden's face, before she, too, left that place. Although Jaden was Molly's idol, she was now dead. Naturally Bicky wouldn't risk any more for Jaden. Minutes later, Jaden opened his eyes and got up. What happened to me? Where is Torash? Jaden was at a loss, before the colors on his face changed. Touching his chest, he felt for the magic artifact which was still resting in his arms. Moreover, when he ensured that his sack was present, only then did he heave a sigh of relief. This is the aftermath of an intense battle. Who is it that saved me? Jaden scratched his forehead, before thinking of a girl's figure who had dashed towards him. Was it Molly? Such a terrifying battle, I wonder how she is. Here. Footsteps sounds drew closer and very soon 2 acolytes appeared within Jaden's vision. An acolyte from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Kill him. After seeing Jaden, the 2 acolytes let off an excited howl and began to prepare their rank 0 spells. Jaden sighed, before bringing out his magic artifact once again. Lei Lin was, by now, dozens of miles away from this battlefield. He was settled in a cave, checking his spoils. Those three acolytes were well known for their strengths. Furthermore, the ingredients and magic crystals that they carried with them were plentiful. They gave Lei Lin a total of tens of thousands of magic crystals and other valuable resources. Lei Lin felt the surface of a black-red diary cover, and he exclaimed in glee, "This aura is rather similar to the female acolyte's abyss fire." Lei Lin flipped open the diary and a mysterious rune appeared, AI chip, compared to database. Beep. Mission establishing, comparison in progress. Similarity level to abyss script, 98.7%, purgatory script, 45.3%. Abyss script? Lei Lin had a headache. Characters and knowledge from these mysterious planes were top secrets and the knowledge was not passed around. He only managed to understand a few runes from derelict pages of a book in the library and stored them into the AI chip database. No matter what, it is a good spoil. Satisfied, Lei Lin kept the black-red diary in his possession. Chapter 97, Conclusion. Conclusion. What followed next was the most valuable loot this time around. Lei Lin looked at the pile of items in front of him and muttered irresolutely to himself. There were a few broken items, a dagger which had been broken into half, the remnant of a silver palm, with an incomplete silver necklace, with lightning flashing time to time. The three acolytes who died under Lei Lin's hands were the potential magi of the enemy academies, so how could they not have magic artifacts on them? It was a pity, however, that the broken dagger from the female blonde acolyte was only used to summon the aura of the abyss, and Lei Lin was still unable to figure out how the other items were meant to be used. As for Silverclaw Soren, he was totally a pervert, who actually infused the magic artifact into his own palm. Lei Lin could only chop the whole palm down, to try to separate the various properties in the magic artifact. As for Torash, the magic artifact on him had also destroyed itself, which was the reason why he could unleash an attack of 16 degrees at the end. The probing of magic artifacts was an extremely dangerous task. Before further information, Lei Lin did not dare to risk and use these items. Moreover, who knows if there were some booby trap laid within the magic artifacts by the enemy, thus Lei Lin felt that he should be more cautious. If he discovered that they might cause trouble to him, no matter how much Lei Lin was reluctant to part with them, he would still toss them away within this secret plane. After all, he did not wish for an official Magus to notice him. Actually, there is still a magic artifact that can be easily obtained. That is the green vine badge on Jaden's body. Lei Lin saw Jaden use this magic artifact on the dirigible before, back when he used it to suppress Kalawir, leaving a strong impression on Lei Lin's memory. However, this badge was given to him by Professor Durot. As for Durot, he was an official Magus in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. If Lei Lin snatched an enemy's magic artifact and hid in the academy, he might be safe. However, if he took Jaden's, then Lei Lin wouldn't be able to stay in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy anymore. During the Academy's critical moments, if the news that he was still causing harm to fellow acolytes got out, then Lei Lin's name would be equivalent to the despised street rat, in the Magus world. He would not lose his rationality for just this little benefit. There is this also. Lei Lin flicked his hands, and two differently shaped badges appeared in his hands. This were the badges of Soren and the female blonde acolyte. Although they were weaker than Torash by a little, but it was still worth at least 20 to 30 contribution points. At first, I'll just hold on to these. If I'm able to find other badges in future, then I won't exchange these. These two badges were Lei Lin's insurance. If he was able to collect other badges in the secret plane to accumulate 50 contribution points, then he wouldn't use these. However, if the contribution points were not enough, then Lei Lin had no choice, and could only hand over one of them or both. As for Torash, Lei Lin felt that his strength was of great importance to his academy, and the person backing Torash would have spent enormous efforts in nurturing him, and so it was better to not provoke him. 2 days passed. The wilderness found outside the secret plane was lit up with a bright yellow color. From time to time, there were gusts of wind blowing granules of sand, and the living organisms on the ground avoided this place at all cost, even the moles and ants were not an exception. The entrance to the secret plane was slowly shrinking as if it were a live animal. Outside of the entrance, the 3 chairmen and all the professors looked at the entrance that was constantly glowing with varying colors and had different expressions on their faces. Siley looked at the silver hourglass floating in midair. On the upper half of the hourglass, beads of golden sand trickled downwards, finally leaving behind a thin layer. *D. With the passing of time, the final golden bead of sand trickled downward. The time is up, let us receive our acolytes. Siley opened his mouth and spoke in a low tone. Are you extremely anxious? Guru, who was at the side, smirked. Every minute more that passes, 1 acolyte in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy will be slain. Their heads will become the glory of my sage Gotham's hut, and hung on the large gates. At this moment, the secret plane might no longer have any more Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes. We all know that once the acolytes from the 2 academies have gathered, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's acolytes would be meat on a chopping board for us to slice, and is not even equivalent to a lamb. The other blonde woman smiled, but her smile seemed somewhat malicious. Nicola, you still can't let it go. Finally, a trace of expression surfaced on Siley's face, and it seemed to be regret. I have long since forgotten the matters from the past. The female blonde woman Nicola said with a frosty expression. You can seek revenge for the matters previously, but once you are bent on destroying this academy that I succeeded as a professor, then you will be my eternal nemesis. Siley's face too gradually hardened. Ha, ha. You are still as arrogant as before, thinking that you are the main character of some novel, which the earth would revolve around you indefinitely. However, such an expression makes me want to puke. Said the blonde woman as her eyes appeared to emit flames. I want to destroy your life's work, destroy the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, even if there is the Lighthouse of the Night mediating, this time, there is still the next time. Enough. Guru at the side interrupted Nicola. Earlier you stopped me and Siley from fighting, but why is it that you can't endure it now? My reason for stopping you was because I want to take action myself. Nicola's maniacal look grew even stronger. Enough. A dense black color descended, and covered the sky in an instant. Amidst the darkness, there was a bright yellow light that came from within, revealing a figure that was wrapped in black robes. Sir. The 3 chairmen bowed. They were only rank 2 Magus, yet this person in front of them was a true rank 3 Magus. Every level in the Magus world had an obvious difference like that between the sky and earth. Previously, it was this sir that suppressed the 3 of them to mediate the war. Since my Lighthouse of the Night has already stepped in, any conflicts that arise after is deemed as a provocation to us, as the contract and date are still effective. The black-robed man had a pair of dark green eyes. No matter if it was Siley or the other 2 chairmen, if these eyes landed on them, they would shudder as if being trapped by some magical beast. This feeling of imminent death finally brought Nicola out from her madness. From now, activate the spell formation, and receive the acolytes within the secret plane. Yes, sir. *Peng. A fiery explosion erupted, and set the acolytes behind Lei Lin on fire, turning them into ashes. Lei Lin's footsteps did not stop as he continued to escape. It's him who killed Seat, Croc, and Old Eagle, don't let him escape. Behind him, parties of Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle acolytes were formed, a standard party of 7, which continuously gave chase. Lei Lin's pursuers gradually drew closer. *Peng. Lei Lin flung another 2 explosive potions again, where flames continuously extended behind him. The acolytes yelled and Lei Lin drew a longer distance from them. Damn it! Lei Lin's face was downcast. After killing the 3 acolytes previously, Lei Lin began his hunting movement all alone again. At first, it was rather smooth sailing, where he collected another level 3 acolyte's badge. This time, he specifically chose those who were rather old or those with no powerful items on them. They were those who seemed not able to advance further and had no strong backing behind them. During the later half of the second day, all of the enemy camp acolytes had already gathered and formed group spell formations. All of them were performed by level 2 or 3 acolyte groups. If their numbers were sufficient, even a rank 1 Magus had to seek retreat temporarily. Lei Lin had no choice, so he could only conceal himself and stop his hunt. With the detection of the AI chip, he managed to successfully hide until this day. Things went according to how he had predicted. After the acolytes had gathered, they formed smaller squadrons and made a thorough search of the secret plane. They maintained a wanting to kill every last enemy posture. Many Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes were immediately killed, and under the opponent's immense pressure, they could not even resist. Lei Lin even saw a level 3 acolyte who carried a magic artifact, but that acolyte could only survive for a few more minutes under the spell formation. Afterward, he was ripped to shreds by the countless rank 0 spells that befell on him. Even the magic artifact became the trophy prize for his opponents. Lei Lin could only extend his sympathization to this fellow acolyte, and covered his tracks even more covertly. Fortunately, the methods of magicians were extremely strange, and the opponents were only 2 academies who could not completely be harmonious amongst themselves. This gave the acolytes of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy a chance for survival. After Lei Lin estimated that time was almost up, he immediately ambushed a small party, since he was 1 badge short of his goal. According to his estimation, once he kills the opponents, then the time would be up, where he would even be teleported out and not need to face the group's counterattack. F***CK. This lack of punctuality will have people killed. Of course, Lei Lin wouldn't expect that the time would be delayed due to the enmity of the chairman, which resulted in an error to his calculations. After killing one of the level 3 acolyte, he was immediately surrounded and attacked. The fallen star pendant's energy was fully consumed the last time and I have not recharged it. If not, I could have escaped long ago. Lei Lin gritted his teeth and gave an order, AI chip. Detect the geographical area and calculation the best retreat route. Beep. Mission establishing. Along with the AI chip's indication, Lei Lin began to make various unexpected ducking movements amidst the dense forest, slowly pulling the distance further away from the pursuing acolytes. I have finally escaped. After running for over a dozen miles and shaking off his pursuers, suddenly he felt dizzy, and the badge pinned to his chest glowed resplendently. F***CK, the teleportation is finally here. Chapter 98, Murderer Identified. Murderer Identified. The badge on Lei Lin's chest emitted a fluorescent light. Lei Lin's entire body was then engulfed by a layer of this light and was lifted off the ground as he began to involuntarily rise into the sky. Floating at a distance within the light bubble, Lei Lin saw other acolytes in distant regions also floating in the same manner. They looked like stars strewn across the sky. This is really a beautiful scene. Lei Lin couldn't help sighing in appreciation. His hand touched a badge and holding it he said, "There is no force felt from this badge. It seems that the pulling force of the badge only works on those acolytes who are still alive." If that's the case. Lei Lin waved his hands, and 2 badges that belonged to 2 level 3 acolytes was tossed out of the light bubble. These 2 badges had, at one time, belonged to Silverclaw Soren and the female blonde acolyte. Since Lei Lin had already collected sufficient badges, he would no longer keep these 2 with him. "I also have this thing with me," said Lei Lin, as he withdrew an iron chain that had an electrical current and also threw that away. After a thorough examination by the AI chip on this destroyed magic artifact, there was a hidden spiritual force within it which kept pulsating. It seemed that this force had a tracking ability. If Lei Lin were to bring this item with him, then the professors of the enemy academy would know immediately that he was the one who had killed Torash. As for the other items taken from the acolytes, the half-dagger and the shattered palm, there were no problems if he brought them back with him. They were carefully placed within his rucksack. The final procedure. Lei Lin smiled heartily, and removed the shape-shifting spell. The muscles on his face contorted, as his height continuously grew. Very soon, Lei Lin resumed the state of his original appearance. I have been acting inside the secret plane with this disguise, where no one had seen my true appearance. I'm afraid after I exit, the enemy academy would wildly search for an acolyte that doesn't exist. After thinking of the probable scene in the future, he could not help but smile. Right now, I am Lei Lin Farlier, an ordinary potioneering acolyte. Looking at the dazzling rainbow-colored exit, Leyland's smile widened yet even more. With much effort, Leyland managed to suppress the dizziness that came abruptly and did not vomit. The feeling of crossing planes is not a great one. Hurry up and move, don't block the way. A cold voice sounded right beside Leyland's ear. Leyland hurriedly bowed and left the place. Only then, did he take a look at the surroundings. Outside the exit of the secret plane, it looked the same as before. The three academies were divided into a triangular formation where they faced each other. Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle members stood closer together, and faced the common enemy, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, in unison. As for now, acolytes continuously swarmed out from the exit, returning back to their respective professor's side. Who is that person? Leyland saw a black-robed man ahead of the three chairmen. He couldn't help guessing the person's identity. Schwa, but now, because the black-robed man felt Leyland's unwavering sight upon him, he turned his head around and looked back. He immediately glanced upon a pair of dark green eyes. The surrounding world was as if it had been suspended in time, everywhere one could see only green. The acolytes and professors around Leyland seemed to turn into jade statues where no signs of life could be observed. Leyland strove to open his mouth, but he found no words coming out of his mouth. Leyland. 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 The surrounding statues suddenly opened their mouths, chanting Leyland's name. What is happening? Leyland roared within his heart, but not a single word could be spoken. Pang. Ping *. The dark green sculptures began to move and green dust constantly fell off of them. Their eyes had become red-colored, as if the sockets had been embedded with rubies. Countless green statues swarmed around Leyland, drowning him. Arg! Leyland suddenly regained consciousness and panted heavily. What happened earlier? The surrounding acolytes now seemed to be doing fine, yet Leyland did not dare to look in the direction of those chairmen again. Relax, son. A pair of hands with a medicinal scent covered Leyland's head, emitting a white glowing light. Professor Croft. Leyland bowed deeply. Under the white light, he felt much better. Was it you who saved me? I did not exactly save you, only a small favor. Professor Croft smiled and led Leyland back towards their academy's gathering area. Official magi always have a defensive force field surrounding them. Moreover, most of it are instantly activated or have a permanent effect. As for higher-ranking magi, they have an even stronger force field encircling them at all times. An ordinary acolyte cannot even get close to them. Croft explained for Leyland. Just now, that Magus from the Lighthouse of the Night did not do it intentionally, he just looked over this side and immediately many apprentices got caught in a hallucination. If a professor wasn't here, then I would have been. Croft's expression slowly turned stern. Leyland, before you turn into an official Magus, remember to steer clear of any high-ranking Magus. If not, I would not even be able to imagine your end. I'll keep that in mind. Leyland's expression was extremely solemn as he nodded his head. Only a slight glance had almost cost Leyland his life, which left him a lingering fear. Moreover, it had resolved his determination to climb up in the ranks of the food chain. I don't wish for my soul to crumble immediately in the future just because a high-ranking Magus crosses my path in the future. This would really be a grievance. Although higher-ranking Magus could exercise restraint on their force fields, it would mean that they were showing their softer side. Leyland could not imagine anyone doing that for him. Alright now. Welcome back, son. After healing Leyland, Croft revealed a sincere smile. Being able to see you again is really great. Leyland also smiled as he hugged his professor. At this moment, only then he had time to view the casualties in his own academy. Due to the teaming up of the other two academies, a huge number of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's acolytes had perished previously in the war. Right now it seems that Abyssal Bone Forest Academy suffered an even more severe casualty count. At this moment, behind the professors, there was only a few scattered acolytes standing behind him. Most of them carried injuries with a gloomy expression. Leyland. A pleasantly surprised voice sounded in his ear. Bicky. Lei Lin smiled warmly and hugged the curvaceous and beautiful Bicky. Very good. I still believed in you. Tears welled up in Bicky's eyes. It seemed like she was worried about Lei Lin, but that she did not know he was the mysterious man who had saved her before. Lei Lin took another look at Bicky and was rather surprised when she was actually not injured the slightest, only that her mental state did not seem to be in the best condition. He could not help but feel so, as even if it was a level 3 acolyte from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, under the oppression in numbers from their enemy, they may not be able to protect their lives. As if seeing Lei Lin's bewilderment, Bicky spoke on her own accord. I met Molly right after entering. Also, I met with an extremely powerful enemy acolyte, but a stranger saved me. After that, I met Fail, and it was him who kept me by his side, so I was able to live up till now. Bicky pointed at an acolyte behind a professor. Lei Lin looked over, and it was indeed Fail who he saw before. After a span of 3 years, he seemed to be even more mature and had more charisma. With a level 3 acolyte protecting her coupled with some luck, it was probable that she could survive. Lei Lin nodded his head and did not ask further. After casually exchanging a few sentences with Bicky, Lei Lin looked at the secret plane's exit. Most of them were enemy acolytes streaming out, where very few Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes came out. Lei Lin sighed inwardly. It seems that this time Abyssal Bone Forest Academy suffered a great loss. I'm afraid that there will be a scenario where Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would have more professors than acolytes. Period of time. Pang. At this moment, another acolyte walked out from the exit. This acolyte wore the grey robes of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and had several holes in them. Injuries seemed to riddle his body, and there was even traces of blood. Moreover, an arm was missing. It's Jaden. Lei Lin's pupils contracted. Towards magicians, missing a limb was no big issue. There were various and mysterious spells which could regrow their limbs. Jaden braced himself and walked several steps forward. After seeing his professor from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he smiled and fainted immediately. Schwa. A white figure immediately appeared in front of Jaden and caught him. After the white flash stopped, Lei Lin saw the appearance of the Magus within. It was a skeleton with an underworld flame in its eyes. Professor Durot. Lei Lin called out the name of this set of bones. Previously, it was Durot who led Lei Lin into Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Moreover, he was Jaden's mentor and even gave Jaden a magic artifact. It seemed like he doted on Jaden rather much. All right. After my detection, there are no more surviving acolytes inside the secret plane. Seal the exit. The black-robed figure standing before the 3 chairmen spoke. Once he spoke, the 2 camps sank into deep silence, before the murmuring and sighing noises sounded incessantly. No. Where is my Torash? He is definitely still inside. Silverclaw Soren. Hurry and come out. He is a genius acolyte. How could the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy manage to defeat him? Morphus, where are you? Constant cries were heard from the enemy camp. And the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's party seemed to have already expected this. Although the numbers of dead acolytes were many, the reactions of all professors were much lower than what Lei Lin had expected. Even for the potioneering talent Merlin, his responsible professor, Croft, only let out a soft dismal gasp upon receiving news of his death. Torash. I left spiritual force coordinates on his body. He should be present amongst us here. On the opposite side, a blue-bearded old guy yelled madly, following which he chanted an incantation. Bang. A bright blue beam of light floated above Jaden, who had fainted. Within this light an indistinct badge of an acolyte could be seen. Arg. No. My Torash. I will kill you. The expression on the face of the blue-bearded old guy contorted, where a massive thunderstorm appeared midair above him. Torash's power, when compared to this, is absolutely rubbish. Lei Lin gulped, and suddenly felt extremely lucky. Chapter 99, Grime Water. Inside the secret plane, one must take responsibility for themselves in the bloodbath. do you wish to violate the agreement? Under the massive thunderstorm, Durat stood up with many faint silver beast claws on his back. Enough. The black-robed figure standing in front of the three chairmen spoke, and a gigantic dark green hand grabbed at the sky. Asterisk whine whine. Asterisk the massive lightning was immediately scattered by the giant hand. I have said before to abide by the agreement. The black-robed figure growled. At the same time, the blue-bearded geezer spurted a huge mouthful of blood. Anger was quickly replaced with fear as he knelt down. Sir, please forgive an old man, who has just lost his nephew, with your magnanimity. Just this once. If not, I will extract your soul and roast it in the abyss for 10,000 years. The black-robed figure spoke again. The blue-bearded geezer then went back to his academy's camp, before giving Jaden a vicious look. This hatred and determination of killing Jaden gave Durat a headache. Crackling and rattling noises could be heard from the skeletal figure. Although this time nothing has happened, Jaden will definitely be pursued by Bluebeard unless he keeps hiding inside the academy. Leyland's eyes turned cold. Earlier, the AI chip picked up several traces of energy waves from spells. Obviously, it was the search for the enemy who had killed their genius acolyte. If Leyland were to still keep those items that carried their traces, his outcome would now be the same as Jaden. Those professors who had had their personal apprentices or successors killed by the other party, who was also their sworn enemy, swore they would make the killer pay with their blood. As for the casualties of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, they were not considered because the other two academies were facing many more losses. Although they were bound by the agreement and vigilance of the Lighthouse of the Night, as far as Magi were concerned, if they were to pay the price, they could indirectly find a way to exact their revenge. For example, not taking action themselves, but suggesting to Magi outside of the agreement to act on their behalf. The black market was also an option worth considering. Late in the night, Leyland returned to his resting area and laid down on his bed. In his hands was a faint yellow test tube that he kept on toying with. The test tube was made of faint yellow crystals, and its density was extremely high. Holding it in his hands, he sensed a rather heavy feeling. These crystals were made from a precious ingredient, nitrogen crystals. Any spell that was 20 degrees or lesser would not be able to damage it. Using these nitrogen crystals to make a test tube, this was often used to store potions which were more valuable. According to the olden texts, test tube made from nitrogen crystals were known to have preserved the contents even after 1,000 years. Within the faint yellow test tube, there was a ball of translucent liquid. Leyland casually swirled the test tube. Under the refraction of the light, the liquid within gave off a rainbow-colored glow, as it continuously whirled, seemingly beautiful. This is the grime water of the myths which could aid acolytes to break through into an official Magus. Leyland looked at the test tube and muttered. Earlier, under the suppression of the Magus from Lighthouse of the Night, the chairman of Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle had had no choice but to bow their heads, then leading their acolytes away. Even Torasha's professor was not that stupid to offend the high-ranking Magus for the second time. As for Leyland and the rest, they were led back to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy by their professors. Leyland intentionally glanced and saw that at this moment the acolytes in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy did not amount to over 50. As for any regular academy, they would have thousands of acolytes. One can say that Sage Gotham's hut and Whitewood's castle had accomplished their mission by almost swallowing the entire batch of successors in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, if it were not for the fact that a few of their genius acolytes had perished inside the secret plane. Even so, they originally had 200 acolytes enter the secret plane. Yet in the end only about 100 came out from it. Compared to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, this was considered a great victory. However, all these have nothing to do with me. Leyland looked at the potion in his hands that seemed like an illusion. What matters is that I got the grime water. Moreover, the Academy has an anonymous exchange policy, which is extremely thoughtful for its acolytes. On the way back to the Academy, Leyland and the fortunate surviving acolytes were told about the contribution points they obtained and the details of it, where they can undergo the exchange privately. Furthermore, the person that was in charge of the exchange was an alchemy beast created by the chairman with no human feelings whatsoever, so it wouldn't reveal the acolytes' exchanges. One can say that although Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was extremely bloodthirsty, where there was a strong culture of the strong eats the weak, towards the protection of acolytes with true strength and abilities, they still did a rather good job. Lei Lin only barely managed to scrape 50 contribution points, exchanging for a standard amount of grind water. As for the catalog on the contribution points exchange list, there were various precious ingredients, rank 1 spell models, and even spiritual force potions. Looking on, Lei Lin felt overwhelmed by it. At that time, deep down Lei Lin had some regret over not taking the few genius acolytes badges along with him. However, after seeing Jaden with a gloomy expression, Lei Lin very soon buried this tinge of regret deep inside his heart. Although Torash's badge was worth at least 50 contribution points, which could be exchanged with many resources, the look that other acolytes had when they saw Jaden was full of pity. Incurring the wrath of an official Magus for these resources, was it really worth it? Moreover, the other professors did not know of their apprentices' scores, yet Durat knew Jaden's amount of contribution points like the back of his hand. Before anything else, at the very least, half of Torash's contribution points would be taken by Durat. After all, he defended an opposing rank 1 Magus for Jaden. Before becoming an official Magus, it is best to maintain a low profile. There won't be anything wrong with that. Seeing Jaden's outcome, Lei Lin steeled his heart with this resolve. His senior Merlin was a great example of this. Merlin's achievements and talent in potioneering could be said to be extraordinary. If not for Lei Lin cheating by using the AI chip, he would definitely be left far behind in this aspect. But so what? It was due to Merlin's reputation that made his enemies concentrate their attacks on him, finally causing him to die during the Secret Plains bloodbath. No matter how genius an acolyte was before they managed to grow strong, they weren't even comparable to a pebble on the road. As for Lei Lin, he always created the false image of being inferior to Merlin, allowing Merlin to attract the attention off from him. He successfully managed to divert his enemies' attention, so there were very few that bothered about him inside the secret plane. However, this trick will not work for the time being. Lei Lin toyed with the grind water in his hands, his face gradually turning solemn. The surviving acolytes after the bloodbath amounted to less than 50, which was even less than the number of professors. Moreover, all survivors will be deemed as elites. Under these circumstances, greater attention will be paid to any acolytes. Lei Lin did not have any confidence whatsoever to try anything funny for the fear of being discovered. Perhaps, I should make a trip outside. Previously, Roman spoke of the high-grade meditation technique. If I found it, it would definitely be much better than the grind water. Previously, before the Fallen Star pendant was completed, Lei Lin had managed to swindle much information from that vengeful spirit, Roman, regarding the information of high-grade meditation technique left behind by the Great Magus Serhome. According to Roman, the inheritance of Great Magus Serhome was located inside the Dylan Gardens of the Zither Moon Mountain Plains. Magi who used high-grade meditation techniques were definitely stronger than Magi who used the grind water to break through. Moreover, more potential would be realized, revealing more possibilities for future development. Lei Lin wanted to climb to the apex of the Magus world. If he wished to have the potential for future advancements, using the grind water to break through would be his last resort. Thinking of the Fallen Star pendant, Lei Lin removed the silvery gray cross from his neck. On the surface of the cross was embedded with various colors of gemstones, which looked to be an impeccable art piece. However, right now the gemstones on the Fallen Star pendant seemed to glow dimly, as it had undergone a huge consumption. Fallen Star pendant, low-grade magic artifact. Effect, instantly cast a defense. Current condition, all energy consumed, 0%. The AI chip showed the stats of the Fallen Star pendant to Lei Lin. Fallen Star pendant, it was the item that attributed the most to Lei Lin's survival and killing the geniuses of the enemy this time. The instantaneous layer of defense that the silvery cross radiated, no matter if it was physical or magical resistance, had reached a very high degree. Few below the ranks of an official Magus could penetrate its defenses. However, in any world, the law of conservation of energy must be fulfilled. Every time the Fallen Star pendant was activated, it required a consumption of energy. Once the energy was fully consumed, it wouldn't be anything more than a pretty necklace. The fallen star pendant's defense is rather good, only that the energy is not enough. Lei Lin felt somewhat regretful. AI chip. Establish mission. Apart from the calculation ability for the host, use all remaining computation abilities to find out ways to conserve the energy of the fallen star pendant. Beep. Mission establishing. Beginning to use idle processes to calculate, time is unknown. The AI chip's voice intoned. Lei Lin nodded his head and came to the experiment at the side. He placed the fallen star pendant in the center of a mysterious spell formation. Around it were many blue glittering stones. Activating process of recharging. Asterisk Wang Wang. Asterisk with the command of Lei Lin, faint blue light beams shone from the formation. Starlight was extracted from these stones and placed into the fallen star pendant. Fallen star pendant recharging in process, current state, 1%. The AI chip's voice intoned. The recharge of the fallen star pendant actually only required for starlight to be shown on it. As long as it was bathed in starlight when the energy was fully consumed, the fallen star pendant would automatically complete the recharging process. However, in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, wanting to bathe it in starlight was an impossible task. Thus, Lei Lin could only use other methods to conduct the recharging process. Chapter 100, An Exception. An Exception. Time passed by. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's professors and acolytes had gradually recovered from all these sad events and adapted themselves to the present situation. The current Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had almost become a tomb. Within such a great academy, one would rarely see another soul. The classrooms were vacant, the trading area was left uninhabited, and even the academy's mission area, which has a large, wide wall, on which the missions were hung up, only had a few acolytes accepting missions. The entire Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had sunk into a stillness as silent and steady as a grave. In these circumstances, if an ordinary person were to stay here, he would be frightened to death. However, the great thing was that the acolytes who survived the bloodbath, as well as other professors, were extremely resolute, so they were able to maintain the operations of the academy, even under such circumstances. However, these state of affairs would not last very long. According to Lei Lin's guess, the enrollment period for new acolytes joining the academies of the South Coast was fast approaching. This time, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would certainly lower their requirements. Then a large number of acolytes would be able to join and thus reinstate the glory on the surface. But the nurturing of any talented acolyte will consume a vast amount of time and energy, and not to mention the aptitude of fifth-grade acolytes, where and how would it be easy to find one with such a talent? The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's heritage had declined drastically during Lei Lin's generation. It was likely that at least 10 years would be required to regain their former level of glory. However, Lei Lin wasn't greatly concerned about these issues. He once again returned to a thread-like monotonous life. He would cooperate with his professor in his experiments and thus learn from experience. Meanwhile, he took advantage of the privileges granted to a level 3 acolyte. He purchased large amounts of magical resources and stored information on advanced subjects. Lei Lin's aptitude in the Magus world was considered average, neither high nor low, but it was rather decent. Moreover, he had succeeded in advancing to a level 3 acolyte. In the future, there would be plenty of time for him to break through into an official Magus. Considering this point, regardless of a professor or an acolyte, all would regard him as a person of very great importance. Whenever Lei Lin encounters an official Magus, he would greet them. In return, they would nod their heads in recognition and approval. Also, when acolytes see Lei Lin from afar, they would immediately greet him. As for Nissa and the rest, they did not dare to appear in front of Lei Lin. Thinking of Nissa, Lei Lin could not help but feel happy for her. In such a bloodbath, she was actually able to preserve her life and even obtain a few contribution points, which was an extremely difficult thing to do. He overheard that Nissa had been able to exchange her contribution points for a potion to increase spiritual force and was preparing to break through to level 3 acolyte. I hope she succeeds. To heal her body, she needs to, at least, become a proper Magus. Lei Lin thought of Nissa's injuries and was somewhat dismayed. Right now, in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, there was only himself, Nissa, and Jaden who hailed from the Chernobyl Islands. These thoughts only passed through Leyland's mind. Very soon, he concentrated on the book in front of him. The book in his hands was extremely thick, the same thickness of 2 bricks together. However, the paper's surface was extremely small. This was the style of ancient books. Mother Earth laid down on the ground and gave birth to 7 children. They are anger, sorrow, greed, sloth, lust, gluttony, and fear. Each of her children inherited one of their mother's power. Mountains will tear themselves apart in front of them, and the seas will part before them. The book in Leyland's hands concerned myths. The ancient writing is extremely obscure, in it, many information about Magi is concealed. Leyland's eyes flashed as he commanded, AI chip. Record. Ever since Leyland registered under the administrative area and became a potential Magus, he managed to obtain more access within Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. One of this was to peruse the hidden library section. Of course, within these books, many information regarding official Magus were erased. At the very most, they were briefly mentioned in passing, with cryptic writings. Normally, people would just gloss over this information. Even so, Leyland with the AI chip obtained much more information from this hidden library section. First of all, the AI chip had recorded almost all information that was beneath the topics of Magi. Right now, Leyland could vouch for himself that most professors in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy could not match his knowledge concerning acolytes. This was a great foundation build-up for Leyland in the acolyte level. At least now he was aware of the mistakes from breaking through to a level 3 acolyte and even tried to correct them. One should not look down on such information. If the mistakes are not corrected, even after Leyland becomes an official Magus, his spiritual force would stall for a long period of time, with no chance of ever breaking through. Furthermore, Leyland found some content regarding advanced meditation techniques. According to these bits and pieces, together with Roman's information, Leyland could confirm that the chairman of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and those leaders of major guilds and magisterium in the south coast used these advanced meditation techniques to break through. Hence, they were able to achieve their current levels. As for the majority of the Magi in the south coast, as well as many professors in the academies, they did not know of the existence of advanced meditation techniques. They used grind water to break through, causing them to remain at the level of rank 1 Magus for their entire life. After looking at all these, Leyland completely sealed the notion of using grind water to break through. It seems like heading towards the Zither Moon mountain plains and obtaining the advanced meditation technique that the great Magus Serhom left behind is necessary for future developments. Leyland closed the book slowly and left the library. Leyland had used the AI chip to record most of the information in the hidden library section. In the future, no matter where he was, he could always perform a search with the AI chip. It was equivalent to carrying a large-scale, intelligent library with him at all times. Professor. Leyland went to Croft's lab and bowed to Croft, who was carrying out an experiment. Although Croft was the same as before, Leyland found that his eyes were somewhat dimmed. It seems that Merlin's death had slightly impacted this old man of more than 100 years of age. Leyland, my child. After seeing Leyland, Croft smiled and he looked to be more focused. Regarding my suggestion from before, have you decided on an answer? Croft asked. Yes, Professor. Leyland bowed once more. I appreciate that the Leslie family thinks highly of me, but I wish to try breaking through on my own. After hearing Leyland's reply, Croft's expression darkened. However, Leyland's talent in potioneering was admirable, even to Croft. After knowing that Merlin died, Leyland had become his best apprentice, so he could not help but advise again. The Leslie family is a great one, with potioneering as their niche. In there, your talents will definitely be displayed to the fullest. Moreover, the Leslie family has sincerity, where the contract conditions are much better than the academies. Leyland displayed a very keen look, but deep down he had rejected Croft's proposition without the slightest hesitation. After the bloodbath, Leyland's position in Croft's heart was elevated. Previously, when they spoke, Croft represented the Leslie family in supporting him and made an offer to Leyland. Leslie family was one of the large-scale Magus family in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, with many Magi supporting it. Croft was one of its members. Having a long-standing tradition and history with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the Leslie family also possessed a copy of a Rank 1 spell and grind water. What Croft suggested was the same contract signed with the Academy. The Leslie family would also give a Rank 1 spell model and a grind water in exchange. Compared to a contract with the Academy, a contract with a family would have fewer restraints. However, this was not in line with Leyland's interests. No matter how powerful the Leslie family was, would they be able to provide an advanced meditation technique? Looking at Croft, who did not have a single high-grade meditation technique, he already knew the answer. Under the inheritance of great Magus Serhom, Leyland hoped that he would never have to join a Magi family and put restrictions on himself. Moreover, Leyland was a person who valued freedom. Unless he was in a desperate situation, he would never consider selling himself to be contracted with a family. All these, I know, Professor. But... Leyland raised his head, his eyes showing an unshakable resolve and determination. I still wish to try on my own. If I were to fail, I promise you, Professor, that I will definitely prioritize and consider the Leslie family. You. Various expressions flashed across Croft's face. Looking at the most outstanding acolyte he had right now, he suddenly felt a little helpless. All right then. You are only 17 now. Youth is precious, it allows you to make mistakes. Croft looked at Leyland and was reminded of his younger self. His eyes revealed that he was recalling a memory. Thank you, Professor. Even though Croft was unreasonable, Leyland was somewhat moved. He never wanted harm to befall his apprentices. This trait was rather praiseworthy within Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. In that case, how do you plan to overcome this obstacle to becoming an official Magus? Croft asked. This, Leyland shook his head, as if in embarrassment, revealing an apologetic expression. I heard that Professor Durant had a piece of remnant information concerning official Magus. Huh, Croft laughed, so this was your plan. In the South Coast, the information to become an official Magus was often controlled by large guilds, but there was always an exception.